Hilda clarified. Or, even more interesting, why did you open the door? Merida mumbled, struggling to find an answer as Hiccup and Fishlegs watched her with curiosity. Why did you do something that any rational mind would know would likely get you killed? Hilda pushed. Because, Merida tried to say, glancing over at Hiccup before looking at the ground, her face red with embarrassment. Because Hilda asked gently, reaching out and placing one of her hands on Merida's arm. There is nothing to be ashamed of, my dear, because I knew it would work, Merida stated quietly after a moment. Because I felt it would work. Felt it, Veer? Hilda questioned, a smile growing on her face. In my gut, Merida answered, looking Hilda in the eye. You followed your instincts, Hilda surmised, taking her hand off of Merida's arm with a beaming smile. Like a true hunter, a true Jaeger. Hunter? Merida questioned in surprise as she reached up and touched her bow. Is that what Jaeger means? Hilda finished for her before turning to look at Fishlegs. Why, yes it is. So I believe some of you already knew that. Isn't that right, Laser? Hiccup and Merida turned to look at Fishlegs, who cast his eyes to the ground and began nervously rubbing his arm. Fishlegs, what does she mean? Hiccup questioned. Laser knows a lot of zings, Hilda stated. That's why I decided to call him Lisa. What does that mean? Reader? Fishlegs replied quietly. Fishleg, why didn't he tell us what those names meant? Merida, we just thought they were terms of endearment. Yeah, why didn't you say anything? Hiccup added. Because of what your name means, Fishlegs replied, looking at Hiccup. Why? Hiccup asked cautiously. What does it mean? Rider, Fishlegs said quietly. It means rider? Hiccup repeated, surprised. Yeah, I didn't think anything of it until you hopped on Toothless's back and started flying around, Fishlegs explained. And then when I did, I was worried you guys would think I was crazy or something. You could always trust your friends, Laser, Hilda stated with a smile. And yourself, you're right more often than you think. So why did you choose to call me Ryder? Hiccup questioned, turning his attention back to Hilda. Because I had a feeling in my gut, Hilda replied, turning her eyes to Merida. And I always trust my instincts. You have some very specific instincts, Hiccup commented, earning a shrug from Hilda. So, is today Z-Day? Hilda asked. The day for what? Hiccup questioned in confusion. For flying, of course, Hilda said with a laugh. Isn't today Z-Day you and your dragon are going to truly fly for Z first time? How did you... Hiccup began to ask, but trailed off when Hilda gave him a look. Right, crows and guts and all that. So you are prepared to fly? Hilda asked. I guess, Hiccup replied, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of folded parchment. Unfolding it, he showed it to Hilda, revealing a set of instructions for using Toothless's tail fin. I got this cheat sheet to help me remember the control when I'm up there, Hiccup explained. Yes, I see. May I look at it? Hilda asked, holding her hand out to Hiccup. Yeah, sure, here, Hiccup replied, handing Hilda the parchment. Thank you, Hilda stated as she took the parchment and began studying it, her crow looking along with her. Both the bird and its owner cocked their heads to the side as they studied the writing on the parchment. After a moment, Hilda turned the parchment over, as if trying to figure out which side was up. Looking up at Hiccup, Hilda cocked a questioning eyebrow at the boy before she quickly tore the parchment up before throwing the remains into the air so that they showered around her. Hey! Hiccup exclaimed, reaching out far too late to stop her, only to come to a dead stop as Hilda stuck a long, gnarled finger in his face. You don't need it, Hilda stated plainly, looking Hiccup dead in the eye. And it's foolish to think you do. But, Hiccup tried to argue, but Hilda continued on. What were you going to do? Hilda questioned. Consult your little cheat sheet as even vipped by and the earth came rushing to greet you? I just thought, Hiccup tired to say, but Hilda cut him off again. That's the problem, you're thinking too much, Hilda stated, withdrawing her hand. There's a time and place for thinking, but up there in the heat of the moment is not it. Up there it will get you killed. Hiccup paused for a quiet moment as he let Hilda's words sink in. So what should I do? Hiccup questioned. As I said before, one must always trust their instincts, Hilda stated with a smirk. I did not name you Ryder idly. Riding is in your blood. What do you mean? Hiccup asked, confused. There have never been horses on Burke until Merida came. Nobody in my family knows how to ride. My dear boy, whatever made you think I was talking about riding horses? Hilda questioned with a smirk. There was a stunned silence as the three teens stared at Hilda. What are you trying to say? Merida questioned quietly. Remember when I told you that you were not the first people to interact with dragons peacefully? Hilda asked in return. Yes, Hiccup replied. You never told us who it was. You already know his name, Hilda answered with a chuckle. You hear it every day. You mean Hiccup the First, don't you? Fishlegs asked, his eyes widening in realization. Are you saying that he was friends with dragons? No, I'm saying he rode them, Hilda replied simply. The stunned silence that followed was twice as long as the one that had come before it. Why have we never heard about this before? Fishlegs questioned. Everything I've read about him says Hiccup the First fought dragons. Much like people, some dragons are good, others are evil, Hilda explained with a shrug. And you must keep in mind that writers are people and people lie. I trust you find that accounts are razor quiet on the nature of Hiccup the First's death. Fishlegs nodded. That's because he was killed by his brother Z Thugheart for doing exactly that you are doing now, Hilda explained. Well, that's encouraging, Hiccup commented sarcastically as Merida gasped lightly in shock. I do not mean to dishearten you, writer, Hilda said with a chuckle. That was a different time and things have changed even more than you know. What I was trying to do was show you that you are prepared for this. You need only trust yourself. Hilda reached out and lightly patted Hiccup on the arm. It's in your blood, Hilda finished with a large smile. A warm smile spread across Hiccup's features, matched by those of his friends. Say what do you say, Hick? Merida questioned with a smirk as she placed her hands on her hips. Fancy a fly? Hiccup looked over at her and gave her a confident smirk. You know it. A few minutes later, and the group had gathered on the cliffside near Toothless's Cove. Fishlegs was busy securing the saddle to Toothless's back, with Hilda looking on as Hiccup slipped on his harness. Glancing to his side, her saw Merida peel off her vest and began putting on the harness that she had insisted he make for her earlier that day. What do you think you're doing? He asked in a teasing manner. Wait, you thought you were going on your first real flight without me? Merida chided as she tightened the clasps on her harness before producing the extra rope line he had made with the harness and attaching one end to her belt. Dream on, Dragon Rider. Hiccup could only smile in reply as he made his way over to Toothless, Merida following behind him. How's he looking, bud? Hiccup asked Fishlegs as the larger boy stepped away from Toothless. He should be all set, Fishlegs said with a smile and a thumbs up. Hiccup nodded in return before hopping onto Toothless's back, the dragon antsy with anticipation as the young man helped Merida onto the saddle behind him. Okay, hook yourself in, Hiccup said, taking the line from his harness and attaching it to Toothless's saddle. You ready? Hiccup asked, looking back over his shoulder at her. Ready, Merida answered, as she hooked herself in as well before wrapping her arms around Hiccup's stomach and resting her chin on his shoulder. All right, buddy, Hiccup said as he patted Toothless on the head. How about you? Ready to fly again? Toothless barked excitedly as his whole body shook with excitement. All right, Hiccup replied, firmly setting his feet in the stirrups. Good luck, Fishlegs said encouragingly. Remember, Ryder, Hilda added, standing next to Fishlegs, trust your instincts. Hiccup nodded before turning his attention to the cliff and the sea beyond it. Urging Toothless forward, the dragon and riders stood on the precipice of the cliff, looking down at the sea churning against the rocks below. Merida pulled herself closer to Hiccup. Okay, Hiccup said, narrowing his eyes in determination. Let's go. With that, Toothless hopped off the cliff, plunging towards the rocks and water below. As they fell, Toothless began to spread his wings, while Hiccup looked down nervously at the stirrups. I think, Hiccup said nervously, glancing at the quickly approaching ocean. I think it's this one. Pushing down on the stirrup, Hiccup caused Toothless's tail to flare, changing their trajectory and sending them flying perpendicular to the water, the sea spraying them as they flew. Cutting it a wee close, Arini wee, Merida commented as she watched Hiccup wearily as her bright red hair streamed behind her like a comet's tail, Toothless grunting in agreement. It's like Hilda said, you had to stop thinking so much. I know, Hiccup shouted as they skimmed across the ocean, the waves breaking just a few feet beneath them. Taking a calming breath, Hiccup pushed down on the stirrup again, which caused Toothless to go careening to the side, almost crashing into the sea. Sorry, Hiccup exclaimed as he readjusted them, which did little to mollify Toothless as the dragon grumbled angrily before reaching up and slapping Hiccup across the face with one of his ear flaps. Hey, I said sorry, Hiccup shouted in annoyance, but the dragon paid him no heed as he moved to climb higher into the air, Hiccup adjusting the tail fin to allow him to. "Where are we gaeing?" Merida called over the wind as Toothless climbed towards the clouds. "Up, I'm guessing," Hiccup stated as they continued to climb, angling back towards Burke. Looking back over her shoulder, Merida let out a shocked gasp as she saw the island of Burke stretched out before her. From the forest to the cliffs to the village and its harbour to the great rocky crag at the centre of the island, she could see everything, and it was breathtaking. "Hiccup," Merida said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hic, ye hae to see this?" "Wow," Hiccup muttered in amazement as he looked back at the landscape stretched out below them. As he looked, his foot accidentally slipped from the stirrup and Toothless's tail fin slammed shut. The Night Fury let out a confused grunt before he began to plummet back to the earth. The sudden change in direction caused both Merida and Hiccup to rise out of their seats, their safety lines being the only things keeping them from floating away from Toothless. "Hiccup!" Merida screamed in terror as they began to fall towards the ground. "Pull yourself in," Hiccup instructed as he grabbed his safety line and yanked himself back into Toothless' saddle, Merida quickly following suit before grabbing onto the young man as tightly as she could. As the earth came rushing towards them, Hiccup held the grips of the saddle so tightly his knuckles turned white. A million thoughts raced through Hiccup's mind as he tried to figure out what to do, but failing to do anything at all, squeezing his eyes closed to try and focus. "Trust your instincts." The memory of Hilda's voice cutting through his thoughts like a knife through cloth. "It's in your blood." All at once, Hiccup felt a calmness come over him, his senses sorting through the stimuli that surrounded him. The whistling of the wind rushing past his ears, the combined warmth of Merida and Toothless contrasting the cool air rushing by. Merida's earthy smell mixing with Toothless's sulphuric one. Taking a deep, calming breath, Hiccup opened his eyes and pressed down on the stirrup. Toothless spread his wings wide as they went, the wind blasting by as they levelled off and went zooming down the hill towards the cliffs mere feet above the treetops, the branches rippling in their wake. It took every ounce of Toothless's strength to keep his wings from snapping backwards against the drag of the air as Hiccup and Merida hung on for dear life. The two teens and the dragon went whizzing over the cliffs and back out over the ocean, shooting past Fishlegs and Hilda. "Whoa!" Fishlegs exclaimed, adjusting his helmet as the wind from the Night Fury's passing blasted them. "Look at them go!" "He's trusting his instincts," Hilda commented with a smirk. "Odin's beard," Fishlegs exclaimed as he watched Toothless and the two teens go flying across the water. "They're heading right for the rocks." "Not to worry, Lisa," Hilda stated, her smile growing. "He knows exactly what he's doing." "Hiccup," Merida said worriedly as they shot towards the forest of rock outcroppings that surrounded the island, still burning off the momentum of their free fall. "It's okay," Hiccup shouted back as they approached the weather-worn monster. "I've got this." As Toothless shot into the rocks, Hiccup banked him to the side, sending the dragon swinging around the stone spire before using the momentum to shoot around a second rock in the opposite direction. As they came around the rock, they found another one wedged between two other pillars directly in front of them. "Duck!" Hiccup shouted as Toothless swooped under the rocks so close that as Merida ducked her head, she felt her hair graze against the salty stone. "This last part looks tricky," Hiccup called as they approached two stone pillars that only had a small gap between them but were too large and too close to get around at the speed they were flying. "Hold on!" Pulling to the side, Toothless closed his wings as he entered the crevice sideways, Hiccup and Merida pressing their bodies tightly against the Night Fury. For an instant, everything was dark as the unforgiving rocks sped by. Then the trio broke free, Toothless opening up his wings and spinning around before they hit the water, sending them skimming across the ocean. "You did it!" Merida exclaimed ecstatic as she hugged Hiccup with all her strength and kissed him on the cheek as the young man threw his hands in the air and let out a whoop of exhilaration. Toothless barked his agreement, a look of pure joy on his face as he fired a plasma blast in triumph. The purple ball of flame burst in front of them, creating a sooty cloud that they were about to fly directly into. "Oh, come on," Hiccup groaned as he dropped his arms while Merida ducked behind his back. Later, the five of them sat on the cliff as the sun began to set into the sea, colouring the sky with oranges and yellows. They were gathered around a small fire that Hiccup and Toothless had built, cooking fish that the Night Fury had caught over the flames. Toothless was chowing down on a pile of fish that he had gathered for himself. Merida snickered as she looked over at Hiccup, whose face was still marked with soot and hair still slightly swept back. Hiccup merely rolled his eyes while smirking at his girlfriend, who snuggled up to him as they roasted their fish. As they sat, the sound of high-pitched screeching caught their attentions. Looking up, they saw a group of 4 terrible terrors approaching them. Toothless snarled angrily as he watched the small dragons approach, covering his pile of fish with his front paws. As one terror moved towards Toothless's fish pile, the Night Fury snapped his jaws at it, which distracted him long enough for a second terror to dart in and drag half a fish away. Toothless watched in annoyance as the terror bickered with a third over the food, before chasing it away with a blast of fire. Glancing back at his fish pile, Toothless noticed the 4th terror trying to make off with a whole fish. Snarling, Toothless lashed out and grabbed the other end of the fish with his mouth, entering into a short tug of war with the smaller dragon. Giving a quick yank, Toothless pulled the fish from the terror's grasp, leaving it only a mouthful of fish fin as he swallowed the fish whole before making a noise that sounded like mocking laughter directed at the smaller dragon. The others watched wearily as the terror angrily spat out the fin and began growling and posturing towards Toothless, who watched with bemusement. As the terror took a breath to shoot Toothless with a miniature fire blast, Toothless spat a glob of plasma down the smaller dragon's throat, causing it to briefly swell up like balloon as its attack backfired before it wandered off in a daze with smoke trailing from its nose and mouth. "Ha! Not so fireproof on the inside, are you?" Hiccup questioned as Merida coaxed the terror over and broke off a piece of her fish. "Here ye gae," she said, feeding the terror from her hand. After the terror happily ate the piece of fish, it carefully wandered to Merida's side before curling up next to her. Merida looked at the terror in wonder before slowly reaching down and caressing the dragon's head, causing it to purr. "Wow," Hiccup said with amazement. "Fish legs. I hate to tell you, but I'm starting to think everything we know about these guys is wrong." "Great," Fish Legs replied with a disappointed sigh. "Good to know all that time memorizing the dragon manual was a waste." "It was hardly a vast lesser," Hilda said with a chuckle as her crow pecked at the feed Toothless had given it, flapping its wings and cawing angrily as the terrors tried to steal its meal. "Despite that, writer says your information is not wrong, merely incomplete." "Well then, I guess it's our job to complete it," Merida stated. "I am sure you will," Hilda replied with one of her enigmatic smiles. "Of that, I am certain." Chapter 25. Family Matters. Night had fallen over the village by the time the trio had parted ways with Hilda and Toothless. Merida and Hiccup said their goodnights to Fishlegs as the larger boy headed for home, while they made their way towards the smithy, their hands clasped together and their harnesses slung over their shoulders. The two were chatting amicably as they walked up to the smithy and opened the door. They were surprised to find Stoic within, looking over something on Hiccup's workbench. "Dad!" Hiccup exclaimed in surprise, quickly tossing his harness into a dark corner as Merida followed suit. "You're back." "Indeed I am," Stoic replied as he placed the item he had been looking at back on the workbench before turning to face the two teenagers. "Well, Gobber's probably already headed home for the night," Hiccup explained as he glanced at the sketchbook sitting on the workbench, apparently untouched by his father. "I know," Stoic answered simply, looking between the two. "I came you two." "You did?" Hiccup asked, glancing nervously at Merida, who shared his worried look. "You two have been keeping secrets," Stoic stated ominously. We have?" Hiccup stammered as Merida looked like she might start to panic. "Just how long did you think you could hide it?" Stoic asked, narrowing his eyes at the... We dain't know," Merida began to say, but couldn't seem to find the words to express her thoughts. "Nothing happens on this island without me hearing about it, girl," Stoic stated, almost threatening tone. "Oh," Merida replied quietly, looking at. "So, let's talk about dragon," Stoic said as he took a step towards the two. "Oh gods," Hiccup whispered as his chill went down his spine while Merida's eyes went as wide as saucer plates. "I'm so sorry. I was going to tell you. I just didn't know how..." Hiccup trailed off as Stoic began to chuckle before it turned into a full-blow belly laugh. Hiccup and Merida glanced at each other before they began to nervously laugh along with Stoic. "You're not upset?" Hiccup questioned through his forced laughter. "What?" Stoic exclaimed like it was the strangest question he had ever heard. "I was hoping for this." Merida confusion. "All this time the village spent thinking you were useless, and it turns out you were born to fight dragons." Stoic laughed as Hiccup and Merida shared surprised looks. "It's almost poetic is what it is. And believe me, it only gets better, Stoic said happily as he began to wave his arms around excitedly. Wait till you spill a nadder's guts for the first time, or mount your first grunkle head on a spear. Merida paled and looked ill at the thought, while Hiccup seemed to become twice as uneasy as he had been before. What a feeling! Stoic exclaimed as he playfully punched Hiccup in the shoulder with enough force to knock him into the wall, laughing and pointing a finger at the young man as Merida rushed over and helped him to his feet. Ye really had me going there, son. All those years of being the worst Viking Burke had ever seen, Stoic continued joyfully, not noticing the hurt expression on Hiccup's face or the sigh of exasperation coming from Merida. Odin, it was rough. I almost gave up on ye, and all the while you were holding out on me. Oh, Thor! Stoic sighed happily before he turned his attention to Merida. And you! He exclaimed, a beaming smile on his face that caused Merida to flinch back in alarm. I dare say you've surprised me even more. When you were first coming here, I was expecting some prissy princess who wouldn't know which end of the sword to hold. Then, when I left, I was worried you'd get yourself killed in the arena. Or worse, you'd kill one of the others. Instead, Gobber says you're one of the best dragon fighters he's ever seen, to say nothing about your skill as an archer. This whole arranged marriage is turning out better than I could have possibly imagined. Merida couldn't help but smile at Stoic's enthusiasm as she blushed under his praise. But the best part, Stoic said as he grabbed a nearby stool, sat on it and scooted closer to the two teens, is that I finally have something to talk about with the two of you. An awkward silence fell over the smithy as Hiccup and Merida looked nervously at Stoic's beaming face, failing to think of anything they could say to the Viking chief. After a few moments, Stoic's smile began to fall away from his face. It was another quiet moment before Stoic's eyes lit back up as he seemed to remember something. Oh, right, he said, as he began rummaging around the table to his side as he looked for something. I got some things I wanted to give to the two of you. Pulling out a horned helmet similar to his own, he handed it to Hiccup, who took it by the horns as he held it in his hands. It's a helmet, Stoic said simply, to keep you safe in the ring. Ah, thanks, Dad, Hiccup replied with a genuine, if awkward smile. It's made from your mother's breastplate, part of a matching set, Stoic explained as he indicated to his own helmet, not noticing Hiccup's eyes go wide as he paled a little, while Merida's glanced down at her body self-consciously. Keeps her close. Wow, Hiccup whispered awkwardly. That's something, Dad. As for you, Stoic said as he indicated to Merida, who jumped with a start and whipped her head up, blushing in embarrassment for being caught musing. I have this. Stoic pulled out a Viking-style broadsword in a leather scabbard and handed it to Merida, who took it with wide eyes. The sword was slightly big for her, but she was able to carry it easy enough in two hands. Grabbing the dark leather-bound grip of the sword's hilt, Merida pulled the blade a few inches out of the scabbard, revealing the finely polished metal of the sword, along with some runes that had been carved into the steel. Wait, is this? Merida asked, as she turned her confused gaze back to Stoic. That was Val's sword, Stoic explained, a small smile on his face. And now it's yours. I figured that as good as you are with a bow, it's not going to help you if the enemy is only 3 feet in front of you. You need something to protect yourself with in that case. Nay, Merida said as she slid the blade back into its scabbard and tried to hand the sword back to Stoic. Couldna. You can, Stoic replied as he reached out and gently pushed the sword back to Merida. And you will. Val would want you to have it. She would have liked you, Merida. I know it. Merida found she had no more words to argue with as she took the broadsword back and began to look it over with a sense of wonder. We'll have to change the inscription on the scabbard, Stoic mused as he indicated to one side of the scabbard where she assumed Val's name was written in runic. Taking the sword by the hilt, Merida pulled the broadsword all the way out of its scabbard and took a better look at the runes written on the blade, her mother's lessons in runic coming in handy once again. She named it Dragon's Bane, Merida observed, as she placed the scabbard down and held the broadsword with both hands to test its weight. Aye, and there has never been a blade with a truer name, Stoic chuckled before the smile fell away from his face. In the end, though, there was little it could do to save. Merida looked at Stoic sympathetically as she rested Dragonbane's tip against the ground. Hiccup told me what happened to her. He told me about Alvin the Treacherous, Merida stated, as she tucked a loose strange of hair behind her ear. I'm so sorry. Thank ye, and don't worry about Alvin. He'll get what's coming to him, Stoic said, as his eyes fell on Hiccup, whose grip tightened around the horns of his helmet. One way or another. Clapping his hands, Stoic took a deep breath, and all the negative emotions seemed to disappear from his features. Anyway, from what I understand, you have a sword of your own now, son, Stoic stated as he looked at his son expectantly. Yeah, Hiccup said, as he put his helmet down before grabbing Bemohen from where he left it leaning against his drawing table and held it up for Stoic to take. Here it is. Reaching out, Stoic gingerly took Bemohen in his hand, the sabre seemingly better served as a knife for a man of his size. Carefully, he pulled Bemohen out of its scabbard and looked it over. This is probably one of the smallest swords I've ever seen in my life, Stoic commented as he turned the sword over in his hand, the blade glowing as it caught the candlelight. I think I had a toy sword that was bigger than this. At the same time, I don't think I've seen a more finely crafted blade. Gently, he reached out and touched the tip of the sword with his finger, before hissing in pain and surprise while pulling his finger back to inspect it. Nor one sharper, Stoic added, as he saw blood slowly ooze out of the tiny cut on his fingertip. Taking Bemohen as his father handed it back to him, Hiccup quickly slid the sabre back into its scabbard and placed it on his work table. That is a fine sword, son. Hell, incredible even, Stoic praised as he wiped his blood on his sleeve. I'd say you're a better blacksmith than even Gobber. It seems like you'll surpass me as a dragon slayer one day too. Well, I'm not sure about that, Dad, Hiccup replied as he scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit ashamed of himself for accepting praise for something he didn't make. No need to be humble, Hiccup. Stoic grinned as he reached out and patted his son on the shoulder, almost knocking Hiccup over in the process. You have a bright future ahead of you, I can tell. Looking back at the workbench, Stoic reached out and picked up the item he had been holding before. What is this, by the way? Stoic asked as he turned it over in his hand. Another one of your inventions? Yeah, Hiccup replied with a smirk. I call it a crossbow. Crossbow? Stoic questioned. Doesn't look half as powerful as a regular bow. What's it for? Well, I've never been good at holding a bow steady, so I made that to do it for me, Hiccup explained as his father continued to fiddle with the crossbow. The string is also pulled tighter than a normal person could. Dad, don't touch that. As Hiccup held his hand up to stop his father, Stoic's finger brushed the trigger, causing the bowstring to snap forwards and shoot the arrow that Hiccup has left loaded in the weapon. Shooting through the air, the arrow struck a shield hanging from the wall on the other side of the smithy and ricocheted off. All three of them watched as the arrow rapidly bounced between the various pots, pans and assorted weapons and armour hanging around the shop before it came shooting back towards them. Look out! Merida shouted as she pulled Hiccup to the side a split second before the arrow shot through the space he had been standing and slammed into the wall, burying itself so deep in the wall that the arrowhead stuck out the other side. The three of them stared at the arrow as it seemed to hum with unspent energy before going quiet. Slowly, Merida and Hiccup turned to look at Stoic, who was still holding the crossbow in his hand with a bewildered expression on it. Glancing at before looking at the crossbow, Stoic carefully put the weapon back down and quickly, sorry about Stoic as he tried to regain. You probably shouldn't that thing lying around with an arrow on, son. Yeah, good idea, Hiccup said shakily. Anyway, I should be going. Stoic stated began to move towards the door, head on a pot as he went. I'll see you two at home and good luck in the ring tomorrow. Yeah, will do, Dad, replied Oak. Thank you for the sword, Merida stated as she rubbed one arm with her. Yeah, and the, breast, hat, as he gingerly patted the helmet sitting on his workbench. Right, you're welcome, and, good night, Stoic said before squeezing through the smithy door, not noticing Hiccup and Merida give large sighs of relief as he left. Taking a moment to look around the slumbering village with a pensive look on his face, Stoic smiled and nodded in satisfaction before moving. He then promptly walked into a pot hanging from the smithy's roof and knocked over 6 spears, creating such a loud noise, let alone. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the village near the woods there was a building, looking more like a hut than a house compared to the other homes in the village, made of large sticks and unworked wood with a thatched roof. A large oak tree served as support for the house, and part of it had been hollowed out for the occupants to use. It was to this house that Tuffnut Sr. walked up to with a smile on his face. Oh, Mom! He could hear a voice called through the door. Tuff took my knife! Again! Relax, I just need it for a second, he heard his son reply, as Tuffnut reached for the door handle. Oh, I'll give you a second! Ruff replied as Tuffnut paused at the door. Time's up! There was a loud crash, followed by the distinctive cry of his son shouting about how badly he was hurt. "All right, that's enough," he heard his wife call out. "I swear that if you two don't stop this nonsense right now, when your father gets home, all he's going to find are two what, dear?" Toughnut Senior asked as he walked through the door. Just past the door was the house's small parlour, on the floor of which his twin children were laying in such a tangle of limbs that he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Looming over them was the disapproving form of his wife. She was more thickly built than he was, with a braid of long platinum blonde hair running down her back. She looked at him with dark blue eyes and smiled at him while wiping her hands on the skirt of her forest green dress. "Two of the most ill-behaved children on this God's-forsaken island," his wife answered as she walked over and embraced him, giving Senior a quick kiss on the lips. "I swear these two are going to be the death of me, Tough." "I doubt that, Stykes," Senior replied with a chuckle as she pulled away. "Didn't you and Stones used to terrorize your mother?" "Yes, and I'm sure she's laughing at me from Valhalla right now," Stykes grumbled as she placed her hands on her hips. "It's her fault twins run in our family anyway." "Come on, Mom, we're not that bad," Ruff groused, as she and Tough disentangled themselves and walked over to their father, who Ruff threw her arms around. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi, Pumpkin," Senior greeted in turn, kissing the top of Ruff's forehead. "Give me a break," Tough groaned as he rolled his eyes at the display, earning a glare from his sister. "How you doing, Junior?" Senior asked as he reached out and ruffled Tough's hair while Ruff moved away. "I'm all right," Tough replied with a smirk. "So, how's dragon training been, you two?" Senior asked as he set his bow and quiver aside. "Awesome!" Ruff exclaimed as she threw her fists in the air before pointing at the scar on her cheek. "Check it out! I got a 6 scar!" "My, that is a nice scar," Senior commented as he cupped Ruff's chin and turned her head to get a better look at it. "How did you get that?" "Zippleback's tooth grazed me," Ruff explained as she pulled back. "Venom knocked me for a loop, but I'm okay now." "Good to hear," Senior said with a nod of approval. "Gobber tells me your whole group has been doing well. Told me you two practically took down a Zippleback by yourselves." "Yeah, we're pretty awesome," Tough boasted cockily. "It really took all of us to beat the Zippleback," Ruff insisted, rolling her eyes at her brother, "especially when the venom laid me out." "Fine, she's right," Toughnut admitted with a sigh. "Heard you've been getting along with the others pretty well too," Senior stated as he slid off his boots. "Yeah, Hiccup's cooler than most people give him credit for. Sure seems to know what he's doing when we're fighting the dragons," Tough explained. "Fish legs too, plus the guy's got muscles as big as his brain. Saw him lift a whole section of this wooden wall by himself." "What about the princess?" Senior asked as he sat down in one of their wooden chairs. "Red! Dad, she's so awesome you have no idea," Ruff replied excitedly. "She's saved my butt a couple of times in the arena, and she's even better with a bow and arrow than you are." "Really now?" Senior questioned with a smirk and a chuckle. "Well, we'll have to invite her along next time we go hunting, won't we?" "Sweet," Ruff agreed with a grin. "All right, you two, that's enough stories for now," Stykes spoke up. "Go get ready for supper." Nodding, Ruff and Tough moved towards the kitchen, leaving their parents alone. "Speaking of hunting, did you find the nest?" Stykes asked as she eyed her husband. "No," Senior sighed sadly as he slowly shook his head. "All we found were ambushes. We lost some good people out there." "My brother?" Stykes asked in a nervous tone. "Stones is fine," Senior answered, causing Stykes to sigh in relief. "Take a lot more than some dragons to bring a Bergson down, as he said. Others weren't so fortunate." "Damn it!" Stykes swore in frustration. "I should have been there." "We needed you here, Stykes. Someone had to stay behind and protect the village," Senior replied as he stood up and placed a hand on his agitated wife's shoulder. "You wouldn't have made any difference anyway." "I could have saved one of our people," Stykes insisted. "Or you could have died yourself," Senior countered. "I'm not some home wife like Ribbon Ingerman Tough," Stykes rounded on him, glaring at her husband. "I'm a warrior. I can take care of myself." "I know that, Stykes," Senior sighed sadly. "Though the gods know I wish you were a home wife. The battlefield is a dangerous place for any warrior, and I don't know what I would do if I lost you." "Tough," Stykes began to say, but was silenced when Toughnut reached out and cupped her cheek. "Then again, if you were any different, you wouldn't be the woman I love," Senior added with a warm smile. "Oh, come here, you," Stykes said, as she reached up and grabbed the sides of Senior's head, before pulling him to her and pressing their lips together. "Ugh, gross!" they heard Tough Nut groan as he re-entered the room with his sister. "Do you really have to do that here? Where we can see you," Ruff added, a similar look of disgust on her face. "Hush, the both of you," Stykes responded as she pulled away from her husband and pushed past her children on her way to the kitchen. "Or we'll be having the both of you for dinner tomorrow." Toughnut Sr. could only chuckle and shake his head as he followed his family towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Astrid was cleaning up the dinner she had made for herself as Bertha stepped into their home. Astrid turned and smiled as she saw her. "Welcome home, Mother," Astrid greeted happily. "My, aren't you in a good mood?" Bertha replied with a chuckle as she set her sword and shield to the side. Astrid merely shrugged in reply. "How did the hunt go?" Astrid questioned. "Not well," Bertha replied solemnly, shaking her head as she sat in a chair by the fire Astrid had built in their hearth. "All we found was mist, rocks and ambushes." "I'm sorry to hear that," Astrid replied as she took her own seat by the fire. "We'll find the nest one day," Bertha assured her daughter, "one way or the other." There was a quiet moment as mother and daughter watched the dancing flames in the stone hearth. "I hear tell that your training sessions have been interesting," Bertha commented, not taking her eyes from the fire. "Among other things." "They have been," Astrid agreed with a nod. "The others are better than I expected, or gave them credit for, including the princess," Bertha questioned, looking at her daughter with a raised eyebrow. "Especially the—" Astrid hesitated for a moment. "Especially Merida. I hear she saved your life in the arena," Bertha commented. "Yes, and I hers," Astrid answered with a nod, biting her lip in nervousness. "She and I have worked things out." "Have you now?" Bertha pressed, her eyebrow rising even higher. "I don't think I'll ever get over the loss of Dad. I don't think either of us will," Astrid said with a sigh. "But if we let ourselves stay angry about it, it will just eat us up inside. I don't think Dad would have wanted that." "That seemed rather insightful," Bertha stated. "Who have you been talking with?" "Gothi," Astrid replied as she turned her attention back to the fire. "Ah well, it's hard to argue with the wisdom of an elder," Bertha observed with a nod. "I heard you injured your leg. How is it?" "Still a little stiff, but a lot better than it was," Astrid replied as she flexed the leg in question. "Is that why you needed Fishlegs Ingerman to carry you around the village?" Bertha questioned, a sly grin on her face as Astrid whipped her head around to stare incredulously at her mother. You know about that?" Astrid stuttered as a blush crept onto her cheeks. "It's a small village, word gets around," Bertha replied, her smile growing as she watched her daughter's reaction. "I also hear that you helped him back to his house after he was injured in dragon training and had dinner with his family." It was just his mom," Astrid argued weakly, averting her eyes as Bertha chuckled in amusement. "Let me get straight to the point. Have you taken a shine to Fishlegs?" Bertha questioned. I don't really know. Maybe," Astrid replied, her cheeks reddening by the second. "I've never really thought about it before. I've never cared about guys. Dragon fighting was always more important than anything else." "Well, I think the fact that you're thinking about it kind of shows that you have taken a liking to him," Bertha pointed out, her smile growing. "What do you like about the boy?" You're starting to sound like Mrs. Ingerman, Mum," Astrid sighed as she rolled her eyes. "She pulled me aside after dinner and basically interrogated me about what I thought of Fishlegs." "And what did you tell her?" Bertha pushed. He's nice," Astrid replied with a shrug, as she seemed to grow more comfortable discussing the subject. "He's one of the nicest guys I know. He's really smart, and he can be very sweet when he wants to be, which seems to be most of the time. He's also surprisingly tough. I don't know. He's just so different from guys like Snotlout or Toughnut. He's humble and caring, and I guess I like that." "Ribbon told me you said something similar," Bertha stated with a nod. "You already talked with Mrs. Ingerman?" Astrid asked in surprise. "Of course, who else were me and Fishguts going to find about all of this from?" Bertha questioned. "Trust me, his father was just as interested as I was." "Oh, gods," Astrid sighed as she placed her head in her hands. "I can only imagine what he's going through right now." Meanwhile, "Show it to me again," Fishguts insisted, sitting on the edge of his chair in his parlour. Fishlegs obliged by pulling up his pant leg to show the faded red markings on his skin from where the timberjack had burnt him. "I don't know why you keep on insisting on looking at that awful mark," Ribbon sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose as she sat in her rocking chair. Scars and burns are a sign of a true Viking warrior, Fishguts explained as he laughed happily. It's shown you've been bloodied in combat and come out the victor. They remind us of our victories. All it reminds me of is how that terrible dragon almost took his leg, Ribbon stated, cringing at the burn until Fishlegs pushed his pant leg back down. Bah, what do you know? Fishguts replied, waving his hand dismissively at his wife. It's a shame you didn't get a scar from fighting that grunkle by yourself. If I had, I would have probably lost an arm or something, Fishlegs replied with a nervous laugh, not used to receiving so much praise from his father. Never slowed Gobber down, the half-breed bastard. Fishguts laughed uproariously. We should let him train all the new recruits. He's worked wonders with you. Thanks, Dad, Fishlegs replied, a note of confusion in his voice. I'll be honest with you, son. I didn't see these dragon fighting lessons going well for you, Fishguts said. You just never had that Viking spirit, you know? Or at least I thought you didn't, but boy was I wrong. Standing up, Fishguts pulled his son into a one-armed hug, laughing loudly as he ruffled Fishlegs' hair, causing Fishlegs to grin. Wait 1 second, I have something for you, Fishguts stated before heading into a back room of the house. Fishlegs gave his mother a questioning look to see if she knew what Fishguts was up to, but Ribbon only smiled and shrugged. Here it is, they heard Fishguts exclaim before he came walking back in with a two-handed warhammer in his hands. The head was made of thick and heavy iron, while the handle was wrapped in sturdy leather. Hey, that's the warhammer you had me pick up from Gobber's shop a while ago, Fishlegs commented as he pointed at the hammer. Indeed it is, and I'll admit I lied to you, Fishguts explained with a grin. This wasn't for me. It's for you. For me? Fishlegs asked in surprise. Yep, I figured you had outgrown that old stone hammer of yours, so I had Gobber make you this, Fishguts explained as he held the hammer out for Fishlegs to take. I was saving it for when I thought you were ready, and you're definitely ready now. Slowly, Fishlegs reached out and took the hammer in his hands. It was heavy, easily the heaviest weapon Fishlegs had ever held, but nothing he couldn't handle. If you knock that grunkle for a loop with your little stone hammer, wait until it gets a load of this, Fishguts said excitedly. You'll probably cave its head in with one swing. The thought of cracking the grunkle's head open, or any dragon's for that matter, sent a shiver down his spine, and not the way Father would have approved of. Thanks, Dad, Fishlegs said, as he looked over the hammer. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything, son. I'm happy to give it to you, Fishguts replied with a beaming smile as he placed a hand on Fishlegs' shoulder. Now you're a proper Viking, and you can stop hanging around with those reject friends of yours. What did you say? Fishlegs asked, narrowing his eyes as his head snapped up to look at his father. Oh no, Ribbon whispered in dismay, covering her mouth with her already twitching hands. Come on, son. You have to know that useless excuse for a Viking and his Highlander brat are only holding you back, Fishguts explained, seemingly sure that his son was on his side. Dad, Hiccup and Merida have been doing just as well as me in the arena, if not better, Fishlegs argued, his grip tightening around the handle of his hammer. Oh, like I'm going to believe that, Fishguts laughed dismissively. Gobber's obviously trying to puff up how well the two losers are doing so that Stoic will be pleased, and he can look better to the rest of the village. Are you kidding me? Fishlegs asked incredulously. You literally just said how good of a job he did with training me. That's different. You always had potential. You just needed someone to bring it out, Fishguts argued, growing more agitated as the conversation went. Even if that was true, there's still the fact that all sorts of other people saw them doing well. Fishlegs shot back, gesturing to his mother, including Mom. Hiccup's really a good boy if you give him a chance, Ribbon added pleadingly, and Princess Merida is such a sweet girl. You stay out of this, Fishguts said threateningly, whirling around and pointing a finger at his wife so violently it caused her to jump back in alarm. Don't talk to her like that, Fishlegs shouted as he pointed the warhammer at his father. Are you threatening me? Fishguts roared, leaning down and glaring at his son, ignoring the hammerhead inches from his face. In my own home, with a weapon I gave you! Yeah, I suppose I am, Fishlegs growled back, unfazed by his father's anger. I'm not going to just stand here and let you badmouth my friends, or my mother. Well, this is my house, and I do as I please in it. Fishguts snarled. So if you don't like it, maybe you should leave. You know what? That sounds like a pretty good idea, Fishlegs shouted back as he rested the hammer on his shoulder and began making his way towards the door. I think I will. Fishlegs, wait! Ribbon cried as she held a hand out in a futile attempt to stop him. But the only answer she received was the door slamming as Fishlegs left the house. A sad look crossed Ribbon's face before almost immediately being replaced with a look of anger as she glared up at her husband. Now look what you've done, she shouted as she pushed herself out of her rocking chair. What I've done! Fishguts roared, beginning a shouting match that followed Fishlegs down the hill towards the centre of the village, away from his house. Fishlegs grumbled angrily to himself and glared at the earth beneath his feet as if it had given him personal offence. After a minute, he came to a stop next to one of the many cliff sides that made up the geography of the village. Taking his new warhammer into both hands, Fishlegs visibly and quietly seethed for a few moments before letting out a shout of frustration and slamming the hammerhead against the cliffside with all the strength he could muster. Iron met stone with a thunderous boom, cracking the rock and shooting a cloud of dust into Fishlegs' face, but he paid it no mind. The force of the blow knocked a few rocks and pebbles loose higher up the cliff, and they rained like hail around the indifferent form of Fishlegs. Fishlegs sighed loudly, more anger than strength spent in his assault on the rock. Calmly he shouldered the warhammer as his face shifted from anger to sadness. His father's anger was a hot one, burning out as quickly as it came. Fishlegs had no doubt he would be allowed back into the house by tomorrow, maybe even with a half-hearted apology from his father forced by his mother. The big question was if he even wanted to go back, seeing how strained his relationship with his father was going. There was a question that was bigger still, though. Now where do I go? Fishlegs asked himself with a sigh. He could always go to Hiccup's. Hiccup and Merida would gladly take him in, and Fishlegs knew the chief would allow him to stay, especially if Stoic knew the reason Fishlegs had left his home in the middle of the night. But even if they were nice about it, Fishlegs would be a bother. He hated the idea of being a... What he needed was some time to think. He needed someone to talk to, who he also wouldn't burden with his problems. Looking out over the village, Fishlegs saw the arena, sitting dark and empty as it did every night. His thoughts turned to the dragons being held in their pens inside. Specifically, his thoughts turned to one dragon in particular. Don't be stupid, Fishlegs whispered angrily to himself. It's a wild dragon, one that has a reason to hate me. But Toothless had reason to hate Hiccup. And now look at them, Merida and Boudica too. In his mind, Fishlegs could still hear the Grunkle purring softly as he rubbed its nose with sweetgrass. Maybe, just maybe. Snapping out of his thoughts, Fishlegs realised that his feet had unwittingly taken him down to the arena, stopping before the portcullis that blocked the entrance into the ring. A pensive look formed on Fishlegs' features as he took a few moments to think. When he was done, he nodded his head resolutely and pulled on the crank to open the portcullis, slipping under it and silently closing it behind him so he would not be discovered. Making his way across the arena, he could hear the dragons begin stirring in their pens as they sensed him approaching. Ignoring the threatening growls and hisses, as well as the curious chirping coming from Boudica's pen, Fishlegs made his way directly to the door behind which he knew the Grunkle was. "All right, Fishleg," he said to himself as he approached the door. "You can do this." He heard the sound of claws scraping on stone and a low growl as he pressed his ear to the thick wooden door. "Well, I guess you're awake," Fishlegs stated as he gulped nervously. Turning his head, he looked at the release lever for the door. Taking a calming breath, he reached out and pulled it down, quickly backing away as the door unlocked with a loud clank. There was a tense moment where nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly, the door was nudged open and the Grunkle peeked its head out, glancing around the arena wearily. Eventually, its eyes fell on Fishlegs and it let out a quick growl before quieting again as it looked closer at him. "Hey!" Fishlegs greeted the dragon nervously, gripping his hammer tightly as the Grunkle completely left its pen and began to waddle towards him, sniffing the air as it went. "I guess you remember me, huh?" The Grunkle growled wearily at him, eyeing Fishlegs' warhammer as it sniffed the air again. "Oh, right," Fishlegs said, as he glanced down at his warhammer before tossing the heavy weapon as far away as he could and held his empty hands up towards the dragon, the iron hammerhead clattering against the stone ground. "There, see? No weapons." This seemed to pacify the Grunkle. As it approached him cautiously, its eyes watching him wearily while it continued to sniff at the air. As it got closer, the Grunkle moved its head so it could sniff at Fishlegs' right hand. "Oh," Fishlegs said with a nervous chuckle as the Grunkle sniffed at his arm. "I guess you're looking for some sweetgrass, huh? I didn't really think to bring any, but my mom did put some on the food she made me today, so maybe you're smelling a bit of that. As he talked, Fishlegs held his right hand out more so that the Gronkle could better smell it. Taking some more curious sniffs, the Gronkle put its nose right into Fishlegs' hand, purring happily as it seemed to try and sniff all of the sweetgrass scent out of the Viking's hand. Chuckling to himself, Fishlegs reached out with his other hand and tried to pat the dragon on the side of its head. The Gronkle started and let out a low growl as it quickly backed away from him. "Sorry," Fishlegs apologised as he quickly pulled his hands back to himself. "Sorry." The Gronkle studied Fishlegs wearily for a few moments, grumbling as it did. After another moment of carefully study, the Gronkle barked at Fishlegs before rolling to the side. Fishlegs watched in surprise as the Gronkle pushed itself back to its feet before looking expectantly at the Viking. Confused, Fishlegs stood where he was, not understanding what the Gronkle was trying to do. This seemed to annoy the dragon, and after a moment, the Gronkle growled at Fishlegs before barking and rolling again, as the Gronkle pushed itself to its feet again and glared at Fishlegs in expectation. "Do you want me to roll?" Fishlegs questioned, to which the Gronkle barked in reply and made a rolling motion with its head. "Okay," Fishlegs said with a shrug, before getting down on his hands and knees and then rolled across the ground. "How was that?" Fishlegs asked, as he began to push himself to his feet, but stopped when the Gronkle barked angrily at him again and made another rolling motion with its head. "Oh, right, twice," Fishlegs said in realisation before quickly rolling again. At this, the Gronkle let out a happy bark before rolling again, which Fishlegs quickly mimicked. Every time Fishlegs rolled across the hard stone floor of the arena, the Gronkle would do so again, the dragon and the Viking team continuously circling each other as they rolled. Fishlegs starting to laugh as they went. Without noticing it, Fishlegs and the Gronkle were drawing closer and closer together, until after a roll, Fishlegs suddenly found himself on his hands and knees, directly in front of the Gronkle. Watching him, the Gronkle quickly scurried to the right, which Fishlegs mimicked as well. It then went to the left, Fishlegs following it all the way. The following few moments were filled with Fishlegs copying every little movement the Gronkle did, including leaning so close together that their noses touched. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the Gronkle stopped as they lay on their backs again, looking at Fishlegs like it was expecting him to do something. A confused look on his face, Fishlegs rolled over and pushed himself to his hands and knees, the Gronkle watching him the entire time. After another moment, Fishlegs pushed himself to his feet, and still the Gronkle merely watched him, lying on its back with its belly exposed. Walking over to the Gronkle's side, Fishlegs stood above the dragon looking up at it. It was then that it all clicked in Fishlegs' brain, and he smiled. Leaning down, he reached out with one hand, began scratching the Gronkle's belly. The Gronkle in delight, urging Fishlegs to reach out and scratch it with both hands. The Gronkle groaned happily, and one of its hind legs began to kick uncontrollably, causing Fishlegs' smile to grow as a laugh escaped his throat. After a moment, Fishlegs was forced to stop as the Gronkle rolled back to its feet. The dragon took a long sniff of Fishlegs' face before opening its cavernous mouth, sticking out its tongue and giving Fishlegs a long lick. "Ew!" Fishlegs said with a laugh as he wiped the saliva off of his cheek. "Dragon kisses." Smiling, Fishlegs reached out and patted the Gronkle on the head, eliciting a satisfied grumble from the dragon. "I guess I'm going to have to think up a name for you now," Fishlegs mused as he scratched the Gronkle's head. "But what to call you?" Fishlegs thought for a moment, rubbing his chin pensively with one hand as he scratched the Gronkle with the other. As he thought, Fishlegs remembered the day he had first met this particular Gronkle. Specifically, something Fishlegs had heard Merida call the Gronkle while he was fighting it. "Well, you are a bit of a lug," Fishlegs commented with a smile. "How about meat lug?" The Gronkle barked happily, licking at Fishlegs' face again. "All right then," Fishlegs said with a laugh. "Meat lug it is." Chapter 26. Champions. Fishlegs grumbled as the sun fell across his eyes. For a moment, he tried to resist the light calling him back to the waking world, but it ultimately proved futile. Grumbling, he pushed himself into a sitting position, the hay that stuck to his back falling off as he worked his arms. Giving a loud yawn, Fishlegs stood up from the stone-covered ground and stretched his arms above his head. As he did, his bedmate stirred. Meatlug groaned as he, or she, Fishlegs wasn't sure, because he hadn't quite picked up on what made his friends so certain about the genders of their dragon. Stirred. The Gronkle gave itself a quick shake before focusing on Fishlegs. Smiled. It waddled over to him. "Morning," Fishlegs greeted with a smile as he patted Meatlug on the head, earning a happy purr from the grunkle. "I have to say, I never expected to spend them." The sound of voices past the walls of the arena caused Fishlegs to stop mid-sentence. Pausing, Fishlegs listened, a look of fear growing on his face as he realized that the voices were growing louder. "Someone's coming!" Fishlegs hissed in panic before turning to look at Meatlug, who seemed to be oblivious to any sort of approaching danger. "We have to get you back in your pen!" Fishlegs quickly spun around and began pushing on Meatlug, trying to urge the grunkle back into its pen, the dragon crumbling in confusion. Eventually, Fishlegs was able to urge and push Meatlug into its pen and seal it just as the portcullis began to open. A second later, Gobber entered the arena with the rest of the students in tow. And then, Gobber began to say, but he trailed off as he came to a stop, the teens coming to a halt with him as they all stared in confusion. Before them, standing at the center of the arena, was Fishlegs, swinging his warhammer back and forth, grunting loudly with every swing. "Oh, hey guys," Fishlegs said, shouldering his hammer and acting like he had only just noticed them all. "What are you doing, Fishlegs?" Astrid asked with a bemused expression. "Just getting a feel for my new hammer," Fishlegs replied with a shrug, earning a smirk from Astrid. As the others began to fan out and prepare themselves for Gobber's final challenge, Hiccup and Merida approached Fishlegs with concerned looks on their faces. "Hey, buddy," Hiccup greeted Fishlegs with a hesitant smile. "We heard about what happened with your dad. You okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay," Fishlegs whispered with a sigh, his face falling slightly, glancing up at Hiccup's new helmet. "Nice helmet." "Where did you go?" Merida questioned with concern. "Where did you sleep?" I slept here," Fishlegs' mum. "What do you mean you slept here?" Hiccup asked in confusion. "I slept here," Fishlegs scratching the back of his head nervously, "in the grunkle's pen." "You slept in the grunkle's pen?" Hiccup whispered harshly. "How?" Merida added. "I made friends with him," Fishlegs explained with a shrug. "Or her. I really haven't figured that out yet." "Fishlegs, that's amazing," Hiccup stated, a smile growing on his face. "How did you do it?" Merida questioned, as people began to file into the stands above them. "I'll tell you guys later," Fishlegs said, as he saw Gobber gathering the teens around him. "Looks like we're starting soon." Looking up, Hiccup could see the stands were being packed with the people of the village. His father was making his way towards the raised dais where he and other important such as Gothi and Speedlo. Looking around the stands, he saw the rest of the teens' families moving into the stands. As he looked, some movement caught his attention. Glancing, he saw Ribbon Ingerman waving to him from the stands, her husband standing glumly next to her. Looking at her, he saw her signal him to get Fishlegs' attention. Smiling, Hiccup nodded and turned to look at Fishlegs. "Hey," he said, tapping Fishlegs on the shoulder to get his attention, before pointing up into the stands. "It's your parents." Looking up at the stand, Fishlegs paled slightly as he saw his parents. Ribbon gave him a smile and an enthusiastic wave while Fishguts crossed his arms and looked away grumpily. Seeing this, Ribbon glared at her before elbowing him in the side. Fish got a grunt of surprise, and he turned to say something to Ribbon, but it died look she was giving him. Reluctantly, Fishguts turned to look at Fishlegs, gave his son a small wave. Fishlegs grinned as he waved. "Looks like your mom talked some sense into your da," Merida called with a smirk. "She's tougher than she looks," Fishlegs replied. The three of them moved to join the other team. "All right, gather round," Gobber called, signaling the teens to gather round him. "We're about to begin your final lesson." A hush fell over the group, and the crowd as a smile slowly spread across Gobber's face. "Our time together is almost at its end, and I had to say, ye lot are the best dragon fighters he ever had the pleasure of training," Gobber said with a beaming smile. "I'm honoured to have been your teacher." "I think I speak for everyone when I say we're honoured to have been your students, Gobber," Astrid spoke up, earning nods from the other teens. "Ugh, you lot are going to make me all weepy in front of the whole village if you keep it talk up," Gobber said, wiping one of his eyes as the teens chuckled. "Anyway, I just wanted to wish you all the best of luck. Make the village proud." The teens smiled and nodded before moving away from Gobber to take up positions and prepare for what faced them. As they did, Hiccup noticed Snotlout walking up to him. "Hey, Hiccup!" he called out, before stopping in front of his cousin. "Any, chance I could have a, word with, you?" Hiccup raised a curious and confused eyebrow at Snotlout, glancing at Fishlegs and Merida, who could only shrug as they looked at Snotlout suspiciously. Sure," Hiccup said, taking a few steps away from the others to give him and his cousin some privacy. What did you want to talk about? Well, I talked to my dad last night about all the stuff that's been happening since he left with your dad, Snotlout explained nervously. And? Hiccup urged. And he wasn't, happy, Snotlout admitted with a sigh. Why not? Hiccup asked with surprise. He thinks that I should be doing better, Snotlout admitted, turning his eyes to the ground. Better than you at least. Oh, I see, Hiccup replied awkwardly. Look, man, I know you and I haven't ever really gotten along, Snotlout stated with another sigh, and that's more on me than it is on you. You're a better Viking than I ever gave you credit for. Wow, thanks, Snotlout, Hiccup said in surprise. I don't know what to say. Well, I was hoping there was something you could do for me, Snotlout stated. What's that? Hiccup questioned. I was hoping you could let me take the lead on this, Snotlout said. I mean, it's obvious I'm not going to be judged the best, so this is my last chance to prove myself to my dad. Hearing Snotlout's explanation, Hiccup turned to look up at the stands. Sitting next to Stoic was his uncle Spiteloot, who was practically glaring down at the cousins. Hiccup held his gaze for a moment before turning back towards Snotlout. Okay, you take the lead, Hiccup stated with a smile and a nod. Really? Snotlout asked with a beaming smile. When Hiccup smirked and nodded in reply, Snotlout let out a whoop of joy and excitement as he punched his cousin friendlily in the arm. Hiccup forced a smile as he rubbed his bruised arm. Man, I take back everything I said about you, Snotlout said excitedly. You're way cooler than I ever gave you credit for. Thanks, Hiccup replied, to which Snotlout only grinned as he moved away and prepared for the lesson to start. Merida had a bemused smile on her face as she and Fishlegs walked over to where Hiccup was standing. Which was that about? Merida questioned, glancing in the direction Snotlout had gone in. Snotlout wanted to, I don't know, take the lead, Hiccup replied with a shrug. He wanted to impress his dad. Don't know why he had to ask me, though. Because you're the Ain who usually takes the lead, Merida stated, smirking at Hiccup as she placed a hand on her hip. What? Hiccup scoffed as they moved into position with the others. No, I'm not. So Hiccup, Toughnut spoke up as they approached the other teens. What's the plan? Hiccup had the good grace to glance at Merida with an embarrassed look on his face as she smiled triumphantly at him, while Fishlegs snickered. Well, I'm not sure, Hiccup answered quickly with a shrug, but I think that Snotlout might have an idea of what to do. With that, the other teens turned and looked at Snotlout expectantly. The young Viking seemed to freeze, his eyes going wide as he realized everyone was expecting him to have a plan right then and there. Well, I was thinking, Snotlout mumbled, clearly uncomfortable with being put on the spot. We surround the dragon and hear me out now. Hit it a lot. There was a dead silence as the other teens stared at Snotlout. Genius, Astrid deadpanned with a roll of her eyes. Before anyone could say anything more, Gobber drew attention to himself. All right, it's time we get started, he announced, as he stepped in front of the doors holding the dragons in their pens. For your last lesson, I'm going to add a bit of a twist. The teens looked at each other uneasily. You've learned how to face each and every ane of the dragons we hae in our possession, and you've bested them all, he said, before a smile crept across his face. Individually, at least. Oh boy, Hiccup whispered, knowing exactly where Gobber was going with this. In real life, you want to hae the luxury of fighting dragons ane at a time, Gobber continued. Say your lesson today will be about how to fight more than in... You dainty think, Merida whispered cautiously. I really hope not, Hiccup replied, his face uncertain. Now, I dainty want to overwhelm you lot with this, so we'll dae something easy, Gobber said as he reached up for a lever the teens hadn't seen him use before. How about a grunkle and a natter to start? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Hiccup groused before Gobber pulled the lever, causing the two doors to swing open, releasing Meatlug and Boudica. The two dragons wandered out of their pens, sniffing the air curiously. What do we do? Fishlegs whispered in a high-pitched, panicked voice. I'm thinking, Hiccup replied quickly, watching nervously as the two dragons looked at the gathered teens curiously, while the others began to cautiously edge towards the grunkle and natter, weapons at the ready. We should be fine as long as nobody does anything stupid. Let's get them! Snotlout shouted, waving his mace around before charging the dragons with a war cry. Like at, Merida deadpanned, cocking an eyebrow. Yeah, like that, Hiccup replied with a sigh as he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. What should we do? Fishlegs asked again. Right now, I guess we just make sure they don't kill one another, Hiccup replied, before motioning for Merida and Fishlegs to follow him. Snoutlout roared as he charged at Boudica. He swung his mace at her head, but Boudica quickly pulled back, completely avoiding the attack. Boudica snarled and snapped at Snotlout with her teeth, forcing the young man to take a step back. As Snotlout stumbled back, Boudica advanced on him, roaring loudly as she extended her wings threateningly. Jumping forward, Boudica tried to bite Snotlout again, but he was saved when Hiccup ran up and grabbed his cousin by the arm before he managed to yank the larger boy out of the way as the Natter's jaws slammed shut. This is your plan, Hiccup exclaimed as he and Snotlout stumbled back. Okay, I'm not really a plan guy, I admit it, Snotlout replied. But in my defense, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Hiccup stared at Snotlout like that was the single stupidest thing that he had ever heard. Hiccup looked like he was going to say something, but before he could, their attention was brought back to Boudica as the dragon shrieked at them again as she began to advance on them. Oi! Merida called, before clicking her tongue, causing Boudica's head to snap around to look at her. Over here! Chirping with curiosity, Boudica began to follow Merida, noticeably relaxing as the Highlander pretended to be in more danger than she really was, huffing and puffing as she ran away, the Nadder chasing her in an almost playful manner. Hiccup, look out! The young man heard Toughnut cried before he spun around, seeing Meatlug dive-bombing towards them. Crap! Snotlout shouted as they both jumped out of the way, the Gronkel buzzing by, kicking up dust off the stone floor as it flew by. Wheeling into the air, Meatlug rose up and turned back around, scanning the arena to look for another target. Before Meatlug could do anything, Fishlegs caught the Gronkel's attention by hopping up and down while waving his hands above his head. Curious, Meatlug landed on the ground, sniffing the area around Fishlegs as he cautiously approached the young man. Okay, you got its attention, Fishlegs said to himself, cautiously backing away from Meatlug, feeling everyone in the stand's eyes on him. Now what? Fishlegs began to juke about, playing at attacking Meatlug, but always jumping back before he attacked the Gronkel. Eventually, though, Meatlug got so worked up that the Gronkel raised up on its back legs, moving to playfully pounce on Fishlegs, causing the young man's eyes to go wide in fear and surprise. Uh-oh, he whispered quietly to himself, frozen in place. Fishlegs, look out! He heard Astrid shout before she slammed into his side, knocking him to the ground and sending the two of them rolling away as Meatlug pounced onto the spot where Fishlegs had been standing a moment before. The two Viking teens rolled to a stop a few feet away, with Astrid laying on Fishlegs' chest. Fishlegs, what are you doing? Astrid demanded as she pounded on his chest with an open hand, causing him to hiss in pain. Wake up! Sorry, Fishlegs replied, as Astrid quickly pushed herself to her feet and helped Fishlegs to his. Seriously, Hiccup, Astrid said, whirling around to look at the other boy as Meatlug began to move towards her and Fishlegs. What's the plan? I'm thinking, Hiccup shouted back, watching as Merida continued to dance away from Boudica, the Nadder hopping playfully behind her. There's got to be a way out of this. As he watched both Meatlug and Boudica chase the teens around, an idea came to Hiccup. We don't have to fight if we can get them to fight, Hiccup whispered to himself before looking at the others. I have a plan. About time! Toughnut shouted, dodging out of the way as Merida ran by, Boudica hot on her tail. What do we do? Roughnut questioned, hopping away as Meatlug buzzed past her. We need to lead them into one another, Hiccup replied, like with the zippleback. Got it! Astrid shouted back, before turning her attention towards Meatlug. Hey, over here, you big stupid lizard! Meatlug whipped his head around to look at Astrid, growling as his eyes narrowed at her. Roaring, the Gronkel charged at Astrid, who quickly turned on her heel and raced away. Opening his cavernous mouth, Meatlug shot a fireball at her, forcing her to jump forward as the fire licked at her boots. At the same time, Merida was running at full tilt with Boudica right on her heels. Seeing Astrid running from Meatlug, Merida changed her direction towards her. As they ran towards one another, their eyes narrowed in determination as their gazes locked. Up! Astrid shouted as she picked up speed. Doon! Merida called back, running faster as well. As they reached each other, Astrid leapt as high as she could, while Merida slid to the ground, skidding across the stone floor of the arena. Merida managed to slide right under Meatlug, the Grunkle looking down at her in surprise. At the same time, Astrid managed to jump up to face level with Boudica. Reaching out with her foot, Astrid planted it on Boudica's face, pushing off the Nadder's nose and flipping over her, rolling across the ground as she landed. Boudica looked over shoulder to watch Astrid in surprise, leaving both dragons distracted and unable to react before they slammed into each other at full force. The dragons fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs, roaring and snarling at one another as they tried to pull away. The teens began to gather around the two dragons as Boudica snarled at Meatloaf, raising her tail and shaking it threateningly at the Grunkle, who scratched the ground and snorted at the Nadder. "Now what do we do?" Fishlegs questioned, looking at Hiccup. "Astrid, you took out that timberjack by scratching it, right?" Hiccup asked as Meatlug nipped at Boudica. "Yeah, on its back. Why?" Astrid replied, raising an eyebrow at Hiccup. "What if other types of dragons have weak points like that as well?" Hiccup answered as Boudica swung her tail at Meatlug. "So what? You want us to scratch their backs?" Snotlout questioned in confusion, throwing his hands up in the air. "Basically," Hiccup admitted with an awkward smirk and a shrug. "It might not be on their backs, though." "This is crazy," Snotlout pointed out with a shake of his head as the two dragons roared at one another. "We've done crazier," Tuffnut replied with a shrug. "Besides, I don't hear you coming up with any better ideas," Ruffnut stated, giving Snotlout a pointed look. "Fine," Snotlout says, and like I said, I'm not much of an idea guy anyway. "You are an attack guy, though," Hiccup countered. "Want to lead us in?" A smile spread across Snotlout's face as he looked at his cousin. "Oh, you know it," Snotlout replied with a chuckle. "Okay, let's do this," Hiccup said with a smile. "Let's get them!" Snotlout shouted, waving his mace above his head before charging at the squabbling dragons, the other teens quickly following suit. "You think this is a good idea?" Merida asked Hiccup as they ran towards the dragons. "It's the only way I can think of that we can get out of this without hurting the dragons or revealing our connection to them," Hiccup replied, quiet enough so only she could hear. "I just hope this works," Merida stated as they neared the dragon. "Me too," Hiccup replied grimly. As the teens reached the dragons, Snotlout was the first to strike, leaping up onto Boudica's back, catching the Nadder by surprise. Snotlout held on tight to the spines on Boudica's back as the Nadder thrashed around, attempting to buck him off. While Meatlug was distracted by the antics happening in front of it, the twins suddenly leapt upon its back as well, holding on tight as the Grunkle began to thrash around. "Okay, I'm on the dragon, now what?" Snotlout shouted as he held on to Boudica for dear life. "Try scratching it between the wings," Astrid called as she tried to find a way to approach the Nadder without being hit by its thrashing. Nodding in understanding, Snotlout reached back and tried scratching between Boudica's rapidly beating wings. After a few seconds of frantic scratching, Snotlout looked back at the others with a panicked expression. "It's not working," he shouted, barely managing to hold on, as Boudica continued to thrash about. "Same here," Tuffnut called out as he and his sister scratched uselessly at Meatlug's back. "Try scratching somewhere else," Hiccup called, as he hopped forward and tried scratching Meatlug's shoulder before jumping away as the Grunkle snapped its jaws at him. "Try scratching somewhere they usually wouldn't be touched," Merida shouted as she approached Boudica and tried to scratch the Nadder's belly, but had to move out of the way as the dragon almost stepped on her. Reaching down, Ruffnut began scratching at Meatlug's neck. Suddenly, she hit a spot right under its jaw. Meatlug seemed to seize up, freezing in place before collapsing to the ground, knocking the twins off its back. The Grunkle lay upon the ground, purring happily with a large smile on its face, its tongue hanging loosely from its open mouth. "Snotlout!" Ruffnut cried out to catch the boy's attention. "Try scratching it under its chin." Nodding, Snotlout reached down and scratched under Boudica's chin, struggling to stay on the Nadder's back. As soon as Snotlout scratched the right spot, Boudica seized up before collapsing to the ground, knocking Snotlout off her back as she lay peacefully on the ground. "It worked!" Snotlout exclaimed happily as he hopped back to his feet and threw his hands into the air in triumph as the crowd in the stands began to cheer. Hiccup looked up at the stands, a smile creeping across his face as he saw the cheering villagers. He first caught sight of Fishleg's parents. Ribbon was applauding ecstatically, hopping up and down while Fishguts had a barely perceptible smirk on his face as he clapped his large hands. Hiccup eyes next fell on Spitelout, who was on his feet, a proud smile on his face as he clapped his hands, his eyes focused on his son. Finally, Hiccup looked at his own father. He found stoic on his feet, booming laughter escaping his throat as he clapped his large hands thunderously. "Ye did it!" Gobber shouted with joy, racing over to teens as they gathered together as fast as his peg leg would carry him. "I knew ye could do it. Ye crazy lot always find a way to surprise me." "We couldn't have done it without your teaching, Gobber," Astrid replied as the other teens nodded in agreement. "You're all too kind," Gobber stated, whipping his eyes as they started to water. As they talked, the crowd began to quiet down, causing the group to turn their attention back to the stands, where they saw Gothi stepping forward, everyone's attention focusing on her. "It's time for the choosing," Gobber whispered as he gathered the teens together in a line and stepped behind them. As the arena grew completely quiet, Gothi nodded to Gobber. Nodding in return, Gobber stepped behind Astrid and pointed to her. Gothi shook her head, and Gobber smiled and pointed at Hiccup. His face fell when Gothi shook her head again. Confused, Gobber pointed to Merida, receiving another shake of the head. One by one, he indicated to each of the teens and received a no in reply. The villagers in the audience began to shift uncomfortably and murmur to each other in confusion. "Gothi, I dain't understand," Gobber questioned, throwing his hands up in confusion. "Ane of them is to be the champion." "Yes, there must be at least one champion in every class," Gothi replied with a sagely nod. "At least?" Gobber questioned, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Yes, while for every dragon training class there must be a champion. It has been stated that if multiple students show equally great skill, they all can be selected as champions," Gothi explained. "Say, which one of them are the champions?" Gobber questioned. Holding her arms out, she swept them in front of herself as she smiled knowingly. "They all are," she said simply, causing gasps of shock and rapid talk amongst the audience. The teens' eyes went wide with surprise and began looking at one another to see each other's reactions. Gobber, meanwhile, was utterly gobsmacked, his jaw hanging open in shock. Are you sure about this, Gothi?" Stoic questioned cautiously, rising to his feet and approaching the elder. "Nothing like this has ever happened. There's a first time for everything," Gothi replied, shooting Stoic a smirk before turning her attention back to the teens. "These 7 young warriors have each proven themselves individually, but more importantly, they have proven themselves as a team. Never before have I seen a group of Vikings work so well together, especially when they started out at such odds." Astrid glanced at Merida as Gothi spoke, the princess meeting her gaze and giving the blonde a small smile. At the same time, Hiccup glanced over at Snotlout, who had enough sense to look embarrassed as he looked back at his cousin. "As such, for your victories both in the arena and outside of it, I name you all champions," Gothi declared, causing the crowd to applaud wildly. "The honour of killing the nightmare belongs to all of you." Hearing the words sent a shock through Hiccup as the realization hit him. He would have to take part in killing a dragon, something he couldn't possibly bring himself to do now. Everything seemed to slow down, the sound of the crowd cheering replaced by his heart thundering in his ears. Looking over, he saw Ruff and Astrid hugging each other as they laughed happily, while Snotlout and Tuff bumped chests. Looking over at Fishlegs, he could see his friend was having the same realization as the large teen stared blankly at Meatlug and Boudica lying peacefully on the ground. Turning, he looked at Merida, meeting her gaze as she looked at him. She was paler than he had ever seen her, and he was hit with the sudden worry that she might throw up then and there. Before he could even think of what to do, a powerful smack on his back brought him rushing back to reality. "Ye did it, lad!" Gobber shouted joyously before reaching down and scooping Hiccup up to pull him into a bone-crushing hug. "Ye did it!" Yeah," Hiccup replied, his voice uneasy. I guess I did." "Oh, but nae just ye," Gobber stated, as he reached down and grabbed Merida as well, startling the redhead, causing her to squeak in surprise as she was lifted off her feet. "We canna forget about ye, princess." I could nae hae done it without ye, Gobber," Merida said after a moment, her wide blue eyes still focused on Hiccup. "Gobber!" Stoic shouted, causing the blacksmith to spin around. It was only then that Hiccup realised the arena was quickly filling up with people coming in to congratulate the teens, his father quickly making his way over to them. "Gobber, put my boy down," Stoic ordered, to which Gobber could only laugh in reply as he set Hiccup and Merida back down. "Thanks, Dad," Hiccup said as he tried to steady himself on his feet. "For a second there I thought Gobber was going to—" "Come here, my boy," Stoic exclaimed as he reached down and picked Hiccup up, pulling him into another hug. Okay then, Hiccup said in reply, looking thoroughly uncomfortable as his father hugged him. Hiccup, I've never been more proud of ye than I am now, Stoic said as he set his son back on his feet, Merida reaching out to help steady him. I'm still trying to figure out what ye and the others pulled in here, but whatever it was a thing of beauty. Thanks, Dad, Hiccup replied, blushing under his father's praise. God's a whole class named champion, Stoic shouted happily, laughing as he did. And all laid by my son, my boy. Kneeling down, Stoic beamed at Hiccup as he placed his large hands on his son's shoulders. Your mother would be so proud, he added quietly, giving Hiccup's shoulders a squeeze. Hiccup could only avert his gaze, Stoic blind to his son's inner turmoil as he turned his attention towards Merida. And you! Stoic yelled, startling Merida as he reached for her. Don't think I forgot about you. Please, Deanie, Merida whispered in dismay, but her plea fell on deaf ears as Stoic scooped her up and pulled her into a hug. What? Stoic questioned with a laugh as he set her back down. I can't give my only daughter-in-law a hug. Ah, I'm nae your daughter-in-law yet, Merida corrected as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Me and Hiccup hain't been married yet. A minor detail, Stoic replied dismissively. You've already taken the most important step. I told you if you completed this training, you'd be part of our tribe. You've surpassed even my wildest dreams and expectations. You might have Highlander blood in your veins, but you're a Viking of Burke now, Merida, in the gods' eyes and mine. Merida didn't know what to say, overcome by the emotions swelling within her that made her want to scream, laugh and cry all at the same time. That reminds me, Stoic said as he reached to his belt and grabbed a scroll of parchment that had been jammed under it before handing it to Merida. I have something for you. What is it? Hiccup questioned as Merida quickly scanned the writing on the parchment. It's a letter from my father, Merida replied, looking at Hiccup with wide eyes. What? Hiccup pressed. My family is coming back to Burke, Merida answered, her voice growing weak. The Lords too. Surprise! Stoic shouted happily. I sent a letter to your father as soon as I got back, after I heard how ye had all improved and invited him to come see. The weather's been mild, so there shouldn't be any fear of storms, meaning safe passage. Just think, now he and the rest of your family gets to see you help kill a dragon. It's perfect. Hell, we'll probably get this wedding out of the way not long after. Stoic was so overcome that he couldn't help but reach down and pick the two of them up again, pulling them into another hug, laughing as he did. Just wait, girl, he continued. Wait until your family gets to see what you've become. Merida could only stare into Hiccup's eyes as Stoic's words echoed through her mind. Can he wait? She whispered glumly, reaching out and taking Hiccup's hand, holding onto it like a lifeline. Can he wait? Chapter 27. Secrets. Hiccup, Merida and Fishlegs sat in quiet misery in Toothless Cove. The only sound was the water flowing into the cove through the water. Hiccup and Merida sat on a rock right by the pond, Merida resting her head on his shoulder, looking down at Dragonsbane as it sat in her lap. Fishlegs sat nearby, drawing in the dirt with a stick, his new hammer strapped to his back. Toothless wandered over to where they sat, looking at them in confusion and curiosity. Hiccup reached out and scratched the Night Fury's head, earning a happy purr in return. What are we going to do, guys? Fishlegs sighed as he put the stick on the ground. Well, I'll tell you what we're nae today, Merida said in frustration as she sat up and hopped off the rock, planting Dragonsbane into the ground. We're nae to mope around just waiting for this all to get a shite. But what are we going to do? Fishlegs asked again. How are we going to get out of having to kill that nightmare? We leave, Hiccup spoke up, still stroking Toothless's head. Wit? Merida asked in shock as she spun around to look at Hiccup. I think we should just leave, Hiccup repeated, turning his gaze towards Merida, a look of defeat in his eyes. My father will never understand. Nobody in the village will. They'll see that we can't kill the nightmare. The whole village will disown us. They'll find Toothless and... Hiccup trailed off, looking back to Toothless and scratching the Night Fury's head. His attention was brought back to Merida when she walked up to him and took his hand in hers. Turning back to face her, his green eyes met her icy blue ones. We're nae running away, Hick, Merida stated, giving his hand a squeeze. We're stronger than that. You're stronger than that. This isn't about being strong, Mare. Hiccup said with a frustrated sigh. That won't change my dad's mind. Maybe nay, but there is seemething else we can try, Merida replied, a nervous look on her face. What's that? Fishlegs questioned. We can break the dragon's oot, Merida stated. The boys turned and looked at her in stunned silence. What are you talking about, Merida? Hiccup questioned in confusion, pulling his hand from her grasp. We sneak into the arena and let the dragons oot, Merida explained. If we day it right, Nian would even know we were there. And what would that accomplish? Hiccup asked, growing confused and irate. Even if we help the dragons escape, it won't change anything. The village will just capture more and we'll be right back where we started. But it will buy us time, Merida elaborated. Time for what? Hiccup questioned. We might nae be able to change your father's mind, Merida explained. But we can change minds. What do you mean? Fishlegs asked, a confused look on his face. I'm willing to admit there are a number of similarities between Stoic and my father, but there's an way I know they're different, Merida elaborated. My dad is much more reasonable than Hiccup's is. So you think we should tell your dad what's going on? Hiccup asked, looking hesitantly hopeful. You think he will believe us? Ma da will hear us out, all three of us. Ma too, Merida continued. Hain I always been the best daughter, but they still trust me, especially Ma da. Merida reached out and took Hiccup's hand again, looking into his eyes. And I feel like Ma trusts ye, Merida stated, smiling at Hiccup. If we can convince her, then it doesn't even matter what my da thinks. Hiccup couldn't help but laugh at the joke, Fishlegs smiling as he saw his best friend give Merida's hand a squeeze. All right, Hiccup said with a nod. It's worth a shot. Certainly a better idea than I had. Wasn't he a terrible idea? Merida replied with a warm smile. I certainly wouldn't mind running away with ye. I'm right here, you know, Fishlegs groused, playful, smirking at his friends. Hiccup and Merida chuckled, their cheeks tinted pink as they turned their attention to Fishlegs. Sorry about that, Hiccup apologised. So are you with us on this crazy idea, bud? Well, I can't let you two do it by yourselves, Fishlegs replied with a smirk. You'd probably mess it all up without me there. Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, Hiccup deadpanned as Merida giggled and rolled her eyes. Hiccup's attention was brought back to Toothless as he felt the Night Fury nudge him with his nose. What do you think, Toothless? Hiccup asked as he reached out and scratched the Night Fury's head, earning a content purr in return. You think it's a good idea to bring him? Merida questioned. You don't get stealthier than a Night Fury, Fishlegs replied. We're going to be dealing with a bunch of unruly, noisy dragons. What's the harm in bringing a tame, quiet one? Fair enough, Merida replied with a chuckle, before turning her attention back to Hiccup. Say, Hick, do you hae a plan? I just might, Hiccup answered as he grabbed a stick and began drawing in the mud. But I warn you, this one's going to be tough. Later, night had fallen over the village, illuminated by the full moon and the torches in the village, causing dark shadows to dance across the buildings and homes. The streets were largely empty except for guards and the odd villager. Hiccup, Merida, Fishlegs and Toothless crept through the village, keeping to the shadows on the outskirts of the village as they made their way towards the arena. Toothless slid quietly across the ground, following in the wake of the teens as they snuck from shadow to shadow. We're almost there, Hiccup whispered, indicating to the shadow of Nina looming in the distance. We just have to get past these last few houses. Is Nay at Astrid's house? Merida asked, nodding to one of the houses they had to pass by on their way to the arena. It is, Hiccup replied as they began to creep forward. Let's hope she and her mom have turned in for the night. As the group snuck around the house, they froze as they heard the sound of a door open. The teens quickly pushed themselves against the side of the house as Toothless crouched down in the shadows. Peeking around the corner, Hiccup saw Astrid exit her house and walk around to the side, heading towards where a pile of chopped wood sat and began to gather some into her arms. We dee, Ida whispered anxiously. She's just gathering some firewood. Hiccup whispered, if we just wait a minute, she'll head back inside. Hello? Astrid suddenly spoke up, causing the three teens to freeze as their eyes went wide with fear. Is somebody there? As the group held their breath, they could hear Astrid's footsteps approaching them. Thinking quickly, Hiccup spun around and began silently urging the others to go around the other corner of the house. The group quickly scrambled around the corner, disappearing just as Astrid stuck her head out from around the other corner. Quickly looking around, she raised an eyebrow in confusion when she saw that nobody was there. Weird, she whispered to herself, before shrugging and heading back the way she had come. Peeking around the corner, Hiccup saw her leave and signalled the others to follow him. Sneaking back around the house, the group quickly moved into the shadows and headed away from Astrid's home as she moved to re-enter it with an armful of firewood. Just as the group was about to slip away, Fishleg's foot caught on a rock, sending him sprawling across the ground with a thud. "Who's there?" Astrid demanded, placing the wood down as Fishleg scrambled to his feet and rushed over to the others who disappeared around a corner, just as Astrid walked over, peering into the darkness that the others had disappeared into. "That was way too close," Hiccup whispered, as the group slowed down as they approached the arena. "You're telling me?" Merida agreed as they approached the entrance into the arena. "Let's get this done afore someone else wanders along." Grabbing the portcullis, Fishlegs lifted it up, allowing the others to pass before he quickly slid under and pushed it hard upward, causing the portcullis to lock into place. "Say, how are we going to do this?" Merida asked as they approached the dragon pens, Toothless sniffing around the arena floor as they talked. "We should probably let out Boudica and Meatlug first," Hiccup suggested. "They'll at least be glad to see us." "Sounds like a plan," Fishlegs agreed as he wandered over to the lever he had seen Gobber use earlier that morning and gave it a pull, causing the bolts holding the two pens close to release. After a few moments, the two dragons nudged the doors open and exited their pens. Meatlug barked excitedly as he saw Fishlegs, running over to the young man and giving him a big lick. "Hey, easy," Fishlegs said with a laugh, patting Meatlug on the head. "I'm happy to see you too." Merida laughed as she reached up and pat Boudica on her snout as the dragon nudged her and purred. As she enjoyed being pet by Merida, Boudica looked over and locked eyes with Meatlug before letting out a growl which the grunkle quickly returned. "Hey now, none of that," Merida scolded, grabbing Boudica's snout and pointing her finger at the nadder. "We're all friends here." Boudica seemed to grumble at that but calmed at that, as did Meatlug after a few calming words from Fishlegs. "Okay, guys," Hiccup spoke up as Toothless settled next to him, allowing Hiccup to scratch the top of his head. "Now we need to work on getting them out of here." "What the hell is going on here?" a new voice shouted, causing all three of the teens' eyes go wide as they spun around, finding Astrid standing not far from the entrance to the arena, her battle axe in hand and a shocked look on her face. "Astrid!" Fishlegs gasped in surprise as the three dragons looked at the other girl in confusion. "What are you doing here?" "What am I doing here?" Astrid cried. "What are you?" Astrid froze mid-sentence, her eyes going wide with fright as they fell on Toothless. The Night Fury snarled angrily as it narrowed his eyes at Astrid, baring his pointed teeth. "Look out!" Astrid shouted as she rushed forward, shoving Hiccup to the side as she faced Toothless with her axe at the ready. Before either one of them could attack the other, Merida jumped forward and grabbed Astrid by her arms, twisting the blonde around and tossing her to the ground while pulling her axe from her hands. As Astrid pushed herself up to a sitting position, Hiccup stepped between her and Toothless, holding his hands up towards the snarling dragon. Scrambling away, Astrid found herself moving toward Boudica, who growled angrily at her. Yelping in surprise, Astrid scrambled to her feet as Merida stepped in front of Boudica to calm the nadder down, only for the blonde to stumble into Meatlug, the dragon snorting irately at her as she did. Astrid spun towards Meatlug and began to back away as Fishlegs stepped between them. "It's okay!" Fishlegs exclaimed as he and the others calmed the dragons down as Astrid moved away. "It's okay, she's a friend." Turning to look at Astrid, the three teens saw her staring at them, and the dragons with wide, frightened eyes. "It's all right, Astrid," Fishlegs said soothingly, holding his hand out towards her. You just scared them is all." "I scared them?" Astrid asked incredulously. "Who are them?" "Astrid," Hiccup spoke up, turning and motioning to each of the dragons in turn. "Meet Toothless, Boudica and Meatlug." Each of the dragons snarled dangerously at Astrid, causing her to inch away. I can't believe. Are you seriously? What are you doing with these dragons?" Astrid questioned hysterically, having trouble putting her thoughts into words. "Why are they out of their pens? Why are you naming them?" "Listen, Astrid," Fishlegs spoke up, bringing Astrid's attention back to him. "What we know about dragons, it's all wrong. They're not monsters. They have feelings and quirks and all these things that we never knew about." Reaching out, Fishlegs moved to take Astrid's hand. "Come on, I'll show you."
he began to say with a smile, but it ended with a yelp of pain as Astrid slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me!" Astrid shouted, shoving Fishlegs in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Meatlug snarled dangerously, forcing Merida to step in front of the Grunkle as she and the boys looked at Astrid in surprise. "This is insane!" Astrid shouted as she backed further from the others, inching towards the arena's exit. "You're all insane!" With that, she turned and began to run towards the exit. "Da-da-da, we're dead," Hiccup said sarcastically as they watched Astrid leave. Watching Astrid leave, Meatlug suddenly snorted and began to rush after her, brushing past Fishlegs as the young man picked himself up. "Hey!" Fishlegs called as he began to run after Meatlug. "Where do you think you're going?" Meatlug paid no heed to Fishlegs as he continued after Astrid. Leaping forward, Fishlegs managed to grab onto Meatlug's back, just as the Grunkle leapt into the air and began buzzing after Astrid. Fishlegs gripped Meatlug's back with all his might as the Grunkle shot through the entrance, reaching out and plucking Astrid off the ground before she had a chance to get more than a few yards from the arena, her screams echoing through the night as the three went flying into the star-filled sky. There was a quiet moment as Hiccup, Merida, and their dragons stared in the direction the three had gone, trying to process what had just occurred. "Well," Hiccup muttered blankly, "that just happened." "Come on," Merida shouted as she turned to Boudica and tried to pull herself up onto the Nadder's back, the dragon proving decidedly unhelpful in the task. "We have to go after them." "You think she's going to let you ride her?" Hiccup asked, as he hopped onto Toothless's back and watched Merida struggle to do the same with Boudica. "I'll be fine, just gay," Merida barked, to which Hiccup nodded his head and urged Toothless out of the arena and into the sky in the direction Meatlug had gone in. Turning her attention back to Boudica, she narrowed her eyes in determination and tried to crawl up onto the Nadder's back, but the dragon quickly shook her off, snorting in annoyance. Growling in frustration, Merida pushed herself to her feet and stomped over to Boudica, grabbing the Nadder's jaw and forcing it to look her in the eye, causing the dragon to squeal in surprise. "Listen, Boudica, I know ye and I hain't gotten to bond as much as I would have liked," Merida said calmly but firmly, looking straight into the Nadder's eyes. "But I need you to trust me with this. I'm going to get you out, but I can't do that if you dinna let me on your back." There was a quiet moment as Merida and Boudica stared into each other's eyes, a feeling welling up in the girl's chest that she couldn't quite identify. Suddenly, Boudica snorted before leaning down, looking at Merida expectantly. Smiling, Merida quickly sat on Boudica's shoulders, slinging her legs around the base of the Nadder's neck. Merida grabbed one of Boudica's spines to keep herself balanced as the Nadder stood back up. "All right," she muttered to herself, "this will be nae problem. Just like riding a horse. A flying, fire-breathing horse." A nervous look passed over Merida's features as Boudica shifted under her. Taking a deep breath, Merida calmed her nerves, a look of determination in her eyes. "Nae problem," she stated, before clicking her heels into Boudica's sides. The Nadder let out a squeak of surprise and took off running out of the arena before quickly leaping into the air and soaring into the night sky. "Oh gods!" Astrid screamed in panic as the ground sped past below her in a blur of motion. "Oh gods, this is it!" Whizzing out over the forest, Meatlug made a beeline for a nearby pine tree before unceremoniously dropping Astrid onto it. Astrid held onto one of the branches for dear life, dangling a dizzying height off the ground. "Fishlegs!" Astrid screamed as Meatlug sat down on the tree, the top bending under the dragon's weight, as Fishlegs managed to pull himself up into a sitting position. "Get me down from here! I'm so sorry, Astrid." Fishlegs apologised as he struggled to stay on Meatlug's back. "I don't know why he did that." As Fishlegs and Astrid shouted at each other, Hiccup flew up on Toothless, who perched on a nearby tree. "Hiccup!" Astrid screamed, turning her ire towards the other boy. "You better get me down right now." "You have to give us a chance to explain," Hiccup pleaded. "I don't have to do crap," Astrid shouted back as she began shimmying down the branch, trying to find a way to climb down the tree. "I'm not listening to anything either of you have to say." "Then we want to speak," Merida spoke up as Boudica landed on another tree. "Just let us show ye." Astrid said nothing, hanging from the tree and purposefully not looking at any of the teens, glaring at nothing and everything. "Astrid," Fishlegs pleaded, holding his hand out to her. "Please." Astrid looked up at Fishlegs and held his gaze for a few moments before sighing and pulling herself up onto the branch. Fishlegs offered to help her onto Meatlug's back, despite the Grunkle's growls of protests, but Astrid slapped his hand away. Grabbing hold of the spines on Meatlug's back, Astrid pulled herself onto the Grunkle and awkwardly settled in. "Okay," Astrid said uncomfortably. "Now get me down." "All right," Fishlegs said with a nod before turning his attention to Meatlug. "Okay, Meatlug. Down. Gently, please." Meatlug snorted and turned his attention towards where Toothless and Boudica were sitting. The dragons looked at each other for a few moments before Hiccup noticed that Meatlug's lips were twitching oddly. As he continued to watch the Grunkle, as Fishlegs tried to urge Meatlug down, Hiccup felt a sense of familiarity pass over him. Looking down, Hiccup saw that Toothless's mouth was also twitching, and then it hit him. Toothless and Meatlug were smiling at each other. "Oh boy!" Hiccup squeaked, before Meatlug shot into the air, Astrid and Fishlegs screaming as they flew into the night sky. "Of course," Hiccup sighed as he, Merida and their dragons took a moment to watch Meatlug fly away before the young man and woman urged the dragons after their friends. "Meatlug!" Fishlegs shouted as Astrid screamed behind him, both of them grabbing anything and everything they could in an attempt to stay on the Grunkle's back. "What are you doing? Stop! Bad dragon!" Meatlug paid no heed to what Fishlegs was saying as he buzzed past the cloud line, a sea of clouds floating below them while the moon and stars hung in the dark sky above. A few seconds later, Toothless and Boudica shot out from under the clouds to join them. "Sorry," Hiccup called as Meatlug began to slow down. "They're not usually like this." As Hiccup spoke, Meatlug began to shift direction so that he could dive back down towards the ground, causing Astrid to latch onto Fishlegs, wrapping her legs and arms around him as they both screamed. "This is getting ridiculous," Merida muttered as she and Hiccup directed Toothless and Boudica after the Grunkle. Fishlegs and Astrid screamed as Meatlug went buzzing across the water, slamming through a cresting wave and drenching them both. "Meatlug!" Fishlegs shouted as the Grunkle splashed him and Astrid again. "What are you doing? We need her to like us." Turning back towards the sky, Meatlug began spinning rapidly as Toothless and Boudica chased after. "And now the spinning!" Hiccup called out towards Meatlug as he and Merida flew alongside the Grunkle and its passengers. "Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile." "Okay, I'm sorry," Astrid shouted as she hugged Fishlegs closer, burying her face in his back. "I'm sorry." As she said this, Meatlug stopped spinning, and the three dragons quickly shared a look. Grunting, Meatlug levelled off and began to buzz lightly through the air, Toothless and Boudica gliding along next to him. As the pace slowed, Astrid slowly opened her eyes and pulled away from Fishlegs, looking around at the night sky that surrounded them. Towering clouds cast in shadow formed every conceivable shape. The stars twinkled in the sky as the fires illuminating the village of Burke seemed to mirror them back. All the while the moon hung above it all, casting its pale radiance on everyone and everything. Carefully, Astrid reached, running her hand through a passing cloud with a look of wonder on her. Chuckling to herself, she turned back to Fishlegs and gently wrapped her arms around Fishlegs as she laid her head on his back, causing the young man to blush as his eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at Hiccup and Merida, who shared a look before smiling at. "I never thought something could be so beautiful," Astrid said in awe as she looked around some more. This is amazing." Astrid sighed as she pushed herself away from Fishlegs again. "Why did you keep all this from me?" Astrid questioned. "Isn't it obvious?" Hiccup asked, raising an eyebrow at Astrid. "You didn't exactly have the best reaction just now." "We weren't a wit you could call friends when this all started either," Merida added. "Fine, I guess you make a good point," Astrid relented. "Still, this is all so amazing. I never thought anything like this was—" Astrid paused, a look of horror crossing her face as she came to a realization. "Guys," she said wearily, "what are we going to do about the final test?" The others remained silent, downcast looks crossing their faces. "You know we're going to have to kill a dragon, right?" Astrid pushed. "Don't remind us," Hiccup grumbled. "Is that why you guys were in the arena?" Astrid questioned. "Were you trying to release all the dragons?" "Yeah, our plan was—" Merida began, before dissolving into a scream of surprise as Boudica suddenly dove downward through sky. Before anyone could react, Toothless did the same thing, dragging a surprised Hiccup with him. "Oh boy," Fishlegs muttered, as Astrid tightened her grip on him before Meatlug went diving after the other two dragons. Toothless, what's happening? Hiccup asked nervously, as the 3 dragons went shooting into a fog bank. What is it? As if to answer him, a monstrous nightmare suddenly came into view ahead of them, carrying a cow in claws. Get doon, Merida whispered, as she pushed herself against Boudica's back, the others following suit on their own dragons. As they watched, more and more dragons appeared through the fog, each carrying livestock or something plucked from the sea. Before any of the teens knew it, they found themselves in the middle of an entire flock of dragons, the night air filled with their roars and grunts. What's going on? Astrid whispered in fear. I don't know, Fishlegs whispered back, before turning his attention to Meatlug. Meatlug, you have to get us out of here. Meatlug grunted and shook his head, ignoring Fishlegs. Something's wrong, Hiccup said as he patted Toothless's side but got no response. It's like they're in the same kind of trance, Merida stated, getting a similar lack of reaction from Boudica. What are they doing? Astrid wondered, watching the other dragons that surrounded. It looks like they're bringing in their kills, Fishlegs stated. Bringing them where? Hiccup questioned. There, Merida said, pointing forward at something emerging. As they watched, a massive collection of rocks and crags came into view, shooting out of the churning water, surrounded by a thin stretch of rocky beach. The island was covered in cracks and caves that the teens could see dragons flying in and out of. The most noticeable feature of the was the large opening at its top, which glowed red and belched smoke. Is that what I think it is? Astrid questioned. Yes, Fishlegs whispered. Guys, they're in trouble, Hiccup moaned as he watched the approaching island. More than you know, Merida stated, as she pointed towards the ground. Looking down, the teens saw that on the beaches were a number of longships, as well as a few people moving around them. People wearing bear pelts. Gods, are those? Astrid trailed off as her face paled. Vendel, Merida finished, her eyes narrowing. What are they doing here? Fishlegs questioned. I don't know, Hiccup stated with a nervous gulp as the teens and the dragons continued to approach the island. But I know one thing for certain now. We are definitely in trouble. Chapter 28, Dragon's Den. The smell of sulphur mixed with the scent of the sea as the dragons rapidly approached the nest, the island almost glowing from the molten rock leaking out of it at various points. Darting into one of the larger caves along with the rest of the dragons shot through, dodging around stalactites and stalagmites. Glancing down, the teens could see Vendel moving through the caverns as well. What are they doing? Astrid whispered. Gods only know, Fishlegs replied as they whipped through cavern. After a few moments, the dragons came shooting out of the tunnel into a wide, open cavern that seemed to delve into the very roots of the island. Smoke billowed up from below them, obscuring everything except an ominous red glow that illuminated the cavern. As the teens watched, the dragons began dropping their catches into the pit, the smoke quickly swallowing the food. What my dad wouldn't give to see this, Hiccup muttered to himself as he looked around in amazement. Mine too, Merida agreed, as she looked down at the pit and noticed Vendel gathered around the edges. Flying upwards, Toothless, Boudica and Meatlug landed on a ledge near the top of the cavern that was hidden in shadow. Quietly, the dragons and teens gathered on the edge, looking down as more dragons streamed into the cavern. Well, it's satisfying to know all our food has been dumped down a giant hole, Hiccup grumbled as he watched the dragons drop their catches into the pit. They aren't eating any of it, Merida stated, her eyes narrowing in confusion. Why? As they watched, they saw a Gronkle buzz in, looking exhausted. With a grunt, the Gronkle landed on a ledge before leaning over and spitting out a single fish into the pit. As the fish fell into the pit, the cavern went quiet, the dragons grumbling as the Vendel whispered amongst themselves. As the teens watched, they saw someone emerge from one of the tunnels leading into the cavern. Big. Gods! Is that? Astrid whispered, her face going white from fear. Mordu, Merida finished, voice quavering. As the teens watched, the giant form of Mordu moved towards the Gronkle, which sat on the ledge panting from exhaustion. Kneeling down, Mordu put his large hand on top of the Gronkle's head, causing the dragon to freeze up with fear. That's all you could get, huh? Mordu asked the Gronkle, his voice laced with false sweetness as his hand slipped down the dragon's neck. Not a very big fish. In fact, Mordu gripped the Gronkle's neck tightly and jerked it, snapping the dragon's spine. The teens gasped in quietly in shock as Meatlug whimpered sadly, prompting Fishleg to reach up and rub the Gronkle's head comfortingly. You're much bigger, Mordu finished as he stood up,
holding the now dead dragon in his hand before tossing it into the pit. Turning, he looked around at the cavern at all the dragons looking down at him. I trust this will be a reminder of the sort of quota we expect, Mordu questioned, acting like he was speaking to a group of children. Yes? Good. With that, Mordu went back the way he had come, disappearing into the tunnels with a number of Vendels. What do we do? Fishlegs asked, looking over at Hiccup, who had a thoughtful look on his face. There are too many questions here, Hiccup said solemnly. What are the Vendel doing here? Why are the dragons throwing their food into that pit? And why do the Vendel want them to keep doing it? Say what day you want to do, Merida questioned. We figure out what's in that hole, Hiccup stated simply, a look of determination on his face. You sure that's a good idea? Fishlegs asked nervously. Fishlegs? Something is going on here, Hiccup explained, looking his friend dead in the eye as he did. Something that is affecting the village. It's our duty to find out what, for the good of our people. Fishlegs nodded quietly, while Astrid raised an eyebrow at Hiccup. When did you become your father's son? She asked with a smirk, prompting Merida to shoot a glare her way. Are you with us or nay? Merida asked Astrid pointedly. Yeah, I'm with you, Astrid replied, shooting Merida a look of her own. No need to get snippy, princess. I thought we were past all this, Fishlegs muttered with a sigh. We are, Astrid replied plainly, before turning her attention back towards Hiccup. What's our first move? We have to find a way down into that hole without being seen, Hiccup stated. Well, we're nae game to day it here, Merida stated as she looked over the ledge into the cavernous pit below. This place is swarming with dragons and Vendel. We'll have to use the side passages we saw the Vendel using, Hiccup surmised. There has to be a way down there. What if we run into any Vendel in the tunnels? Fishlegs questioned. Then we do what any other Viking would do, Astrid answered, placing a hand on Fishlegs' shoulder while drawing her war axe with the other. We fight. Simple enough, Merida stated with a shrug. All right, let's go, Hiccup said as he stood up, prompting the others to as well. Glancing around, they spotted a tunnel just off the ledge. As they made their way to it, they paused when they noticed the 3 dragons were following them. I dain't think we're going to get very far with these 3 following us, Merida whispered, to which Hiccup nodded in agreement. Hold on, guys, Hiccup said, stepping forward and holding his hands up, causing the dragons to stop in their tracks. We need you all to stay here. Toothless grumbled discontently, Boudica and Meatlug echoing his feelings. I know, Hiccup replied in a calming tone, but it's going to be dangerous in there. We need to be quiet and out of sight. You guys are just too big. Toothless whined, stepping forward and nudging Hiccup with his nose. I know, pal, Hiccup replied with a small smile, patting Toothless on his head. I'll be back soon. Stay safe. Merida stepped forwards and rubbed her hand on Boudica's nose before placing her head against the dragon's scales. Meanwhile, Fishlegs reached out and scratched Meatlug's head, earning a purr from the grunkle. You know, an hour ago I thought you all were crazy, Astrid said with a bemused smile on her face. Now I'm just jealous. Don't worry, Astrid, Fishlegs said, as he and the others turned away from their dragons and began to make their way into the tunnel. If we survive this, I'm sure we can find you a dragon. Entering the tunnel, the teens found it dark and cramped, having to duck their heads to move through it. I'm guessing Mordidays'nae come up here often, Merida commented, as the teens began making their way down the cramped tunnel. As they did, Astrid took a curious sniff of the air before making a disgusted sound. It stinks in here, Astrid said with a groan. What is that? Brimstone, Hiccup replied after a cursory sniff. Probably some black rock too. Hell, with all the dragons here, I wouldn't be surprised if this place was covered in black rock. What do dragons have to do with this black rock stuff? Astrid asked, confused. The teens paused and Hiccup, Merida and Fishlegs shared an awkward look amongst themselves. It's probably better if you didn't know, Fishlegs simply before he and the others turned away and began walking down the tunnel again, leaving a bewildered Astrid behind them. Astrid watched them walk away with a confused look on her face before she sighed and began to follow them. Slowly, the group made their way through the tunnel, which began to grow larger as they went. Soon, they found other tunnels that branched off of the one they were in. The sounds of dragons snarling and roaring echoed down the tunnels, as well as conversations being carried on in a language none of them understood. Coming to an area where the tunnel crossed with another one, Hiccup signalled for them to stop and push up against the tunnel wall.
A few seconds later, a pair of Vendel came walking by, grunting to each other. As they reached the crossroads, one of the Vendel paused and began to sniff the air. The teens held their breath, doing their best to blend into the shadows as they kept tight grips on their weapons. After a few agonizing seconds and a grunt from the other Vendel, the first paused before sneezing loudly. Taking a few more sniffs to clear its nose, the Vendel grunted to his comrade, and the two continued on their way. As the Vendel turned around the corner, the teens let out sighs of relief. "Come on," Hiccup said, motioning for the others to follow him. "Let's keep moving. Next time we won't be so lucky." Quietly creeping down the tunnel, the teens slowly made their way deeper and deeper into the mountain. Here and there they spotted more Vendel, usually in chambers off to the side of the tunnels. At one point, they crossed a narrow bridge that spanned a large chamber where they saw dozens of Vendel interacting with one another. At another, they caught sight of what could only be a butcher shop, filled with meat possessing all too familiar anatomy. After what seemed like an eternity of walking, Fishlegs paused as he noticed something on the wall of the tunnel. "Hey guys," Fishlegs whispered, catching the others' attentions. "Come check this out." Turning towards Fishlegs, the others moved to his side to see what he was looking at. "What are they?" Astrid questioned, squinting her eyes to get a better look in the dim lighting. "They look like runes," Hiccup replied as he reached up and ran his fingers along the strange carvings in the stone. "They're everywhere," Merida stated, looking around and seeing the rock walls were covered in runes. "Whit day, they say?" "I can't really make out the whole thing," Fishleg said, squinting to get a better look at the runes. "But the words dragon and ward get mentioned a lot. So does the word red. What's going on here?" Astrid muttered, looking around in confusion. "Funny," a deep rumbling voice asked from behind them, causing the teens to freeze up as their eyes went wide with fear. "I was about to ask the same question." Slowly, the teenagers turned around, only to find Mordu towering over them, his mouth fixed in a grin that showed off his yellowed, pointed teeth. "Hello," he greeted with a chuckle, a sinister look in his eyes. "Not often I get visitors. What brings you all into my humble abode?" The teens backed away from Mordu down the tunnel, their faces paling as they inched away from the demon bear. Well, 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 what do we have here?" Mordu questioned as he took a step towards them, turning his attention towards Merida. "I didn't expect to find you here, cub. Does your father know you're running around strange caves with Viking brats?" Taking a quick sniff of the air, Mordu's grin grew wider as he turned his eyes towards Hiccup. "I recognise that smell," Mordu stated as he leaned down, his face inches away from Hiccup's, the foul stench of his breath washing over the Viking teen. "You're a haddock. Stoic's boy, right, little fish?" Hiccup said nothing, his breath catching in his throat as it closed up in terror. "My, none of you are very talkative, are you?" Mordu said with a chuckle. "But come now, I really must know. How did you get here?" The teens said nothing, staring open-mouthed at Mordu as they continued to carefully inch away from the demon bear. "Answer me!" Mordu bellowed, his face changing to a hideous snarl as his voice seemed to shake the very stone around them. The sudden change caused all four of them to scream, their legs rooting them where they stood. A deadly silence fell over the broken only the sound of Mordu's heavy breathing and the echo of approaching footsteps. "Still not willing to talk, huh?" Mordu said, his grin returning. "That's okay." Before any of them could react, Mordu reached out and wrapped one of his giant hands around Merida, causing her to scream in fear as the monstrous man began lifting her up. "Merida!" Hiccup shouted, lashing out with his sword almost instinctively. As the blade connected with one of Mordu's fingers, the giant man let out a startled yelp, his hand opening back up and dropping Merida back to the ground. Merida quickly scrambled to her feet and rushed over to her friend's sides as Mordu lifted his finger up to inspect it. A small cut had formed on his index finger, a single drop of blood slowly oozing out of it. "It's been a while since someone made me bleed," Mordu said before sticking out his long, off-colour tongue and lapping up the drop of blood as he turned his eyes towards Hiccup. "It's been even longer since I last saw that blade." Hiccup quickly glanced down at his sword. A few drops of Mordu's blood collected on its tip. "That's right, little fish. I know that sword," Mordu said, turning to face Hiccup fully. "More importantly, I know the witch who gave it to you." A collective gasp escaped from Hiccup, Merida and Fishleg's mouths, while Astrid shot them a confused look. "What's he talking about?" Astrid asked, doing her best to keep one eye on Mordu as he loomed over them. "Hilda," Merida whispered in fear.
Who's Hilda? Astrid questioned, growing more confused before a chuckle from Mordu brought her attention back to him. She's a mutual friend of ours, let's say, Mordu explained cryptically as he took another step towards the teens, who continued to move away from him, which brings up an even more pressing question. Suddenly Mordu had leaned down again, his face inches from the teens, his foul stench washing over them as he glared at them with his one red eye. "Where is she?" Mordu demanded, spittle flying from his mouth as he bellowed at the teens, who screamed in fear. "I know she's on that miserable little island of yours. Tell me where she is." Snarling, Mordu reached out for one of the teens again, causing them all to scramble away as his massive fist closed around Air. "Run!" Hiccup shouted, urging the others further down the tunnel as Mordu roared and began to lumber after them. "Go! Run! Go!" The teens raced down the tunnel, Mordu literally breathing down their necks as they ran past the rune-covered stone. Glancing over his shoulder, Hiccup had a split second to duck as Mordu swung at him, the air whooshing in the limb's wake, nearly knocking the young Viking to his knees. As Hiccup stumbled, he glanced over his shoulder again at the snarling visage barreling after him and his friends, and for a split second, he noticed something else. Something about the runes covering the tunnel walls. Then it hit him. The runes were glowing. Glowing red. "Hiccup!" Merida's voice shot through his brain and brought his attention back to what was happening in front of him. The tunnel was quickly coming to an end, opening up into a large cavern that glowed the same eerie red they had seen when they first came into the nest. "Jump!" Merida screamed as she and the others raced into the cavern. "Jump, Hiccup, jump!" Running on instinct, Hiccup took a leap forward just as Mordu made another grab for him. Mordu managed to just graze Hiccup's leg with one of his fingers, the force sending the young man spinning through the air before he landed hard on the stone ground and rolled for a few feet. "Hiccup!" Merida shouted as she rushed to his side and helped him to his feet. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Hiccup replied as he scrambled to his feet, almost falling over again as he tried to get his feet under him. "Come on, we have to run." "Hiccup, wait," Astrid said, causing Hiccup to pause as he turned to look at her, seeing the blonde point in the direction they had come from. "Look." Turning around, Hiccup saw Mordu looming in the tunnel they had just exited from, snarling and glaring at the teens, but making no other attempt to follow them. The runes that covered the stone around Mordu were glowing brightly, casting the demon bear in a red light that only accentuated his awful features. "What's he doing?" Fishlegs asked nervously, his eyes flickering between his friends and Mordu. "Why are those runes glowing?" Merida questioned, squinting her eyes and taking a tentative step forward. I don't know," Hiccup stated, answering both questions at once. "But I don't like it. Something's wrong." "You're right on that account, little fish," Mordu grumbled as he slowly began to back away down the tunnel, flashing a smile as he went. "As they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire." Mordu chuckled as he disappeared, taking the red glow with him. Slowly, the teens turned and looked uneasily at one another. "What's he talking about?" Astrid asked nervously. "Nothing good," Hiccup replied, as he began looking around at his surroundings. The chamber was filled with the same smoke they had seen when they had come in, with the same strange red glow illuminating it. The sound of dragons squawking and roaring at each other came from above them, and they could hear the muffled sound of Vendel shouting to one another. Taking a step back, Hiccup's foot hit something hard and he almost tripped. Letting out a startled yelp, Hiccup briefly fought to maintain his balance before spinning around to see what he had nearly tripped over. His breath caught in his throat when he found himself looking at the remains of a gruncle laying in a pool of drying blood. "Gods!" Fishlegs whispered in shock, his face paling as he looked at the body. "Is that?" "Aye," Merida replied, indicating to the gruncle's broken neck. "It's the same and—" "Which means we're at the bottom," Hiccup stated, looking around and seeing the carcasses of other animals through the smoke. "So, what else is down here?" Astrid questioned, turning to look at Hiccup. As she did, a loud bark caught their attention, bringing it back to above them. Through the fog, dozens of feet above them, the teens could make out the shapes of Toothless, Boudica and Meatlug perched on an outcropping looking down at them. "What are they doing?" Merida asked fearfully. "What if someone sees them?" "I don't think they're worried about that," Astrid stated uneasily. "Why don't they come down to us?" Fishlegs asked,
noticing how agitated the three dragons appeared. "I don't think they can," Hiccup said, pointing up with his sword, indicating towards another series of runes engraved just below the outcropping the dragons sat on, glowing bright red through the smoke. "What's with those runes?" Astrid questioned, tightening her grip on her war axe. "I don't know," Hiccup said, becoming more wary by the second, "but I know something is very wrong here." "It's like these runes are designed to keep certain things out," Fishlegs mused in confusion. "But why?" "That's the thing, Fishlegs," Hiccup spoke up, his eyes darting in every direction, gripping his sword so tight his knuckles turned white. "I don't think those runes are keeping anything out." "Then what are they dying?" Merida questioned, knocking an arrow in her bow and pulling the string tight. "I think they're keeping something in," Hiccup replied, turning and looking Merida dead in eye as he said it. A second after he did, there was a deep, thunderous rumbling which caused the very stone beneath their feet to shake. At first, Hiccup thought it was an earthquake, before a rhythm developed to it. To Hiccup it sounded like something, the thought of which caused a cold chill run down his spine. It sounded like laughter. "Clever, aren't we?" A deep, booming voice questioned from within the fog, before the ground shook under their feet again, almost knocking the four teens to the ground. Who's there?" Hiccup called, trying his best to keep his voice even as he and his friends looked around wildly. "I could ask you the same question," the voice replied as Hiccup caught sight of some giant shadow moving across the smoke. "But in truth, we both already know one another." "We do?" Hiccup questioned wearily. "Oh yes," the voice hissed with pleasure. "We have quite the history, you and I, Siegfriedson." "What did you call me?" Hiccup questioned as a knot formed in his stomach. "Not used to that title, are we?" The voice questioned with a deep chuckle that shook the ground. "It is true nonetheless. You are a son of Siegfried." "How do you know that?" Hiccup asked, his eyes scanning the smoke as shadows continued to move just out of sight. "There's far more ways to view the world than you know, Siegfriedson," the voice taunted. "I can hear it in your voice and smell it in your blood. You can't hide anything from me." "Well, you have me at a disadvantage then," Hiccup replied, gulping nervously between words. I still don't know who you are." "And here I thought you were so clever," the voice answered with another earth-shaking laugh. "Here, let me give you a few hints." The earth seemed to heave beneath the teens' feet as the shadows began to move closer through the smoke. "My teeth are daggers," the voice growled, as the sound of something sharp grinding against stone assaulted their ears while sparks shot up through the smoke, briefly illuminating a massive shape. "My claws are swords. My scales are iron," the voice continued, as the massive shape began to circle the teens, who looked on fearfully. "My bones are granite. My steps are an earthquake," the voice announced before the ground began to crack and buckle around the teens, knocking them all to the ground. "My wings are a hurricane," the voice went on, before a powerful gust of wind kicked up, forcing the teens to hunker down as debris and smoke swirled around them, flecks of stone cutting their skin. "My breath is fire!" the voice roared before the whole cavern was illuminated by a gigantic fireball, the heat so intense that Hiccup was worried his skin was about to melt off. Then, just as quickly, the fire subsided and the air cooled. Cautiously, Hiccup lifted his head to look around the cavern again. The smoke had vanished, blown and burnt away. The rock surrounding them had been seared by the flame, while here and there pockets of flame still burnt, casting dancing shadows around the young Viking. It was then, after taking in his surroundings, that Hiccup felt a presence looming over him. Slowly turning around, Hiccup found a colossal dragon standing only a few yards away from him, looking down as it towered over the young Viking. It was a lumbering beast, longer than 10 long boats, with a torso larger than any building on Berk, and legs thicker than the mightiest tree. Its massive head was square-shaped compared to any other dragon Hiccup had seen, and a fin-like ridge grew around the base of its skull. Its tail ended in a giant club from which numerous spikes protruded, and a forest of spines ran down its back. Its wingspan was as large as the dragon was long, with holes poking through the membrane here and there. Its scales were a dark reddish colour, making it look like the dragon was covered in rust. Its nose was short and blunted, with 2 massive nostrils sitting above its mouth. The dragon had an astounding 3 sets of eyes, each colour a deep red and each staring down at the teens. The dragon's mouth was locked in a demonic grin, showing off pointed teeth longer that Hiccup was tall.
I am death! The dragon bellowed, its breath laced with the smell of brimstone and burnt flesh, its mouth illuminated by auburn-coloured flames. The teens stood frozen in horror, their brains rushing to process the terror their eyes beheld. Do you know me now, Siegfriedsen? The dragon questioned, leaning closer to look at Hiccup with 3 of its eyes, each one larger than the young man. Yes, Hiccup replied, on the verge of hyperventilating. You're the... Come now, boy, out with it, the dragon demanded impatiently. The Red Death, Hiccup said, his voice barely above a whisper. See, the Red Death stated, with another rumbling chuckle. I told you we knew one another. The cavern quieted as the teens stared at the Red Death in awestruck terror. You look surprised, the Red Death stated, as he began to circle around Hiccup and his friends. I just never expected to find you here. Or ever, Hiccup muttered as sweat began to form on his brow. And I certainly didn't expect to talk to you. I didn't even know dragons could talk. There is much you do not about dragons, Siegfriedsen, the Red Death said, his tail gouging up large chunks of rock as it dragged behind the dragon. But let it be known I am no ordinary dragon. Hiccup could say nothing in return, his voice having left him. Chuckling again, the Red Death lay down on its belly, resting its chin on the stone floor as it observed the teens lazily. I see you've brought guests with you, the Red Death commented conversationally, taking a deep sniff of the air as his eyes roamed over the teens. I don't recognize your smell, the Red Death stated as it looked at Fishlegs, who began to shake uncontrollably. I must not have met any of your brood before. I'll make a point to fix that in the future. Fishlegs could only whimper in reply. You must be a daughter of that old Gaul, the Red Death said as he turned its gaze towards Astrid. Tell me, did his strength carry on through his bloodline? Astrid said nothing in return, merely tightening her grasp on her war axe, a sight that made the Red Death chuckle again. And a daughter of Boudica, this is a rare treat, the Red Death continued as his eyes turned towards Merida. I wonder what brings you here, so far away from home. Merida could say nothing as she took a step back while the Red Death pushed himself back to his feet. In fact, that's a question I have for all of you, the Red Death pondered. How did you all come to be here? Taking another sniff of the air, the Red Death's eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see it now, the Red Death said as he turned his attention back to Hiccup. I can smell him on you. Smell who? Hiccup questioned hesitantly. Your little friend, the Red Death replied as his grin widened. The Night Fury, Hiccup gulped loudly, which seemed to only confirm the Red Death's suspicions. I should have swallowed that miserable newt when he was a hatchling, the Red Death sighed as it shook its massive head. You live and you learn, as you humans say. Speaking of living, the Red Death continued, leaning down to get closer to the teens. As much as I've enjoyed our little talk, I think our conversation is at an end. The teens began to inch away from the Red Death, which loomed over them. I know your father, the one they call the Vast, has been searching for my nest, the Red Death said to Hiccup. I'm tempted to let you go running back to him, so he'll come here and I can enjoy roasting him in my own nest while putting your line to an end once and for all. The Red Death crouched down lower, his massive mouth only a few yards away from the teens, as the auburn flames in his mouth began to glow brighter. But I think not, the Red Death stated, with a particularly fiendish grin. I wouldn't want you running back to the hag. You mean Hilda, dinna ye? Merida said, flinching as the Red Death's 6 eyes turned towards her. Whit day you want with her? The hag and I have a long, storied history, the Red Death replied. All you need to know is when I finally have her, I will be free of this place, and when I am, the Norselands will be the first to burn. I promise you that. Turning back towards Hiccup, the Red Death's grin grew as flames danced in the back of his throat. So tell me, Siegfriedsen, the Red Death inquired, how do you wish to die? Surrounded by the broken bodies of those who slew me is the standard Viking response, I believe, Hiccup mumbled, as all the colour drained from his face. Sorry, the Red Death apologized with a chuckle. Not an option. I was afraid you'd say something like that, Hiccup replied, as he and his friends began backing away, while the Red Death pulled back, his mouth filling with flames. Just as the Red Death opened his mouth to spew fire on the teens, a large boulder came falling from above, striking the dragon on the head and shattering, the sudden impact causing his shot to go wide, scorching a large section of wall as the teens leapt clear. Snarling in agitation, the Red Death turned his attention upwards, where he saw Toothless, Boudica, and Meatlug on a ledge far above him, the three dragons working in unison to dislodge another boulder and push it over the ledge. "You!" the Red Death roared hatefully. "I should have known you were skulking around in the shadows." In response, Toothless gave the boulder a hard shove, causing the boulder to go tumbling over the edge and off the cliff, falling directly towards the Red Death. Snarling, the Red Death opened its massive mouth and caught the boulder in its jaws before crushing the boulder between its teeth. Spitting the chunks of rock out of its mouth, the Red Death looked upwards and shot a giant fireball upwards with a mighty roar. As the flames shot upwards, the runes that surrounded the cavern just above the Red Death's head glowed brightly before a field of shimmering red energy covered the opening. The flames slammed against the field, which did not budge under the assault, causing some of the flames to bounce back towards the Red Death and the teens. Roaring in rage, the Red Death began to turn his attention back towards the teens. "It matters not. I will still," the Red Death began to say, but as he looked back to where the 4 teens had been standing moments before, he found that they had vanished. Looking around quickly, the Red Death quickly found the teens scrambling for one of the exits. Roaring in fury, the Red Death began charging after the teens, who were mere feet from the entrance into another one of the tunnels. "Jump!" Hiccup shouted, as the Red Death fired another blast of fire at them. Leaping forward, the 4 teens dived into the tunnels, rolling across the hard stone as they landed. Pushing themselves up, they turned to look back into the chamber, their eyes widening in fear as a wall of flame came rushing towards them. A second before the flames reached them, a similar field as the one before covered the tunnel entrance, blocking the fire as it slammed against the red energy, the teens flinching unintentionally as it did. "Come on!" Hiccup said as he pushed himself to his feet, urging his friends to do the same. "We have to get out of here." "This isn't the end of it, Siegfriedson," the Red Death roared after the teens, his voice deafening as it echoed down the tunnel, the force knocking some stones loose, which crashed to the ground in the 4's wake. "I will be free, and when I do, I will burn you and all you know to ashes." Reaching a point where the tunnel branched into 2 others, the teens stumbled to a halt as they tried to catch their breath. "Did that really just happen?" Astrid asked in frightened bewilderment as she leaned against one of the rock walls. "Did we really just run into the Red Death?" "I would hate to say since he bloody told us he was—" Merida snapped back at the other girl while she leaned with both hands against the stone, panting loudly. "How are we going to get out of here?" Fishlegs questioned, the colour still not having returned to his face. "We go up is my best guess," Hiccup replied, resting his hands on his knees. "If we can get outside, I'm sure the dragons can find us." As they finished talking, the sounds of feet pounding against stone and grunting voices shouting to one another echoed up to them from the other tunnels. "Sounds like going up isn't going to be easy," Astrid said as she gripped her war axe. "Did you really think it was going to be?" Merida questioned, as she slipped her bow around her shoulders and drew Dragon's Bane from its sheath. "Come on," Hiccup stated, keeping Bemihin in his hand as he began making his way down the tunnel that led away from the approaching Vendel. "This way." Running down the tunnel, the teens set a steady pace, doing their best to stay ahead of their pursuers. Happily, the tunnel began to meander upwards, snaking its way back towards the surface of the nest. "I can smell the ocean," Merida exclaimed happily. "I can hear the waves," Astrid added, a sense of relief washing over her. Rounding a bend in the tunnel, the 4 teens came across a larger chamber with multiple tunnels leading into it. Directly across from them, a large chunk of stone had fallen away, allowing them to see the night sky hanging over the ocean beyond. "We made it!" Fishlegs shouted for joy as he made his way towards the opening. As he did, a Vendel suddenly came shrieking out of the shadows, leaping up and jumping onto Fishlegs in an effort to wrestle the large Viking to the ground. Fishlegs yelling in fear as the Vendel clung to his back. "Fishlegs!" Astrid screamed as she moved to try and help him. "Look out!" Merida shouted, reaching out and grabbing the back of Astrid's shirt before yanking the other girl backwards just in time to avoid another Vendel as he came rushing out and swung his club in the space that Astrid had been standing in. Quickly glancing around, Merida saw more Vendel rushing in from every direction, bring their numbers up to 12. "Hiccup!" Merida shouted in warning. "I see them! I see them!" Hiccup yelled back as a Vendel rushed at him. The barbarian leapt into the air and swung at Hiccup, the young man stepping to the side to avoid the blow. As the Vendel landed, Hiccup stepped forward and kicked the savage hard in the side, causing the man to stumble away, holding his ribs. Glancing to his side, Hiccup saw a second Vendel running towards him, armed with a rusty iron sword. The Vendel slashed down savagely at Hiccup, forcing the young man to parry with his own sword. As Bemuhen met the other blade, the rusty iron cracked against the fine steel. As the Vendel tried to pull his weapon back, he found himself unable to. Grunting in confusion and irritation, the Vendel pulled back harder, giving Hiccup an opening to kick him right between the legs. The Vendel let out a painful gasp as he doubled over in pain and dropped his sword clattering against the stone floor, the blade breaking in two. Growling, Hiccup lashed out with a punch, the Vendel barely noticing as the fist connected with his jaw. Hiccup let out a yelp of pain and shook his now sore hand before turning back towards the Vendel, grabbed the man's head and drove his knee into the savage's face, knocking the barbarian onto his back with a broken nose. Hiccup let out another yelp of pain and began hopping around on one foot, clutching his knee in pain. As Hiccup rubbed his injured knee, a third Vendel rushed him. Hiccup had just enough time to get his sword up before the Vendel slammed into them, knocking them both to the ground. As they hit the ground, the Vendel suddenly let out a pained wheeze before he went very still. Hiccup looked at the Vendel in confusion before he felt a warm, sticky substance touched his hand. Hesitantly, he looked past the Vendel's shoulder and saw that when the Vendel had slammed into him, he had accidentally impaled himself onto Bemuhen's blade. Hiccup's face paled as he watched blood run down the sabre's blade. Grunting, Hiccup pushed the Vendel off of him, looking at his sword sticking out of the Vendel's chest, before turning his eyes towards his hands, which were soaked with the man's blood, as were his clothes. Reaching out, he grabbed the hilt of his sword before pulling it out of the Vendel. Hiccup took a few deep, calming breaths as he looked at the bloody sword in his trembling hands. As Hiccup tried to process what had just occurred, the first Vendel that had attacked him turned back around and rushed towards the young Viking again. Snarling, the Vendel rushed at him with a raised club. Hearing the Vendel's roar caused Hiccup to snap out of his thoughts, prompting him to spin around and swing Bemuhen at the Vendel, attempting to parry the blow. Instead, he hit the Vendel's wrist, and Bemuhen cut off the man's hand with a single swing. Hiccup looked on in shock as the Vendel went stumbling by, clutching the bloody stump where his hand had. The Vendel fell to his knees, looking from his wrist to Hiccup, for his face turned pale and fell to the ground. Hiccup could only look on with a mixture of shock and nausea, blood slowly dripping off the tip of his sword. As Merida pulled Astrid back, she stepped in front of the other girl as the Vendel who had attacked the blonde. Snarling, the Vendel swung his club at Merida, who parried the blow with Dragon's Bane. Moving the Vendel's club to the side, she spun her sword around before slamming Dragon's Bane's hilt into the savage's face, breaking his nose and causing him to stumble away. As the Vendel reeled, Merida swept at his leg with her broadsword, slicing his calf and knocking him off his feet. The Vendel slammed hard onto his back, grunting in pain as his club slid from his grasp. Before he could recover, Merida stepped over him and drove the point of her sword into the Vendel's chest, killing him. As Merida pulled her sword out of the Vendel's chest, another rushed forward to attack her. Before she could bring her sword up to block the attack, Astrid stepped in front of her and knocked the blow away with her axe. Spinning her axe around, Astrid slammed the butt of its handle into the Vendel's gut, causing him to double over as the air was knocked out of his lungs. Spinning her axe around again, she wrapped her handle around the Vendel's neck before kicking the Vendel in the back of his knees. As the Vendel fell to his knees, Astrid pulled hard against the savage's neck, strangling him. The Vendel tried to desperately push Astrid off, but the blonde gave a quick twist of her axe, cracking the Vendel's neck and causing him to fall to the ground limply. Astrid stared down at the Vendel's limp form for a moment, a lost look in her eye. Slowly she turned to look at Merida, who nodded at her. After she did, Astrid's eyes widened as she looked behind Merida. "Behind you!" Astrid shouted, pointing just behind Merida. Spinning around, Merida found a Vendel bearing down on her, his club raised. Lifting her sword to block, Merida tried to parry the blow, but the Vendel smacked her sword away, sending Dragon's Bane clattering across the ground. Taking a step back, Merida looked at her sword in a panic before turning her attention back towards the Vendel, just as he took a follow-up swing at her. Hopping back, Merida avoided the blow before stepping forward and punched the Vendel hard in the face. As the Vendel stumbled backwards, Merida stepped forward and punched the man hard in the gut, causing him to double over in pain. As the Vendel reeled, Merida unslung her bow and spun around before swinging the bow upwards, striking the Vendel hard in the face and knocking him off his feet, causing him to slam hard onto his back. As the Vendel pushed himself up, Merida rushed up and kicked him hard in the face, knocking the savage out. As Astrid watched Merida fight with the Vendel, a second suddenly came up behind the blonde, wrapping his arms around the young woman's shoulders. Astrid struggled with the Vendel for a few moments, the savage growling in her ear before she slammed the heel of her boot onto the top of the man's foot. As the Vendel howled in pain, Astrid quickly snapped her head back, smashing it into the Vendel's nose. The Vendel quickly released Astrid, lifting his hands to cover his now bleeding nose. Before he could, Astrid reached up and grabbed the Vendel before she flipped him over her shoulder, slamming the savage against the ground. As the Vendel tried to recover, Astrid lifted her axe and spun it around before slamming it down on the man, killing him. Before Astrid could pull her axe out, another Vendel rushed at her and swung his club at the blonde. Hopping back, Astrid avoided the blow before raising her fists as she eyed the Vendel. Snarling, the Vendel charged at Astrid again, swinging his club at her head. Astrid quickly ducked beneath the blow before delivering a quick jab to the Vendel's midsection. The Vendel grunted in pain, holding his side as he stumbled back. Roaring, the Vendel took a swing at Astrid for a third time. In response, Astrid stepped to the side, avoiding the blow. Reaching out, Astrid grabbed the Vendel's arm and yanked it towards her, while simultaneously driving her knee into the man's stomach. As the Vendel doubled over in pain, Astrid grabbed the sides of his head and drove her knee into his face, breaking his nose. As the Vendel screamed in pain, Astrid grabbed his flailing arm again before yanking the Vendel back towards, while lifting her leg up and driving her foot into the Vendel's chest, pushing her foot forward and slamming the Vendel onto the ground. As the Vendel groaned in pain, Astrid gave it a quick kick in the shoulder, snapping the bone. The Vendel screamed in agony, quickly silenced as Astrid punched him in the face. As Astrid stood up, she looked down at the three Vendel she had. Stepping over to second, she grabbed her axe and pulled it out, failing to notice another Vendel coming up behind with a dagger raised. Before it could strike, a twang sounded, before an arrow whizzed over Astrid's shoulder and struck the Vendel between the eyes, which rolled back into the savage's head as he fell to the ground. Astrid spun around and looked at the Vendel in surprise before turning to look at Merida, who was slowly lowering her bow, the string still humming from the released energy. Astrid's look of surprise was slowly replaced with an appreciative smirk as she nodded at Merida. Fishlegs screamed in panic as he tried to get the flailing Vendel off of his back. Reaching up, he grabbed a hold of the Vendel before flipping him over his shoulder and slammed the savage against the ground. Still holding the stunned Vendel, Fishlegs glanced over and saw two more running at him. Tightening his grip on the Vendel's shoulders, Fishlegs spun around once before tossing it at the other Vendel, sending all three crashing to the ground. As the Vendel tried to recover, Fishlegs quickly grabbed his warhammer, watching the three savages nervously. Snarling, one of the Vendel rushed Fishlegs with his club raised. Fishlegs quickly raised his hammer, blocking the blow with the weapon's hand. Pushing against the Vendel, Fishlegs shoved the other man back, causing the savage to stumble. Pressing his advantage, Fishlegs stepped forward and took a powerful swing with his hammer. The heavy iron hammerhead hit the Vendel hard on the shoulder, the bone shattering as the blow sent the Vendel rolling across the ground. The first Vendel quickly leapt at Fishlegs again, his clawed hands outstretched as he lunged at the Viking teen. Lifting his hammer up, Fishlegs managed to catch the Vendel on his weapon's handle, leaving the Vendel dangling in the air as it swiped at Fishlegs with its clawed hands. Thinking quickly, Fishlegs spun around and slammed the Vendel against the stone walls of the chamber. Dazed, the Vendel slipped off of Fishlegs' hammer and slumped to the ground, trying to regain its sense. Acting quickly, Fishlegs stepped forward and slammed his hammer against the wall, causing a large chunk of stone to dislodge from the ceiling and crash down onto the Vendel, burying him. Roaring, the final Vendel charged at Fishlegs, swinging his club at the young Viking in a mad frenzy, forcing him to backpedal in order to avoid the assault.
As Fishlegs defended against attack, he slipped on a loose stone, barely stopping himself from falling to the ground. This gave the Vendel the opening it needed, and Fishlegs suddenly found the Savage's club connecting with the side of the young Viking's head. Rolling onto his hands and knees, the force of the blow having stunned him, Fishlegs tried to regain his bearings as blood dripped down the side of his face. Glancing up, Fishlegs caught sight of the Vendel standing over him, the Savage raising his club to bring it down on the blonde's head. All at once, Fishlegs saw red as an indescribably anger swelled up in him. As the Vendel swung the weapon down, Fishlegs reached up and grabbed the Savage's arm, stopping the attack. Letting out a shout of fury, Fishlegs yanked on the Vendel's arm, pulling the barbarian off his feet and slamming him onto the ground. Before the Vendel could recover, Fishlegs slammed one of his meaty fists against the Savage's face. Fishlegs quickly followed up with 2 more punches, snarling as he left the Vendel's face a bloody mess. Still seething in pain and anger, Fishlegs quickly stood up and grabbed his hammer before spinning around and slamming it onto the Vendel's chest with an angry roar. For a few moments, Fishlegs stood in place, panting heavily as he looked at the slain Vendel, the head of his hammer resting against the man's now broken chest. As his anger left him, a look of shock crossed his face as he observed the destruction he had caused. For a long moment, Fishlegs stares at the Vendel's body as blood begins to pool around it, before a hand on his shoulder snaps him back to reality. "Fishlegs," Astrid says, a note of concern in her voice as she rests her hand on the young man's shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Huh?" he asked, turning his head to look at her as he blinks himself out of his daze. Yeah, I'm okay. You're bleeding," Astrid comments as she reaches up and touches the wound on the side of Fishlegs' head. "Ouch!" Fishlegs hisses as he flinches away from Astrid's touch. "Sorry," Astrid replies, pulling her hand away, the tips of her fingers red with Fishlegs' blood. "That was stupid." "It's okay," Fishlegs replied, waving off her apology. "Just stings a little is all." Fishlegs went quiet as his eyes fell back towards the Vendel's body, a lost look forming on his face. "This is the first time I've killed someone too," Astrid spoke up, causing Fishlegs to blink in surprise as he turned back to look at her. "My mother says it always hits you hardest the first time," Astrid continued, looking right into Fishlegs' eyes as she spoke. "If it doesn't, then honestly, there's something wrong with you." "How do you feel?" Fishlegs questioned. "Emptier than I felt before," Astrid replied after a moment of thinking. "Does that make sense?" "Yeah," Fishlegs answered with a nod. "That's exactly how I feel." Astrid nodded back at Fishlegs, a look of understanding passing between them. "Hey guys," Hiccup spoke up with a breathless voice, bringing their attention to him. "I hate to interrupt this moment between you two, but we still kinda have a problem here, and it's about to get bigger." Merida moaned as she looked down one of the tunnels, seeing Mordu barreling towards them with a mob of Vendel hot on his heels. "What do we do?" Fishlegs exclaimed, a panicked look on his face. "We had to get out of here," Merida replied as she rushed over to the others. "But how?" Astrid demanded. "Where do we go?" Hiccup looked like he was about to say something, but stopped when he heard a high-pitched whistling coming from outside. "Everybody down!" Hiccup shouted as he fell to the ground, prompting the others to do the same. A second later, Toothless came swooping in, landing on the opening to the outside before shooting a blast of plasma down the tunnel at Mordu. The blast hit Mordu square in the chest, knocking the demon bear off his feet and sending him flying back into the other Vendel, knocking them all down. As the Vendel tried to pick themselves up, Toothless barked at the teens as they pushed themselves back to their feet. "Come on!" Hiccup urged as he quickly climbed up onto Toothless's back before the Night Fury swooped back outside. As he did, Mordu picked himself back up, his chest still smoking from where the fireball hit him. Snarling in fury, he began to charging up the tunnel after the teens as Meatlug landed in the opening. Fishlegs quickly climbed up onto Meatlug's back before turning to offer Astrid his hand. As he did, he caught sight of Mordu rapidly approaching them. "Merida!" Fishlegs shouted in warning as Astrid grabbed his hand. "I see him!" Merida yelled back as she knocked an arrow in her bow. "Guy!" As Fishlegs pulled Astrid up onto Meatlug's back, Merida turned to face Mordu, pulling her arrow back and firing it as Meatlug buzzed away. Snarling, Mordu batted the arrow away with his fist like it was a fly, not breaking stride as he charged at Merida. Face paling in fear,
Merida quickly turned and raced towards the opening, hoping up on a rock as Mordu reached her. Vaulting off the rock, Merida leapt through the opening as Mordu snatched at her with one of his massive hands, his pointed fingernails just grazing her hair as she fell into the open air. Merida let out a scream of fear as fell through the air, her arms pinwheeling as she went. Seconds before she hit the rocks below, Boudica came shooting by, snatching Merida as she went by. Mordu could only stand and watch as Merida climbed onto Boudica's back and went flying off with the others. "Get the boats," Mordu growled to the Vendel as they surrounded him, absent-mindedly picking some burnt flesh off of his chest. "It's far past time for us to pay the witch a visit." Chapter 29. Aftermath. "Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of questions right now," Astrid said as the 3 dragons landed in a clearing back on Berk. "Like, why are the Vendel feeding the Red Death? And why are the dragons going along with it? Plus, who trapped the Red Death with those runes?" "I dinna know the answer to those first 2 questions," Merida said as she dismounted from Boudica's back, "but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to the third." "Come on," Hiccup said, dismounting as well before heading into the forest. Merida and Fishlegs following along with the 3 dragons, leaving Astrid behind, watching them leave in confusion. "Where are you all going?" Astrid called after them, before throwing her hands up in exasperation and following them. The group made their way through the woods, crashing through the brush and hopping over rocks and fallen logs. Dodging around trees, the group made their way deeper and deeper into forest. "Where are we?" Astrid asked as the group stumbled to a stop. "I don't know," Hiccup replied, glancing around. "You don't know?" Astrid questioned incredulously. "No, I don't," Hiccup answered, turning around and looking Astrid right in the eye. "And that's exactly where we want to be." Astrid just stopped and stared at Hiccup for a few moments, a completely bewildered look on her face. "What the hell does that mean?" Astrid shouted, throwing her hands into the air in exasperation. "Hiccup!" Merida spoke up before anyone could answer Astrid's question, parting some thick bushes as she did. "This way!" Turning, Hiccup and Fishlegs moved over to join Merida before the 3 of them entered the bush, Fishlegs signalling for Astrid to follow them as he entered the brush with the dragons in tow. Astrid watched them leave for a moment before sighing and following. Pushing her way through the bush, she gasped in surprise as she came into a clearing where a circle of standing stones greeted her. "What?" Astrid pondered aloud. "I never knew something like this was out here." "Astrid!" Fishlegs shouted, catching the girl's attention as he and the others made their way down the small path leading away from the standing stones. "Come on!" Sparing one last glance at the stone monoliths, Astrid jogged over towards where the others were waiting, goosebumps spreading over her flesh as she briefly passed through the stone circle. Quickly, the group made their way down the path, before coming to the small clearing where Hilda's cottage was. "Wait, someone lives out here?" Astrid questioned in astonishment. "How come I never knew someone lived out here?" Ignoring Astrid's questions, Hiccup, Merida and Fishlegs walked up to Hilda's front door, Hiccup reaching out and knocking on it. "Hilda!" Hiccup called out, knocking again as he did. "Are you there?" "Who the hell is Hilda?" Astrid questioned as she watched the others with a look of utter bafflement on her face. "That would be me, dearie," Hilda said from behind Astrid, causing the blonde to jump nearly a foot off the ground as she let out a startled shriek. Grabbing her axe, Astrid spun around to face the old woman with her weapon raised. "Is this how you normally treat an old woman, dear?" Hilda questioned, raising her eyebrow at Astrid. No," Astrid replied, lowering her axe as she caught her breath while averting her eyes. "Sorry, it's been kind of a long night, I imagine," Hilda replied, before turning her attention to the other 3 teens who were making their way over to them. "Hello, dearies, I see you've brought some friends." Yeah," Hiccup replied, before turning his attention to the trio of dragons that were accompanying them. "You've met Toothless, and our new friends here are Boudica and Meatlug." The 2 dragons leaned forward and took curious sniffs in the direction of the old woman. Looks of surprise and confusion passed over the 2 dragons' faces before they glanced at each other, and then to Toothless, who nodded his head at the 2 of them. "All right," Hiccup said, looking at the 3 dragons in confusion for a moment before turning his attention to Astrid. "And this is our friend, Astrid." "Astrid?" Hilda questioned skeptically as she turned her attention towards the girl in question. "Is that what you're calling yourself?" A look of surprise passed over Astrid's features before she blushed in embarrassment and averted her eyes for a second time. The others glanced at one another in confusion, while shooting Astrid questioning glances, which the blonde pointedly ignored. "Don't worry, dearie," Hilda whispered, reaching out and patting Astrid on the arm sympathetically. "They don't have to know if you don't want them to." "But how do you know?" Astrid asked in confusion, taking a hesitant step away from Hilda and not truly lowering her axe as she did so. "I've lived on this island my entire life and I have never heard of anyone living out here. Who are you?" "My name is Hilda," the old woman replied with a smile, "and I'm just a simple woodcarver." "Bullshit you are," Astrid snapped, her annoyance rising as she narrowed her eyes at the older. "Like I said, I've never met you before in my life, and I doubt these three would come running to you with dragons in tow if you were just a woodcarver." "Very perceptive of you," Hilda commented with a smirk. "Why is it that your little friends haven't brought you around before?" "I'm just finding out about all of this," Astrid explained. "Like I said, it's been a very long night, which is why we wanted to come to ye, Hilda." Merida spoke up as she approached the older woman. "We need to talk to ye." "What do you need to talk with me about?" Hilda questioned as she led them all into her house, Astrid taking it all in as she stepped inside. The three dragons waited outside, sniffing around the area around Hilda's home in curiosity. "We found the nest," Hiccup explained. "The dragon's nest." "That must have been exciting for you," Hilda replied, but Merida noticed her tense up slightly. "It was more terrifying than anything," Hiccup continued, keeping a close eye on Hilda as well. "We found something in the nest." "What would that be?" Hilda asked as she turned her back to the group, busying herself with some items on a shelf. "The Vendel have apparently moved into the nest along with the dragons," Hiccup continued, glancing at Merida, who looked back to him and gave him an encouraging nod. "It seemed like they were taking care of something." "And did you find that something was?" Hilda questioned. "Yes," Hiccup said solemnly. "The Red Death." Hilda dropped a cup that she had been holding at them, causing it to clatter against the ground. "That must have been surprising," Hilda said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was," Hiccup stated with a nod. "But what was more surprising was the fact that he could talk, and he told us that you had sealed him." "You talked with him, did you?" Hilda questioned, turning to face the teens again, watching them with her mismatched eyes. "You're lucky to be alive." "We are," Merida agreed. "But that's beside the point, Hilda. What is going on here? How are you involved in this?" "It is a long and terrible story," Hilda explained, a faraway look in her eyes as she spoke before snapping back to look at the teens. "What is important is that, you know, that I was indeed the one who sealed away the Red Death. But the Red Death hasn't been seen in generations." Astrid spoke up, clearly confused. "For that to have been you, you'd have to be." Astrid paused before a look of astonishment came over her face as she regarded Hilda. "How old are you?" Astrid questioned, narrowing her eyes at Hilda. "Old," Hilda answered with a tired sigh as she sat in one of the wooden chairs. "Very old. But how could you be that old?" Astrid pressed, still trying to put everything together. "Are you a witch?" Fishlegs finished, giving Hilda a pointed look. "I think you know the answer to that question, Lisa," Hilda replied with a wry smile. "I think you've known for quite some time. To answer your questions, O Krieger," Hilda continued, turning her attention towards Astrid again. "I have been called many things in my time, and which is indeed one of them." "Oh, okay," Astrid said nervously, playing with the handle of her axe as she leaned towards Fishlegs. "What did she just call me?" "Krieger," Fishlegs repeated back to her. "It means warrior in Old Norse, I think." "Why would she call me that?" Astrid questioned. "It's kind of her thing," Fishlegs explained. "She's good at reading people and gives them names based on that. I think it's part of the whole magic thing she's got going on." "Okay," Astrid said while slowly nodding. "What's yours mean?" "Leaser means reader," Fishlegs elaborated. "Merida's is Jaeger, which means hunter, and Hiccup's is writer." "What's that one mean?" Astrid asked. "Rider," Fishlegs answered, to which Astrid turned to fully face him and quirked an eyebrow at the taller boy. "Yeah, now you see what I've been dealing with lately." "Say that's what happened to the Red Death?" Merida asked. "Ye sealed him away?" "Yes," Hilda replied with a nod. "And I have no doubt he's looking for me still." "Not just him," Hiccup stated. "Mordu and the Vendel are looking for you too. They're helping the Red Death, but for the life of me I can't understand why." "Mordu has much to gain with the Red Death's release," Hilda stated plainly, her eyes having a faraway look in them again. "As do others." "Others?" Merida questioned in confusion. What others? Zira Arzosefov would make Zira Death Zir Ali, Hilda explained, looking intensely into Merida's eyes as she spoke. Rising shadows that have not been seen in an age. What should we do? Hiccup asked, a worried look on his face. There is only one thing that can be done, Hilda replied, turning her attention to Hiccup. The Red Death must be slain. Slain? Fishlegs shouted incredulously. You want us to slay the Red Death? Not even Siegfried the Great could do that. Not even you could do that, and you're the one who sealed him away? Yes, Hilda relented with a nod. But you all have things that neither I nor Siegfried had. What? Hiccup questioned. The dragons? Not just your dragons, Hilda explained. Your skills, your knowledge, your training. You have been training all your lives to fight dragons, something not even Siegfried himself could boast. Reiter has created things that no one ever has before. Nothing that can stop something like the Red Death, Hiccup argued, feeling nervous as the others turned to look at him. You'd be surprised, Hilda pressed. You and Jaeger possess the noble bloodline stemming from kings and queens of old. She paused as she shot Astrid a knowing look. And you are not the only ones with ancestors of note, Hilda commented without elaboration. Astrid looking at her shoes as she ground a piece of dirt under her toe. And in addition to all of that, you have the power of two peoples behind you. Hilda finished, looking at Hiccup and Merida again. As much as I'm sure my dad will love to kill the Red Death, I don't think that he will be willing to work with other dragons to do it, Hiccup stated, clearly unconvinced. We come to him with this, and he'll kill Toothless and the other dragons and banish us. If he doesn't decide to just kill us too. You could have more trust in your phaser, Hilda said, a concerned look on her face. Why? Hiccup questioned, growing irritated. Everything he's ever done tells me what he's going to do. Then we winna just tell him, Merida replied. Like I said before, my father trusts me and my mother trusts ye. When it comes right down to it, it might nae matter what your father thinks. Hiccup looked unconvinced but couldn't think of a way to argue. Hick, you know as well as I day it seemeth has to be done, Merida pleaded, turning to Hiccup and reaching out, taking his hands in hers. The Vendel are going to do everything they can to release the Red Death. They'll come for Hilda to get her to release the seal. Mordu said they already know she's here on the island. He will burn it to the ground if it means getting to her. You know he will. A concerned look crossed Hiccup's face as he thought of what Merida was saying. And it's not just the people of Burke who have something to lose, Fishleg spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. It's pretty clear that the dragons in the nest are being enslaved. The whole reason they have been raiding us, and gods know who else is to feed the Red Death. You saw how our dragons reacted when we got close to the nest. I think the Red Death is somehow controlling them. Like the queen in a beehive, Astrid stated. Exactly, Fishlegs replied, shooting Astrid a smile to which the blonde replied with a smirk, before he turned his attention back to the others. And that goes all without mentioning what Mordu does to the dragons that don't bring back enough food. Hiccup looked lost as he thought over what they all had told him. Hiccup, Astrid spoke up, leaning forward against a wooden table as she looked intensely into his eyes as he turned to look at her. They're right. The Red Death, Mordu, the Vendel, they have to be stopped. For our sake, our people's sake, and even the dragon's sakes. A warm smile broke Astrid's features as she paused. You've convinced me, Astrid pressed gently. I think you can handle your dad. Hiccup looked at Astrid for a few moments, before turning his attention to Fishlegs, who smiled and nodded at. Nodding back, Hiccup turned his attention back to Merida, who smiled at him, giving his hands a reassuring squeeze. All right, Hiccup relented, squeezing Merida's hands in return. All right, we'll do it. His friends nodded and smiled at one another. But we have to do this, the rap continued, a serious look on it. If we don't, this could all blow up in our faces, and we will have more than just Mordu and the Red Death. And I don't know about you, God, but that already seems like a ridiculous amount to worry about. His friends chuckled at his joke and nodded their agreement. Thanks for clearing some things up for us, Hilda, Hiccup said, turning his attention towards the old woman. I hope you're right about all of this. I know I am, Hilda replied, smiling at Hiccup as she reached out and placed a hand on his arm. You are destined for great things, Hiccup. You just have to trust in yourself. I think that's the first time you've called me by my real name, Hiccup commented with a chuckle. We all have many names, right there, Hilda replied enigmatically. All of them are correct in their own ways. Hiccup wasn't sure what to say to that, so he merely reached out and patted Hilda's hand before turning back to his friend. As it is, we won't be able to do anything about the Red Death and the Vendel until Merida's parents arrive from the Highlands, Hiccup stated. So right now, let's just worry about getting Boudica and Meatlug back into their pen. Do we really have to bring them back? Merida questioned, looking saddened by the news. We don't want to raise suspicion until we can explain all of this to our parents, Hiccup explained. I don't like it either, but 2 dragons suddenly missing from the air will raise a lot of suspicion. Merida sighed in resignation, but nodded in understanding. Standing up from her seat, she turned and smiled at Hilda. Dae worry, Hilda, Merida said, a look of determination in her eyes. We wanna let that monster get his hands on you. I feel safer already, Hilda replied with a smile. Now the hour grows late and I believe you 4 have places to be. Nodding, the 4 teens quickly exited the house while bidding Hilda good night. As the teens were rejoined by the trio of dragons outside, a thought occurred to Astrid. Hey, wait, Astrid said, a look of confusion on her face as she began to turn back around. How do we... Astrid stopped mid-sentence as she finished turning, finding that Hilda's house had completely disappeared, and one of the monoliths that made up the standing stone circle was looming in its place. Astrid stood stock still as she stared at the monolith. What? She said blankly after a moment. Yeah, Fishlegs stated as she walked up behind her, looking at the monolith as well. That was my reaction too. I don't think I like magic, Astrid said, slowly turning to look at Fishlegs. Join the club, Fishlegs replied, as he turned around and began following the others as they made their way back to the village, Astrid taking a moment to stare at the monolith some more, before turning around and jogging after the others. You 3 bring the dragons back to the arena, Hiccup said, indicating towards where the village was. I'm going to go bring Toothless back to his cove for the night, all right? Merida replied, reaching out and taking Hiccup's hand before pulling him towards her so she could quickly peck him on the lips. Be careful. You too, Hiccup replied with a smile, before turning and leading Toothless into the woods. Merida watched him go for a moment, before turning to face Fishlegs and Astrid, who were looking at her with matching smiles on their faces. Wit? Merida questioned in confusion. You 2 are so adorable. It's a little bit sickening, Astrid commented, as she crossed her arms and chuckled. Now you can see the other thing I've been dealing with lately, Fishlegs said, indicating towards Merida, prompting Astrid to chuckle again. You know, me and Nick are really the only adorable ains around here, Merida commented, giving Astrid and Fishlegs a knowing look before walking past them towards the village, the 2 dragons following behind her. As they left, Astrid and Fishlegs glanced at each other, before quickly looking away again, blushes colouring their cheeks as they both moved to follow Merida back to the village. It didn't take them long to get back to the village, and with the late hour and half the guards asleep at their posts, it proved easy to get the dragons back into the arena. All right, girl. I'll see you real soon, okay? Merida cooed as she stroked the top of Boudica's head, the nadder purring in reply as she allowed herself to be led back into the pen. Meanwhile, Fishlegs was scratching Meatlug's belly, the grunkle kicking his legs in excitement as he lay on the floor of his pen. All right, Fishlegs, we should close them up, Merida said, prompting the young man to exit the pen and close them both up, sealing the dragons in. Fishlegs and Merida smiled at each other, before turning to face Astrid, who was sitting against a wall of the arena. Looking up at them, Astrid pushed herself to her feet as she sighed wistfully. This is officially the craziest night of my life, Astrid said as she regarded Merida and Fishlegs with a small smile. I rode a dragon. We found the nest. Hell, we found the Red Death himself. And we know it's him because he told us. Astrid laughed a bit to herself before her mood became noticeably sombre. And then I killed someone, Astrid said, her voice barely above a whisper as she looked down at her feet. 3 someones, actually. An uneasy quiet fell over the trio as sad and lost looks crossed each of their faces. We didn't have a choice, Merida argued, rubbing one of her arms with her hand. If we didn't kill them, they would have killed us. I know, Astrid insisted, raising her eyes to look at Merida. I know. It's just, I can't tell anyone about any of it. I have to keep it a secret, because if I don't, then 3 dragons might be killed. And the banishment. Fishlegs spoke up. Don't forget about the banishment. Right, that too, Astrid said, giving Fishlegs a small smile. But all I'm trying to say is, I have to keep all this mostly amazing stuff secret for reasons I would never have gone along with a few hours ago. But now I'm okay with it. Now I see what you guys see and I appreciate the opportunity you guys gave me. We didn't really give you choice in the matter, Merida pointed out. Yeah,
Fishlegs agreed as he scratched the back of his head. We kind of kidnapped you, I guess. That's true, Astrid said with a nod as she stepped towards Fishlegs. By the way, Astrid lashed out, punching Fishlegs hard in the stomach, causing the large teen to double over in pain as air wheezed out of his lungs. Merida watched with wide eyes as Astrid pulled back and leaned over so she and Fishlegs were at eye level. That was for kidnapping me, she said sternly. Fishlegs wheezed some more as he turned to look at Merida, who could only offer a helpless shrug in reply. At the same time, a nervous look crossed Astrid's face as she brushed some of her bangs to the side. Reaching out, Astrid cupped Fishlegs' chin and turned his head back to face her. Before Fishlegs could say anything, Astrid leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. Fishlegs' eyes shot open wide in surprise as Astrid held her lips against his for a moment before pulling away again, Merida watching the whole scene with a mixture of shock and amusement. And that was for everything else, Astrid continued, blushing as she stood up. Fishlegs didn't reply, a look of shock frozen on his face as he stayed doubled over, despite the pain in stomach having long left him. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow, Astrid mumbled, her face turning redder by the second. Sure, Astrid, Merida snickered, biting her lip to keep from laughing out loud. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Astrid mumbled before quickly spinning around and running towards the exit of the arena. Bye! Bye! Merida replied, grinning as she waved to the fleeing girl, before turning her attention to Fishlegs, who was still frozen in place with a look of shock on his face. After a moment, he let out a long wheeze that sounded like a mixture of pain and shock. Ye okay, Fishlegs? Merida questioned, placing a hand on Fishlegs' shoulder. Yeah, Fishlegs replied as he stood back up, placing a hand on his hips, trying to seem nonchalant as his face turned red. Yeah, I'm okay. There was a pause as Merida regarded Fishlegs with a bemused smile. Merida, Fishlegs said after a moment, can I ask you something? Gay for it, Fish, Merida replied, her grin never abating. What just happened? Fishlegs questioned. Well, I think we have our answer to how Astrid feels about you, Merida replied, reaching up and patting Fishlegs on the back as she began to lead him out of the arena. Now we should be getting back home. Right, Fishlegs agreed, walking with Merida for a short distance before speaking up again. Merida, why are girls so weird? Fishlegs, I'm a girl, and even I dainty know the answer to your question, Merida replied with a chuckle before they exited the arena, closing the gate behind them. Later, Hiccup quietly snuck into the house, closing the door gently behind him. As he made his way towards the stairs, he saw Merida curled up near the fireplace, a fire burning low before her. Hey! Hiccup greeted her as he walked over and sat down next to her. Hey! Merida replied, smiling at him before cuddling up next to him, prompting Hiccup to put his arm around her shoulders. You get Toothless back, okay? Yeah, Hiccup answered. He didn't seem happy when I left, though. I think everything that happened tonight has put him on edge. I dinna think he's the only ane on edge, Merida replied, taking one of Hiccup's hands into one of hers as she looked up at him. A lot happened tonight, Mare, Hiccup answered. We found the nest, we discovered the Red Death, and found out he had been sealed away by our friend who is apparently a centuries-old witch. I dinna think that's the only thing that's bothering you, though, Merida stated, reaching up and turning Hiccup's face so that he was looking at her. You killed people tonight. We all did. Hiccup remained silent, sighing softly as he averted his eyes from hers. I didn't even mean to, Hiccup whispered. He was running at me, then suddenly he was impaled on my sword. I didn't even do anything. The other one, I was trying to parry his attack and I ended up just slicing his hand off. He bled out right then and there. Understand, Hick, Merida stated, leaning her head against his shoulder. You're near the same after it happens. It's hitting the others hard too. It doesn't seem to be affecting you much, Hiccup observed, because tonight wasn't the first time I killed someone, Merida elaborated. What do you mean? Hiccup asked in confusion as he looked down at her. You remember at Vendel raid that happened when I first came here? Merida questioned. Of course, Hiccup replied, a concerned look on his face. Well, I killed Ain of the Vendel when I was running away from Mordu, Merida explained, a faraway look in her eyes. I stabbed him in the throat with Ain of my arrows. I watched him bleed out right in front of me. I watched the light die in his eyes. That couldn't have been easy, Hiccup said sympathetically. That's the scary thing, Merida replied, looking Hiccup right in the eyes. It was all too easy. You saw it tonight. They're there in moment and the next they're gone. Why didn't you tell me before? Hiccup asked. Because I didn't want to, Merida replied with a sigh. I wanted to just forget about it. You can't just forget about things like that, Mare, Hiccup stated. I know it now, Merida agreed with a nod. That's why I wanted to talk to you about this. I wanted you to know I'm here for you, just like I know you're here for me. You didn't have to tell me that, Hiccup said as he held Merida closer to him. I've known that for a while now. Good, Merida said, before she reached up, grabbed Hiccup's head and pulled him into a kiss. I'd say you dainty forget it. Hiccup smiled as he settled down, resting his head on Merida's as she leaned back on his shoulder, watching the dying fire together. Speaking of kisses, Merida spoke up, a grin spreading across her face. You want to believe what happened in the arena after you left? Chapter 30. Reunion. Smoke slowly rose from the smithy near the centre of the village as sounds of work echoed from inside. Within the building, Hiccup worked alone in the shadowy confines of the smithy, the inside illuminated by the glow of the forge, as well as a few candles the young man had lit on his workbench. Hiccup was currently looking over an arrow he had laying on his workbench. Picking it up, Hiccup examined it for a moment, looking at the small holes that ringed the point of the arrowhead. Grabbing a small metal funnel sitting nearby, Hiccup fitted the tool into one of the holes before grabbing a leather pouch off the workbench and slowly pouring its contents, a fine black powder that smelt of sulphur. After the arrowhead was filled up, Hiccup took a moment to test the balance of the arrow before smiling to himself. Hiccup! He heard Merida call before she pushed the door to the smithy open and stuck her head in. Are ye in here? Yeah, right here, Hiccup spoke up, looking up and smiling at her as he placed the arrow on his workbench. Just working on something. What are you working on? Merida questioned, stepping inside and sitting on the edge of the workbench before picking up the arrow and examining it. An arrow. An arrow filled with black powder, Hiccup explained, a smirk on his face. Why would you want something like that? Merida questioned as she hesitantly placed the arrow back on the workbench. It would pack an awfully big punch, Hiccup explained, a worried look passing over his face. I have the feeling we're going to need something like that. Hey, Merida said, reaching out and placing a hand on Hiccup's shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Everything will be okay. Now come on, we need to go greet my parents. They should be arriving soon. All right, Hiccup replied, wearing a nervous look as he stood from his stool as Merida slid off the workbench. Why do you look so nervous? Merida questioned as she reached out and took Hiccup's hand before leading him out of the smithy. It's nae like ye heeny met my parents afore. When I met them, things were a lot different between us, Hiccup explained, causing Merida's face to fall as she remembered. Not that we should be dwelling on that by any means. I'm just saying, now that you and I are really together, Merida provided helpfully, a small smile returning to her face. Exactly, Hiccup replied, smiling back at her as he gave her hand a squeeze. Now that we're together, I'm really worried about what your family and friends really think of me. They think you're wonderful, Merida said with a laugh that managed to set Hiccup's heart aflutter. Yeah, well still, Hiccup stuttered, coughing into his hand to give him a pause to try and recollect his thoughts. They didn't really stick around long enough to get to know. Well, I like you, Merida said simply. So either they'll have to get on board with that, or they'll have to keep their incorrect opinions to themselves. Thanks, Mare, Hiccup said warmly. Of course, Merida replied, pausing and turning to Hiccup to give him a quick peck on the lips. Anything for you? Before Hiccup could reply, the sound of a blaring horn came from one of the watchtowers along the coast. Long ships! The watchman called. Highlanders! The Bear King approaches! Come on! Merida exclaimed excitedly, almost dragging Hiccup behind her as she rushed down towards the docks. A crowd of villagers had already begun to gather near the docks, watching as the 4 large longships cut through the waters toward. Merida pushed and weaved her way through the crowd, pulling Hiccup along with her until they were at the front of the crowd. There they found Stoic standing at the front, watching the longships approach with his hands on his hips and a smile on his face, flanked by Gobber and Spitalout, with some of the other adults standing close. There you two are! Stoic exclaimed as he looked over his shoulder and spotted the 2 teenagers. I was wondering where you had run off to. Sorry, Hiccup apologized. I was working on something in the smithy. Again? Gobber commented with a laugh.
These days it seems like you're in there more than I am. You excited to see your folks again, girl? Stoic questioned, looking at Merida with a crooked eyebrow. I am, Merida replied with a nod and a smile, excitement and happiness drowning out the mixture of feelings that had been swirling inside of her since her family's return was first announced. Doubt they'll recognize you, Stoic continued with a snort. You're not the same girl they left with us. Actually, Dad, she's the exact same girl they left us with, Hiccup replied, smiling at Merida. We just brought it out for everyone to see. Merida turned and beamed at Hiccup, a blush on her cheeks. She leaned in and gave him another quick kiss. All right, enough of that now, Stoic said as he rolled his. We got important matters to take care. Turning back towards the docks, the teens could see the longships pulling in, retracting their oars and folding up their sails as they floated to a stop. As sailors quickly hopped off the boats and tied them to the docks, gangplanks were run off the sides, allowing the passengers to disembark. Now presenting! A herald began to call. Fergus gave a quick shove to Quad pushed past. Ah, stow it, would ye? He commented as he glanced back at them. They already know who we are. Fergus quickly tensioned back to King as he approached Stoic. Stoic? Fergus greeted neutrally. Fergus? Stoic rolled in a smirk. How's my girl Dane? Fergus asked. Why don't you ask her yourself? Stoic answered as he stepped back and indicated towards where Merida and Hiccup was standing. A look of surprise passed over Fergus's face as he looked at his daughter. Merida? Fergus questioned in surprise. Is at ye? Aye, da, Merida chuckling as she stepped forward. It's me. Well, what are you waiting for then? Fergus asked with a laugh. Come and give your old man a hug. Giggling happily, Merida ran forward before hopping into her father's arms, the Bear King quickly scooping his daughter up into a bear hug. Pulling back, Fergus took a closer look at Merida. Son above, Fergus exclaimed. They've turned ye into a little Viking, hain't ye there? I'm starting to think there was always a little Viking in me, da, Merida replied with a chuckle. Dainey let your mother hear you say that, Fergus replied with a snort before his face quickly fell. Merida, a boot. It's okay, da, Merida reassured him, giving him a smile. I'll talk to her. Good girl, Fergus replied, setting Merida down as he looked over his shoulder and saw Eleanor approaching. Stepping aside, Fergus watched as Eleanor approached their daughter. Merida quickly smoothed out her clothes and tucked a stray hair behind her ear before hesitantly turning her attention towards Eleanor. Her mother looked as regal as ever, dressed in a purple gown similar to the green one she was wearing when she had left. But her face was a neutral mask that barely hid the anxiety that Merida knew was there. Hello, Mother, Merida greeted her, hoping that speaking first would break any tension there was. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you as well, Merida, Eleanor greeted, moving at first to reach for Merida before pulling back and playing her hands anxiously. I hope that ye have been doing well. Ah, hey, Merida answered with a nod, looking at the ground nervously. I'm sorry I hain't been writing home as much as I probably should. Think nothing of it, Eleanor replied, waving off the apology. I'm sure you've been very busy. I hae been, Merida replied as she hesitantly reached into her vest, pulling out a rolled-up parchment and showing it to Eleanor. But I did hae time to read yours. Eleanor pursed her lips as her eyes began to water. I'm sae sorry, Ma, Merida stated, her eyes beginning to water as well. I was sae awful to you. I'm sorry too, Merida, Eleanor said, bringing her hand up and quickly wiping away a tear that threatened to run down her cheek. I was nae the mother I should have been. I hit ye and... Ma, stop, Merida insisted, taking a step towards her mother. I did a lot of things to deserve it. I forgive you, though, if you'll forgive me. Of course, Eleanor replied, holding her arms out to her daughter as tears began to flow freely down her face. Always. Merida rushed forward and wrapped her arms around her mother, who quickly enveloped her with her own arms and held her close, quietly crying into each other's shoulders as the crowd watched. Gobber sniffed and quickly rubbed a tear from his eye as he watched the scene. Are you crying? Spitelout questioned, crooking an eyebrow at Gobber. What's it matter to ye? Gobber snapped back at him as he dug the palm of his good hand into his eye to clear it up. After a moment, Merida and Eleanor pulled away, each wiping tears away from their eyes. I love ye, Ma, Merida sniffed. I love ye too, my little Boudica, Eleanor replied, leaning forward and giving her daughter a kiss on her forehead. Standing up straight again, Eleanor looked around, a blush of embarrassment on her face as she saw everyone looking at her. Son above, she whispered, as he rubbed her red eyes again and smoothed out her dress. I'm completely out of countenance. It's okay, dear, Fergus said, stepping over to his wife and placing his arm around her shoulder. I think the Vikings are willing to let a little impropriety slide. I think we can overlook it, Stoic replied with a smirk and a nod. It's good to see you again, your majesty. Ye as well, Chief Stoic, Eleanor replied with a nod, before glancing back towards the longboats and smirking. I think there are a few other people who have missed ye, Merida. Looking past her mother, Merida smiled as she saw her brothers rushing down the docks towards her. Following quickly behind the three boys was a heavy-set, middle-aged woman dressed in a light brown dress with a matching wimple covering her head. Merida! The three boys cried in unison as they dove towards her, hugging Merida and knocking her onto her behind as she wrapped her arms around all three of them while laughing. We missed you so much, one of them cried. I missed you too, Merida replied with a chuckle. We were worried we'd ne'er see you again, another exclaimed. Well, you can see you had no reason to worry, Merida answered. You look different, the third commented, looking her over. You're dressed up like a Viking. Not quite, Merida replied with a smirk. They hain't given me ane of those horned helmets yet. The triplets giggled as Merida let them go and stood back up before turning and smiling at the middle-aged woman. It's good to see you again, Princess, the woman said as she curtsied. It's wonderful to see you too, Maudie, Merida replied as she stepped forward and hugged the woman, who looked surprised at first before returning the hug as well. What's this? A voice said, catching Merida's attention as she pulled away from Maudie. Nae greetings for your oldest friends? Merida smiled as she saw Will walking towards her with Boyd and Andra flanking him. Merida laughed before running over and enveloping Will in a hug. It's so good to see you all again, Merida exclaimed as she pulled away and gave Boyd and Andra hugs as well. Look at ye, Will said with a laugh, gesturing to Merida. They've gone and turned ye into ane of them. Ye say it like I was unwilling, Merida replied, placing a hand on her hip. She ne'er was much of a Highland lady, Boyd commented, looking up at Will, missing the glare Merida shot his way. I cannae believe ye came, Merida said, shaking her head in disbelief. Wait, and miss ye slaying a dragon? Will questioned, missing the quick waver in Merida's expression. Nay, on your life. All right, Stoic declared, clapping his hands to bring everyone's attention to him. Now that the family reunions are out of the way, how about we get you all settled in? We don't have any royal apartments like you are all no doubt used to, but we do have some spare houses set aside for this sort of occasion. I believe it will do nicely, Fergus replied, before putting a hand on Stoic's shoulder and leaning in close. Is there somewhere where my men and I can talk to ye and yours in private? Of course, Stoic said with a nod, before turning his attention to Hiccup. Hiccup, I need you to bring the king's family to one of the empty houses. All right, Hiccup nodded. Good, Stoic said with a nod, as the three lords joined Fergus's side before turning his attention to the surrounding men. Gobber, Spitelout, Bertha, come with us. Actually, I think I'll be a better use helping Hiccup get everyone settled, Gobber replied, as he nervously glanced at Merida and her mother. Stoic regarded Gobber with confusion for a moment before nodding. I'll fill you in later, Stoic replied, before signalling for the others to follow him. Spitelout snorting and shaking his head as he spared Gobber a final glance before walking away with the others. Whit days do need to talk with Stoic about? Merida questioned as she and her friends rejoined her mother's side. I believe it has something to do with the Vendel raids your father and his men have been fighting off for the last few months, Eleanor surmised. Probably wondering if they've been seen in the area lately. Aye, Merida said, biting her lip as she glanced at Hiccup. They could be anywhere. It's good to see you again, Hiccup, Eleanor greeted as the young man approached her with Gobber in tow. It's good to see you again as well, your majesty, Hiccup replied with a bow. Oh, there's no need for that, Eleanor said, waving off Hiccup's bow with a small smile on face. You're practically family after all. The comment caused Hiccup and Merida to blush, which, in turn, caused Eleanor to arch an eyebrow as her smirk grew. Hey! One of Merida's brothers said as he yanked on Hiccup's tunic, bringing the young man's attention downward, where he found the triplets standing in front of him, glaring up at him. Hi? Hiccup greeted in return, looking at the three boys in confusion. You've been treating our sister good, right?
the brother in the middle asked, pointing an accusatory finger up at Hiccup.
Yeah,
Hiccup answered, caught off guard by the question. Of course I have. Good, the middle brother stated, pulling his finger back and crossing his arms, his brothers mirroring him. Because if ye dinna, the one of the right continued. Ye'll ha' to answer to us, the one of the left finished seriously, his brothers nodding in return. Hiccup looked at the triplets in confusion before turning his attention towards Merida and Eleanor. Eleanor was politely chuckling into her hand while Merida was biting her lip, her face red from trying not to laugh out loud. All right, boys, that's enough, Eleanor chastised her sons. We had to be polite. We're guests after all. The boys reluctantly returned to their mother's side, the one in the middle signalling he was watching Hiccup. Merida, Eleanor said, turning her attention to her daughter while glancing at Gobber. Why dinna ye introduce us to the man accompanying us? Oh, right, Merida said with a nod, before walking over and indicating to Gobber. This is Gobber the Belch. He's the master blacksmith here in the village in the Ain who taught us dragon fighting. He's taught me a lot since I came here. It's an honour to meet ye, your majesty, Gobber answered nervously as he bowed to the Queen, prompting the gathered Highlanders to look at the large man in confusion. Excuse me, Gobber, but may I ask ye a question? Eleanor inquired as she arched an eyebrow at the blacksmith. Certainly, your majesty, of course, Gobber answered with a nod. I was just wondering, but it sounds like ye a Highlander accent, Eleanor observed. Why is that? Well, you see, Gobber mumbled awkwardly as Hiccup and Merida glanced at each other nervously. My mother was a Highlander. Oh, Eleanor replied, pondering for a moment before her eyes widened as she managed to put the pieces together. Oh, I believe I understand. I apologise if my question bothered or offended ye in any way. Dinna worry, your majesty, Gobber replied with a shrug. It's same thing I made my peace with a long time ago. What's he talking about, Maudie? One of the triplets asked, looking up at his nanny with a questioning expression. You'll understand when you're older, Maudie replied, looking at Gobber in concern as she reached down and patted the young boy on the head. Do you know what part of the Highlands your mother was from? No, Gobber answered. She didn't really like to talk about where she was from. Well, if you ask me, I think she was from Macintosh lands, Will spoke up. You sound almost exactly like my da. Do you have anything that she used to own? Eleanor ventured. Ah, day, Gobber answered, reaching into his pocket and retrieving what looked like a golden medallion of some sort. It's nae much, but she wore it all the time. Eleanor reached out and took it as Gobber offered it to her. I'm afraid I dinna recognise any of the markings on this, Eleanor stated as she examined the medallion before handing it to Will. Wait a minute, William. I kinda recognise it, Will replied, squinting his eyes at the medallion. Mada would know for sure. Do you mind if I hold on to it and show it to him? Promise I'll give it back. Of course, Gobber said after a moment of hesitation. Thank you so much for your help. Think Nathan o' it? Will replied with a smile as he put the medallion into his pocket. Anything for a clansman? Gobber smiled and nodded at the young lord. Now we should get you all settled, Gobber said, motioning towards Hiccup, who nodded and began leading the group into the village. As they walked, Merida noticed the other teens standing nearby, watching them. Smiling, Merida waved them over, prompting the teens to make their way over, hesitantly. Guys, I wanted you to meet some of my new friends, Merida said, as the group stopped and looked at the approaching teens. These are Fishlegs Ingerman, Astrid Hofferson, Roughnut and Toughnut Thorsten, and Hiccup's cousin, Snotlout Jorgensen. The group stepped forward and awkwardly bowed towards Merida's family. It's wonderful to meet you all, Eleanor replied, nodding towards the teens. Some more than others, Will added with a charming smile, running his eyes over Astrid and Roughnut. Oh gods, Astrid sighed in exasperation, rolling her eyes while Fishlegs narrowed his at Will. Not another one. Just ignore him, Merida said, shaking her head at her friend. Why? Ruff questioned, grinning as she looked Will over before glancing to her side and noticing Astrid and Merida giving her questioning looks. What? Come along, Merida, Eleanor said, catching her daughter's attention and beckoning the young woman back over. Wait till you get everyone settled. You can see your friends later. Right, Merida replied with a nod. I'll see you guys later. Merida's friends waved as she left them and rejoined her family. Could you nay? Merida said, glaring at Will as they walked. Wit? Will asked, shrugging his shoulders as he laughed.
It's nae my fault ye hae such lovely-looking friends. He ne'er changes, Daisy Andra? Merida questioned, looking up at her larger friend, who nodded and muttered something in reply, causing Merida to giggle. As the others talked, Hiccup fell into step next to Boyd. I'm impressed, Boyd commented suddenly, causing Hiccup to jump in surprise a bit. Huh? Hiccup muttered in confusion as he turned to look at Boyd. Oh, did I say it out loud? Boyd questioned, which earned a nod from Hiccup. Sorry, I do that sometimes. Anyway, I was saying I was impressed with ya. Why's that? Hiccup asked. When we left, she hated your guts and had tried to kill ya, Boyd explained, prompting Hiccup to cringe and scratch the back of his head awkwardly. But now she canna keep her eyes off you. Hiccup looked over at Merida, just in time to catch her glancing at him, prompting her to turn away with a blush on her face. Hiccup smiled and turned back to Boyd. How'd you pick up on that? Hiccup questioned. I'm rather observant, Boyd replied, staring ahead with a dazed look on his face, prompting Hiccup to look at the young lord with a raised eyebrow. That's how I can tell she really likes you now. Guess at birthday party turned to aura, among other things. Hiccup agreed with a nod. So what do you think of? You're growing on me, Boyd answered before glancing down at Hiccup's legs. Sorry for trying to cut off your leg, by the way. Don't worry about it, Hiccup replied, a slightly nervous expression on his face. I'm sure I would have done the same thing if I was in your position. Probably nay, Boyd stated simply without elaboration, prompting Hiccup to regard the young lord wearily. Anyway, Hiccup said, trying to change the subject. What about the other two? What do you think they think of me? Will's warming up to you, T, Boyd explained, nodding to the young man in question. Liked what you were trying to do for Merida. Disney really liked the rest of your kind, though. Certainly seemed to like Astrid and Ruff, Hiccup commented with a chuckle. What about the big guy? Andra? Boyd replied. Oh, I dain't think this is how you imagine things turning out. What does that mean? Hiccup questioned, his brow furrowing. What does wit mean? Boyd inquired, turning to look at Hiccup in confusion. What you just said, Hiccup explained. About wit? Boyd asked, clearly lost. About Andra? Hiccup pressed, now confused as well. Oh, did I say that out loud? Boyd questioned, earning another nod from Hiccup. I really had to stop doing that. Hiccup stopped for a moment as he watched Boyd walk away, a look of utter bafflement on the young Viking's face. I'm really starting to question if we were even having a conversation, right? Hiccup muttered before following along with the others again, Maudie and Gobber trailing behind the group. It must have been difficult, Maudie commented, glancing over at Gobber. Excuse me? Gobber asked in confusion as he turned to look at Maudie as they walked. Ah, said it must have been difficult, Maudie repeated, turning to fully look at Gobber. Growing up here with your background, I canna image the people you grew up with took kindly to you. Nay, they didna, Gobber replied with a shake of his head. But it got better. Indeed, Maudie agreed with a nod. The chief seems to think highly of you. Stoic is a good friend, Gobber stated with a nod. The princess seems to think highly of you too, Maudie added. What makes you think that? Gobber questioned, arching an eyebrow at Maudie. Just the way she introduced ye, Maudie explained. The princess tends to wear her heart on her sleeve, making it rather easy to tell how she feels about seemeth in or seeming. I can agree with that, Gobber stated with a chuckle. I dinna believe I caught your name. Maudie, she replied. That's a nice name, Gobber commented with a smirk, earning a smile from Maudie in return. I take it you know the princess well? I should. I helped raise her after all, Maudie replied. I am the royal caretaker of the children, their nanny if ye will. You take care of the children when their parents are available, Gobber surmised. Precisely, Maudie replied with a nod. You must have your hands full these days with these three, Gobber guessed, as he indicated to the triplets who were scurrying around in front of the group. The princes can certainly be difficult at times, but they're good boys at heart, Maudie replied. Still, while the princess presented challenges of her own, she at least didn't outnumber me. Gobber let out a snort of laughter in response as Maudie let out a small giggle. Ah, take it that the medallion was the princess's idea? Maudie ventured. It was, Gobber answered with a nod. She figured Semaine might be able to make the connection with it. Well, I certainly hope they do, Maudie stated. Everyone deserves to know where they come from. By then, the group had reached the small houses set up on the outskirts of the village. Well, here we are, Gobber commented as he coughed into his hand awkwardly. I should begin. Other business I need to take care of and all that. Of course, Maudie replied, nodding to Gobber. Thank you for accompanying us, Gobber. I look forward to seeing you again. And yea, Gobber mumbled before he quickly began to hobble away. Until then, Maudie agreed with a nod, smiling as she watched Gobber leave, turning around and ushered the triplets into one of the houses, not noticing as Merida and Hiccup watched her with curious looks on their faces before shooting each other questioning glances. The great hall was filled with shouts and music as the Vikings and Highlanders feasted inside. The affair was slightly strained as the two peoples made a point of sitting with their own kind, but thus far the feast had been peaceful. Upon the raised dais at the end of the hall, an extra long table had been set up to allow the Highlander royal family, the three lords and their sons, to sit with Stoic, his family, and Gothi. Currently, Merida, sitting with Hiccup on one side and her father on the other, was engaged in the rapid telling of a story. Say, the timberjack was coming right at me, and I had nae time to move, Merida explained, her father looking at her in rapt attention, while her mother looked pale-faced and worried. I thought I was a goner, but Astrid comes oot o' naewhere, grabs me, picks me up and throws me clear. Wait! Fergus exclaims, turning and pointing where Astrid was sitting with her mother amongst the other Vikings. At Little Thin? I know, right, Merida agreed ecstatically. It's nae even the crazy part, after Hiccup catches me. It was less me catching and more her landing on me, Hiccup interjected with a smirk. Semantics, Merida replied with a wave of her hand before continuing. Anyway, I stand up and look back, and I see Astrid is literally holding the dragon's jaws open with her hands and feet. You're joking, Fergus exclaims with a laugh. Nay in the least, Merida replied. She eventually got out of there with Fishleg's help and went ahead and beat the dragon all by herself. Son above, Fergus exclaimed with a laugh as he turned his attention towards Stoic. Whit are ye feeding them around here, Stoic? The Hoffersons have always been stronger than they look, Stoic replied with a smirk. Astrid's father was the same way. So, tell me more about these little weapons. I see you carrying around, Fergus said, indicating to the sword and bow Merida had set down next to her. Smiling, Merida picked them up and laid them on the table, pushing her plate away in the process. Merida, a lady Disney, Eleanor began to say, before looking around the room, noticing a number of Vikings with their weapons laying on the table before them around the great hall. Ne'er mind. This is Sealgar, Merida explained, holding up her bow for her father to see. He took it in his large hands and looked it over, smiling at the engravings in the wood. Where did you get this? Fergus questioned, looking back at his daughter. Hiccup made it, Merida explained, glancing back at Hiccup and smiling as the young man as he blushed. You made this? Fergus questioned, turning his attention towards Hiccup. Yeah, I did, Hiccup replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Hiccup is the apprentice blacksmith here in the village, Merida explained, reaching out and patting Hiccup on the shoulder. Probably the best weaponsmith you'll ever meet. That's high praise, Fergus pointed out with a chuckle. I'm the ane who uses the bow, Aranea, Merida replied, crooking an eyebrow at her father. Speaking of which, what happened to your old bow? Fergus questioned. There was an accident, Merida muttered uncomfortably as she quickly glanced at Astrid. It snapped. Ah, that's a shame, Fergus said sadly. I remember when I gave you that bow for your birthday when you were just a wee lass. Oh well, how about the sword? Let's see that, shall we? Reaching down, Merida placed her sword on the table and pulled it from its scabbard before handing it to her father. Fergus took the blade in both hands, whistling as he looked it over. Now that's a fine blade, Fergus said as he looked over at Hiccup. Did you make this ain as well, lad? No, Hiccup replied awkwardly. That sword belonged to Hiccup's mother, Valhallarama, Merida finished, placing her hand on Hiccup's. Stoic gave it to me. Oh, Fergus said, realization dawning on his face as he gingerly handed the sword back to Merida. Ah, see, she called it Dragonsbane, Merida continued as she took the sword and slid it back into its scabbard before leaning it against the table. A fitting name, nae doubt, Eleanor commented, giving Hiccup an understanding look. Speaking of dragons, Fergus spoke up, a smile growing across his face. Tell me more about this dragon training. Well, Merida began, a beaming smile on her face which fell away as it was replaced by a look of confusion. Ma, Da, where are the boys? Fergus and Eleanor looked at their daughter in confusion. before looking around the table and seeing that the triplets were indeed gone. Oh, where could they have run off to now? Eleanor questioned worriedly as she looked around before spotting Maudie in the crowd. Maudie, have you seen the boys? No, Your Majesty, Maudie called back as she took a quick look around the crowd. I'll keep an eye out for them. As Maudie disappeared into the crowd to look for the three princes, Eleanor continued to watch the horde of people for any sign of her sons. Oh, boys, where are ye? Eleanor mumbled to herself. At that moment, 3 small red-headed boys were scrambling in between legs and under tables on the Viking side of the hall. Peeking out over the edge of the table, they caught sight of a plate of sweet rolls that had been set out on one of the long tables. Do you think Viking sweet rolls taste as good as the anes from home? One of the brothers questioned. There's only one way to find it, the second replied, the 3 smiling and nodding at one another before disappearing under the table again. As they reached where the sweet rolls were on the table, they peeked over the edge again. The plate sat in the middle of the table, out of reach of their short arms. Glancing around, one of the boys spied a hatchet sitting on the table next to a Viking who was engrossed with talking to the man next to him. Reaching out, he grabbed the hatchet, his brothers helping keep the heavy weapon steady. The 3 boys then reached out with the hatchet and managed to hook the edge of the plate with the tip of the axe head. Slowly, they began to pull the plate towards them, their mouths watering as they watched the sweet rolls come closer. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that startled the boys as a large hand slammed down on the handle of the hatchet, knocking it from their hands and causing the plate of sweet rolls to hop up a few inches into the air. Quickly turning around, the boys found themselves face to face with Gobber the Belt. Well, Gobber mused with a smile, reaching out and grabbing all 3 of the boys by the scruff of their shirts with one hand and hoisting them up to eye level. What do we hear here? We weren't doing anything wrong, one of the boys exclaimed frightfully. Looks like you were trying to take my axe, Gobber pointed out. Nay, another brother exclaimed. We were just trying to get the sweet rolls. Oh, were you now? Gobber questioned, raising an eyebrow at the 3 boys who quickly nodded in reply. Well then, all you had to do was ask. Placing the triplets on the table in front of him, Gobber then reached over and grabbed the plate of sweet roll and slid it in front of the 3 boys who looked at the food in wonder. You're serious? One of the boys asked. I can always put them back, Gobber replied as he slowly began to slide the plate away from the triplets. Nay! All 3 shouted as they reached out towards the plate in order to stop him. I thought as much, Gobber replied, smirking as he slid the plate back in front of the triplets, who began to eagerly dig into the sweet rolls. Thanks, one of the boys exclaimed happily. What was your name again? Gobber the Belch, Gobber replied as he took a drink from the mug attached to his prosthetic hand. Why do they call you the Belch? Another one of the boys questioned. As if to answer the question, Gobber put down his mug before belching loudly right into the boys' faces, the force blowing back their hair and almost knocking. Ooh, one of the boys giggled. Nice. Boys! They heard Maudie exclaim, causing all 4 of them to turn to see her approaching them. There you are. Hi, Maudie, the 3 greeted nonchalantly. Ye 3 had your parents worried sick, you know, Maudie admonished the triplets, placing her hands on her hips as she glared at them. What have you been up to? Eating sweet rolls with Gobber, one of the boys replied through mouthfuls of the sweets, nodding his head towards the Viking. Thank you for looking after them, Gobber, Maudie said, smiling at the blacksmith. Oh, think nathan of it, Gobber replied, smiling back at her. They're nae so hard to handle, ance you know what they're after. Yes, the problem arises when they're always after it, Maudie stated with a chuckle. Hey, a seat, Maudie, Gobber said, scooting over and indicating to the space next to him. These 3 aren't going anywhere any time soon. Very well, Maudie replied, smirking at Gobber as she slid into the seat. If for nathan more than to keep an eye on the princes. See, what happened to your hand? One of the boys asked, indicating towards Gobber's missing hand. Well, that's a bit of a long story, Gobber replied, smiling as he took another sip from his mug. We like stories, one of the boys replied. Except Da's stories, another spoke up. But that's because we've heard Da's stories way too many times, the 3rd boy added as he took another bite of sweet roll. Well, it all started when I was a young man and I heard the story of the bone napper, Gobber began, causing the triplets to lean forward with excited looks on their face, while Maudie smiled as she watched while the blacksmith held the princes in rapt attention. Later,
Eleanor sat in the small parlour to the house that the Vikings had provided to her and her family. She sat at a small wooden table, reading a few letters by candlelight, the sound of her husband's snoring coming from a nearby bedroom. After a few moments of reading a letter, her attention was brought to the door as a knock came from it. Raising an eyebrow, Eleanor stood up and walked over to the door, opening it to reveal Merida and Hiccup on the other side. "Evening, Ma," Merida greeted nervously. "Merida? Hiccup?" Eleanor asked in confusion as she stepped outside, closing the door behind her. "What are you two doing here so late?" "Sorry," Merida replied, playing with a strand of her hair nervously. We needed to talk to you about something." "What's that?" Eleanor replied as she crossed her arms and gave Merida a questioning look. "Well," Hiccup began, playing with his hands nervously, It might work better for us to, show you." "Show me?" Eleanor asked incredulously. "In the middle of the night? What could possibly be so important?" "Mother, we really can't talk about it here," Merida pleaded. "Merida, I'm nae about to gae gallivanting off in the middle of the night without a reason," Eleanor replied crossly. "You will explain to me what is going on this instant." Merida looked like she was about to hotly argue, but was stopped when Hiccup reached out and placed a hand on her arm, causing the redhead to stop and look at him. Hiccup shook his head, earning a nod from Merida. "Your Majesty, Eleanor, what we want to talk with you about isn't something we can talk about in the open like this," Hiccup explained. "I know it seems strange, but we really need you to trust us. This is very important." Eleanor looked between the two teenagers before sighing and rolling her eyes. "Very well," Eleanor sighed before waving her hands at them. "Lead on." Nodding to one another, Hiccup and Merida began to lead Eleanor away, heading away from the house towards the forest. "We're going into the forest?" Eleanor questioned in confusion. "Yes, Ma," Merida replied, glancing over her shoulder at her mother. "It's nae far." "I certainly hope nae," Eleanor grumbled, picking her way around a large rock as she followed the two into the forest. As the minutes passed and the two teens showed no signs of stopping, Eleanor began to grow more and more agitated. "Where are you two leading me?" Eleanor questioned, crossing her arms over her chest as they approached the cliffside. "Through here, Ma," Merida explained as she and Hiccup began to shimmy through the crevice. "Through there?" Eleanor asked incredulously, watching as the two teens continued on, leaving her behind, before throwing her hands into the air in frustration and following after them. "This is utterly ridiculous!" After pushing her way through the crevice, Eleanor looked over the cove from the small cliff she stood on. As she brushed herself off, Eleanor noticed Hiccup and Merida making their way down to the ground. "Merida! Hiccup!" Eleanor called irately as she scrambled down after the two teenagers, glaring daggers at her daughter when she finally caught up with her. "I ha had quite enough of this, and you will tell me what this is all about right now." As she shouted, there was suddenly the sound of movement behind her. Eleanor's eyes went wide as she slowly turned around to look, watching frightfully as Toothless slowly emerged from the shadows, watching the Queen with his cat-like eyes. "Son above," Eleanor whispered, quickly turning around and backing away from Toothless, positioning herself between the dragon and the teens. "Stay behind me." "It's okay, Eleanor," Hiccup replied, placing his hand on Eleanor's arm to calm her before stepping in front of her. "This is what we wanted to show you." "You wanted to show me a dragon?" Eleanor exclaimed, before flinching backwards as Toothless snorted at her. "Yes," Hiccup answered before motioning to Toothless. "Eleanor, this is Toothless." You've named him?" Eleanor asked in confusion. "I have," Hiccup replied with a nod as he reached out and patted Toothless on his head. "He's really quite friendly." "Friendly?" Eleanor questioned incredulously. "The fire-breathing dragon is friendly. Would we have brought you here if he wasn't?" Merida questioned, which gave Eleanor pause. Watching the Queen carefully, Toothless approached her, sniffing the hem of her dress as he edged closer, causing Eleanor to jump backwards frightfully. Unperturbed, Toothless moved closer to her until he was inches away from Eleanor. Rising up, Toothless looked Eleanor right in the eye before closing his and leaning towards her expectantly. Eleanor looked at Toothless in frightened confusion for a few moments before glancing at Hiccup and Merida for help. Both teens quickly made motions, signifying that Toothless wished to be pat. Turning to look at Toothless, Eleanor hesitantly reached her hand out, holding it stiff in front of her, a few inches away from the Night Fury. Toothless gave Eleanor's hand a quick sniff before rubbing his head against it, causing the Queen to gasp in shock. Slowly, she began to rub her hand across the dragon's scales, looking at Toothless in wonder as the dragon began to purr. "All right," Eleanor said quietly, looking to Merida and Hiccup as she continued to pet Toothless's head. "Tell me everything." Chapter 31. The Truth. Eleanor sighed, resting her head in her hand with her elbow propped on her knees as she sat on a rock, looking at Merida and Hiccup as they finished telling her what had been happening the last few months. Eleanor put her hand over her mouth as the two finished, looking at them for a moment in quiet contemplation. After a moment, her eyes shifted to Toothless, who was currently lapping water from the nearby pond. "All of this is true?" Eleanor questioned, still watching the dragon. "Every word," Hiccup assured the Queen, prompting her to turn back and give the teens a very serious look. "You understand what you're telling me, correct?" Eleanor questioned. "Nay, only are you putting everything people have ever known about dragons into question, but you're also saying that Mordu and the Vendel are working to release the most powerful dragon that has ever been known, who has been trapped for generations by a witch's spell." "Aye, we understand it's pretty big, Ma," Merida replied with a nod, "but it's all true." Eleanor fell silent again, covering her mouth with her hands as she pondered the ground in front of her for a few moments. "Which should we do?" Merida questioned nervously. "That's the big question, isn't it?" Eleanor replied with a chuckle and a sigh. "This is nae an easy problem to solve. I cannae say how either of your fathers will react if I tell them, to say naething o' if they'll even believe me. I don't think my dad's gonna like this, no matter how we tell him," Hiccup stated. "I'll be lucky if he doesn't kill me when he finds out." "I dain't believe it for an instant," Eleanor replied, giving Hiccup a meaningful look. "And even if I did, we wouldn't let anything like it happen to ye." Hiccup smiled at the Queen as Merida reached out and placed a hand on Hiccup's knee. "I'm nae worried about convincing Stoic, though," Merida spoke up, turning to look at her mother again. "If we can convince Da, then I think that'll be enough to get Stoic on our side. Or it could start a war," Eleanor answered wearily. "We canna rely on your father being able to convince Stoic, nor should you rely on my ability to convince your father." "Come on, Ma," Merida replied with a smirk. "We both know 'at you've got Da wrapped around your little finger." "In some regards, yes," Eleanor replied with a small smirk of her own. "But your father is still a king, and even I cannae truly tell him what to do, especially if Mordu is involved." "See what can we do?" Merida questioned. "I will try to speak with your father. I do agree 'at Fergus will be easier to convince than Stoic," Eleanor explained. "He might believe me, but he's going to need some sort of proof." "We can do that," Hiccup replied. "Obviously, with all we know, we don't intend to go through with killing the monstrous nightmare." "What do you plan to do then?" Eleanor asked. "I want to show everyone that dragons aren't as dangerous as we always thought," Hiccup explained. "I want to show that they can be tamed, that they can interact peacefully with people. A big display like that will definitely send a message," Eleanor agreed. "We just had to ensure it's the message we want to send. Hopefully that's where ye and Da will come in," Merida stated. Eleanor paused for a moment before nodding her head. "I will do what I can," Eleanor stated, looking directly into Hiccup's eyes as she spoke. "But you must tread lightly, Hiccup. A wrong move here could prove disastrous." "I know," Hiccup replied solemnly with a nod. "Thank you for helping us. I don't think we could do this without you." "I'm sure you would have found a way," Eleanor stated with a small smile. "Ye are an exceedingly clever young man." Hiccup blushed under the praise, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment as Merida smiled at him. "Now, if ye dain't mind, I'd like to return to the village," Eleanor stated as she yawned and stretched her arms above her heads. "All of this gallivanting about the woods in the middle of the night has left me exhausted. I think it's time for us all to retire for the night." Merida and Hiccup agreed with nods before they patted Toothless on the head and bid the dragon good night before they began leading Eleanor out of the cove. As they walked, Eleanor fell into step next to her daughter as Hiccup walked ahead. "Say, much has happened since we left you here," Eleanor commented. "Aye," Merida agreed with a smile and a nod. "It's pretty crazy when you stop and think about it. What I find interesting is how much she and Hiccup's relationship has changed," Eleanor stated, smiling wryly as she glanced at her daughter. "Well, what do you mean?" Merida questioned, a light blush on her face as she looked up at her mother. "When we left you, you could barely stand the sight of him," Eleanor observed. "Now the two of you are all but inseparable."
Things changed, Merida replied, averting her eyes as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Changed in what way? Eleanor questioned. I got to see the real Hiccup, Merida explained hesitantly, glancing at the young man in question as he continued to lead them out of the forest. And I really liked what I found. I was hoping something like this would happen, Eleanor stated as her smile grew. I can tell the two of you balance each other well. I think we do, Merida agreed with a nod before looking up at her mother. I guess I hate to thank you for it. Och, nae need to thank me, Merida, Eleanor replied. I didn't expect this to turn out as well as it did. I'm very happy for the two of you. Merida smiled, and the two began to walk through the forest in comfortable silence. Say, have you kissed him yet? Eleanor asked abruptly, a smile on her face. Merida sputtered in shock as her face turned bright red, whipping her head around to look at her mother. Ma! Merida whined in embarrassment, causing Eleanor to chuckle in amusement. The next day, Merida walked up the sloping hills of the village towards a large building she wasn't familiar with. It was a grand, imposing building made out of hard stone and partially built into the cliffside. Flanking the front door were two large sculptures of muscular Viking men, one armed with a war hammer, the other only possessing one eye and a raven perched on his shoulder, a spear clutched in his hand. Walking up to the large wooden double doors decorated with the image of a war hammer, Merida pushed them open. Inside was a long hall made of stone, held up by rows of columns. Numerous torches lined the walls, illuminating various altars dedicated to numerous gods set up along the walls. Merida looked around in confusion for a few moments, trying to find anybody in the large, apparently empty building. As she scanned the room, her eyes fell on a person sitting by an altar near the back of the room. Hello, Merida called as she made her way over to the person. Hick, is that you? As Merida approached, the person turned to face her, revealing she was not Hiccup, but in fact a girl a few years younger than the princess. She had brown hair that was done in two braids that framed her freckled face. She wore a simple brown dress, along with a black hooded robe. As her brown eyes fell on Merida, she quickly blew out the match she had been using to light the candles on the altar. Oh, I'm sorry, Merida apologized. I thought you were someone else. It's quite all right, the girl replied politely as she turned to face Merida. Is there something that I can help you with, Princess Merida? Oh, Merida said again as she blinked in surprise. You know who I am? Of course, the girl replied with a small giggle. It's a small village and you're rather hard to miss. I suppose you've got me there, Merida replied with a smirk. But I dinna believe we've met afore. We haven't, the girl agreed with a shake of her head. I suppose you haven't had much cause to come to the temple. I'm Helga. Helga, Merida questioned, the name ringing a bell, but she was unable to place it. Yes, Helga replied with a nod. So, you're looking for Hiccup? I am, Merida replied with a nod. Have you seen him? Somebody mentioned they saw him come in here earlier. I have, Helga replied with a nod. I can take you to him if you'd like. That'd be wonderful, thank you, Merida answered with a smile. Smiling back, Helga reached out and grabbed a pair of crutches that Merida hadn't noticed. Sliding them under her arms, Helga pushed herself up, causing Merida's eyes to widen in surprise as she saw the girl's legs dangling uselessly beneath her. Sun above? Merida whispered in horror as she moved to Helga's side. Here, let me help ye. It's all right, princess, Helga replied, shaking her head with a half-hearted smile. I'm quite capable on my own. As if to prove her point, Helga began limping across the room, expertly balancing on her crutches. As she watched the younger girl, something clicked in Merida's head. You're her, Merida commented in understanding. What's that? Helga asked in confusion as she came to a wobbly stop and looked over her shoulder at Merida. You're her, Merida repeated, pointing at Helga. You're the girl who survived being pushed off the cliff. You were there when Alvin the Treacherous killed Valhallarama. Helga finished with a nod. Yes, that was me. How did you end up here? Merida questioned. There are not many things a cripple like me can do, Helga explained with a sigh, but minding the gods is one of them. Merida fell silent, playing with her hair as she looked at the younger girl with a combination of awkwardness and pity. Would you like me to bring you to Hiccup now? Helga questioned, a small smile returning to her features. Yes, of course, Merida agreed with a nod. That would be lovely. Motioning for Merida to follow her, Helga began limping along, leading the princess deeper into the temple. Hiccup ne'er struck me as the religious type, Merida commented, as they walked past other shrines depicting gods and goddesses in various forms. He's not, Helga replied. He hardly ever comes in here, and when he does, he only ever visits one shrine.
What ain is that? Merida asked as Helga led her towards the very back of the temple. One no one else ever visits, Helga explained, before they stopped in front of a door leading into a small room. Inside, Merida saw Hiccup sitting in front of a small shrine, much simpler than the other ones she had seen. On it sat a single red candle that had been lit, casting the room in a dim glow with long shadows. On the other side of the altar, a picture depicting two dragons intertwined with one another. The helmet that Stoic had given Hiccup sat next to the young man along with his sword. Hearing them approach, Hiccup turned around, a look of surprise on his face when he saw Merida. "Mer!" Hiccup exclaimed in surprise as he hopped to his feet and awkwardly dusted himself off. What are you doing here?" "I was looking for you," Merida explained. It's almost time." "Right," Hiccup replied, scratching his head. "I was just praying," Merida finished for him, smirking. "It's nae something to be ashamed of. Depends on who you ask," Hiccup replied awkwardly. "And who you pray to? Who are you praying to anyway?" Merida questioned as she stepped forward to get a better look at the shrine. "Which god is this shrine dedicated to?" "Loki," Helga spoke up, drawing Merida's attention back to her. "Who is Loki?" Merida asked. "The god of fire and thought," Helga explained as she looked back over at the altar, her eyes falling on the single red candle. The misty eye of the mountain below, the lie-smith and the father of dragons. "Father of dragons?" Merida questioned, glancing between Hiccup and Helga. "Yeah, it means pretty much what you think," Hiccup stated. "So you can probably guess that he's not very popular around here." "Then why are you praying to him?" Merida questioned. Because I relate to him," Hiccup answered with an embarrassed shrug. "What do you mean?" Merida asked. "Well, I mean, look at all the other gods in this temple," Hiccup elaborated. "Odin, Thor, Tyr. All of them big burly warriors who stand for everything Viking culture is based on. But not Loki. He's smaller than the others, but he's smarter. He relies on his wits." "Like ye," Merida observed with a small smile. "Like me," Hiccup agreed with a nod. "The whole fire and intelligence thing makes him easy to relate to as a blacksmith too." "I can see that," Merida replied with a nod. "Anyway, I'm done here if you wanted to get going," Hiccup stated. "We should, the final trail is soon," Merida agreed, as she rubbed her arm nervously. "Right," Hiccup said with a sigh, strapping his sword to his back before picking up his helmet and tucking it under his arm. "Let's get going." "It was nice to meet you, Helga," Merida stated as she turned and nodded her head to the younger girl. "It was a pleasure meeting you as well, Princess," Helga replied with a nod of her own before turning towards Hiccup. "Be safe, Hiccup. Try not to be a stranger." "I'll do my best," Hiccup answered with a smile and a nod before he and Merida made their way towards the exit. "You two seem close," Merida commented as they walked. "Me and my dad were basically the closest thing Helga had to a family after what happened to hers," Hiccup explained. "Her mom had died about a year before and her father died fighting the dragon that destroyed their home. As for her sister," Hiccup paused as they pushed open the doors of the temple and stepped outside. "Well, you already know what happened to her," Hiccup finished with a sad sigh, prompting Merida to reach out and take Hiccup's hand in hers. "Ein day we'll go out and find Alvin the Treacherous and make him pay for what he's done," Merida said, looking right into Hiccup's eyes as she said it. "Ye and me together." "Thanks, Mer," Hiccup replied with a smile, giving Merida's hand a squeeze. "But first we need to get through today." "Aye," Merida agreed with a sigh, "and that wanna be an easy feat." "No kidding," Hiccup stated as they made their way down to the arena. "We just got to hope you were right about your mom." "I dain't think that's what we should be worried about," Merida said with a concerned tone. "Are you sure 'at we should try and tame the nightmare? It's nae the nicest of dragons and 'at's saying semithin." "It will make our point," Hiccup replied. "Besides, the dragon will already be there, so we might as well take advantage of it." "All right," Merida stated with a nod, but a nervous expression still played across her features. "Hey, don't you go getting nervous," Hiccup said, giving Merida's hand a reassuring squeeze. "I'm nervous enough as it is. You're supposed to be the brave one of this operation. I know, Merida replied, giving Hiccup a small smile. There's just a lot riding on what happens today. I dain't want to lose you. You won't, Hiccup assured her, looking into her eyes as he spoke. Now come on, we have to get to the arena before they start without us. Making their way across the village, Hiccup and Merida made their way to the arena. As they neared the arena, they could see a large crowd making their way into the stands that surrounded the building. As they got closer, Merida and Hiccup saw Fishlegs moving through the crowd, accompanied by his parents. Fishlegs! Merida called, catching his and his parents' attention. Hey! Fishlegs greeted with a smile and a wave as he stopped to greet his friends, his parents stopping with him. You guys ready for today? As we'll ever be? Hiccup replied with a nervous smile. All of you will be careful, won't you? Ribbon asked in a nervous tone, playing with her hand as she did. Oh, stop worrying, Ribbon, Fishguts stated as he crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. They're trained Viking warriors now. Fishguts paused as she looked down at the 3 teenagers in front of him. They can handle it, he stated with a nod. The 3 teens smiled at each other. Now come on, Fishguts said as he urged them onwards. We don't want you 3 to be late. Nodding, the 3 teens followed Fishguts and Ribbon to the arena. As they reached the large building, Ribbon quickly spun around and gave each of them a hug. You all be safe in there, all right? Ribbon said as she stood back up, still nervously playing with hands. We will, Mom, Fishlegs replied with a nod and a small smile. Don't worry. Ribbon nodded in return before turning and following Fishguts up into the stands. The 3 teens in turn headed for the gate that led into the arena itself. Approaching it, they saw Astrid, Snotlout, the twins and Gobber waiting for them. Hey! Astrid greeted them with a smile, before her expression turned awkward as she looked at Fishlegs, who blushed in return when he saw her. You guys are still at awkward each other? Merida whispered to Fishlegs, raising an eyebrow at the young man. We haven't really got the chance to talk about it yet, Fishlegs explained as he nervously played with his hands. I think she might be avoiding me. Give it time, Merida replied as she reached up and patted Fishlegs on the arm. I'm sure she's just as confused as ye are. Yeah, Fishlegs agreed with a shrug as he glanced over at Astrid, who was doing her best to look anywhere but at him. I guess you're right. Right now, we have bigger things to worry about, Hiccup stated. I know, Fishlegs replied with a nod as he turned to look at Hiccup. So what's the plan here? Hiccup turned to say something to Fishlegs, but was interrupted when Gobber cleared his voice, bringing the teens' attention to him. All right, you lot, this is it, Gobber declared. The moment you've all been training and waiting for. Beyond that gate, you'll all be facing a monstrous nightmare, and of the most dangerous dragons in the world. Gobber paused for a moment to let his words sink in. You'll need all your training and skill to beat this monster, Gobber said solemnly, before a grin spread across his face. But I hae nae doubt it you will accomplish it. Ye all are, without a doubt, the best group of trainees to ever gae through this. I hae the utmost faith in all of ye. The teens all smiled warmly at their teacher. Now, here is where I would say ye make me proud, Gobber stated as he stepped aside and grabbed hold of the winch that would raise the portcullis, blocking the way into the arena. But I'm already proud enough as it is. Gobber's gaze fell on Hiccup as he spoke, nodding towards the young man. Say instead I'll just say good luck, Gobber finished before he pulled down on the winch, raising the portcullis and prompting the teens to make their way inside. Stepping inside, the group was met with thunderous applause from the stands, which were packed to the brim. The teens looked around in wonder, unused to having the attention of so many people. Directly across from the entrance of the arena, up in the stands, Stoic sat in his seat with Fergus and Eleanor once again sitting to his side with the triplets. On Stoic's other side sat Gothie, watching them expectant. All right, Astrid spoke up, after taking a calming breath as she turned her attention towards Hiccup. What's the plan? Just follow my lead, Hiccup stated, as he lifted his helmet up and placed it on his head. That's about as much of a plan we have going into these things anyway, Toughneck commented with a chuckle and a shrug. The crowd's cheering quieted as Stoic stood up and raised his hands, bringing attention to himself. Well, it seems like I can show my face in public again, Stoic announced, earning laughter from the crowd, though he failed to notice the quick glare Eleanor shot his way. If someone had told me a few short weeks ago that we would have a whole group of champions from our latest dragon training class,
I would never have believed them, Stoic stated with a chuckle. If someone had told me that they were practically led by my own son, I would have tied them to the mast of a ship and sent it adrift for fear they had gone mad. The crowd cheered in response as Hiccup's face fell slightly. Merida gave Hiccup a sad look before she reached out and entwined her hand with his, while Fishlegs reached out and patted him on the shoulder. But here we are, and no one is more surprised or more proud than me, Stoic continued, turning his attention towards Hiccup, a small smile spreading across his son's face as he heard the words. And not just of my boy, for this time we are not just graced with one champion, but 7. The crowd cheered as Stoic gestured to the other teens. My nephew, Snotlout Jorgensen, Stoic stated, pointing to Snotlout, who puffed his chest out proudly. A chip off the old block that is his father. Roughnut and Toughnut Thorsten, Stoic continued, indicating to the twins, who smiled at each other. We haven't seen a team like them since Stykes and Stowens Bergson. Fishlegs Ingerman, Stoic announced, prompting Fishlegs to scratch the back of his head as he blushed in embarrassment. I've known him since he was a boy, and I can say that I am impressed with the man that he has become. Astrid Hofferson, Stoic continued as he pointed directly at Astrid. Your father would be proud of you, girl. Astrid smiled at that, sniffing and subtly rubbing her eye. And last, but certainly not least, Princess Merida O'Dunbrock, Stoic stated, smiling broadly at the girl. When I first talked with her father about a marriage with my son, I was just looking to ensure the peace and safety of my people. I was looking for an ally against all our foes. I got all these things, but I got something even greater. I got myself a daughter. Sounds of agreement went through the crowd, as Merida looked up at Stoic with a shocked look on her face. It was a rough start, Stoic said with a chuckle, echoed by those in the crowd. But I'm proud to call you a Viking, Merida. I'm proud for call you a member of my family. Merida bit her lip nervously as she turned to look at her mother in the stands, who was wringing her hands together with an equally nervous look on her face. Today, all of them become full members of our society, Stoic declared. Today, all of them become one of us. The crowd roared in approval as Stoic turned and returned to his seat. Before he could sit, Fergus stood up and stepped in front of him. Those were some kind words you said, Fergus observed with a smirk. Meant every one of them, Stoic replied with a smile of his own. Fergus laughed in reply before holding out his hand, which Stoic grasped and firmly shook, letting out a laugh of his own. Together, the two of them sat down in their seats to watch what would happen. Give it overgrown lizard hell, Merida, Will declared from the place in the stands where he, Andra and Boyd watched. Show it who's boss. All right, guys, Astrid said as she palmed her axe, looking nervously at the other. You ready? Turning to look at his friends, Hiccup saw Fishlegs pull his hammer from off his back, while Merida unslung her bow and knocked an arrow on the string. Turning, Hiccup looked back at Astrid and nodded while unsheathing his sword. I'm ready, Hiccup stated solemnly as he turned his attention to the gate from which the monstrous nightmare would emerge. Slowly, the weight holding the gate closed was lifted, unlocking the large, heavy doors. As soon as the weight was free, the gate exploded outward as the monstrous nightmare, its body already alight, came roaring out of its pen in a cloud of fire and smoke. Son above, Eleanor whispered in horror as she watched the monstrous nightmare scurry around. These a kill. Nothing they can't handle, Stoic comment, though Eleanor noted some nervousness in his voice. The teens watched in fear as the nightmare stampeded around the arena, the flames that covered its body going out as it ran. As they watched, the nightmare crawled up onto the cage dome, where it hung from its claws and looked down at the teens. Snarling, the nightmare dropped down and approached the group, who backed away hesitantly. All right, Hiccup, Snotlout spoke up, looking nervously as the nightmare approached them. Now would be a great time for a plan. Hiccup quickly looked around at his friends, before up at the stands where everyone he knew was. Taking a deep breath, he looked back at the nightmare, a look of determination on his face. Stepping forward, he lowered his sword before dropping it to the ground, the metal blade clattering against the stone floor. That's not really what I had in mind, Snotlout declared with surprise, as the crowd began to murmur in confusion. Witsy Dane? Fergus questioned in confusion as Eleanor bit her nails nervously. I don't know, Stoic replied, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward in his seat. Hiccup, Gobber called from where he watched by the portcullis. Where are you, Dane? Pick up your sword. Hey, Hiccup said to the nightmare in a soothing voice as he cautiously approached it with his hands raised. It's okay. The nightmare continued to approach Hiccup, snarling as it glared at Hiccup. Taking a deep breath, Hiccup reached up and took off his helmet, holding it in his hands. "I'm not like them," Hiccup declared as he dropped the helmet to the ground. Glancing back, he saw Merida watching him. Hiccup nodded to her, to which Merida replied with a nod of her own. She quickly tossed her bow and the arrow aside before unsling her quiver and sword and tossing them aside as well. Looking at the others, Hiccup watched as Astrid and Fishlegs followed suit, placing their weapons on the ground, as Snotlout and the twins looked on in confusion. "We're not like them," Hiccup stated, indicating to his three friends, who were cautiously approaching the nightmare as well. The crowd gasped in shock at the events unfolding before them. "Stop the fight," Stoic ordered as he began to rise from his chair. "Nay!" Eleanor shouted, quickly standing to her feet and holding her hands out to Stoic, who whipped his head around to look at her. "Let him do this." "What are you talking about?" Stoic questioned, his eyes narrowing as his voice began to rise. "What are they doing? What do you know of this?" Eleanor said nothing, looking back towards the arena nervously, prompting Stoic to whirl back around and step towards the arena. "Hiccup!" Stoic shouted down to his son. "What are you doing? Stop this!" "No!" Hiccup yelled back, keeping his attention trained on the nightmare in front of him. "I need you all to see this." Slowly, Hiccup began reaching his hand out to touch the nightmare, the dragon beginning to relax as he did. "They're not the monsters we think they are," Hiccup stated, his entire attention focused on the nightmare. "We don't have to kill them." The crowd grew more and more unruly as they watched. Stoic's breath quickened as he began to panic. Spinning around, he grabbed a warhammer he had sitting next to his seat. "Nay!" Eleanor cried as she stepped in front of Stoic as he turned back to the arena, grabbing hold of his arm. "Stop!" With an angry grunt, Stoic pushed Eleanor off of him, sending her stumbling back and forcing Fergus to hop to his feet in order to catch her. "I said stop the fight!" Stoic declared angrily as he slammed his hammer against the bars of the cage, bending it and creating a loud clang that echoed across the arena. As it did, the nightmares widened before it let out a bellowing roar. "Hiccup!" Merida shouted in fear as the nightmare snapped its jaws at Hiccup, forcing him to backwards. As he dodged out of the way, Hiccup tripped over his own feet, sending him falling to the ground. A panicked look on her face, Merida reached down and scooped up her bow and nocked an arrow. Aiming at the nightmare, she let the arrow fly, the missile striking the nightmare between its scales. The dragon screamed in pain before turning towards Merida and sending a fireball flying at her, forcing her to dive out of the way as the fire exploded against the stone wall. "Merida!" Eleanor screamed in fear as Fergus helped her back to her feet before she quickly turned and glared at Stoic. "Look at what you've done! What I've done!" Stoic roared as he turned his ire towards the Queen and approached her threateningly. "This is what is supposed to happen. What were they trying to do there? What sort of nonsense did you put in my boy's head?" "Dinna talk to my wife like that," Fergus snapped as he stepped between Stoic and Eleanor, glaring at the Viking chieftain. "I will talk to whomever I like, however I please, until somebody tells me what the hell is going on." Stoic roared right back at Fergus, before shoving the king out of his way. "Now move!" Fergus watched Stoic run towards the arena entrance before turning his attention to Eleanor. "Eleanor," he said, grabbing her shoulders and bringing her attention to him. "What's happening? What are Merida and Hiccup trying to do?" "Dinna worry about it now," Eleanor declared, turning and pointing at the arena. "You to protect our daughter." Looking where she indicated, Fergus' eyes widened in horror as he saw his daughter being chased by the monstrous nightmare. Without another word, Fergus turned and ran in the direction that Stoic had gone. "Run, Merida!" Will shouted as Merida went racing past where he was in the stands, the monstrous nightmare hot on her heels. As she ran by the pens, Merida could hear Boudica and Meatlug fighting to get out of their pens to help. Looking around, Merida saw Fishlegs running over to her. Turning towards him, Merida ducked just as Fishlegs stepped forward and swung his hammer. The hammer whizzed over Merida's head and slammed against Nightmare's face, the force of the blow knocking the nightmare to the ground. Fishlegs quickly backed away from the nightmare as it tried to regain its footing. "What do we do now?" Snotlout questioned in a panic. "Don't get eaten!" Astrid shouted as she ran over to Fishlegs and Merida, brandishing her axe once again. Merida and Fishlegs were watching the nightmare wearily as they backed away. Suddenly, the nightmare snapped back to its senses and roared at the two of them. "Look out!" Astrid shouted as she grabbed the back of Merida and Fishleg's shirts and pulled them out of the way as the nightmare sent a blast of fire at them. The fire scorched the air in front of the teens as they tumbled to the ground before they scrambled to their feet to get away from the nightmare. "Over here!" Gobber shouted as he pulled open the portcullis, flanked by Stoic and Fergus. "Come on!" The teens quickly raced over towards the exit, the nightmare chasing after them. The three adults quickly pulled them in, trying to get them out of harm's way. Just as Hiccup reached the gate, though, the nightmare fired another flaming blast at him, cutting him off and scorching the wall right next to him. As Hiccup stumbled to a stop, the nightmare raced around him, forcing the young man to double back as the dragon snapped its jaws at him. As Hiccup ran away, the nightmare pounced on him, slamming its claws onto him and holding him against the floor of the arena. "Hiccup!" Merida screamed, trying to move to help him, but her father grabbed hold of her and kept her at his side, despite her struggling. As Hiccup looked on in fear, the nightmare lowered its head towards him, growling. Eleanor watched on from the stands, gripping the bars, her face pale and horror-struck. Suddenly, a loud shrieking noise caught her attention, prompting Eleanor to turn around to find the source of the noise. As she did, she saw the sleek black form of Toothless bounding down through the village. "Sun above," Eleanor whispered, before ducking as Toothless came leaping over her head, blasting a hole through the cage with a blast of plasma. Landing in the Toothless quickly leapt into the air again and landed on the nightmare's back, biting its shoulder and neck, causing the nightmare to screech in pain. "Night Fury," Gobber whispered with a mixture of horror and wonder. Rolling over, the nightmare knocked Toothless off its back, biting at the Night Fury as it tried to pin him to the ground. Toothless roared as he batted his claws at the nightmare before kicking it off, causing the dragon to screech in pain as it rolled away. The two dragons snarled at one another as Toothless placed himself between the nightmare and Hiccup. The nightmare made a few more moves to get to Hiccup, but Toothless deterred it with snaps of his jaw and swipes of his claws. Eventually, the nightmare was cowed, and it retreated to a corner of the arena. "All right, Toothless, go!" Hiccup exclaimed as he ran up next to the Night Fury and tried to urge the dragon to flee. "You have to get out of here!" Toothless refused to budge even as Viking warriors began to leap into the arena from the stands, quickly converging on the Night Fury. "Go!" Hiccup shouted, but Toothless refused to budge. "Go!" Grabbing a war axe hanging on the wall, Stoic rushed towards Toothless, pushing the teens out of the way. "Stoic, nay!" Merida shouted in a vain attempt to stop the village chieftain, breaking away from her father to chase after him. "Dad, no!" Hiccup shouted, holding up his hand to ward off Stoic. "He won't hurt you." Snarling as he saw Stoic, Toothless bound forward to meet the chieftain head-on. "No!" Hiccup cried in despair as the Vikings rushed towards Toothless. "You're only making it worse." Toothless barreled through a few Vikings, knocking them to the side before pouncing onto Stoic. The two tumbled for a moment before Toothless pinned Stoic onto his back, looking like he was about to bite the chieftain's head off. "Toothless, no!" Hiccup exclaimed, trying to prevent any kind of bloodshed. "Stop!" Immediately, Toothless calmed, stepping off of Stoic and turning to look at Hiccup with a sad moan. "Get him!" Spitelout shouted, before tackling Toothless, slamming the Night Fury's head against the ground as other Vikings began to dogpile onto the dragon. "No!" Hiccup shouted, moving to help Toothless, but was stopped as Merida stepped in front of him and wrapped her arms around him, holding him back. "Please, don't hurt him." Merida buried her head in Hiccup's shoulder, tears running down her face as she held onto him, the young man still holding his hand out helplessly. Fishleg sat on the ground with his head in his hands as Astrid leaned against him, her hands resting on his shoulders. Stoic pushed himself to his feet, brushing himself off as he looked down at Toothless and the men who were holding him down. One Viking tried to hand Stoic the axe that he had dropped when Toothless knocked him down, pushed it away. "Put it with the others," Stoic with a growling voice, before turning his attention towards Hiccup. He marched over to where they were standing, before reaching down and pulling them aside. "Move, girl!" Stoic snapped. He pushed Merida and Hiccup up by his tunic. "I need to have a word with my son." Chapter 32. No son of... The great hall was dark and empty as the door swung open and Hiccup stumbled inside, his father stomping in after him. "I should have known," Stoic grumbled to himself. "I should have seen the signs." "Dad!" Hiccup questioned desperately as Stoic stormed past him. "We had a deal," Stoic snapped as he spun around to glare at Hiccup. I know we did, Hiccup agreed. But that was before Hiccup groaned with anxiety as he brought his hands up to his head and grabbed fistfuls of his hair in frustration. Oh, it's all so messed up, Hiccup moaned. So everything in the ring a trick? Stoic questioned accusatorially as he turned to Hiccup and pointed his finger at him. A lie? I screwed up, Hiccup tried to explain, as Stoic waved his hand dismissively at his son and turned away. I should have told you before now. Hiccup paused as he tried to collect his thoughts. Take this out on me. Be mad at me, Hiccup pleaded as he held his hand to his chest. But please don't hurt Toothless. The dragon! Stoic snarled as he spun around and glared at Hiccup. That's what you're worried about? Not the people you almost killed? He was protecting me, Hiccup argued. He's not dangerous. Not dangerous! Stoic roared in outrage. They've killed hundreds of us, and we've killed thousands of them. Hiccup shouted back. They defend themselves, that's all. They raid us because they have to. It's no different than what we did to the Highlanders. Don't you dare compare us to those beasts, Stoic shouted, infuriated. It's true, though, Hiccup argued. They're just doing what they need to in order to survive. It's even worse for them. If they don't bring enough food back, they'll be eaten themselves. You won't believe it, Dad, but there's something on their island. Their island? Stoic questioned, cutting Hiccup off. So you've been to the nest? Did I say that? Hiccup asked nervously. How did you find it? Stoic pressed. What? Hiccup asked in confusion. No, I didn't find it. Toothless did. Only a dragon can find the island. As Hiccup spoke, a look of sudden realization passed over Stoic's features, causing a sense of dread to fill his son's stomach. No, Dad, Hiccup pleaded. No, please, it's not what you think. You don't know what you're going up against. Oh? Stoic questioned. And what exactly am I going up against? The nest isn't just home to the dragons, Hiccup explained. It's home to the Vendel as well. The Vendel? Stoic asked, surprised for a moment before grinning. I'm sure our Highlander friends will be eager to learn about this, if it's true. That's not the only thing on the island, Dad, Hiccup said, desperately trying to get through to his father. What? Stoic questioned with a contemptuous snort. Are there ogres on the island as well? No, Hiccup intoned seriously. The Red Death. Stoic paused and glared at Hiccup for a moment. You honestly expect me to believe that? Stoic asked with a quiet fury. I'm telling you the truth, Hiccup shouted in a pleading voice. Oh, now you're telling me the truth, Stoic exclaimed, anger filling your voice. You were happy to lie to me when you were off cavorting with dragons in their nest. But now when I finally have a way of getting there, it's suddenly too dangerous, full of Vendel and ruled over by the Red Death itself. Dad, please, Hiccup continued to plead. I promise you can't win this one. Stoic said nothing as he brushed past Hiccup and made his way towards the door. No, Dad, Hiccup shouted, tears welling up in his eyes as he ran after Stoic and grabbed onto the larger man's arm. For once in your life, would you please just listen to me? With a grunt, Stoic shook Hiccup off, knocking his son to the floor. Hiccup breathed heavily as he looked up at Stoic, who glanced back at him. You've thrown your lot in with them, Stoic growled as he glared coldly down at Hiccup. You're not a Viking. Stoic shook his head as he turned his back on Hiccup. You're not my son, Stoic muttered as he marched away. As he reached the door, he yanked it open, causing Merida, who had been standing right behind the door, to stumble in. She quickly regained her footing, looking up at Stoic in surprise as the Viking chief glared down at her. You, he spat. I should have known you'd be skulking around here. It was no doubt you who put these thoughts in his head. Didn't he do anything? Merida argued, her own ire rising. You did plenty, Stoic growled, before he reached down and ripped off the sword that was still strapped to Merida's back, ignoring her shouts of protest. To think I gave you my own wife's sword, to think I called you daughter, the sooner I'm rid of you the better. I'm nae gain anywhere, Merida shouted, glaring at Stoic. Oh, but you will, girl, Stoic snarled as he leaned in close, forcing Merida to take a step away. You will be leaving my island with the rest of your ilk, one way or another. Merida looked like she was about to argue, but stopped as her father and mother appeared in the doorway. Stoic! What is the meaning of all this? Fergus demanded, the sight of the Viking chief leaning over his daughter instantly putting him on edge. I've been asking myself the same thing, Fergus,
Stoic replied as he straightened up and turned his attention towards the royal couple. Why don't we ask your wife? My wife? Fergus questioned in confusion. What day's Eleanor out today with any of this? Because she knew what was happening, Stoic explained as he turned his eyes towards Eleanor, the Highland Queen meeting his gaze without flinching. She tried to stop the fight when the boy was making peace with a dragon. It would have worked too, if you hadn't interfered, Eleanor stated plainly. Wait, Fergus said in surprise as he looked at his wife. Eleanor, you knew about all this? I did, Eleanor replied, not taking her eyes off of Stoic. Hiccup and Merida came to me last night with their plan. I knew it, Stoic snapped as he pointed an accusatory finger at Eleanor. I knew you were in on this. Eleanor, why on earth did you go along with this? Fergus questioned, his confusion apparent. Dragons are ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. There was no way the boy could calm it like he was trying to. Except he already has, Fergus, Eleanor shouted, whirling around to face her husband, causing him to take a step back in surprise. I've seen it with my own eyes. He's trained at night fury samahow, befriended it even. Eleanor leaned towards her husband and grabbed onto his clothes, looking up at him pleadingly. Fergus, I touched it with my own hand, Eleanor said, desperately trying to convince her husband. That monster tried to bite off my head, Stoic argued, his voice booming off the stone walls. Only he didn't, Eleanor yelled as she rounded on Stoic again. Hiccup called him off. That dragon listened to no one, Stoic growled as he took a step towards Eleanor. Most certainly not that boy. That boy is your son, Eleanor shouted as she got right in Stoic's face. No true Viking throws his lot in with the enemy, Stoic snarled. I have no son. As soon as the words left Stoic's mouth, the sound of a loud smack cracked through the air, seeming to echo the same sound made a few months earlier. Eleanor glared up at Stoic as the Viking chief stood with his head slightly turned, a red mark forming on his cheek as the Highland Queen stood with her hand still raised. A look of utter fury chiselled into her features. How dare ye? Eleanor seethed as the others present looked on in shock. How dare ye say such a monstrous thing in your son's presence? I only speak the truth, your highness. Stoic spat as he turned his head back to you. I'll give you that one for free, but be warned, where I come from, if woman strikes a man, she best expect to get struck back. That's quite enough of that. Fergus spoke up with a warning tone. And I've had quite enough of you, Stoic. The sooner all, your daughter included, are off my island, the better. Very well then, Eleanor said, straightening up as she regained some of her royal composure. I think it's time to take her, Merida. Yes, ma? Merida asked in confusion, snapped out of her shock by her mother speaking to her. Collect Hiccup and bring him to the ship, Eleanor stated. It's come time for us to leave. Yes, ma, Merida said, a mixture of confusion and excitement in her voice as she rushed over to Hiccup's side and helped him to his feet. You want to take the lad? Fergus questioned, as Stoic continued to glare at Eleanor. Of course, Eleanor replied, her gaze never wavering from Stoic's. He's a remarkable young man, and if his own people are so willing to toss him aside, the Highlands can only benefit by making him ane of our own. Plus, I wouldn't dream of separating him and Merida. With that, Eleanor turned and began making her way to the door, Merida and Hiccup by her side. Come along, Fergus, Eleanor said, glancing back as she reached the doorway. I grow tired of this barbarous place. Fergus moved to follow Eleanor, but was stopped as Stoic stepped forward and put his hand on the king's shoulder. Don't go running off just yet, Fergus, Stoic said grimly. We still have business, you and I. We're still allies, are we not? I'm starting to lean decidedly towards nay, Eleanor stated, turning around and glaring at Stoic. This whole alliance was your idea in the first place, if I remember correctly, Stoic retorted. And you've done a wonderful job making me regret that decision, Eleanor spat. Regret it or not, you and I are still allies, Stoic said, turning his attention back to Fergus. What day you want then? Fergus questioned. And I warn you, I'm nae in a very giving mood. The boy has given me the information I needed to find the dragon's nest, Stoic explained. Bring your men with mine, and we can put an end to these dragons once and for all. Fergus, Eleanor said, a worried tone in her voice as she spoke up. Deny, does your wife speak for you now, Bear King? Stoic questioned, trying to goad Fergus. Nay, she doesna, Fergus retorted. But it doesna mean I'm going to throw away the lives of my men for your vendetta. What about your own? Stoic questioned. What are you on about now? Fergus demanded, clearly growing more annoyed.
If what the boy claims is true, the Vendel live on the nest with the dragons, Stoic explained. Fergus said nothing in return, staring at Stoic in thoughtful silence. If this is true, is there anything you or your men wouldn't give to put the demon bear and his ilk down for good? Stoic pressed. And if he is nae there? Fergus questioned carefully. Then I will be grateful for your assistance, and with my enemies eliminated, it opens my people up to eliminate yours. Stoic answered. Fergus said nothing for a while, clearly going over his options in his head. Fergus, you cannae seriously, Eleanor began to say, but was cut off as Fergus raised his hand, silencing her. It is long past due for Seamean to bring Mordu to heal, Fergus said simply, and I cannae pretend that Burke is the only place beset by dragon attacks. For too long, I hae heard reports of villages picked clean and burnt to the ground. Nae longer. He turned to look at Stoic sternly. Let us put an end to this, Fergus said, earning a grim nod from Stoic. Da, Merida called, stepping forward. Da, ye can I. If you believe the part about the Vendel, then ye hae to know what else is dwelling on that island. What is she talking about? Fergus questioned, turning his gaze towards Stoic. The boy claims that the Red Death lives on the island as well, Stoic explained with a scoff, that it controls the other dragons. Red Death has not been seen for generations, and is no doubt dead and buried in some deep place in the earth. The idea that a dragon could live that long is preposterous. It's true, Da, Merida exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. I've seen it with my own eyes. Listen to me, sweetling, Fergus whispered, as he walked over to Merida and kneeled down in front of her, placing his large hands on her shoulders. I know what you're trying to do. Perhaps there is more truth to what ye and Hiccup say about dragons than Fergus would want to believe, but the fact remains that a whole nest of them is a threat. And if what ye say about the Vendel is true, I hate to do this. Danny, please, Merida begged, tears welling up in her eyes. You stay here and keep your mother safe, Fergus said as he stood up. When I come back, we'll all gae home. Hiccup too, just like your mother suggested. If we're lucky, I'll hae a giant dragon skull to put in my trophy room. Da, Merida moaned, tears rushing down her face. Nay, be good, Fergus said gently, before turning and making his way towards the door. Fergus, Eleanor said helplessly, trying to think of a way to stop her husband. I know what you're going to say, Fergus replied, reaching out and cupping Eleanor's cheek with his hand. Dainty worry. I'll be back before you know it. With that, he turned and followed Stoic out the door, the others watching helplessly as the two made their way down to the docks, and whatever fate waited for them across the sea. Later, the docks were abuzz with activity as Vikings and Highlanders prepared their longships for war. Vikings pushed rams and catapults onto their ships as others loaded up weapons and ammo for their siege engines. On one of the ships, a group of Vikings were securing Toothless. The Night Fury was held in place by chains, and 2 Viking men managed to strap a yoke around the dragon's neck. Toothless snarled and fought against the chains, but no matter what he did, he could not escape. Set sail! Stoic shouted as he stepped onto the ship Toothless was held on, prompting the other ships to unmoor and begin heading for open water. We head to Helheim's Gate. As he looked around, Stoic saw Hiccup standing up on the cliffs looking over the docks, Merida standing at his side. Stoic turned away and shook his head before walking towards the front of the ship where Toothless was secured. Lead us home, devil! Stoic snarled as Toothless glared up at him. As the Viking ship set sail, the Highlander ones began to unmoor as well. Fergus stood at the front of the lead ship, his arms crossed as he stared out at the sea. Do you really think the Vendel will be there, your highness? Cameron Dingwall questioned as his ship floated next to Fergus. Ah, Dainty, no, Fergus replied while shaking his head. But our people will benefit from this all the same. Cameron only nodded in reply. Keep your men ready, Lord Dingwall, Fergus stated as he turned and walked away from the front of ship. Whatever we find on an island, we're going to have a fight on our hands when we get there. As the ship set sail, Hiccup and Merida watched from the cliffs, observing each of the ships disappearing over the horizon. As the ships vanished, the two continued to watch after they were long gone, not noticing as Astrid and Fishlegs walked up behind them. Astrid and Fishlegs shared a look before walking up to Hiccup and Merida, flanking the two. It's a mess, Astrid spoke up with a sigh and some awkward laughter. You must feel horrible, Hiccup. You've lost everything. Your father, your tribe, your dragon. Thank you for summing Astrid up dead. At the same time, Merida turned and glared at Astrid. "What's your problem?" Merida snapped. "Nothing," Astrid replied, holding her hands up to try and calm Merida. "I'm sorry. She's just trying to help," Fishlegs defended. "I've never been very good at it," Astrid stated, averting her eyes as she played with her hands nervously. "That's an understatement," Merida stated with a snort, as she looked back out at the sea. "Why couldn't I have just killed that dragon when we found him in the woods?" Hiccup whispered to himself. "It would have been better for everyone." "Yep," Astrid agreed as she looked at Hiccup. "The rest of us would have done it. I was the only one of us who wasn't there, so I have to ask. Why didn't you, Hiccup?" Hiccup said nothing, lost in thought. "Why didn't you?" Astrid repeated. "I don't know. I couldn't." "That's not an answer," Astrid. "Why is this so important to ye all of a sudden?" questioned in confusion. "Because I want to remember what he said, what both of you say, right now," Astrid explained, intense look on her. A thoughtful look passed over Merida's face as she realized what Astrid was doing. "Hiccup," Merida said, drawing Hiccup's attention to her by reaching out and touching Hiccup's arm. "Why didn't ye kill Toothless?" "Oh, for the love of—" "I was a coward," Hiccup shouted, whirling on Merida. "I was weak. I wouldn't kill a dragon." "Ye said wouldn't at time," Merida observed. Wouldn't, whatever," Hiccup exclaimed, throwing his free hand into the air in exasperation. 6 generations and I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon." The others fell silent as Hiccup took a few breaths as his head fell and he looked sadly at his feet. Reaching out, Merida cupped Hiccup's chin and brought it up so his green eyes looked into her blue ones. "First he raidan though," Merida observed with a gentle smile. A look of realization passed over Hiccup's face as the words bounced around in his head. "I'm still waiting on that answer, you know," Astrid spoke up, a small smile on his face. "I wouldn't kill him because he looked as frightened as I was," Hiccup said with a sigh as he turned his attention back to Astrid. "I looked at him and I saw myself. I bet he's really frightened now," Fishlegs observed, smiling down at his best friend. "What are you going to do about it?" "Eh?" Hiccup said with a shrug, smiling back at Fishlegs as he took Merida's hand and gave it a squeeze. "Probably something stupid." "I feel like we've already done that," Astrid observed with a smirk. "Then I think it's time for something crazy," Hiccup stated as he began to walk away from the cliffside, a look of excitement on his face. "Gather everyone together and—" Hiccup was cut off as a long, mournful horn blast echoed from the direction of the ocean. His face fell as everyone froze, looks of shock and horror on their face. Looking in the direction that the sound had come from, Hiccup's face paled as he saw a cloud of fog rapidly approaching the island, the shadows of Longship cutting through the waters, just visible through the obscuring mist. "Nay," Merida whispered, shaking her head as her eyes widened in horror. "It canna be." As Merida spoke, another horn blast cut through the air, shaking the 4 teens to the core. "Vendel!" Hiccup gasped. A few minutes later, the Vendel longships came crashing into the docks, allowing the barbarians to come pouring out onto the shore. Mordu stepped off of his ship, the boat rocking due to his massive weight. Looking around, Mordu grinned before taking a deep sniff of the air. "Found you," Mordu growled with a savage grin, before turning and pointing at a group of Vendel. "You lot with me, the rest of you." Mordu laughed as he looked at Burke, watching as the villagers began to panic and flee. "Kill everyone and burn the village to the ground." Chapter 33. Bloodlines. Hiccup, Merida, Fishlegs and Astrid rushed through the village as fast as their legs could carry them. Even as they made their way to the centre of the village, they could hear the sounds of the Vendel making their way up from the docks. "What do we do?" Fishlegs exclaimed, a panicked look on his face. "I hate to find my mumma, brothers," Merida stated, looking equally frightened. "I hate to gee." With that, Merida turned and ran towards another part of the village, not even waiting to see if any of the others would follow her. "Merida, wait!" Hiccup cried helplessly as he reached out to stop her. "It's okay," Astrid said as she ran after Merida. "I'll keep her safe." "What do we do?" Fishlegs questioned fearfully. Hiccup thought for a moment before grabbing Fishlegs by the arms. "I need you to get down to the arena," Hiccup said, looking Fishlegs right in the eye as he spoke. "The arena?" Fishlegs questioned in confusion. "Why?" "Because I need you to release Boudica and Meatlug," Hiccup explained. "Things will be a lot easier with 2 dragons on our side." "Right," Fishlegs agreed with a nod of understanding. "I forgot my hammer down there too in all the confusion. What about you?"
I'm heading towards the smithy, Hiccup elaborated. There are a few things that I need to pick up. Right, Fishlegs stated with another nod as he turned to go. Good luck. Thanks, Hiccup said as he began to jog towards the smithy. We're going to need it. Hiccup ran through the village, ducking down alleys and dodging around buildings as he made his way towards the smithy. As he turned a corner, he quickly scrambled back behind it as a pack of Vendel went running past. Hiccup waited for a few seconds before peeking around the corner again. He saw the smithy not far away, smoke rising from the chimney. Gobber must have been doing some repairs before leaving with the others, Hiccup muttered to himself before moving around the corner and sneaking towards the smithy. Hiccup was on alert for any sign of Vendel warriors and sighed in relief when he didn't see any. Quickly, he reached for the doorknob, only to have it pulled away as the door was opened from the inside, revealing a Vendel in the process of stepping out of the building. Both Hiccup and the Vendel froze, staring at each other for a moment as a feeling of dread welled up in Hiccup's chest. Crap, whispered to himself before the Vendel roared at him, his voice seemingly echoing through the whole village. Before Hiccup could react, the Vendel reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Hiccup kicked his legs helplessly as the Vendel lifted him off of his feet, the young man gasping as he tried to get some air into his lungs. Hiccup's eyes widened as he saw the Vendel lift its club to bash his head in. Panicking, Hiccup lashed out with a kick, his boot connecting with the Vendel's groin. The Vendel let out a wheezing groan of pain as he released Hiccup and collapsed to the ground. Hiccup quickly picked himself up as he grabbed the Vendel's discarded club before bashing the Vendel over the head with it, causing the barbarian to collapse to the ground where he lay motionless. Hiccup took a few calming breaths as he tossed the club aside. As he did, he heard a roar of fury, bringing his attention to the 6 Vendel standing a short distance away. Ah, come on! Hiccup groaned as the Vendel began sprinting at him. Turning, Hiccup ran into the smithy, grabbing hold of the door just as one of the Vendel reached him. Slamming the door closed, Hiccup managed to slam it close on the Vendel's arm, the Vendel shrieking as its arm cracked and it was forced to drop its club. Pulling the door open, Hiccup slammed the door again, slamming it into the injured Vendel's face, knocking him to the ground with a broken nose. Turning away, Hiccup ran into the smithy as another Vendel ran up and kicked the door open. As they ran in, they found the furnace still burning, a half-made sword still sitting on the anvil. Looking around, the Vendel looked for Hiccup, who had seemingly disappeared. Eventually, one noticed something moving in a dark corner of the room. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw Hiccup standing next to some sort of contraption. Before he could say anything, Hiccup pulled on a lever, causing the contraption to spring open, revealing the ballista. The Vendel's eyes widened in surprise, just as the ballista launched a bola right at him, the munition wrapping around the Vendel and knocking him into the air, sending him flying out the large window, the shutters swinging closed as he fell outside. The noise immediately caught the attention of the other Vendel, who roared as they charged him. With a yelp of surprise, Hiccup scrambled out of the way, ducking below the swing of one of the Vendel's clubs. As he stumbled over to the anvil, Hiccup desperately grabbed the unfinished sword and the smith's hammer sitting next to it. A Vendel roared as he hopped over the anvil, his club raised to attack. Before he could attack, Hiccup swung the hammer and hit the Vendel on the knee, the iron tool connecting with the Vendel's knee with a crack. The Vendel screamed in pain, dropping his club as he fell to his good knee. Before the Vendel could recover, Hiccup stabbed forward with the sword, the blade pushing into the barbarian's chest. The Vendel let out a gurgle of pain and surprise, his eyes wide, before he collapsed to the ground. Hiccup moved to pull the sword out, but before he could, another Vendel ran up and smacked Hiccup with his club, dazing Hiccup and sending the young man stumbling backwards. Hiccup managed to catch himself on Gobber's workbench, the heat from the furnace almost searing him. Grabbing his head and giving it a shake, Hiccup managed to regain his bearings. As he did, Hiccup found the Vendel charging at him again, club raised to strike. Swinging his hammer, Hiccup managed to hit the Vendel on the side. The force of the blow caused the Vendel to stumble to the side and slam right against the burning furnace. The Vendel screamed in pain as his hands and the side of his face were burnt. As the Vendel writhed in pain, Hiccup swung his hammer again, hitting the Vendel on the side of the head and knocking him to the ground, blood pouring out of the wound as he lay on the smithy floor. As another Vendel charged at him, Hiccup turned and hurled the hammer at him. The hammer struck the Vendel right in the face, connecting with a crack and knocking the Vendel to the ground. Before he could do anything else, the last Vendel ran up and grabbed Hiccup by his vest. Lifting Hiccup off his feet, the Vendel roared at him before hurling him across the smithy, causing Hiccup to slam into his workbench. Hiccup groaned as he collapsed to the ground before grunting as something fell onto his lap. Shaking his head clear, Hiccup looked down to find the crossbow in his lap, a bolt still loaded in it. Hearing another roar, Hiccup looked up and found the Vendel charging at him again. Grabbing the crossbow, Hiccup pointed it at the Vendel and pulled the trigger. The bolt sprung out of the crossbow, hitting the Vendel in the chest, knocking the barbarian off his feet and onto the ground. "And Dad said I shouldn't leave this thing loaded," Hiccup commented with a chuckle. Hiccup tried to pick himself up, but as he did, a Vendel suddenly appeared over him before the barbarian kicked him, knocking the young man to the floor and sending the crossbow sliding across the ground. Groaning, Hiccup looked up at the Vendel as it stood over him, blood pouring from the barbarian's broken nose as he raised his club to strike the young man. Before he could, the Vendel let out a yelp of pain as something cracked him over the head from behind. The club fell limply from the Vendel's hand before the barbarian fell to the ground, revealing Snotlout standing behind him. "Snotlout?" Hiccup asked in confusion. "Hey, cuz," Snotlout greeted with a smirk as he shouldered his mace and offered Hiccup his hand. "Was just passing by and it seemed like you had this under control, but I figured I'd lend you a hand." "What are you doing here?" Hiccup questioned as he took Snotlout's hand and let his cousin pull him to his feet. "I was heading to the Great Hall. Figured that's where everyone else would be going with all this happening," Snotlout explained. "I heard fighting from inside and decided to come check it out. It's your lucky day, I guess." "Not sure I would agree," Hiccup replied with a sigh. "Have you seen Rough and Tough?" "Yeah, they're waiting outside," Snotlout explained. "Where's your girl?" "She went to go find her mother and brothers," Hiccup answered as he picked up his crossbow. "Well, I guess we should do the same. Don't want her getting in over her head, do we?" Snotlout commented with a chuckle before giving Hiccup a questioning look. "Why'd you come here then?" "Needed to pick some things up," Hiccup replied as he strapped his crossbow to his belt before tucking a few more arrows in his belt as well. He then walked over to Gobber's workbench, finding Bemahen laying on top. "I figured Gobber brought this here," Hiccup commented as he took the sword and strapped it to his back. "So can I ask you a quick question?" Snotlout asked, looking slightly uncomfortable. Sure, what is it?" Hiccup questioned in return. "What was that within the arena?" Snotlout asked. "The stuff with the dragons." "I don't think this is the right time, Snotlout," Hiccup sighed. "I know, I get that," Snotlout replied, trying to sound understand. "It's just me and the twins were talking after it and—" "Look, I'll explain everything to you guys after this is all done," Hiccup stated, looking at Snotlout impatiently. "Okay?" "Yeah, sure," Snotlout replied quickly, trying to placate Hiccup. "You ready to go?" Hiccup nodded in reply, and the two stepped outside, where they found Roughnut and Toughnut waiting, weapons at the ready, as they looked around cautiously. "So where do we go now?" Rough questioned. "We have to find Merida," Hiccup instructed. "Any idea where she'd be?" Tough asked in reply. "She went to go find her family," Hiccup answered. "The last time that happened, the Queen took shelter with me in the Great Hall." "Sounds like a good place to check," Rough observed with a nod. "Agreed," Hiccup stated as he began to lead the way through the fog. "Follow me." Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, a number of people had taken shelter. Together, they had managed to push one of the large tables in front of the doors, hoping it would barricade it against any intruders. The villagers were now huddled near the back of the hall, Eleanor among them, along with her sons and Maudie. "Are they going to get us, Ma?" one of the boys asked as he clutched Eleanor's skirt. "Nay, little Ain," Eleanor whispered nervously, reaching down and running her hand through her son's hair. "We're safe in here." As she spoke, a loud bang came from the door, causing the group to gasp in fear as the sounds of angry voices floated in from outside. Eleanor looked around as the crowd, which was made up of children, homewives and the elderly. The only warriors among them were Will, Boyd and Andra, Stoic having emptied the village in his bid to destroy the nest. The village was at its weakest, and Eleanor had no doubt that was exactly why the Vendel were here. Mordu was cunning as he was cruel, and it would seem her husband and Stoic the Vast had played right into the demon bear's hand. Another bang came from the door, causing the wooden barrier to shake. Some of the children began to wail in fear. "Is there any other way out?" Will questioned as he stepped away and looked at the crowd, receiving only frightened stares and shaking heads in reply. "Your Highness," Maudie whispered, her face pale and her voice full of fear. "What do we do if they break through?" A cold chill ran down Eleanor's spine as she contemplated what Maudie had just asked. Slowly, she looked over to one of the tables, where she saw some plates and utensils that had not been removed when the Viking warriors left. Walking over to the table, Eleanor reached down and picked up one of the knives. Lifting it up so she could get a better look at it, Eleanor ran her thumb along the edge of the knife, wincing as it made a shallow cut on her thumb. A look of apprehension on her face, Eleanor looked at the knife for a few more moments before grabbing a second one off the table and walking back over to Maudie, placing the second knife into the nanny's hand as she reached her. "Your Highness?" Maudie questioned, looking up at Eleanor in confusion. "Whatever comes through at door," Eleanor said, leaning down at whisper in Maudie's ear, gripping the nanny's shoulder tightly with her free hand. "Whatever happens, you had to promise me at the Vendel will nae harm these children." I will protect them with my life," Maudie replied nervously. "Nay, Maudie, I dinna believe you understand," Eleanor said, pulling back and looking Maudie right in the eye. "I cannae imagine what the Vendel will do. You cannae let them get their hands on the children, nae matter what you hae to do." A look of horrible understanding passed over Maudie's features before she gave a quick nod, tears welling up in her eyes. As the two women talked, Will, Boyd and Andra stepped towards the door, weapons at the ready. "All right, lads," Will said, holding his sword in front of him, his eyes focused on the door. "You know what we've got today, right?" The two young men nodded their heads in reply, nervous expressions playing across their faces. Another bang came from the door, followed by a crack as the door began to splinter, the angry voices from outside growing louder. Another blow struck the door, and a hole was punched through the wood, large enough for the villagers to see the snarling face of a Vendel peering through. Eleanor hesitantly stepped forward, the knife gripped tightly in her hand. Will glanced back at her and looked like he was going to tell her to stay back, but another bang came from the door and it cracked violently, leaving enough room for a dozen Vendel to come streaming in. The villagers screamed in terror as the Vendel rushed forward, snarling and roaring with weapons at the ready. Will stepped forward as one of the Vendel charged at him, ducking under the savage's wild swing and slashing him across the stomach with his claymore. As another Vendel swung his club at the young man, Will held up his sword and parried the blow. Spinning his sword around, Will pulled the Vendel closer before backhanding him hard across the face, sending the barbarian reeling. With his opponent off guard, Will took a step forward and kicked the Vendel in the chest, knocking the savage onto his back. As the Vendel tried to pick himself up, Will stepped over him before plunging his sword into the barbarian's chest, killing him. As Will stood up and pulled his sword from the Vendel's body, another ran up behind him and struck the young man on the back of the head with his club. The blow knocked Will to his knees, the Vendel raising its club above its head to strike the young lord again. Before he could, he was speared by a javelin, knocking the Vendel off his feet and sending him flying through the air before he landed on the ground with the javelin sticking out of his chest. As Will clutched the back of his head in pain, he glanced in the direction the javelin had come from, seeing Andra standing on the other side of the room, giving him a small wave to which Will gave a thumbs up. Turning back to the battle, Andra found another Vendel charging at him. Leaning down, Andra managed to catch the Vendel as the savage leapt at him with his club raised. Using the Vendel's momentum against him, Andra spun around and lifted the savage up before tossing the barbarian into the air. The Vendel shouted in surprise and fear as he flailed his arms and legs before he crashed to the ground, laying in a broken heap on the stone. As the Vendel charged in, Boyd stepped forward with his axe raised and his shield at the ready. As one Vendel swung a club at him, Boyd raised his shield and blocked the attack. Pushing back, he caused the Vendel to stumble backwards, allowing the young man to step forward and slam his axe into the barbarian's thigh. The Vendel screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, allowing Boyd to pull out his axe and drive it into the Vendel's neck. As Boyd planted his foot on the Vendel's chest and pulled his axe out, another savage came charging at him. The Vendel leapt at Boyd with his club raised. Seeing the Vendel coming, Boyd stepped forward and lifted his shield above his head.
The Vendel landed bodily on the shield, allowing Boyd to shift his weight and toss the Vendel over his head, causing the barbarian to land hard on his back. Before the Vendel could recover, Boyd spun around and slammed his axe onto the Vendel's chest, killing him. One Vendel came rushing right at Eleanor, reaching to grab the queen as he approached her. As the Vendel grabbed hold of her shoulder with his free hand, Eleanor let out a shout of anger before plunging the knife into the Vendel's neck. The Vendel let out a choked cough of surprise, grabbing at the knife as blood poured out of the wound before he collapsed to the ground. Eleanor looked down at the dying man in shock, not noticing another Vendel approaching her until he had grabbed her and thrown her to the ground. Eleanor hit the ground with a grunt of pain, the wind knocked out of her lungs. Before she could do anything, the Vendel straddled her and grabbed her throat, his fingernails digging into her flesh. Eleanor tried to struggle against the Vendel, but he held her down, snarling as he raised his club to strike her. Eleanor's widened in horror before she clenched them in preparation for the oncoming blow. Only the blow never came. Instead, there was a wet thwacking sound, and she felt the Vendel go rigid. Slowly, Eleanor opened her eyes and looked up at the Vendel, who was frozen with a look of shock on his face. After a moment, he fell over, crumbling to the ground next to Eleanor, revealing an arrow sticking out of his back. Looking back at the door, Eleanor saw Merida standing on the table that had been barricading the door, still in the pose of just having fired her bow. "Merida?" Eleanor whispered with a mixture of shock and joy. "Oi!" Merida called out, catching the 4 remaining Vendel's attentions. "Why dinna you pick on some in your own size for a change?" The 4 remaining Vendel looked at one another for a moment before turning back to Merida and snarling in fury. "All right then," Merida replied, a determined look on her face as she pulled an arrow from her quiver and knocked it in her bow. "Come on if you think you're hard enough!" Roaring, the Vendel charged at her, prompting Merida to pull her bowstring back and take aim at the barbarians. Loosing the arrow, Merida hit one of the Vendel right between the eyes, knocking the savage onto his back. Before Merida could draw another arrow, the Vendel were on her. Hopping forward, Merida planted her foot on one of the Vendel's face. Pushing it down, she used the Vendel's face as a springboard to hop into the air before she spun around and kicked another barbarian on the chin. As the 2 Vendel reeled, Merida landed as the 3rd rushed at her. Bringing her bow up, Merida blocked the Vendel as he swung his club at her. Pushing him back, Merida knocked the Vendel off balance, allowing the princess to spin her bow around and jam it into the Vendel's stomach. As the Vendel doubled over, Merida grabbed the side of his head before driving her knee into his face, which connected with a crack. As the Vendel reeled, blood pouring from his broken nose, Merida rushed forward, swinging her bow and striking the barbarian on both sides of his head. With the Vendel dazed, Merida took a step forward, kicked him hard in the chest, knocking the savage to the ground. As Merida reached for an arrow in her quiver, a Vendel grabbed her wrist from behind. Twisting around, Merida managed to pull the arrow from the quiver as she turned to face the Vendel. Striking with her knee, she drove it into the Vendel's groin. As the Vendel doubled over in pain, Merida slammed her free elbow into his face. The blow forced the Vendel to let go of Merida's wrist as he fell to the ground. Before the Vendel could recover, Merida kneeled down on top of the savage's chest before driving the arrow into his neck. The Vendel gurgled in pain, blood pouring out of the wound as Merida pulled the arrow out and stood back up. As Merida tried to regain her bearings, another Vendel ran up behind her and wrapped his arms around the princess. Merida struggled for a moment before snapping her head backwards, smashing it against the Vendel's face. The Vendel grunted in pain as it released Merida, allowing her to spin around and drive the arrow into the Vendel's chest. The Vendel screamed in pain as Merida planted her foot against his stomach and pushed him away, knocking the Vendel to the ground as she pulled the arrow out of his chest. "Merida!" Eleanor screamed, catching Merida's attention and prompting her to turn around to find the remaining Vendel charging at her. Quickly knocking the arrow, Merida rolled out of the way as the Vendel swung his club at her. Rising to one knee, she aimed her bow at the Vendel and loosed her arrow, striking the man right in the chest. The Vendel looked at the arrow sticking out of his chest for a moment in shock before collapsing to the ground. "Is everyone all right?" Merida questioned, as she turned her attention to the villagers, who had looks of relief on their faces. "I think so," Eleanor said, as Merida walked over to her side and helped her to her feet, as Will, Andra, and Boyd gathered around her. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the door, causing it to crack, as no less than 18 Vendel came rushing in, snarling as they saw their fallen brethren. Their eyes going wide, Merida and the boys stepped in front of Eleanor, the princess drawing another arrow and knocking it on her bowstring as the young lords prepared their weapons. "Stay behind us, Ma," Merida said, eyeing each of the Vendel wearily. "Merida, Eleanor whispered nervously as she grabbed hold of her daughter's shoulder, trying to stop her. "You can't fight it, Manny. We hate to try," Merida said with a determined, "keep everyone else back." With that, Merida and the young lords each took a step forward with their weapons at the ready, the Vendels snarling as they moved to surround them. Merida quickly glanced around, trying to keep her eye on all the Vendel at the same time. Suddenly, one of the Vendel came running at, prompting Merida to turn towards him and loose her arrow, hitting the barbarian in the stomach, causing him to double over and fall to the ground. Before Merida could grab another arrow, a Vendel ran up and wrapped his arms around her. As Merida struggled, another Vendel rushed at her with his club raised. Lifting her legs up, Merida kicked the Vendel in the chest, causing him to stumble backwards. As Merida brought her legs back down, she tried to hit the Vendel holding her with the back of her head. The barbarian dodged out of the way before lifting the grip and slamming her on. Will moved to help her, but was stopped as one of the Vendels slammed its club into his stomach, causing him to double over. As Andra moved to help Merida, a number of Vendel jumped onto, dragging the large Highlander to the ground. Boyd tried to help Andra, but was hit across the face by another Vendel, sending him sprawling across the floor. As Merida tried to pick herself up, another Vendel reached down and grabbed her by causing the princess to shout in pain as the barbarians pulled her up to her knees. Snarling, the Vendel drew a rusty knife and brought it up to Merida's neck, prepared to slice the princess's throat as her mother looked on. Suddenly, a large battle axe came flying from the direction of the door, burying itself into the Vendel holding Merida's chest. The force of the blow knocked the Vendel off his feet, falling onto his back. Their eyes wide with surprise, the other Vendel turned to look at the doorway where Astrid was standing, still in the position of having just thrown her axe. "She's not the only one who can make an entrance, you know," Astrid smirked, roaring. 5 of the Vendel went charging it, planting her foot against the table that had been previously barring the... Astrid gave it a push, which sent the table skidding across the ground. The table slammed into the Vendel, knocking a few of them to the side. As it struck one of them, the table flipped over and landed on the Vendel, crushing him. Seeing an opportunity, Merida grabbed an arrow from her quiver as she stood back up before plunging it into one of the Vendel's back as he was distracted. Astrid's end, pushing the Vendel down as she pulled the arrow out. Merida knocked it on her bowstring and fired it, hitting another Vendel in the throat. As the Vendel collapsed to the ground, 3 of his compatriots turned and charged at Merida. One Vendel swung his club at Merida, prompting her to roll under the attack. As she rolled to her knee, Merida found herself kneeling right in front of the Vendel that Eleanor had killed, the knife still in his neck. Grabbing it, Merida yanked the knife out of the body before turning to face another Vendel as he charged her. The Vendel swung his club down at Merida, prompting the princess to sidestep the attack. The Vendel turned to swing back at Merida, but the Highlander managed to grab hold of the barbarian's arm, locking it into place before reaching out and stabbing the knife into the savage's chest. The Vendel croaked in pain before falling to the ground as Merida released him, allowing gravity to pull the knife back out. As the other 2 Vendel charged at her, Merida turned to face them with the knife at the ready. One swung his club at her, prompting Merida to duck under the attack while slashing at the barbarian, cutting him on the side. As the Vendel stumbled away, his compatriot swung at Merida, prompting the princess to take a step backwards to dodge the blow. As the Vendel pressed his advance, he swung his club at Merida from the side, but she managed to block the attack with both arms as she stepped closer to the barbarian. Swing her arm downward, Merida cut his arm, causing the Vendel to drop his club. As the Vendel shouted in pain, Merida turned to him and slashed the savage across his face. The Vendel stumbled back, holding his face in pain, allowing Merida to step forward and kick him in the chest, sending the barbarian stumbling backwards until he fell onto the floor. Snarling, the first Vendel ran up and wrapped his arm around Merida's neck from behind, prompting the girl to stab the savage in the offending arm. The Vendel howled in pain, releasing his hold on Merida, allowing her to swing her arm down as she stabbed him in the side. The Vendel cried out again before Merida pulled the knife out and spun fluidly in a circle, slashing the Vendel's throat as she spun. As she spun back around, she hurled the knife, striking the second Vendel in the chest, causing them both to collapse to the ground at the same time. As the Vendel fought with Merida, Will took the opportunity to grab his sword before spinning around and slashing the legs barbarian standing over him, flipping the man around before he fell to the ground. As Will stood up, he spun around and slammed his sword onto the prone Vendel, slicing off the barbarian's head. Turning towards where 3 Vendel were pinning Andra to the ground, Will ran over before kicking one, driving his foot into the barbarian's ribs. As the Vendel screamed in pain, he rolled off of Andra, allowing Will to stand over him and drive his sword into the barbarian, killing him. With one of his hands free, Andra grabbed the Vendel, pinning his other arm, and pulled him off, sending the Vendel rolling across the ground. Standing up, Andra struggled with the Vendel that still clung to his back. After struggling for a few moments, Andra managed to pull the Vendel off his back and slam him onto the floor. Before the Vendel could recover, Andra drove one of his large fists into the savage's face, breaking his nose and cracking the barbarian's head against the stone floor. Picking his discarded javelin from the floor, Andra turned towards the 3rd Vendel that had been holding him down. Snarling, the Vendel charged at Andra, who quickly brought his javelin to bear. Holding the weapon out in front of him, Andra caused the Vendel to skewer himself on the javelin. Vendel groaned in pain as Andra pushed him to the ground before pulling the javelin out of the barbarian's body.
Growling, one of the Vendel held Boyd down, trying to wrap his hand around the young lord's throat. Struggling, Boyd managed to get the Vendel up near his mouth before he bit hard onto the appendage. The Vendel screamed in pain as he released his grip on Boyd's throat, allowing the young man to swing his fist up and strike the barbarian on the side of the head, sending him tumbling off of the young lord's chest. Picking himself up, Boyd ran over to where the Vendel lay on the ground and kicked him on the side of the head, sending the savage sprawling. Picking up his axe and shield, Boyd turned to face another Vendel as it came charging at him. Blocking the Vendel's club, Boyd batted the weapon out of the way with his shield before swinging the shield back and striking the Vendel in the face. As the Vendel reeled, Boyd stepped forward and kicked the savage in the chest, sending the barbarian stumbling back. As the Vendel tried to recover, Boyd took another step forward and threw his axe at the savage, striking him in the chest and knocking the barbarian onto his back. On the other side of the hall, the 4 remaining Vendel recovered and began to surround the unarmed Astrid. Astrid watched them all wearily, her hands clutched into fists as she waited for one of them to inevitably attack. With a roar, one Vendel did just that, charging at Astrid with his club raised to attack. Astrid easily dodged the Vendel's clumsy swing as he reached her before kicking at the back of his foot with her own. The move knocked his foot into the air, leaving him unbalanced on a single foot. As the Vendel began to fall, Astrid slammed her elbow into his face, shattering his nose and propelling him to the ground, where his head met the stone floor with a loud crack. Seeing their compatriot fall, the 3 remaining Vendel charged at Astrid as one. As the first reached her, he swung his club at her, but Astrid managed to block the attack by reaching out and grabbing hold of the Vendel's wrist. As the second Vendel reached her, he swung at Astrid from the side, but she managed to grab his wrist as well. Holding the 2 Vendel in place, Astrid took a step towards the 3rd one as he charged her before kicking him square in the chest, the force of the blow managing to knock the barbarian off his feet and send him rolling across the ground. The 2 Vendel tried to free themselves of Astrid's grip, but she twisted their arms, forcing them to drop their weapons as they let out shouts of pain. Pulling the 2 together, Astrid slammed the Vendel into one another. Letting go of their wrists as the Vendel stumbled away from one another, Astrid hopped into the air and did a split kick, hitting both barbarians in the chest and knocking them off their feet. Landing, Astrid turned her attention towards the 3rd Vendel, who had recovered and was moving to attack her again. Astrid ducked out of the way of the Vendel's first attack before grabbing onto his arm when he swung back. Giving it a twist, Astrid forced the Vendel to drop his weapon before she slammed her fist into his elbow, shattering it as his arm bent at an unnatural angle. As the Vendel screamed in pain, Astrid grabbed hold of his shoulders before stomping on his shin, breaking it. The Vendel quickly collapsed to the ground, allowing Astrid to drive her knee into his face, knocking the savage to the ground in a broken heap. By then, the other 2 Vendel had recovered and moved to attack Astrid once more. One rushed her and threw a clumsy punch, which Astrid easily caught before using the Vendel's momentum to lift him off the ground and toss him away, sending him flying through the air a short distance before landing on the ground with a thud. The second threw a swing at her, but Astrid blocked it with her arm before burying her fist into the Vendel's stomach, knocking the air from his lungs as he rose a short distance into the air before stumbling backwards. As the Vendel doubled over in pain, Astrid drove her knee into his face, sending him reeling. Reaching out, Astrid grabbed onto the Vendel's clothes before he could stumble away, bringing him back closer so she could deliver a hard headbutt to his face. As the Vendel reeled away again, Astrid grabbed one of his flailing arms, halting his momentum before yanking him back towards her as she stepped forward and smashed her fist into his face. The force shattered the Vendel's jaw, knocking some teeth free as he went spinning through the air and landed on the ground with a thud. As the final Vendel picked himself up, his back facing towards Astrid, the blonde walked up behind him, slamming her foot into the back of his knee. As the Vendel fell to his knees, Astrid reached up and grabbed his chin and the top of his head before giving them a sharp twist, snapping his neck and causing the savage to collapse to the ground. Looking over at Merida, Astrid wiped some sweat from her brow before walking over towards the princess, who was pulling Astrid's battle axe out of a Vendel's body. "You guys okay?" Astrid questioned. "Aye, thanks," Merida replied, glancing at her friends for confirmation while handing Astrid the axe, prompting the girl to begin wiping the drying blood off the blade. "Where are Hiccup and Fishlegs?" "I don't know," Astrid answered with a shrug. "I just followed you to make sure you didn't get in over your head. Which you did, by the way." "Deanie push it," Merida replied before turning back to her family and the group of villagers. "Is everyone all right?" "I believe so," Eleanor said, stepping forward, placing her hands on Merida and Astrid's shoulders while smiling proudly at them both. "Thanks to you. It wasn't anything anyone else wouldn't have done, Your Highness." Astrid shrugged off the compliment awkwardly, prompting Merida to smirk at her. As they spoke, a familiar face moved through the group of villagers to get to the two girls. "Astrid!" Ribbon Ingerman called as she hurried over to their side. "Princess Merida!" "Mrs. Ingerman." Astrid greeted the older woman with a smile. "I'm so glad you're all right." "Aye, Fishlegs will be relieved," Merida added with a smile of her own. "Speaking of Fishlegs, where is he?" Ribbon questioned, playing with her hands nervously. "Is he all right?" "He was with Hiccup the last time we saw him," Astrid explained. "I'm sure he's okay. Fishlegs can take care of himself." "Oh, I wish I was as sure as you are, Astrid," Ribbon replied, biting her lip as she continued to play with her hands nervously. As the women talked, Hiccup came in with Snotlout and the twins following. "Whoa!" Snotlout said as he looked around at the dead Vendel. "What the hell happened here?" Astrid and Merida glanced at each other before smirking. "We did," Merida commented, causing Snotlout's face to pale. "What happened to you lot?" "I went to the smithy to grab some things," Hiccup explained. "I ran into Snotlout and the twins on the way here." "Any idea about why the Vendel are here?" Will questioned, cocking an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. "Yeah," Hiccup replied with a nod, as he turned his attention towards Merida. "I've got a pretty good idea." "Hilda," Merida whispered in shock and horror, covering her mouth as she gasped. "Who's Hilda?" Tough questioned in confusion. "It's a long story," Astrid replied. "We had to go help her," Merida exclaimed, before pushing past the group and bolting through the door. "Of course," Hiccup deadpanned with a sigh before turning to the others. "Come on! Where are we going?" Snotlout questioned as the group began to follow Hiccup. "No time to explain," Hiccup replied. "You know, I'm getting really tired of that answer," Snotlout grumbled as he followed along with the others. "Wait!" Astrid exclaimed, a hint of worry in her voice. "Where's Fishlegs?" "I sent him to go, Hiccup trailed off, glancing at the other teens before looking back at Astrid. "Get some things that might help us." "Oh," Astrid replied, nodding in understanding. "Okay, I'm sure he's fine," Hiccup stated with a shrug as he ran out of the door, the others following him. "Fishlegs can take care of himself." Meanwhile, Fishlegs screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran as fast as he could through the village, a trio of Vendel chasing after him. Fishlegs half ran, half stumbled down the sloping road that connected to the arena. Turning a corner, he saw the cliff that looked over the arena, A set of stairs cut into the rock leading downwards. As he approached the stairs with the 3 Vendel chasing after him, a 4th came wandering up the staircase, his eyes going wide as she saw Fishlegs running towards him. As the Vendel tried to pull his club out to attack Fishlegs, the young man acted on instinct and charged the barbarian, giving him a hard shove that knocked the savage over the edge of the cliff, sending him screaming through the open air before slamming onto the ground with a loud crunch. Turning, Fishlegs began making his way down the stairs as fast as he could, careful not to fall due to the treacherous footing that zigzagged down the cliffside. Glancing up, Fishlegs saw that the 3 Vendel were still chasing him. As Fishlegs made his way down a point where the stairs double-backed on themselves, he reached up and grabbed one of the Vendel's legs as the savage passed above him. Giving the Vendel's legs a yank, he sent the barbarian tumbling over the side, the savage landing on his head with a sickening snap. Fishlegs grimaced as he looked down at the scene before letting out a yelp of fright as the 2 other Vendel roared as they drew closer to Fishlegs. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Fishlegs ran towards the entrance to the arena, the Vendel scrambling after him. As Fishlegs reached the entrance to the arena, he found it open. Running inside, he gave the winch holding the portcullis open a hard kick. The heavy iron barrier came clattering down, landing right on top of one of the Vendel, crushing him with a loud bang. As the last Vendel stumbled to a stop, Fishlegs reached through the bars of the portcullis and grabbed the barbarian's shoulders before pulling him toward the gate, slamming the savage against the metal bars. The Vendel was dazed by the force of the blow, allowing Fishlegs to slam him against the bars a few more times before releasing the man's shoulders, allowing the now bleeding savage to fall to the ground with a thud. Letting out a breath, Fishlegs smirked before turning to walk into the arena. As he did, he froze mid-step, his eyes wide as he found 6 Vendel inside, all staring at him in surprise. Fishlegs and the Vendel stared at each other in silence for a few moments before the barbarians snarled, moving towards the young man with weapons at the ready. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me!" Fishlegs yelled in exasperation as the Vendel charged at him, their weapons raised to attack. Glancing to the side, he saw his warhammer that he had left in the arena during all the confusion earlier. Racing towards it, Fishlegs had almost reached the hammer when a Vendel slammed into him, grabbing hold of the young man with his arms and legs, sending the Viking teetering to the side as he tried to keep his footing. Fishlegs struggled with Vendel for a few moments before he managed to grab hold of the Vendel's clothes and pry the savage off of him, lifting the man above his head before slamming him against the ground. Scrambling over to his hammer, Fishlegs managed to scoop it up mid-stride, stepping forward as a Vendel charged at him and swinging, hitting the savage right in the chest, knocking the man off of his feet and sending him flying through the air a short distance before he landed and went rolling across the ground. As the Vendel tried to pick himself up, Fishlegs hopped over him as the other Vendel ran after. Running over to the pens where the dragons were kept, Fishlegs could hear the sounds of Boudica and Meatlog roaring and scratching frantically at the doors holding them in. Glancing over his shoulder, Fishlegs could see the 2 Vendel had recovered, and now all 6 of them were moving to surround him, snarling as they closed in on the... "All right, 6 on 1 doesn't seem very fair to," Fishlegs said, staring the Vendel down with determination on it. "How about we even these odds?" Spinning around, Fishlegs slammed his hammer against the winch that held the barriers holding Boudica and Meatlons. As the winch was crushed under his hammer, the barricades went swinging free and the 2 doors slammed open as the dragons came charging out. Boudica roared as she lashed out with her tail, sending a 6 spines flying through the air before they buried themselves into one of the Vendel, the force of the blows sending the savage stumbling backwards or falling to the ground. Meatlog buzzed through the air before slamming into one of the Vendel, sending him flying before he slammed against a wall and slumped to the ground. Scooping up a few rocks in its mouth, Meatlug swallowed them before spinning around to face one of the Vendel and spat a fireball at him. The fireball exploded as it hit the Vendel in the chest, lighting him on fire and sending him screaming through the air before he landed in a burning heap on the arena floor. Screeching, Boudica leapt into the air before she came crashing down onto a Vendel, crushing the man underneath her bulk. As one of the Vendel tried to run, Boudica turned towards him and shot a blast of fire at the savage, engulfing him. The Vendel stumbled for a few moments, flailing his burning arms around before he collapsed to the ground. As the last Vendel tried to escape,
Meatlug pounced on him, biting the Vendel around the waist with its massive mouth. Meatlug began shaking the Vendel, worrying the man like a dog with a bone before tossing him aside. The Vendel slamming into a nearby wall before sliding to the ground upside down. Fishlegs looked around at the devastation with a mixture of awe and fear as Boudica let out a shriek of victory while Meatlug let out a satisfied snort. Turning to Fishlegs, Meatlug wandered over, rubbing its nose against the young man. Smiling down at the dragon, Fishlegs scratched the Gronkle's head. "Good job, guys!" Fishlegs congratulated the dragons. "Now come on, let's go find the others." With that, Fishlegs made his way towards the arena's entrance, opening the portcullis to allow the dragons to leave before leading them further into the village. Meanwhile, Mordu crashed through the forests of Berk, some 36 Vendel accompanying. As they made their way through the woods, Mordu would periodically stop and take a deep sniff of the air, which almost always resulted in him abruptly changing the direction they had been walking. As they walked, one of the Vendel glanced to the side before doing a double take as he noticed something there. Floating not too far away was a wisp, the small blue spirit beckoning him closer. Hesitantly, the Vendel began to walk towards the wisp, an entranced look on his face. The Vendel reached out towards the wisp, thinking of nothing more than reaching the spirit. Just before the Vendel could reach the wisp, though, he felt a powerful hand grasp his shoulder and yank him back, prompting the wisp to disappear. Looking up, the Vendel found Mordu towering over him, the demon bear glaring at the spot where the wisp had been. Reaching out, Mordu pulled some of the brush aside, revealing a steep drop right where the wisp had been hovering, the fall being of such a height that it would have killed the Vendel if he had fallen over. The Vendel looked down at the drop with wide eyes before turning to look back at Mordu. "Don't follow the lights," Mordu muttered before turning around, prompting the Vendel to follow behind him. After what seemed like hours of walking in endless circles, Mordu came to a halt, taking another sniff of the air before smiling broadly. "Your tricks can't hide you forever, witch," Mordu said to himself as he reached into some brush and pulled it aside, revealing a ring of standing stones on the other side. "I know your smell so well I could follow you anywhere." Stepping through the brush, Mordu led the Vendel into the clearing. As they neared the standing stones, Mordu could see the hunched form of Hilda, standing in the middle of the circle, her back to him. As Mordu approached, the crow on Hilda's shoulder turned around and cawed at him. "Still holding on to that damn bird, I see," Mordu sneered as he stopped a short distance away from Hilda, his men standing behind, watching Hilda wearily. "It seems you finally caught up with me," Hilda observed as she turned to look at Mordu, her mismatched eyes meeting with his. "It took a while," Mordu commented with a large grin, "but I think we both know it was inevitable. I don't think it was a stroke of luck that let me catch your scent that day a few months. What's your angle here?" Hilda said nothing as she continued to stare Mordu down. "Always keeping secrets," Mordu stated, smiling and shaking his head in bemusement. "You haven't changed a bit. Neither have you, Morton," Hilda observed, prompting Mordu to laugh. "Oh, it's been so long since I heard that name," Mordu said between laughs before he leered down at it. "It's so good to see you again." Chapter 34. The Bear and the Maiden Fair. Merida raced up the hill towards the forest, approaching the house where she, Hiccup and Stoic lived. Running around the house, she came to the small stable where Angus was held, the horse whinnying and stomping his feet in agitation. The horse snorted as he watched Merida approach. "Hello, Angus," Merida greeted as she pulled open the stable door, allowing the horse to trot out. "Sorry I hain't had the time to let you stretch your legs lately, but now I need you at your best. You feel up for it?" Angus snorted in reply as he shook his head and clumped his foot. "Good to hear," Merida replied as she reached up and grabbed Angus's mane before pulling herself up onto the horse's back. Clicking her heels into Angus's side, Merida sent the horse galloping into the woods, the princess holding on tightly as she rode the Clydesdale bareback through the forest. As Merida rode Angus into the woods, Hiccup and the others came running up the hill. "She took Angus," Will observed as they reached the top of the hill. "Where is she going?" Ruff questioned. "Same place we're going," Hiccup commented as he moved towards the woods, prompting the others to begin following him. "And where exactly is that?" Tuff echoed his sister's question. "We're going to get lost in the woods," Hiccup replied ominously as he led the group into the forest, the twins sharing questioning looks before following as well.
As the group entered the forest, Merida was riding Angus hard ahead of them, dodging around the trees and hopping over rocks in her goal to get to Hilda as quickly as possible. As she rode, Merida scrunched her eyes closed, riding blindly through the forest. After a few tense moments, Merida heard Angus whinny in surprise and fear before he came to a sudden halt, almost throwing Merida off his back. Opening her eyes, Merida found herself in the clearing with the stone circle on the opposite side from the large group of Vendel. Hilda and Mordu stood in the middle of the standing stones, the massive man looming over the old woman. Mordu grinned as he caught sight of Merida, turning to look at her as she looked at him in surprise. "Well, isn't this a happy coincidence?" Mordu asked with a chuckle. "I was hoping to run into you while I was here, cub." "Ye stay away from her?" Merida shouted, unslinging her bow and quickly nocking an arrow as she pointed it at Mordu. "Oh dear," Mordu said in mock fear before snorting with laughter. "You've got me shaking in my britches." Merida ignored the jab, keeping her bow trained on him, Angus snorting in agitation. "So what's the plan here, cub?" Mordu questioned. "You ride in here, kill me and my boys and save the day?" "Sameathin' like that," Merida replied, the string of her bow quivering from stored energy. "I'd like to see you try," Mordu sneered as he drew his sword and axe, letting the heavy blades thud against the ground. "You're about to," Merida growled as she slid off of Angus's back, her weapon still trained on Mordu. Mordu let out a chuckle as one of the Vendel growled and made a move towards Merida, stopped when his chief held up a finger. Now, boys," Mordu chided, glancing back at the Vendel and grinning. "You all know the rules." Slowly, he turned back around and grinned sadistically at Merida. "I always get first dibs," Mordu stated, as he licked his lips eagerly before rushing at Merida. As Mordu ran at her, Merida loosed her arrow, the missile shooting straight at the demon bear. Mordu lifted his sword with frightening speed, batting the arrow away without breaking stride. Her eyes widening, Merida rolled to the side as Mordu reached her and slammed his axe onto the ground, the blade digging a deep furrow into the ground. Angus let out a scream of panic as he moved away from Mordu as Merida rolled to her feet while drawing another arrow and knocking it on her bowstring. Turning to Mordu, she pulled the string back and fired another arrow at the demon bear, who managed to bat the arrow away with his sword again. "You're going to have to do better than that, cub." Mordu laughed as he turned and charged at Merida again. As Mordu approached her, a large cloud of fog suddenly enveloped Merida, hiding her from the demon bear. Mordu stumbled to a stop, growling in annoyance as he glanced around with his good eye. "More of your tricks, witch." Mordu growled in annoyance as he began sniffing at the air. "I thought you would know by now, boy." Hilda's voice came through the fog, full of disdain as the ground began to rumble beneath Mordu's feet. "I am no mere conjurer of cheap tricks." Looking down, Mordu saw the ground break open from underneath him before a tangle of long roots shot out. The roots reached out and wrapped around Mordu's limbs, trying to hold the demon bear in place. Roaring in fury, Mordu struggled against the roots as they tried to grasp hold of him. Snarling, Mordu dug his teeth into one of the roots, pulling it loose and allowing him to yank his arm free. With his arm free, Mordu began to swing his massive sword around and slashing the other roots off. "Find that hag, boys!" Mordu called into the fog. "Lock her down!" Snarling, the Vendel moved into the fog, looking for Hilda. Each of them slowly began to spread out, carefully making their way through the fog, looking for any sign of the old woman. As one Vendel was looking for her, he heard the sound of a crow cawing loudly. He spun around, trying to find the source of the noise. Looking around, he found nothing but the rolling strands of the fog. The cawing came again, seeming to completely surround the Vendel, causing him to panic and spin wildly around, desperately trying to find Hydela. He turned around and suddenly found himself staring into Hilda's mismatched eyes, causing him to freeze in place. "Guten Tag," Hilda greeted before raising her hand and snapping her fingers, causing the earth to suddenly open up beneath the Vendel's feet and swallow him whole. As the Vendel tried to escape, Hilda snapped her fingers again, causing the hole to close up, the heavy earth blocking out the Vendel's screams.
Hearing their comrades' screams, 2 more Vendel emerged from the fog and moved towards Hilda with their weapons raised. As the Vendel ran at her, Hilda snapped her fingers again, causing a long root to erupt from the ground behind the Vendel. Wrapping around one of the Vendel's legs, the root lifted the savage off of his feet before flinging him away, sending the man screaming through the air as he disappeared. Giving a worried look back at the root, the remaining Vendel continued to run at Hilda. As the Vendel charged, Hilda's crow leapt off of the witch's shoulders and went flying at the savage. Cawing loudly, the crow swooped at the Vendel's face and began attacking the man with its claws. The Vendel cries of panic mixed with the crow's cawing and the flapping of its black wings as he flailed around in panic. Watching the scene before her, Hilda lifted up her hand and snapped her fingers, causing the one crow to burst him into an entire murder of crows. The crows flapped around and clawed at the Vendel, completely covering him. Suddenly, the cloud of crows fell to the ground as the Vendel stumbled. Abruptly, all the crows became silent and still, forming a solid black form on the ground. Then, just as suddenly, the crows took to the air, flying in every direction in a cacophony of sound. As they dispersed, all that was left on the ground was a single crow, the Vendel having completely vanished. It turned towards Hilda and cawed, ruffling its feathers. "Yes, you did very well," Hilda commented with a smile, unaware of the shadow approaching her from behind through the fog. Seeing it, the crow let out a warning call, prompting Hilda to turn around, just in time to find a Vendel swinging its club at her. The club struck Hilda on the side of the head, knocking her to the ground, a thin stream of blood trailing from her temple. As Hilda lay on the ground, the fog slowly dissipated, leaving the area as clear as it had been a short while before. Looking around, Mordu smiled as he saw the fog dissipate, seeing one of the Vendel lift the unconscious Hilda onto his shoulder. Glancing to his side, he saw Merida with an arrow notched onto her bowstring, a look of horror on her face as she saw the unconscious Hilda. "Nicely done, boys," Mordu stated with a grin before turning his attention back towards Merida. "Now, where were we, cub?" Before Merida could react, Mordu rushed at her with his weapons at the ready. As he slammed his axe down, Merida rolled to the side, avoiding the attack as it shook the ground. As Merida avoided the attack, Mordu lashed out with his sword, smashing it into the ground in front of her, trapping her between the 2 blades. Looking up at Mordu, Merida saw the demon bear smile at her before stepping forward and lifting his foot up to smash down onto her. Before he could, something smashed into him from the side, sending him stumbling away and forcing him to drop his weapons. As Mordu tried to regain his balance, he glanced to his side, seeing Angus rearing up on his hind legs and kicking his front legs in the air as he let out a loud whinny. Before Mordu could recover, Angus spun around and gave the demon bear a hard kick in the chest, knocking him back, causing him to slam into one of the stone monoliths, which cracked as he slammed against it. Pushing his advantage, Angus ran up and slammed his front legs against Mordu's chest, bashing him against the stone monolith, which cracked even further. Spinning around, Angus gave Mordu another hard kick, knocking him against the monolith, which began to shake as it cracked all the way through. Roaring in frustration, Mordu pushed off of the monolith, causing the top to shake and begin breaking away. Grabbing hold of Angus's leg as the horse tried to kick him again, Mordu threw the Clydesdale to the ground, the horse whinnying in pain and fear as he rolled across the ground and tried to regain his footing. "You think you can do me in just like that, little pony?" Mordu snarled, failing to notice as the top of the monolith began to topple towards him. "If you think you can do me in with a few kicks, you're—" Mordu was cut off as the monolith toppled forward onto him, crushing him against the ground. Merida looked on in surprise before rushing over to Angus's side, slinging her bow around her shoulders and patting the horse on his flank. Looking over at the Vendel, she saw looks of fear and apprehension in their eyes as they looked down at their fallen leader. "Brilliant, Angus!" Merida exclaimed as she hugged the horse, who snorted proudly. "I think it did it." "No." A growl came from behind Merida, causing her blood to run cold and her eyes to go wide. "I think not." Turning around, Merida saw Mordu pushing himself to his feet, slowly lifting the stone monolith off of him. As the monolith began to slide off him, Mordu reached up and grabbed the large stone. Standing up, Mordu lifted the monolith over his head, grinning savagely down at Merida and Angus as they looked at him in horror.
My turn, he stated, before swinging the monolith around and slamming it into Angus's side, the stone connecting with Horse with an ugly snapping noise. The force of the blow knocked Angus off his feet, slamming him into Merida and knocking her to the side. Angus slammed against the ground, screeching in pain and fear as his legs stuck out at unnatural angles. As Merida tried to push herself to her feet, she gripped her head in pain, looking up as Mor'du tossed the broken monolith aside, the stone hitting the ground with a loud thud. As Merida tried to recover, she watched in horror as Mor'du walked over to Angus's side, looking down at the horse as it writhed in pain. "Looks like you got a broken leg there," Mor'du commented, looking down at Angus's shattered leg. "I'm going to have to put you down, little pony." Before Merida or Angus could react, Mor'du reached down and grabbed the Clydesdale by his head. Angus struggled for a few moments, screeching as he tried to pull his head from Mor'du's grasp, but the demon bear held strong before jerking the Clydesdale's head sharply to the side with a loud crack, causing the horse to go still. Grinning, Mor'du let Angus go as he stood back up, causing the horse's body to slump to the ground right in front of Merida. Merida stared at Angus's body for a few long, horrible moments, a look of shock on her face. Then an expression of utter sorrow slowly crossed her face as her eyes filled with tears. "Angus!" Merida wailed as she stumbled over to the Clydesdale's side, wrapping her arms around the horse's neck as she buried her head into his mane and began to weep bitterly. "Oh, so sad," Mor'du commented with a sadistic chuckle. "Did I kill your little pony, cub?" Merida said nothing, raising her head to glare hatefully at Mor'du, hot tears running down her cheeks as she seethed. "And now," Mor'du continued as he reached over and picked up his sword before pulling it around and pointing it at Merida's neck. "I'm going to kill you. What do you have to say about that, cub?" Merida said nothing in return, her glare never wavering. "Spiteful until the end," Mor'du observed with a smirk. "I admire that." Without another word, Mor'du lifted his sword up and prepared to slam his sword down onto Merida. Before he could, there was a loud twang before an arrow slammed into Mor'du's raised bicep, burying deep in his flesh. Mor'du let out a hiss of pain and surprise before freezing in his swing and turning to look in the direction that the attack had come in. Standing near the edge of the woods was Hiccup and the other teenagers, Hiccup still pointing the now empty crossbow at Mor'du. "Well, cub, looks like your friends want to play too," Mor'du sneered as he reached up and yanked the arrow out of his bicep, a glob of blood bubbling from the small wound as he tossed the missile aside. "Your little toy packs quite the punch, little fish." Hiccup said nothing in return as he lowered his crossbow, as most of his friends looked up at Mor'du in fear. "I take it you and your friends want to scrap," Mor'du commented, motioning to the Vendel standing to the side as Hiccup reloaded his crossbow and the others began to play with their weapons nervously. "Well, me and my boys are always ready for a scrap." As Hiccup finished reloading his crossbow, he and his friends looked around as the barbarians moved to surround them, snarling at the gathered teenagers. "You guys ready for this?" questioned as he looked around at the Vendel prepared to attack them. "Kind of late to be asking that," Tuff observed, gripping his spear tightly. "Man, I don't even understand what's going on right now," Ruff commented as she idly twirled her knife with her fingers. "But whatever, we're here, they're here, let's get these guys." "That's the spirit, lass," Will commented with a smirk as he held his sword out in front of him. "We're with you, Hiccup," Astrid said, determination written across her features. "You're going to have to do a lot of explaining after this, though, 'cause..." Snotlout commented as he beat his mace against his open palm. "Deal," Hiccup commented with a nod, his eyes locked with Mor'du as the demon bear grinned at him manically. "Now let's do this." Meanwhile, the wind whistled past Fishleg's ears as he rode Meatlug through the air over the village, gripping onto the Grunkle's spines to keep himself mounted. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Boudica flying behind them, obediently following the young man and his dragon. Looking around, Fishleg saw a group of people gathering outside of the Great Hall. Indicating towards the group, Fishlegs guided Meatlug over to them, Boudica following behind them. The crowd of villagers gasped and moved away quickly as Meatlug and Boudica landed on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust as Fishlegs slid off the Grunkle's back. Looking around, Fishlegs tried to find someone, a smile crossing his face as he spotted them. "Mom!" he called out, catching his mother's attention, a look of excitement and relief passing over Ribbon's features as she rushed over to her son's side and enveloped him in a hug which he gladly returned. "Fishlegs!" Ribbon exclaimed as she pulled away and looked at her son.
Oh, Fishlegs, I'm so glad you're okay. Yeah, nothing to worry about, Mom, Fishlegs replied with a chuckle. As he did, Meatlug looked at Ribbon curiously before waddling over to her and giving the Viking a curious sniff. Oh, Ribbon exclaimed, jumping in surprise as Meatlug continued to sniff her. Hello? Don't worry, Mom, it's okay, Fishlegs said with a chuckle.
Meatlug won't hurt you. All right, Ribbon said, looking no more comfortable than she had before as she reached out and gently pat Meatlug on the head. It's nice to meet you, Meatlug. Meatlug responded by shaking its head under Ribbon's hand and purring. Ribbon cooed. You're actually kind of cute. Aren't you a good, Ribbon paused, looking down at Meatlug in confusion before turning her attention back to Fishlegs. Fishlegs? Ribbon asked perplexedly. Is Meatlug a girl or a boy? There was a pause as Fishlegs looked down at Meatlug before turning back to his mother and shrugging his shoulders. I honestly have no idea, Mom, Fishlegs replied before looking over the ground, many of whom were looking fearfully at the two dragons. What happened here? We all came to the Great Hall looking for shelter, Ribbon explained, but the Vendel followed us there. The Vendel attacked you guys. Fishlegs questioned and concerned. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Ribbon answered with a nod. Thanks to your friends. You've seen them? Fishlegs questioned anxiously. Where did they go? I don't know, Ribbon stated, shaking her head. The princess said something about a Hilda and ran off with the others following her. Hilda, Fishlegs stated, a look of realization passing over his face. Of course, that's what he's here for. Fishlegs, what's going on? Ribbon questioned, a look of concern plastered across her features. There's no time to explain, Mom, Fishlegs replied. How long ago did they leave? Just a few minutes ago, Ribbon replied. It looked like they were heading towards the woods. They're probably there already. All right, thanks, Mom, Fishlegs said as he pulled himself back up onto Meatlug's back, the gronkle buzzing its wings as it prepared to take off. I have to go help them. You stay here. I think it's safe in the village now. Okay, Ribbon said as she played with her hands nervously. Be careful, sweetie. Don't worry, Mom, Fishlegs answered as Meatlug buzzed into the air, Boudica following behind. I will. With that, Meatlug turned and took off into the sky, Boudica soaring after them. As they flew over the forest, he looked around for any sign of the circle of standing stones, growing more frustrated with every passing moment. You'd think I'd at least be able to find it while flying, Fishlegs groaned. This is why I really don't like magic. After flying around for another few frustrating seconds, Fishlegs pulled Meatlug to a stop, hovering in the air as he thought. The way we find it on the ground is by getting lost in the woods, Fishlegs mused. But how do you get lost in the sky? As Fishlegs pondered the question, he remembered the night they had all gone to the nest. How Meatlug had picked him and Astrid up and spun them around so much he couldn't tell up from down anymore. That's it, Fishlegs explained before catching Meatlug's attention. Meatlug, I need you to spin. Spin as fast as you can. Meatlug grunted and looked up at Fishlegs in confusion, clearly not understanding what the young man wanted it to do. Sighing in frustration, Fishlegs sat up and began waving his arms around spastically and rolling his head around. After a few seconds of this, Fishlegs paused as he noticed Boudica hovering next to him, the nadder giving the young man a very questioning look. What? Fishlegs asked, giving the nadder a confused look. As he did, Meatlug suddenly lurched forward as it began to barrel roll through the sky. Fishlegs let out a cry of surprise, gripping onto Meatlug tightly in order to avoid being thrown off. All right, Meatlug, Fishlegs called, patting the gronkle on the side in an attempt to catch its attention. That's enough. At his command, Meatlug lurched to a stop, the sudden change in momentum almost throwing Fishlegs off the gronkle's back. Pulling himself back up into a sitting position, Fishlegs watched as the world spun around him, his sense of balance having been thrown completely off. All right, Fishlegs shouted as he struggled to stay upright on Meatlug's back. Fly to the forest, Meatlug, quick! Obediently, Meatlug dove towards the forest, the trees spinning in front of Fishlegs as they plummeted through the air. He wasn't lost, but he sure as hell had no idea where he was going. Meanwhile, the Vendel rushed forward, roaring as they charged at the assembled group of teenagers. As one reached them, Astrid stepped forward and swung her axe at him, driving the blade into the Vendel's chest and knocking him onto the ground.
Planting her foot against the Vendal's chest, she pulled the axe out, and before stepping over his body and spinning her axe around, smashing it into another Vendal, knocking him off his feet and sending him tumbling end over end before he slammed face first onto the ground. As another Vendal charged at her with his club raised to attack, Astrid moved to confront him. The Vendal leapt at her, swinging his club down at her. Astrid raised her axe, blocking the club with the handle. Twisting her axe, she turned the Vendal's attack aside, using the man's momentum to send him stumbling away. As the Vendal tried to catch himself, Astrid ran up behind him and drove her axe into his back, knocking him face first into the ground. At the same time, Will moved to face one of the Vendal as the savage charged at him. As the Vendal swung his club at him, Will swung his sword to parry, his steel sword slicing through the savage's bone club. As the Vendal reeled from the parry, Will swung his sword back around, slashing the savage across the chest, sending the barbarian spinning to the ground. As another Vendal charged at him, he ducked under the savage's club swing before slamming his shoulder into the man's stomach. Standing up, Will lifted the Vendal up before flipping the savage into the air and slammed him onto the ground. Turning around, Will spun his sword and drove it into the Vendal's chest. Before he could pull his sword out, another Vendal attacked him, swinging his club at Will's head. Will quickly ducked under the swing as he pulled his sword free and swung it upwards, slashing the Vendal across the chest and knocking the barbarian onto his back. Moving to join the fight, Roughnut spun her hatchet and knife in her hands as a Vendal rushed at her. As the Vendal swung at her, Rough parried the attack with her hatchet. Twisting around, Rough spun behind the Vendal, keeping his club entangled with her hatchet and yanking his arm behind his back. With the Vendal trapped, Rough plunged her knife into the man's back before she planted her foot against him and shoved him to the ground. As another Vendal moved to attack her, Rough ducked under the savage's wild swing. As she avoided the attack, Rough twisted around and slammed her hatchet into the Vendal's calf. As the Vendal fell to the ground, Rough twisted back around and slammed her knife into the man's chest. As she put her fist against the Vendal's chest and pushed him away, pulling her knife out, a Vendal ran up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. The Vendal lifted her into the air, prompting Rough to kick her legs in an effort to get out of the man's hold. Thinking quickly, Rough kicked both her feet and lurched her whole body forwards, causing her to flip the Vendal over her shoulder. As the Vendal landed on his back, Rough quickly stood up before slamming her hatchet onto the Vendal's chest, killing him. As Rough stood up and pulled her hatchet from the Vendal's body, she took a moment to look down at the dead man, raising her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. As she did, she felt something on her forehead before she pulled her hand down and looked at it, finding blood on her. She quickly wiped the blood off her hand and forehead, a surprised look on her face. At the same time, Toughnut was charging at a Vendal, screaming at the top of his lungs as he raised his double-headed spear. Taking a flying leap forward, Tough thrust his spear forward, driving it into the Vendal's chest. The force of Tough's momentum knocked the Vendal onto his back. As the Vendal landed on his back, Tough's spear bent slightly before springing back up, launching Tough into the air as the spear pulled free from the Vendal's body. Flying a short distance through the air, he slammed into another Vendal, knocking the man to the ground, Tough tumbling along with him. Quickly standing back up, Tough found another Vendal charging at him as the one he knocked down tried to pick himself up. As Tough pulled his spear back to thrust it at the charging Vendal, he accidentally drove the other end of his spear into the recovering Vendal. Tough looked back in surprise before pulling his spear out, accidentally driving the front end into the Vendal who was charging him, stopping the savage cold. Tough quickly looked back at the Vendal as he slid of the spear and fell to the ground. Tough looked down at the bodies in shock before glancing at his spear, blood dripping from both ends. Andra turned to face one of the Vendal as the savage charged at him. Planting his feet, Andra hurled one of his javelins at the Vendal, striking the man in the chest and knocking him off his feet. As the first Vendal fell to the ground, Andra turned to face a second one charging at him. Gripping his other javelin with both hands, he spun towards the other Vendal and swung it at the savage, slamming the weapon against the man's chest and knocking him off the ground. The Vendal fell hard on his back, groaning in pain. Before the Vendal could pick himself up, Andra stepped forward and kicked him on the side of the head, sending the man sprawling. Another Vendal screamed as he leapt at Andra, his club raised to attack. Turning towards the Vendal, Andra reached out and grabbed the man by the throat. The Vendel gagged and struggled for a moment before he slammed the man against the ground, the savage gurgling in pain before going silent. Snotlout screamed as a Vendel rushed at him with his club raised. Snotlout dodged out of the way as the Vendel swung at him. As the Vendel pulled his club back, Snotlout swung at him with his mace, smacking the man in the face, the force of the blow knocking the man onto his back. As the Vendel tried to pick himself up, Snotlout stepped over him and slammed his mace down onto the man, ensuring he stayed down. As another Vendel charged at him, Snotlout ducked under his wild swing before slamming his mace into the man's gut. While the Vendel doubled over in pain, Snotlout stood up and slammed his mace against the man's back, knocking the savage to the ground. Before the Vendel could recover, Snotlout swung his mace low and struck the Vendel hard on the side of the head, cracking the man's skull. Standing up, Snotlout turned to face the Vendel charging at him. As the Vendel swung his club at Snotlout, the young man managed to dodge out of the way of the attack. Pressing his advantage, Snotlout struck the Vendel on the arm with his mace, causing the Vendel to scream in pain as he dropped his club. While the Vendel was writhing in pain, Snotlout swung his mace again and struck the man across the face, sending him spinning to the ground. As the Vendel tried to push himself to his feet, Snotlout stepped forward and hit the savage on the back of his head, sending the man falling to the ground, blood oozing out of his head. Snotlout rested his hands against his knees, breathing heavily as he looked down at the dead Vendel. As one of the Vendel charged at him, Boyd moved to meet him head-on. Swinging his club at Boyd, the Vendel attempted to strike the young lord on the side of the head. Raising his shield, Boyd blocked the attack with his shield, knocking the attack to the side before he slammed his shield against the Vendel's face, knocking the man back. As the Vendel stumbled backwards, Boyd stepped forward with his shield raised and slammed his shield into the man's chest, sending the barbarian sprawling. Stepping over the Vendel, Boyd lifted his foot up and smashed it against the man's face. As Boyd took a step backwards, another Vendel ran up behind him and leapt onto the young man's back. Boyd struggled with the Vendel for a few moments, using all of his strength to keep from falling over under the heavier man's weight. Grunting in effort, Boyd managed to flip the Vendel off his back and slam him against the ground. Before the Vendel could recover, Boyd smashed his axe into the savage's chest. As Boyd pulled his axe out of the Vendel's body, another came charging at him. Stepping forward, Boyd hurled his axe at the Vendel, but the man managed to dodge out of the way and continued to charge at the young lord. Thinking quickly, Boyd unstrapped his shield and hurled it at the Vendel, the heavy wooden shield hitting the savage square in the face, breaking the man's nose and knocking him onto the ground. Leaping onto the Vendel before he could recover, Boyd began pounding on the man's face with his fists. Eventually, Boyd stood up as he looked down at the man's face, which he had left a bloody pulp before retrieving his weapons. As the others fought with the assembled Vendel, Hiccup moved towards Mor'du, his crossbow still trained on the demon bear. Mor'du grinned down at Hiccup, licking his lips as he adjusted his grip on his weapon. "You think you can kill me with your little toys, boy?" Mor'du questioned as he began circling Hiccup like a predator stalking its prey. "The cub's little pony tried to kill me by dropping a rock on me, and that didn't work. What hope do you have?" Hiccup's look of determination never wavered, but he did glance over to where Merida was still hunched over Angus's body. "I'll make you pay," Hiccup growled as he focused on Mor'du again. "Oh, will you now?" Mor'du questioned an amused laugh before his eyes narrowed. "All right, little fish, make me pay." As if on cue, Hiccup pointed his crossbow at Mor'du and pulled the trigger, sending an arrow flying towards the demon bear. Sneering, Mor'du lifted his sword to block, but the arrow was flying faster than he anticipated, and he missed it by a split second, the missile burying itself into the demon bear's shoulder. Mor'du hissed in pain and surprise as he looked at the offending arrow before turning his ire towards Hiccup. "That's quite the toy you got there," Mor'du observed as he pulled the arrow out and tossed it aside, blood oozing from the wound. "One problem, though." "What's that?" Hiccup questioned as he lowered the crossbow. "Now it's empty," Mor'du replied, before he came barreling towards Hiccup with his weapons at the ready. A look of panic crossed Hiccup's face as he dove to the side, dropping his crossbow and dodging just as Mor'du slammed his axe against the ground, tearing up a large chunk of the earth. As Hiccup tried to pick himself up, he found himself face to face with a Vendel warrior. The man screamed in Hiccup's face as he raised his club to strike the young man. Before he could, an arrow came flying in from over Hiccup's shoulder and hit the Vendel right between the eyes, sending him falling to the ground. Looking back, Hiccup found Merida standing over Angus's body, her bow pointed towards him, her icy blue eyes red from crying. "Kill the girl!" Mor'du ordered as he advanced towards Hiccup. "This little fish is mine to gut!" Turning around to face Mor'du, Hiccup rolled forward to avoid the swing of the demon bear's axe. Rolling to his feet right in front of Mor'du, Hiccup slashed at the demon bear's leg with his sword. Mor'du hissed in pain before backhanding Hiccup with his massive fist, sending the young man tumbling through the air before he landed in a heap on the ground, groaning in pain as his sword clattered across the earth a few feet away from him. "Hiccup!" Merida called in dismay, nocking an arrow and aiming it at Mor'du. Before she could fire it, another Vendel rushed at her, forcing her to turn towards the man and fire it at him. The arrow struck the man in the chest, sending him stumbling to the ground. Before Merida could draw another arrow, a Vendel rushed at her, screaming at the top of his lungs. Dodging the Vendel's wild attack, Merida spun around him and looped her bow around the man's neck before pulling back, yanking the savage back. Turning her back to the Vendel, Merida pulled her bow over her shoulder, flipping the man over and slamming him face first onto the ground. As the Vendel tried to pick himself up, Merida booted him hard in the side of his head, sending him sprawling. "That's the best you've got, little fish?" Mor'du questioned as he stalked towards Hiccup as the young man shook his head clear and struggled to his feet. "I expected someone of your pedigree to put up more of a fight. How disappointing." Mor'du stopped as he stood over Hiccup, grinning down as the young man looked up at him in fear. "What's the matter, little fish?" Mor'du asked, all out of tricks. Looking up past Mor'du, Hiccup saw something that made his eyes widen in surprise. "All out of tricks," Hiccup commented, "but I still have a surprise." Mor'du quirked an eyebrow in confusion at Hiccup, but before he could say anything, Hiccup dove to the ground and covered his head a second before a fireball slammed into Mor'du's back. As Mor'du stumbled to the side, smoke rising from where he had been struck on his shoulder, fish legs came buzzing down on the back of Meatlug, Boudica sweeping down behind them. As fish legs swung off of Meatlug's back, a Vendel came charging at him with his weapon at the ready. Seeing the Vendel coming, Fishlegs took a step forward and swung his hammer at the man, the iron hammerhead connecting with the savage's chest with a loud crack and knocking him clear off his feet and onto his back. As another Vendel moved to attack, Meatlug bounced forward and slammed its head into the man's chest, sending him sprawling. Seeing another Vendel approaching, Boudica flicked her tail at him, sending spines flying through the air before they filled the savage up like a pincushion, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking around at his dead men and the gathered teens and dragons, a small smile crept across Mor'du's face, even as smoke continued to rise from his back. "Well, it seems I've underestimated all of you," Mor'du observed as he began to move away towards where Hilda was laying on the ground. "Won't be a mistake I'll be making again. You winna be making any mistakes ever again?" Merida shouted as she pointed another arrow at Mor'du. "We're ending this now." "No, I don't think so, cub," Mor'du replied as he bent down and scooped Hilda up before throwing her over his shoulder. "I think me and my mother are going to leave now." "My mother?" Merida gasped in shock and confusion, Mor'du's words eliciting similar reactions from Hiccup, Fishlegs and Astrid. "Hilda's your mother?" "Oh, she never told you?" Mor'du questioned, a look of surprised amusement on his face as he reached the edge of the woods. "Funny that. Yes, she is my dear old mum, and we've got a lot of catching up to do, so if you don't mind." As he spoke, Mor'du reached out and grabbed a small tree with one hand before yanking it out and holding it above his head, grinning all the while. "We'll be going now," he finished, before hurling the tree at the teens, forcing them to scatter and dive for cover as the tree slammed into the ground. They recovered quickly, but by the time they looked back to where Mor'du had been standing, he was gone. "He's gone!" Merida exclaimed as she moved towards where Mor'du had been only moments before. "Come on, we attack!" She was cut off as Hiccup stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, stopping her. She turned to look at Hiccup in confusion, seeing him slowly shake his head at her. "He outpaces us," Hiccup explained, a grim look. "We'll never catch him." Merida stared at him for a few moments, before tear welled up in her eyes, and she let out a shrill cry of agony and frustration before falling to her knees and burying her face in her hands. She remained that way, quietly crying into her hands as Hiccup gripped her shoulder. Seeing Merida's state, Bootsia wandered over and bumped the princess with her nose, cooing sadly, prompting the redhead to turn and wrap her arms around the Nadder's nose.
Now what do we do?
Fishlegs questioned, breaking the silence. We can't let him get away with this, Astrid growled angrily. And we won't, Hiccup said determinedly, raising his head to look at the others. What day ye plan today? Will asked. He took the fight to us, Hiccup replied, pointing at the ground. Now, I say, we take the fight to him. Chapter 35. I see fire. The cold waters of the North Sea splashed against the hardwood sides of dozens on longships as they cut their way through the waves, churning fog surrounding them, reducing the Viking and Highlanders' visibility to nearly zero. Sound your positions! Stoic called from his ship. Everyone stay within earshot! As the men began to sound off with their positions, Gobber hobbled over to Stoic's side. Listen, Stoic. Gobber spoke with a nervous tone. I was over here and same of the men just now and, well, same of them are wondering what exactly we're up to. Nae me, of course. I know you're always the man with the plan, but same nae me are wondering if there is, in fact, a plan at all and which it might be. Find the nest and take it, Stoic growled solemnly. Oh, of course, Gobber replied with a nervous chuckle. Send them running. The old Viking fallback. Nice and simple. As Gobber spoke, Stoic turned his attention towards where Toothless was chained up on the ship's deck. Seeing Toothless beginning to stir, Stoic held up his hand and shushed Gobber to silence him. Looking closer, Stoic could see that Toothless's ears had begun to twitch. He tilted his head in different directions. With a look of understanding, Stoic moved to the back of the boat and took control over the ship's rudder. As he did, Stoic saw Toothless raise his head and look in a direction through the fog, prompting the village chief to turn the ship in the same direction. Slowly, following Toothless's direct, Stoic piloted the ship around the treacherous rocks, the other ships following along. Nowhere to hide now, Stoic said, as he continued to pilot his ship through the fog and rocks. Meanwhile, Hiccup sighed as he stood in the arena, looking up at the shut doors holding some of the dragons in their pens. Glancing back to the centre of the arena, he saw the other teens gathered not far away, most of them nervously looking at Meatlog and Boudica, who were standing off to the side with Merida and Fishlegs. All right, I'm officially done waiting, Snotlout announced as he turned to Hiccup and pointed a finger at his cousin. You're going to tell us what the hell is going on, and you're going to tell us now. Okay, Hiccup agreed with a nod, placating Snotlout for the moment. You all remember a couple of months ago when I said I shot down a Night Fury and no one believed me? So you really did? Ruff questioned, surprised. I did, Hiccup answered with a smirk and a nod. I was going to kill it to show everyone, to show you guys that I was a Viking, but I couldn't do it. Why nay? Boyd questioned. Because I looked him in the eyes and I saw he was just as scared as I was, Hiccup explained. I realised that there was more to dragons than what we had been led to believe. They're not just bloodthirsty monsters, they think and they feel, just like us. So I cut him loose and we ended up bonding. We learned more about dragons through that than I think any Viking has learned in 1,000 years. We also learned something else. What's that? Tuff asked. We found the nest, and we learned there was a lot more than dragons on it, Hiccup replied. Wit, do you mean? Will pushed. The Vendel have been living on the nest, Hiccup explained, eliciting looks of surprise from the teens. And sealed within the bowels of the island is the Red Death itself. Wait! Hold on! Snotlout shouted, holding his hands up with a look of bewilderment on his face. The Red Death? The legendary dragon that destroyed the United Viking Kingdom generations ago? That Red Death? Yes, Hiccup answered. He's been trapped in the nest this whole time. He seems to have the ability to control other dragons, which is why they're always raiding. They're bringing all the food they steal to the nest to feed the Red Death. Why don't they just not? Ruff asked. If the thing is trapped, what would happen? Then the Vendel would kill them and feed them to the Red Death instead, Hiccup elaborated. Wait, why are the Vendel helping it? Will questioned. I don't know, but for whatever reason they want to free the Red Death, Hiccup stated, a grim look on his face. And now they can. How? Boyd asked. It's the reason they came here, Hiccup explained. Hilda, the old woman they took, she's the one who sealed the Red Death away in the first place. She's the only one who can unseal him. And now they have her, Tuff surmised grimly. And our parents and everyone else are sailing right into it, Ruff exclaimed, a look of panic on her face. Say, where are we going today? Will questioned, crossing his arms. Our best bet is to get to the nest and stop Mordu from releasing the Red Death, Hiccup replied, determined. And how exactly are we going to do that? Snotlout questioned, not liking where this conversation was going. We ride, Hiccup said, indicating towards where Boudica and Meatlug sat. You want us to ride dragons? Tuff exclaimed, shock. It's nae as hard as ye think, Merida spoke up, patting Boudica on her neck. As long as they're willing. And we can show you how to make them willing, Hiccup added with a smirk. What happens if we dinna get there in time? Boyd asked. What happens if Mordu releases the Red Death? Then I guess we'll just have to kill him too, Hiccup said, completely serious. There was a pause as the teens let Hiccup's words sink in before Will stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did. Say, let me get this straight. Almost certainty of death, small chance of success, Will mused, before shrugging his shoulders and clapping his hands together as he smirked at Hiccup. What are we waiting for? Hiccup smiled at Will as Ruff walked around in front of the young lord. You're crazy, Ruff observed, before leering at Will as she looked him up and down. I like that. Oh, do you now? Will questioned, leering right back at her. Before he could say anything more, Tuff walked between them, palming Will's face with his hand and pushing the Highlander back, a disgusted look on his face. Yeah, that's enough flirting with my sister, Tuff said, prompting Ruff to roll her eyes at him as her brother turned to address Hiccup. You were wise to seek the assistance of the world's greatest living weapon. Hiccup began to say, clearly confused. It's me, Tuff explained, before he was bumped out of the way as Andra and Boyd walked up to Hiccup. Looking up at Andra, Hiccup heard the large young man mumble something to him, but not understanding a word of it, turned to Boyd for an explanation. He says he's in, Boyd explained, before pausing for an awkwardly long time. And what about you? Hiccup asked. Oh, I'm in too, Boyd replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Are you kidding me? Snotlout exclaimed, looking at everyone else like they were crazy. You're all going along with this. Dude, what other choice do we have? Tuff questioned. There's got to be some way of saving everyone without going back on what it means to be a Viking, Snotlout ranted as he turned his ire towards Hiccup. You know that dragons are the enemy. Vikings have known that for generations. And for generations Vikings have been wrong. Merida spoke up, stepping forward. Oh, what do you know? Snotlout rounded on Merida, waving his hand dismissively at her. You're not one of us. You're a Highlander, an outsider. What do you know about being a Viking? Ah, no plenty, Merida shot back. Ah, no, at if it's nae really all dragons at are the enemy, but ain dragon, the Red Death. What we hae right here is the chance to ensure at he ne'er escapes or kill him ance and for all. Are you really going to turn your back on defeating the greatest threat Vikings hae e'er faced? That's assuming I believe anything you and him have to say, Snotlout said dismissively as he turned to leave. Do whatever you want, but leave me out of it. Like I said, Princess, you don't know anything about being a Viking. Merida watched Snotlout go for a few moments before taking a deep breath. Far over the misty mountains called, Merida sung, catching everyone's attention and causing Snotlout to stop and slowly turn to look at her. "'Tae dungeons deep and caverns auld." There was a pause as Merida looked at Snotlout to make sure that he was listening. "We must away ere break o' day," Merida continued, glancing over at Hiccup, who smiled at her. "To claim our long-forgotten home." "The pines were roaring on the height," Hiccup joined, prompting Merida to smile at him. "The winds were moaning in the night." "The fire was red and its flaming spread," Fishlegs sung as well, a look of surprise on his face as he noticed Meatlug and Boudica had begun to hum along with the beat. The trees, like torches, blazed with light. "The bells were ringing in the dale," Astrid joined in, smiling at the others as she did, and men looked up, with faces pale. "The dragon's ire more fierce than fire," Ruff picked up, "laid low their towers and houses frail." "The castle smoked beneath the moon," Tuff continued. The men, they heard the tramp of doom. The arena fell silent as everyone turned their attention towards Snotlout. The young man looked hesitant for a moment before he locked eyes with Merida and sighed. "They fled their hall to dying fall," Snotlout sung, causing the others to break out in smiles. "Beneath his feet, beneath the moon. Far over the misty mountains cold, through dungeons deep and caverns old." The group sung together,
their voices echoing off the stone walls of the arena and harmonizing with the dragon's humming. We must away, ere break of day, to seek our long-forgotten home. There was a quiet moment as the group looked around at each other smiling. As they did, Andra bent down and whispered something into Will's ear. How should I know? Will rebutted, glancing at Andra and shrugging his shoulders. Must be same kind of Viking then. So, are you with us? Hiccup questioned. You know, when you put it in the context of taking down the biggest bad that Vikings have ever known, it definitely makes me reconsider. Snotlight replied with a smirk before nodding his head. Yeah, I'm in. Great, Hiccup stated, smiling at his cousin before addressing the group. Now comes the hard part. What's that? Ruff asked. We still have 3 dragons, and we're going to need them on our side if we're all going to make it to the nest, Hiccup explained. Merida and Fishlegs have dragons on their own. Now we need 3 of you to ride the others. So you need some of us to bond with these dragons? Tuff surmised. And you need them to do it in 10 minutes? Hiccup, Merida and Fishlegs all shared a look before looking back at Tuff and nodding their heads. Yeah, pretty much, Fishlegs relented. Say, who would like to try first? Merida asked. Me, Astrid said, raising her hand as she stepped forward. All right, Astrid, Hiccup said as he walked over to her side. The thing you have to is remain calm. You can't push this. I figured as much, Astrid agreed with a nod. It seems to help if you've made some sort of connection with the dragon, Merida added, glancing up at Boudica as she talked, even if that connection wasn't on the best terms. I think I know who to pick then, Astrid stated, a look of determination on her face. A few minutes later, and Astrid was standing alone in front of one of the pen doors, the others moving to the sides to give her space. Looking over to where Fishlegs was standing near the door release levers, she gave him a nod, prompting him to pull the lever down and unseal the door in front of her. A moment later, and the timberjack came leaping through the door, its metallic wings scraping along the hard stone. Spotting Astrid, the timberjack snarled as it approached her, coiling around the young woman. Easy now, Astrid, Hiccup called from the side. You don't want to spook him. Don't worry, Astrid replied with a smirk. I think I know exactly what he wants. As the timberjack continued to curl around her, Astrid reached out and ran her fingers along the dragon's scales right near its wings. The action caused the timberjack to suddenly freeze up before relaxing and falling to the ground, a pleased look on its face. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Astrid cooed as if she was talking to a dog, climbing up on the timberjack's back and began scratching it between its wings, causing the dragon to let out pleased sounds. Yeah, I thought so. I think I'm going to call you Stormfly. You like that? Yeah, you do. There was stunned silence as the rest of the group watched the spectacle for a few moments. Are you kidding me? Snotlout asked incredulously. It's that easy. Ah man, I'm totally going next. I'm not sure you just want to jump into this like that, Snotlout, Hiccup said warily. I think Astrid had a pretty good idea of how to handle that timberjack exactly the way she needed to. Relax, cos. I got this, Snotlout replied cockily as he stepped forward while Astrid led the timberjack to the side. Fishlegs! Give me the nightmare! Fishlegs hesitated, looking over to Hiccup for guidance. Well, I guess someone has to try and tame it. Hiccup relented with a sigh. Fishlegs just shrugged in reply before pulling the lever down, unsealing the pen holding the monstrous nightmare. A second later, the door was pushed open and the monstrous nightmare came stalking out, keeping low to the ground as it eyed Snotlout warily, the young man smiling broadly at the dragon. Hey, buddy! Snotlout greeted as he walked towards the nightmare, which continued to watch him warily. So here's the deal. You and I are going to be pals now. You're going to let me ride you, and basically our individual levels of awesomeness are going to combine and make us the most awesome thing on the entire planet. What do you say to that? The nightmare merely looked at Snotlout for a few moments before snapping its jaws at him, forcing the young man to backpedal so that his head was not bitten off of his shoulders. A panicked look replaced Snotlout's cocky one as he continued to run backwards from the monstrous nightmare, the dragon following and biting at him the whole while. As he backpedaled, Snotlout's foot caught an uneven stone in the arena floor, sending him tumbling to the ground. As Snotlout shook his head clear, he suddenly found the nightmare standing over him, leaning down to swallow him whole.
Before it could, Hiccup ran between the two, holding his hands up towards the nightmare, which halted for a moment, snarling as it took a step away from him. "Whoa, it's okay!" Hiccup shouted, trying to calm the nightmare down, lowering his voice as it continued to snarl at him. "It's okay!" The nightmare continued to snarl at Hiccup, who made calming noises towards the dragon as Snotlout sat terrified on the ground. Slowly but surely, Hiccup managed to calm the dragon, holding his hand a few inches from the nightmare's snout. Reaching down, Hiccup grabbed Snotlout's arm and pulled his cousin to his feet before he began to bring it over to the nightmare's nose. "Whoa, wait!" Snotlout exclaimed, still clearly scared. "It's okay," Hiccup reassured Snotlout, using the same tone he had used to speak to. "It's okay." Taking Snotlout's hand, he placed it on the nightmare's nose, the dragon letting out a low purr as he did. Slowly, Snotlout began to stroke the dragon's nose, causing the nightmare to purr louder. A smile crept across Snotlout's face before he began to laugh as he continued to stroke the nightmare's nose. "Looks like we just got off on the wrong foot," Snotlout said with a chuckle, leaning down to get a better look at the nightmare's teeth. "Quite the set you got there. I think I'll call you Hook. How's that sound?" The nightmare grunted in reply before following as Snotlout led it to the side. Hiccup smiled as he turned his attention towards the other teens. "So, we got one left," Hiccup surmised. "Who wants to try the zippleback?" "Think me and the lads will sit this out," Will stated, as Boyd and Andra nodded in agreement. "You lot seem to hae a better handle on this whole dragon business than we do." "So I guess that leaves us," Tuff stated, turning to look at his sister. "We could try to tame it together," Ruff suggested. "It's got 2 heads after all. It probably remembers us too." "Worth a shot," Tuff agreed with a shrug, before they both stepped into the centre of the arena, prompting Fishlegs to unseal the zippleback's door. The dragon came slithering out in a cloud of noxious green gas, hissing as it caught sight of the twins. The twins each took a nervous step backwards as the zippleback's heads leaned over them with their long necks. "Hey, big guy," Ruff greeted nervously. "You remember us?" The head nearest Ruff created sparks with its teeth as the one near Tuff hissed as gas billowed from its mouth. "I'll take that as a yes," Tuff stated uneasily. "Hey, look, we're not so different, are we?" Ruff questioned, talking directly to the igniter head before reaching up and running her thumb across the thin scar on her cheek. "See?" The head paused for a moment before its long serpentine tongue reached out and ran along with similar scar it had on its own cheek. Smiling, Ruff glanced over her shoulder at Tuff and the other head, who were watching them, gas slowly leaking out of the head's mouth as it watched. "Your buddy over there seems to be as full of hot air as my brother," Ruff commented conspiratorially to the igniter head, which let out a hissing noise that sounded like a laugh. "Hey, why don't you keep your stupid comments to yourself?" Tuff argued angrily, the gas head agreeing with a hiss, causing the young man to nod before looking up at the head in surprise. "Oh man, I think it's working. I can see that moron," Ruffnut groused, as she rolled her eyes before turning her attention back towards the igniter head. As she did, she noticed that the head was looking at her strangely. Looking her dead in the eye, the igniter head began to subtly rock back and forth. Ruff squinted her eyes as she noticed it as she began to subconsciously rock her head in time with the head's movement. As she watched, the head began to rock back and forth more and more, prompting Ruff to do the same, putting more of her body into the motion as it went. "Tuff, are you seeing this?" Ruff questioned, not looking away from the swaying dragon head in front of her. "Yeah, mine's doing the same thing," Tuff responded, a mirror image of his sister as he followed along to the gas head's movements. "What do you think it's doing?" Ruff questioned, speeding up her movements as the igniter head increased the tempo. "I don't know. Testing us, maybe?" Tuff suggested, twisting his body to mimic the twists of the gas head's neck. As the twins continued to dance with the zippleback, the dragon began twisting its long necks around them, forcing the twins to begin circling one another to keep with their respective head. Eventually, the twins were back to back, as the zippleback's necks completely encircled them, leaving the heads inches away from the twins' owns. Slowly, the heads leaned in closer, took a few curious sniffs of the twins, before nudging them with their noses, chirping warmly as they did. "Hey, we did it!" Tuff exclaimed happily as he reached out and pet the head in front of him. "Yeah," Ruff agreed, as her head licked her with its forked tongue. "I wonder what we should call." At that moment, the gas head burped in Tuff's face, briefly engulfing his head in a cloud of noxious fumes, causing the young man to gag and cough. "Ugh, his belches smell like barf," Tough moaned as he tried to wave the gas away. You know, that's not a bad name, Ruff mused as she reached up and stroked the igniter head's chin. How about we call them Barf and Belch? Sounds good to me, Tough replied with a chuckle. So that's all the dragons, Astrid observed. Now what? Now we get ready, Hiccup replied. This is going to be the biggest fight of our lives, and there's a chance we might not all make it back. We have to be prepared. The teens all looked at each other nervously before nodding. Meet me in front of the temple in an hour, Hiccup stated, his face grim. Then we ride for the nest. Meanwhile, slowly the group of longships made its way through the cloud of fog, the rocks beginning to grow few and far between. Toothless snorted in agitation, straining against his chains. Suddenly, a rocky island was looming in front of the longships, the boats running aground on the hard shores. Ready your weapons and stay low, Stoic ordered as he left the rudder and moved towards the front of the ship. Looking up at the cliffs, Stoic spotted a dragon flit through the crevices of the cliffs. We're here, Stoic stated as he grinned before leaping off the side of the boat onto the rocky shore. Turning around, he saw the Vikings and Highlanders pulling their ships ashore as well. Soon, Gobber, Spitloot and Bertha stood with him, along with Fergus and his 3 lords. Get our men to set up some defences and get the siege engines prepared, Stoic said. We crack that mountain, all hell is going to loose. Oh, I guarantee it, a voice called out from over the rocky shores, grabbing everyone's attention. Turning, they saw Mordu walking towards them through the clouds of fog, his claymore in hand, and an old woman thrown over his shoulder. Mordu, Fergus growled as he glared at the demon bear. Funny running into you all here, Mordu commented with a grin. So, looks like the boy was right, Stoic stated as he stepped forward, gripping a war axe in his hands. Your son told you you'd find me here, Mordu questioned with a chuckle. I'll have to talk to him about that next time I see him. What do you mean next time? Gobber asked, his blood running cold at the implications. Oh, I was just at Burke, Mordu replied nonchalantly, shrugging the shoulder he had Hilda slung over. Had to pick something up. Don't worry. All your children are in good health. Mordu laughed as he looked at the horrified faces before him. Or at least, they were. Mordu amended with a sadistic grin. Ye bastard, Fergus roared, shoving past the others and charging at Mordu with his claymore drawn. Mordu grinned as he watched Fergus approaching before batting the Bear King's attack away with his own sword, following up by backhanding the Highlander across the face, sending him sprawling. Now, Fergus, let's not be hasty, Mordu stated as he planted his sword into the ground and took out a large horn. It would be rude of me not to share after all. Taking a deep breath, Mordu blew into his horn 3 times, the mournful sound echoing off the rocky crags of the nest. As the horn fell silent, slowly the air was filled with the sounds of feet scrapping against rock and indecipherable. Looking up at the cliffside, Stoic saw dozens upon dozens of Vendel come swarming out of their hidden caves, each one roaring down at the assembled Vikings and Highlanders, gnashing their teeth and waving their makeshift weapons about. This is why you should be careful when you knock on a stranger's door, Stoic, Mordu said, grinning maliciously at the village chief as he pulled his black sword out of the ground and you never know answer. And then the cliffs were alive with swarming. Meanwhile, Hiccup sat in village temple before the altar of Look. A single candle burnt on the casting dancing shadows across the room. Next to the candle sat Hiccup's horned helmet, and his crossbow sat next to him, while his sword rested unsheathed on his lap. Hiccup looked down at the sword, his anxious expression reflected back at him in the polished metal. Slowly, Hiccup lifted his eyes to the symbol carved into the wall, looking pleadingly at the twisting dragons that served as the god's sigil. Unbeknownst to him, Helga hovered near the doorway, balancing on her crutches as she bit her lip nervously. Oh, Misty, Hiccup sang, his voice barely above a whisper. Keep careful watch of my father's soul. Hiccup gulped nervously before continuing. And should the sky be filled with fire and smoke, Hiccup continued, his eyes never wavering from Loki's symbol, keep watching over Siegfried's sons. Across the village, a small breeze picked up, seeming to carry Hiccup's voice across Burke as a whisper on the wind. If this is to end in fire, then we shall all burn together. Astrid sat alone in her house, running a whetstone over the edge of her axe. Sighing, she placed the whetstone down and stood up before strapping the axe to her back. Watched the flames climb high, and as she moved towards the door, she paused as something caught her eye on the mantel. Walking over, she reached up and took a wood carving from the mantel, the dying light of the fire illuminating the image. It depicted a male warrior, seemingly short in stature with a bulbous mustachioed nose. He wore a winged helmet and was dressed in armor that looked like it belonged in ages past. Calling out, "Father, stand by and we will watch the flames burn auburn on the mountainside. Lend me your strength, ancestor," Astrid whispered, a scared look on her face as she traced the wood carving. "I need it now more than ever, and if we should die tonight, then we should all die together." Astrid carefully put the wood carving back before leaving her house. Making her way down the hill, she walked towards Fishleg's home, where she saw him embracing his mother in the doorway. "Raise a glass of wine for the last time. You come home to me all right," Ribbon said, tears in her eyes as she pulled away, cupping Fishleg's cheek. "I will, Mom. Don't worry," Fishlegs replied, before glancing over his shoulder at Astrid as she approached. "Hey, hey," Astrid greeted, a small smile on her face. Calling out, "Father, prepare as we will." As Astrid approached, Ribbon stepped forward and pulled the younger girl into a hug, catching Astrid off guard for a moment before she slowly returned the hug. "Promise me you'll bring my little boy back to me," Ribbon whispered into Astrid's ear. "Promise." "I promise," Astrid replied before pulling away and turning towards Fishleg. "We should get going." "Right," Fishlegs replied with a nod as he picked up his warhammer and rested it on his shoulder. "You both be safe, okay?" Ribbon asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "We will," Fishlegs reassured her before they both turned and walked down towards the temple. Watch the flames burn auburn on the mountainside. Outside the temple, Astrid and Fishlegs found Snotlout and the twins waiting with the dragons. As they approached, they saw Ruff holding her knife up to one of the zippleback heads, which ran its tongue along the blade. Desolation comes upon the sky. "Ruff, what are you doing?" Astrid questioned as she and Fishlegs stopped in front of the dragon. "I know firsthand that zippleback venom hits like a ton of rocks," Ruff explained as she sheathed her knife. "Should be helpful." "We'll need all the help we can get," Snotlout stated, a nervous look on his face. "Where are the Highlanders?" Fishlegs asked. "They were in the Great Hall getting ready," Toughnut spoke up. "They'll probably be out soon. Now I see fire. Inside the mountain. Inside the Great Hall." Merida sat on one of the tables as her mother stood behind her, pulling her long, curly hair back and forming multiple braids out of it. "Are you sure about this, Ma?" Merida questioned, hissing a bit as her mother pulled on another strand of hair. "You know what my hair daysna like to be braided." "Ah, no, but you dinna want this getting in your eyes," Eleanor said, sounding like she was desperately trying to keep her voice even. "In the middle of a battle, who knows what could happen, and if your hair got in the way then same thing could. I see fire, burning the trees." As Eleanor's voice hitched, Merida reached up and grasped her mother's hand before turning to look at her. Eleanor averted her eyes as a few tears streamed down her face. "I know you're scared, Ma," Merida said, as she held her mother's hand in her own, a stray strand of hair falling across her face. "I am too, but if the others and I dinna do this, I see fire, hollowing souls." "I know," Eleanor replied, as she wiped the tears away with her free hand. "I hae the utmost faith in ye, Merida. I'm just nae sure that it's enough. I see fire blood in the breeze." "It's going to hae to be," Merida replied, before turning back around, prompting Eleanor to resume braiding her hair. "And I hope that you'll remember me." After a few more minutes, Eleanor was done, having taken a dozen braids and woven them together at the back of Merida's head before wrapping the green cloth around it to hold any stray hairs in place. As she stepped away, Merida saw her brothers approaching them, one carrying a jar while the other two carried a sword between them. "Oh, should my people fall, then surely I'll do the same." "We found this," one of the boys said, as they handed Dragonsbane to Merida. "We thought you might need it." "Thank ye," Merida said with a smile, as she reached out and took the sword, sliding the blade out a few inches to examine it before sliding it back in and strapping it to her back. "Confined in mountain halls, we got too close to the flame." "We also found this, Ma," the third brother said as they handed the jar to Eleanor. "Is it which you were looking for?" "Indeed, sweet Ain," Eleanor replied, patting the boy on the head. "What's that?" Merida questioned. "Nae true Highlander can go to war without war paint," Eleanor explained, causing Merida to smile at her. "Calling out, Father, hold fast, and we will watch the flames burn auburn on the mountainside." Eleanor took a few minutes to paint a pattern on Merida's face. She drew spiral patterns on Merida's cheeks and mirror hook-like designs on her forehead. She finished with a single stripe on Merida's chin and a line of small interlocking circles under her daughter's eyes and across the bridge of her nose. "There," Eleanor stated as she stepped away. Now you really are a little Boudica, though I suppose I can't call you little any more. I'll always be your little girl, Ma, Merida stated, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around her mother, who quickly returned her hug as the triplets ran up and wrapped their arms around the two women's legs. Desolation comes upon the sky. Ye come back to me, Eleanor whispered to Merida. You know I will, Merida replied, as she pulled away and turned to look at Will, Andra and Boyd. Now I see fire inside the mountain. All right, lads, Merida said, holding her the jar of paint up towards the three boys. You heard the lady. I see fire burning the trees. A few minutes later, Merida led the way out of the great hall, the three young lords following. Will had completely covered one side of his face with the blue war paint, dividing his face in two along his nose. Boyd painted 3 lines running diagonally across his face, looking almost like a large animal had scratched him. Andra had painted lines under his eyes and a cross pattern on his forehead and the bridge of his nose. I see fire, hollowing souls. They made their way down to the temple, where they found the others waiting. Looking up, Astrid and Fishlegs smiled as they approached. Hey, princess, Astrid greeted with a smirk. Looking good. She's not the only one, Ruff stated, smiling as she looked Will over. Oh, please, Tuff groaned, rolling his eyes. I see fire, blood in the breeze. Where's Hiccup? Merida asked, looking around at the others. He must still be in the temple, Fishlegs replied. Didn't know Hiccup was the praying type, Snotlout observed. Nay, in the way ye probably think, Merida replied, as she looked at the temple built into the side of the cliffs. And I hope that you'll remember me. Waddling down the hall of the temple, Gothi came to the entrance of the room holding the shrine to Loki. Hiccup, she spoke up, catching the young man's attention, causing him to look over his shoulder at Gothi. It's time, my boy, your friends are waiting. Hiccup nodded in reply, turning and looking back at his reflection in Bimuhen's blade, his look of anxiety replaced with one of determination. And if the night is burning, I will cover my eyes. Hiccup continued to sing as he slipped Bimuhen into the scabbard on his back. For if the dark returns, then my people will die. Hiccup sung as he picked up the small quiver that held the arrows to his crossbow and took one out. Taking a sniff, he smelt the black pear held within before putting it back in the quiver, before strapping it to his belt. And as the skies falling down it crashed into this lonely town, Hiccup sang as he strapped his crossbow to the other side of his belt. And with that shadow upon the ground, Hiccup continued as he stood up and picked his helmet up by the horns, putting it on his head before looking up at Loki's sigil. I hear my people screaming out, now I see fire inside the mountain. Hiccup called as he turned and began to walk away, not noticing as the fire of the candle suddenly exploded outwards, briefly becoming a fireball the size of a man, the light causing Hiccup to cast a large horned shadow. Helga and Gothi's eyes went wide in surprise and awe as Hiccup walked past them, undaunted. I see fire burning the trees, Hiccup continued as he made his way down the long hall of altars, the torches illuminating the ring brightly behind him. And I see fire hollowing souls, Hiccup sang as he approached the large doors leading outside, oblivious as the flames leapt from their torches as danced behind him, swirling together into an inferno that followed in his wake. I see fire, blood in the breeze, Hiccup sung as he came to the door and leaned against it, resting his hands against the hard wood of the door. Behind him, the fire followed, a tendril reaching out towards him before all at once the fire retreated, returning to the torches it had come from. Slowly, Hiccup looked over his shoulder, back to where his shrine was. And I hope that you'll remember me, Hiccup, his voice once again whispered before he looked forward again, pushed the doors open outside. Helga stared at the spot Hiccup had been standing, almost hyperventilating, process what she had just witnessed. Elder! Helga exclaimed, finally finding her voice again as she turned towards Gothi. Elder! What does it mean? It means for good or for ill, Gothi explained, her eyes wide as she watched Hiccup descend from the temple. The god of fire walks with Hiccup. As Hiccup descended from the temple, he found the others waiting for him. Merida stepped forward, smiling at Hiccup as he approached. You know Hick, Merida commented, grinning flirtatiously at him. He make quite the dashing warrior, and you make a beautiful huntress, Mare, Hiccup replied, before cupping Merida's chin and kissing her. Wit was at her? Merida asked, pulling away as she blushed. We might not have a lot of those left, Hiccup answered. Have to make them count. In response, Merida grabbed the sides of Hiccup's head, pulled him in. All right, this is romantic and everything. I feel like we better get going. Astrid spoke up, prompting Merida and Hiccup to pull apart. Say, what's the plan, lad? Will questioned. We'll have to pair up to get there, Hiccup explained. I'll ride with Merida. Will, you ride with the twins. Andra can ride with Astrid and Boyd can hitch a ride with Snotlout. Sound good? Everyone nodded in agreement. Once we get to the nest, we have to find Hilda and stop whatever Mordu is planning, Hiccup continued. We take him down for good. And the Red Death? Snotlout asked. If we can keep Hilda from unsealing him, then we can leave him to starve, Hiccup replied. And if he is released, we'll just have to take him down the hard way. Any more questions? The others were quiet, determined looks on their faces as they looked back at Hiccup. All right then, Hiccup stated with a nod. Let's ride. If we can keep Hilda from unsealing him, then we can leave him to starve, Hiccup replied. And if he is released, we'll just have to take him down the hard way. Any more questions? The others were quiet, determined looks on their faces as they looked back at Hiccup. All right then, Hiccup stated with a nod. Let's ride.
Chapter 36. Sins of the Father. The sounds of shouting and clashing weapons echoed across the desolate grounds of the nest. The Vikings and Highlanders fought tooth and nail with the Vendel, each side quickly losing men in the melee, the dead beginning to litter the rocky shore. Roaring in fury, Stoic batted one of the Vendel aside with his axe before spinning around and slamming his shield into another barbarian, knocking him off his feet and flipping him through the air. Sensing another person behind him, Stoic spun around to attack, only to find a bloodied Fergus. Quickly halting his attack, Stoic lowered his axe as Fergus lowered his sword. "Where is he?" Fergus shouted over the sounds of battle that surrounded. "Where's who?" Stoic questioned in confusion. "Mordu!" Fergus exclaimed, a wild look in his eye. As he did, there came a loud scream as a Viking went flying overhead before he landed in a heap on the ground behind Fergus and Stoic. Looking in the direction the man had come from, the two men saw Mordu looming large over the other combatants, holding the old woman to his shoulder with one hand and swinging his claymore around with another. Laughing manically, Mordu swept his sword in front of him, knocking 3 other men back. "I think I found him," Stoic stated, before he and Fergus made their way towards Mordu, their weapons at the ready. Pushing their way through the crowd, Stoic and Fergus moved to attack Mordu as the demon bear turned to face them. "There you two are," Mordu exclaimed with a laugh as he pointed his sword at them. "I was wondering where you two had run off to." "Who's the old woman, Mordu?" Stoic demanded. "That is none of your business," Mordu replied nonchalantly. "But you'll find out soon. In fact, I don't have time to play around with the two of you. I have things that I need to take care of." "You're nae gain anywhere," Fergus shouted before leaping forward and slashing at Mordu with his sword. Mordu's grin widened as he parried the blow with his own sword, pushing Fergus's to the side and spinning around him as the Bear King stumbled back. As Mordu turned around, he came face to face with Stoic as the chief lifted his axe to attack him. Lifting his sword, Mordu blocked Stoic's axe swing before twisting the axe to the side, allowing the demon bear to step forward and strike the chief hard across the face with his free hand, sending the man spinning to the ground. Mordu grinned down at Stoic before spinning around and backhanding Fergus, as well as the Bear King moved to attack him from behind. "Like I said, boys," Mordu said with a helpless shrug as he looked down at the two men trying to pick themselves up off the ground. "We'll have to save this for another time." With that, Mordu turned away and began wading through the melee, heading towards the nest. Fergus and Stoic moved to follow him, but were stopped as a mob of Vendel ran in front of them, blocking their path. Entering one of the tunnels, Mordu wormed his way down into the depths of the nest, Hilda still hoisted over his shoulder. As he reached the deepest part of the nest, Mordu entered a tunnel that was completely covered in runes, all of which began to glow red as he walked by them. As he reached the end of the tunnel, he dropped Hilda onto the ground with a thud, causing the old woman to groan in pain. Slowly opening her eyes, Hilda blinked them clear as she pushed herself up, a look of fear on her face as she found Mordu looming over her. "Well, mother," Mordu stated, "here we are at last. It's been a long time since you were here, right?" "Not nearly long enough," Hilda replied as she pushed herself to her feet. "You know what I need you to do, mother," Mordu stated. "And you know that I never will," Hilda answered, narrowing her eyes at her son. "I've learned to be very persuasive," Mordu threatened, taking a step towards Hilda. "I'm stubborn," Hilda replied, her glare unwavering. I know, Mordu replied neutrally, before lashing out with a backhand, the force of the blow knocking Hilda off her feet and slamming her against one of the stone walls. Let's get started then. Picking her up, Mordu slammed Hilda against the stone wall, growling in her face. As he did, a thin trail of blood oozed from the back of Hilda's head. Watching it, Mordu saw the blood come in contact with one of the runes, which to his shock caused the rune to fizzle before fading away. You crafty old hag, Mordu whispered as a grin slowly spread across his features. You used blood magic. The solution has been staring me in the face this entire time. It doesn't matter, Hilda replied. I will die before you get enough of my blood to release all Z-runes. That's true. You are such a slight thing, Mordu agreed as he tossed her aside, leaving the old woman crumpled on the form. But I think you've forgotten one thing. Your blood is my blood, and I have so much more than you. It's not just my blood in your veins, Hilda coughed. Z-runes will burn you. You're not strong enough. Oh, mother, Mordu sighed as he took his sword and sliced the palm of his hand open, dark blood oozing out of the wound. I would have thought you knew better than to underestimate me. With that, Mordu slammed his palm against one of the runes. There was a sizzling sound as steam rose from Mordu's hand, causing him to hiss in pain. After a moment, he took his hand away, revealing that the rune had disappeared, leaving his blood smeared on the bare rock. I've waited a long time for this moment, Mordu said to himself more than Hilda. I'm going to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Fergus fought against a group of Vendel, slashing at them with his claymore. One jumped onto his back, trying to force Fergus down. Fergus struggled with the man for a few moments, trying to pull him off, while the other Vendel rushed towards him. Grabbing hold of the man on his back, Fergus threw him at the others, knocking all the Vendel back. Spinning his sword, Fergus turned to face the Vendel. Before the savages could attack, though, a flurry of spines came flying out of the sky, striking the Vendel and knocking a number of them to the ground. Looking up to the sky, Fergus saw Boudica come swooping down, Merida and Hiccup riding on her back. As Boudica landed, she shot a tongue of fire at a group of Vendel, lighting a number of them on fire and forcing others back. Drawing an arrow from her quiver, Merida notched it onto her bow and fired it, striking a Vendel in the chest and knocking him to the ground. Merida? Fergus stated in shock. Hiccup, what are you two doing here? We couldn't sit by and do nothing, da, Merida stated as she adjusted her seat on Boudica's back. We knew that you were in over your head and we had to help, even if you and Stoic weren't willing to listen. Say, the two of you flew out here on the back of a dragon? Fergus questioned, dumbfounded. Not quite, Hiccup replied, indicating upwards, drawing Fergus's eyes towards the sky. As he looked up, Fergus saw 4 more dragons come swooping down. Whooping with excitement, Fishlegs and Meatlug buzzed over the crowd, the Gronkle spitting a fireball down at the crowd of Vendel, the blast exploding as it hit the ground, sending a number of the savages flying through the air. As Meatlug flew over the crowd, Fishlegs leaned down and swung his hammer at a Vendel, hitting the savage hard in the face, sending the man flipping through the air as Fishlegs and Meatlug flew back into the sky. Looking down, Fishlegs caught sight of his father looking up at him from the ground, a look of shock and awe on his face. Fishlegs? Fishgot's questioned, but was distracted as another Vendel moved to attack him. At the same time, Astrid and Andra came flying down on the back of Stormfly. The Timberjack lowered his wings as he soared above the battle, slicing through the horde of Vendel with his razor-sharp wings, knocking the savages into the air or sending them spinning to the ground. Roaring, Stormfly let out a blast of fire, scorching another group of Vendel as he flew over them. As Astrid steered Stormfly, Andra sat behind her, gripping the dragon's spines to keep himself steady as he scanned the melee below. Noticing something, he shook Andra's shoulder to get her attention. What is it? Astrid questioned as she looked over her shoulder at Andra. Andra mumbled something, but Astrid could only look at Fusion as the whistling wind carried his words away. Growing frustrated, he pointed towards a point in the fight. Following his indication, Astrid saw Lord MacGuffin and his men were completely surrounded. Is that your dad? Astrid questioned, earning a nod from Andra. Okay, hold on. Pulling on the side of Stormfly's head, Astrid guided the Timberjack over towards where Lord MacGuffin and his men were. Lifting one of his javelins, Andra pointed it down at the ground before hurling it, hitting a Vendel just as he was leaping at Andra's father. The force of the blow knocked the Vendel out of the air and onto the ground, causing Lord MacGuffin to look up at the approaching dragon.
Swooping down, Stormfly crashed into the group of Vendel while wrapping his serpentine body around the group of Highlanders. Rearing up, Stormfly fired a long stream of fire at them, forcing them to scatter as some of them were engulfed by the flames. "Andra," Lord MacGuffin questioned as his son slid off of Stormfly. "What are you doing here? Saving your hide, it looks like," Astrid called down as Stormfly roared at the cowering Vendel warriors. "What's going on here, lad?" Lord McGuinn asked his son. Andra responded rapidly, in a way that only his father seemed to be able to understand. After a moment, his father nodded before reaching down and pulling Andra's javelin out of the Vendel's body and handing it back to his son. "Good to hear you with us, son," Lord MacGuffin stated before turning his attention to Astrid. "Ye too, lass. Ye and your—" "Don't worry about it," Astrid replied before signalling Stormfly to take off. "Now, if you guys are okay here, me and Stormfly are going to take off." Andra replied with a nod and a wave, prompting Stormfly to take off again, leaving a large cloud of dust in his wake. At the same time, Ruff and Tuff were flying Barf and Belch over the battle, the twins sitting on the dragon's two necks while Will hung onto a spine on the Zippleback's back. His sword drawn, Will let a whoop of excitement as the wind whipped past. "Why, Dana, we light these bastards up?" Will questioned, pointing at the Vendel below them with his sword. "No good," Tuff shouted back over the wind. "The Zippleback has to build up a big cloud of gas to blow up. We won't get the chance." "How about a snatch and grab then, you know?" Will asked. "I like the way you think," Ruff called back to him, before she and her brother urged Barf and Belch to fly lower. Swooping over the Vendel, Barf and Belch reached out, grabbing hold of groups of Vendel with their claws and tails. Striking out like cobras, Barf and Belch grabbed a few more with their teeth before swooping back into the air. Once they had flown high enough, the Zippleback released all the Vendel it was carrying, sending the Vendels scattering before they all crashed to the ground. "Nicely done," Will called, before he noticed something in the crowd. "Bring us over there." "What's other there?" Ruff questioned. "Mada," Will replied, as Barf and Belch flew low over a group of Highlanders, prompting Will to edge towards the side of the Zippleback. "Thanks, this is where I'll get off." With that, Will hopped off the Zippleback's back. As he fell a short distance, Will dropped onto an unaware Vendel, driving his sword into the savage's chest as he crushed the man beneath him. Standing up, Will quickly pulled his sword out of the Vendel's body before spinning around and slashing another barbarian across the chest. As a Vendel charged at him, Will parried the savage's attack before twisting the man's club out of the way and stabbed him in the stomach. Pulling his sword out, Will turned and found his father approaching him. "Will?" Lord Mackintosh exclaimed with surprise. "Hey, Da," Will greeted nonchalantly with a smirk. "That was a hell of an entrance, son," Lord Mackintosh laughed. "Ah, had same help," Will stated as he pointed upwards, indicating to Barf and Belch as they swooped overhead again, snatching up some more Vendel before dropping them, sending the barbarians screaming through the air. Meanwhile, Snotlout and Boyd shot over the battle on Hookfang's back, the Nightmare shooting a large blast of flames down at the Vendel horde, scorching the savages as they shot by overhead. "All right!" Snotlout shouted excitedly, holding onto Hookfang's long horns to keep himself seated. "This is awesome! Don't you think, man?" As Snotlout looked back to better address Boyd, he saw the young lord stand up and hop off of Hookfang's back, sending him plummeting towards the battle below. "Holy crap!" Snotlout exclaimed in shock, looking down to see if he could catch a glimpse of Boyd below. "That dude's crazy, holy crap!" As Boyd fell, he landed hard on a Vendel below him, knocking them both to the ground. Boyd recovered first and slammed his shield against the back of the Vendel's head, ensuring that the man stayed down. As Boyd straightened up, he was blindsided by another Vendel, who tackled him back to the ground. As the two wrestled, the Vendel ended up on top, snarling down at Boyd as he tried to bite the young lord, the Highlander holding him back with his hands. Pulling his fist back, Boyd punched the Vendel hard in the face, stunning the barbarian for a moment. With his opponent dazed, Boyd turned the man's head to the side before biting down hard on the Vendel's neck. The Vendel screamed in pain as blood poured out of the wound, allowing Boyd to push the savage off of him and stand up, the other man's blood running down his chin. As the Vendel writhed in pain on the ground, Boyd spit out a gob of blood before throwing his hands into the air and shouting in victory. As Hookfang flew overhead, Snotlout sat up straight and shook his head, a frightened look in his eyes. Yep, Snotlout said to himself. Definitely crazy. Down on the ground, Fergus turned to face Hiccup and Merida once again. Well, I hate to hand it to ye two, he stated with a grin. A handful of dragons are certainly helpful when they're on your side. I tried to tell ye, Merida replied with a laugh before becoming serious again. Da, hey you see Mordu? Ah hey, Fergus replied gravelly. He had some old woman with him. You wouldn't know anything about it, would ye? We'd know a lot about it, in fact, Hiccup replied. Is Toothless still on my father's ship? He is, Fergus nodded. Another dragon wouldn't hurt, I suppose. Agreed, Hiccup replied with a nod, before a nervous look crossed his face. My dad? Is he? He was all right the last time I saw him nae long ago, lad, Fergus reassured the young man. Now the two of you get gay what needs doing. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you lot there. Stay safe, da, Merida said, as she urged Boudica into the air. Ye know me, Fergus called after them. Exactly, Merida replied, as they flew towards the ships, eliciting a laugh from Fergus before he turned and rejoined the battle. As they flew towards the ships, Hiccup scanned the decks for any signs of Toothless. There he is, Hiccup exclaimed, pointing down towards the ship that Toothless was chained to. Flying in low, Merida hovered Boudica over the ship, allowing Hiccup to slide off the Natter's side and fall a short distance to the deck. Go find Fishlegs, Hiccup called up to Merida, earning a nod from the Highlander girl before she turned Boudica and flew off. Unsheathing his sword, Hiccup moved over towards Toothless, who was pulling eagerly at his bonds. Don't worry, bud, I've got you, Hiccup reassured Toothless before slashing at the chains that bound the dragon, Beamihan easily cutting through the iron chains. As Hiccup slashed through the lock of the yoke around Toothless's neck, the Night Fury happily threw it off before giving the young man a friendly lick. It's good to see you too, Hiccup said with a laugh as he pulled himself onto Toothless's back and strapping himself into the saddle. Come on, let's go find the others. With that, Toothless shot into the air, soaring above the battle raging below. Looking around, Hiccup found the others hovering above the battle on their dragons. The group turned to him as he flew over. What's the plan now? Astrid asked. We have to stop Mordu from completing whatever he's planning, Hiccup explained. We know he's brought Hilda down into the tunnels. It's too small for us all to fit in there, though. Astrid, Snotlout, Rough and Tough, you guys stay out here and help with that battle. Merida, Fishlegs and I will go after Mordu. You sure that's a good idea? Snotlout questioned. It's the best idea I've got, Hiccup admitted. Stay safe, Astrid said, a worried look on her face. As safe as we can, Fishlegs replied, before he, Hiccup and Merida flew down towards one of the entrances into the nest. Mordu will be somewhere in the deepest part of the nest, Hiccup said as they landed and dismounted their dragon. Yeah, but where? Fishlegs questioned. Guys, Merida spoke up, catching the others' attention before nodding towards one of the tunnels. Look, following Merida's gaze, Hiccup and Fishlegs saw a wisp in the tunnel, beckoning them to follow it. I guess that answers that question, Fishlegs replied, before the three of them moved to follow the wisp, their dragons moving to follow them. As they did, Hiccup turned towards the dragons. Remember, guys, the tunnels aren't big enough for you, Hiccup explained. You head to the big chamber. We'll meet up with... Toothless groaned and nudged Hiccup with his nose, prompting the young man to smile and pat the... I'll see you soon, bud, Hiccup stated, for he, Merida and Fishlegs followed the wisp into the tunnels. The three dragons watched them leave before Toothless turned to them and barked, prompting them to follow him on the larger tunnel. As the trio followed the wisp, it led them deeper and deeper into the nest, disappearing every time they drew close and reappearing a few feet in front of them. Eventually they turned a corner and found themselves in a tunnel, deep underground. Looking down the tunnel, they found Hilda laying on the other end. Hilda! Merida exclaimed as the three of them ran over to the old woman. Kneeling down, Merida scooped up Hilda's head and raised it, pausing to look at the palm of her hand, gasping as she found it covered in blood. Hilda coughed in pain as her eyes fluttered open, looking up at the three teens' worried faces. I knew you'd all find me, she said weakly, with a small smile. We had a little help, Hiccup admitted, taking Hilda's hand in his and cupping it with his other hand. I'm sure you did, Hilda replied. We're here to save ye, Merida said, biting her lip anxiously. Oh, Jaeger, Hilda said with a small shake of her head. You fear never going to only save yourself. What do you mean? Hiccup asked in confusion. Mordu, my son, Hilda said weakly. He knows how to release it. How? Merida questioned. He is of my blood, Hilda explained.
A thoughtful look passed over Fishleg's face before he walked to one of the walls and ran his finger along it, coming back with a blackish gunk. What is it? Merida questioned. Blood, Fishleg said before wiping the blood on his pants. The runes must be some kind of blood magic. Only your blood can unseal the runes, Merida surmised, looking down at Hilda. And Mordu has your blood, Hiccup added. He's using it to unseal the runes. We have to stop him, Merida exclaimed. No, Hilda argued weakly. It's too late, far too late. Then what do we do? Hiccup questioned. You must put an end to this, Hilda answered. You must put an end to both of them. How? Merida questioned. You have all Z pieces, Hilda explained. All Z pieces except one. What one's that? Fishlegs asked. I don't have much time, Hilda said weakly, coughing as she spoke. I feel so weak. Nay, Merida pleaded, her eyes watering. Dane gay, we're here to save you. No one can cheat death for Jaeger, Hilda replied. We all have our time. I just wish it wasn't so soon. You have the sense, Jaeger. Just like me. There is so much I could have taught you. You still can, Merida said, tears leaking down her face. You just need to hold on. I've been holding on for so long, Hilda answered. I'm tired now, so tired. I just want to rest and be with my Siegfried. Your Siegfried? Fishlegs questioned. What do you mean? You're a smart boy, Lazaire, Hilda replied. Such a smart boy. Surely you can put it together. Fishlegs thought for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. Hilda, Fishlegs stated. That's short for Brunhilde, isn't it? Such a smart boy, Hilda repeated with a small smile. That's not possible, Hiccup said, a look of shock on his face. Why? Merida questioned, confused. Why isn't it possible? Brunhilde was the wife of Siegfried the Great, Fishlegs explained. Hiccup's 4 times great-grandfather. Das at mean? Merida began to question before she trailed off. Hilda, Hiccup said softly. Are you my grandmother? 4 times great-grandmother, Hilda corrected him with a smile. Son above, Merida whispered in shock. You've known this whole time? Hiccup questioned. Of course, Hilda replied nonchalantly. What kind of grandmother would I be if I didn't? Why didn't you ever say anything? Hiccup demanded. Would it have made any difference? Hilda questioned in return. Yeah, a little, Hiccup argued. Hilda chuckled at the reply before weakly raising her hand and cupping Hiccup's face. You look just like him, you know, Hilda commented. Who? Hiccup questioned in confusion. The first Hiccup, Hilda explained. You look just like him. Hiccup said nothing but smiled sadly at Hilda as he reached up and placed his hand up on top of hers as the old woman coughed painfully. I don't have much time, Hilda wheezed. Hilda, Fishleg said, drawing the old woman's attention to him. What was the last thing you needed to tell us? Moradu, she said painfully. He's not like Ozer men. We know that, Hiccup replied. But in what way? My blood is not the only blood in his veins, Hilda explained weakly. I thought his Fraser's blood would stop him, but he's too strong. Say it has sameth to do with his father? Merida questioned. Who's Mordu's father? He kept me, Hilda said weakly, her eyes beginning to flutter close. He was supposed to kill me, but he kept me instead. Who? Hiccup pressed, squeezing Hilda's hand between his. Who kept you? Mordu's father. Hilda didn't reply as her eyes fluttered close. Hilda! Hiccup exclaimed. Grandmother! Hilda suddenly gasped for air as her eyes flew open and she grabbed hold of Hiccup's tunic and pulled him closer. Bone may turn to stone and flesh may become steel, Hilda rambled deliriously, but Z mind is soft and weak and eyes do not freeze. Hilda, I don't understand, Hiccup said as the old woman let go of his shirt and slumped back into Merida's arms. Drachengorben, Hilda muttered, her eyes fluttering close again. Drachengorben. With that, Hilda let out a sigh and went limp in Merida's arms. Hilda, Merida whispered, tears falling down her cheeks. Hilda? Receiving no answer, Merida lowered her head until her forehead touched Hilda's as she began to cry. Hiccup raised Hilda's hand up and placed it against his forehead, shutting his eyes as tears began to fall down his cheeks. Fishlegs covered his face with his hands before dragging them across his features and then through his hair. Fishlegs, Hiccup spoke up,
his eyes still closed. What did she say? Huh? Fishlegs questioned, caught off guard by the question. Those words, they were Old Norse, Hiccup explained, as he turned and looked at Fishlegs. What did she say? Nodding in understanding, Fishlegs took a moment to think about Hilda's last words. Suddenly, realization struck him and his blood ran cold. Oh gods, no, Fishlegs whispered as his face went pale. No, it can't be. What? Hiccup questioned, standing up and turning to face Fishlegs. What is it? In the old legends, they said the Red Death had a wife, Fishlegs explained. A human wife. What are you getting at, Fish? Hiccup questioned. The legends say that Siegfried took something from the Red Death when he defeated it, Fishlegs went on. That's why the Red Death came back. He wanted what Siegfried had stolen from him. So? Hiccup asked, still not following. What if it wasn't something Siegfried took? Fishlegs elaborated. What if it was someone? Fishlegs, what are you going on about? Hiccup pushed. There's a very old story. It says that... It doesn't explain how, but it says, possibly through magic. Fishlegs rambled. It said a human and a dragon. Together they could... They could what, Fishlegs? Hiccup shouted, growing increasingly agitated. Hiccup Drakengeboren, Fishlegs whispered, a frightened look in his eyes. It means dragonborn. Hiccup went quiet as his eyes went wide with understanding. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by a monstrous roar that echoed from the large chamber at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, the very walls of the mountain began to shake, and pieces of the ceiling began to break away, crashing around the three teens. He's loose, Hiccup said frightfully. The Red Death is loose. Widdy, Merida questioned, looking up from Hilda's body. Reaching down, Hiccup grabbed Merida's hand and pulled her to her feet. Run, Hiccup whispered before the whole tunnel began to shake. Turning around, Hiccup took off towards the other end of the tunnel, pulling Merida behind him as Fishlegs raced after them. Soon enough, Merida began running on her own, and the three teens ran through the winding tunnels as the stone walls began to collapse around them. How do we get out? Fishlegs exclaimed as rock rained down around them. Look! Merida exclaimed towards a wisp that had appeared in the distance, beckoning them towards it. This way! Following the wisp, the three teens raced through the tunnels as they collapsed around them, heading ever upwards. Exiting one of the tunnels, the trio found themselves in a large crevice which dozens upon dozens were flying through in a panic, heading for the exit at the other end. Hearing a loud cracking noise, Fishlegs looked over his shoulder and saw that the entire mountain was collapsing in on itself, and a huge wall of rock was falling towards them. We're not going to make it, Fishlegs shouted in dismay. Suddenly, a loud barking sound caught their attention. Looking towards the source, the teens saw Toothless, Boudica and Meatlug running along a ledge below them, looking up at the trio. We're going to have to jump, Hiccup shouted, as he ran towards the edge of the ledge they were running along. Looking back, Hiccup could see the wall of stone crashing to the ground, kicking up a giant cloud of dust and debris that came charging right towards them. Jump! Hiccup exclaimed, prompting the three teens to leap off the ledge. For a few frightening moments, they plummeted helplessly through the air before their falls were interrupted by the backs of their dragons. Hiccup quickly locked himself in as Merida and Fishlegs grasped the backs of their dragons tightly before all three of them urged the dragons to leap off the ledge and go racing through the air along with the flock of other dragons. Looking back, Hiccup saw the cloud of debris racing towards them, rapidly gaining ground on the teens and their dragons. Faster! Hiccup urged. Come on! Faster! Just as the three reached the exit of the mountain, the dust cloud exploded behind them as it reached the end of the crevice, the shockwave sending the trio tumbling through the air with their dragons. Hiccup grunted as Toothless landed on the rocky shore, skidding through the smooth stones. Shaking his head clear, he looked over and saw Merida get thrown off Boudica's back as the Nadder crashed to the ground. Merida tumbled end over end across the stone beach before landing in a seating position a short distance from her dragon. You okay, Mere? Hiccup called out to her. I think so, Merida called back, holding her head and shaking it clear. I'm okay, Fishlegs exclaimed as Meatlug crashed onto its head and skidded across the shore on its face. I'm okay. Suddenly, Fishlegs' weight on the front of Meatlug caused the grunkle to topple forward, knocking the young man off its back and sending him crashing face first against the ground, while the dragon flipped over on top of him, laying on its back. Less okay, Fishleg's muffled voice said from under the dragon. Hiccup smirked a little before his attention was brought back to the mountain as the whole landmass began to As Hiccup watched, the top of the mountain cracked and broke apart, sending avalanches of rocks pouring down the mountainside. A moment later, the gigantic head of the Red Death emerged from the cloud of dust and debris, roaring triumphantly at the sky as it shot an inferno of flames into the air. "Gods be good," Hiccup whispered, his face pale with fear. Deep within the bowels of the mountain, Mordu stood on one of the ledges in the large central cavern, laughing as he watched the Red Death pull itself out of the nest. "Yes!" Mordu exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air in victory, blood still flowing from the cut on his burnt hand. "Free! Free at last, father! After all these years, free at last!" "Come!" Mordu exclaimed as he leapt towards the Red Death and grabbed hold of the dragon's tail as it passed by before he began climbing up the beast's back. "Let us have our vengeance upon the world. Let us burn it all to ash." Chapter 37. Where the Brave May Live Forever. The battle on the beaches of the nest had ceased as the combatants were distracted by the Red Death's catastrophic release. The Vikings and Highlanders looked up in horror as they watched Red Death pull itself out of the mountain, sending boulders the size of a man tumbling down the rocky cliffs as the Vendel began to cheer in victory. "By the hammer of Thor!" Gober whispered in awestruck horror. "Wait, is it thin?" Fergus questioned. "The Red Death," Stoic answered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Odin, forgive me. Hiccup was right. We had to get everyone out of here," Fergus said, turning away from the massive dragon to look at Stoic. "We had to get our people to safety. And where will we go?" Stoic eyes full of despair. "Where can we go that monster can't follow? We can't stay here, that's for damn sure," Fergus shouted back, before turning towards where everyone else was gathered. "Back! Back to the ships!" Stoic's eyes widened with horror, looking up as the Red Death turned its attention towards them, as the Vikings and Highlanders began to retreat towards their ships on the shore. "No," Stoic said with a horrified whisper. "No, wait, stop!" As Stoic tried to warn them away from the ships, the Red Death roared before shooting a giant tongue of fire down at the shoreline, the auburn flames striking some of the boats in an inferno of heat and dancing flames. Those warriors who had gotten to the ships first screamed in horror and pain as they were set alight, the others forced to stumble away from the blaze, shielding themselves from the intense heat, looking on in terror as they saw their comrades fall and half of their ships burnt to ash, a wall of fire separating them from the few that remained. "No, no, no!" The Red Death's booming voice chided from the top of the mountain, drawing all their attention back to him. "You can't all leave now. I've only just arrived." "Sun above," Fergus said in horror and awe, turning to look at Stoic. "It can talk?" "I fear it can do much more than that," Stoic replied, as he turned back around and looked up at the Red Death, which grinned down at him. "Well, well," the Red Death said, as it began making its way down the mountainside, knocking large chunks of rock loose and sending them tumbling down the cliffs. "Look at you all. It fills my heart with joy that you would all come to see me after I'd been away for so long." The Red Death took a few long sniffs of the air before his eyes fell on Stoic in the crowd of Vikings and Highlanders. "You must be Stoic the Vast," the Red Death observed with a malicious grin. "You smell just like your son. Where is young Hiccup? We have unfinished business, him and I." Stoic said nothing, prompting the Red Death to turn his attention to Fergus. "And you must be Fergus," the Red Death surmised as he looked at the Highlander king. "The great bear king that Mordu has told me so much about." Fergus said nothing as well, merely gripping his sword tighter as he looked the Red Death right in the eye. "You're all so quiet," the Red Death observed with a chuckle. "I've been alone for so long, I'm simply dying for a conversation." The Red Death looked over the crowd, the Vikings and Highlanders continuing to stare up at him in horror. "No one?" the Red Death questioned as a grin crossed over his reptilian features. "Very well. I'll have to satisfy some other urges then." With that, the Red Death reared back, flames glowing in the back of his throat, causing the warriors before him to panic and begin to rush for cover. Before the Red Death could unleash his fiery blast, a high-pitched screeching noise came from above him, a second before a blast slammed into the side of his head, causing him to shriek in pain as he turned his head and unleashed his fire down the side of the mountain away from the others. Snarling in fury, the Red Death turned his gaze skyward, where he saw Hiccup, Merida and Fishleg swooping down towards him on their dragons. "You!" The Red Death snarled as he watched the three approach, focusing his ire on Hiccup and Toothless in particular. I was wondering where you were hiding, Siegfriedson. I see you've brought your friends along too. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. You're not hurting anyone anymore, Hiccup shouted at the Red Death as he and the others flew by. Bold words, little fish, Mordu shouted back as he climbed up to the top of the Red Death's head. Let's see if you can back them up. Yes, let's, the Red Death agreed, the wings on its back slowly beginning to stir, gathering their strength to perform a feat they had not performed in an age. It's been so long since I last took the air. It will be a joy to do so again. With that, the Red Death stretched out his wing and began to flap, the force of the movement kicking up a cloud of dirt and grit. The warriors on the ground were forced to cover their eyes as the storm of debris swirled around while the Red Death's wings slowly lifted his massive bulk into the air. Grinning madly, Mordu held on tight to the Red Death's spines as they chased after Hiccup and his friends. The men and women on the ground watched the dragons rise into the air with looks of amazement on their faces. Slowly, Fergus and Stoic lowered their heads and looked at the Vendel standing across the beach from them, the savages slowly becoming aware that the Vikings and Highlanders were still there. The Vendel warriors began to growl and gnash their teeth as they slowly moved towards the other. On your toes! Stoic shouted, bringing everyone's attention back to the battle at hand as he walked purposefully towards the Vendel, his war axe gripped tightly in his hands. The battle's not done yet. Ya heard him, lads? Fergus added, prompting the Vikings and Highlanders to follow as the two leaders picked the pace up to a jog, the Vendels matching as they rushed across the beach. Alba Gubrath! The two groups quickly began running at top speed at one another, their shouting voices mixing with the rumble of their feet pounding against the stony shore, all rising to a crescendo as the two armies slammed into one another in a cacophony of steel and... As the trio flew into the air above the approaching Red Death, they were quickly joined by Astrid, Snotlout, and the twins on their dragon. Well, I'm guessing the whole keeping the Red Death sealed part of the plan didn't really work out, Snotlout observed sarcastically. No, not really, Hiccup replied with a shake of his head, looking down as the Red Death slowly approached them from below. What about Hilda? Astrid questioned, prompting Hiccup's face to fall as he shook his head sadly. Oh, I'm so sorry. What do we do now? Tough questioned. The only thing we can do, Hiccup replied, lifting his head to look at the others. We have to put an end to the two of them, once and for all. What if we can't? Ruff questioned hesitantly. Then everyone we know and love is dead, along with countless others, Hiccup answered solemnly, causing the others to pale. You know, Snotlout said, looking down at the approaching Red Death, it just occurred to me, even if we win, we might not all make it. The teenagers were silent at Snotlout's words, before he lifted his head and looked at Hiccup. Hey, cuz, Snotlout said, catching Hiccup's attention. Sorry for all the crap I gave you over the years. Don't worry about, Hiccup replied with a shrug and a small smile. Sorry for dragging you into all of this. You kidding? Snotlout questioned with a snort as he looked back down at the rapidly approaching Red Death. Auburn flames trailing from the dragon's mouth. No place I'd rather be. So polite. The Red Death's voice rumbled up towards them, waiting there as death rises to greet you. Looking down, a pensive look crossed Astrid's features as the Red Death climbed higher and higher. He was right, Astrid commented to no one in particular. He really is fire and death, like a flying funeral pyre. Another pensive look passed over Astrid's face before she calmly closed her eye and gripped her war axe tightly before letting out a long breath. Do I see my father? Astrid intoned barely above a whisper. She caught Hiccup's attention, the young man looking at her for a moment before turning his attention to the Red Death as well. Lo, there do I see my mother, a faraway look in his eye. Lo, there do I see my sister, Tuff said, reaching out to his sister as he watched the Red Death climb, the light from his fiery breath slowly illuminating the clouds around the teenagers. My brother, Ruff finished, reaching out and grasping her brother's hand tightly, Barf and Belch chirping at one another beneath them. Lo, there do I see the line of my people back to the beginning, Snotlout declared resolutely as he gripped his mace tightly and glared into the Red Death's hateful eyes as they grew larger and larger. Lo, they do call to me, Fishlegs declared, patting Meatlug on the head as the Grunkle whined beneath him. They bid me take my place among them, Merida said as she knocked an arrow on her bowstring, the words coming to her as if she had known them her entire life. In the halls of Valhalla! Astrid shouted, holding her axe above her head as Stormfly roared in challenge at the Red Death. "We're the brave!" Hiccup yelled, drawing Bemuhen, the light from the Red Death's fires reflecting brilliantly in the sword's blade. "May live!" Fishlegs joined in, holding his hammer above his head, glaring at the Red Death as it loomed in front of them. "Forever," Merida whispered as she drew the bowstring back as the Red Death let out a bellowing roar. "Down!" Hiccup shouted over the din of the Red Death's monstrous roar, prompting the 6 dragons to fold their wings and dive down straight at the gigantic dragon. In the lead, Toothless charged a plasma blast before firing it, the shot slamming into the side of the Red Death's head, causing the dragon to bellow in pain. Meatlug zipped right behind, peppering the Red Death's back with 2 fireballs that exploded against the dragon's scales. Flying to the Red Death's left side, Hookfang blasted the giant dragon with its fiery breath, trying to scorch the monster's rust-coloured scales. Swooping underneath the Red Death, Stormfly turned to the side, holding up one of his razor-sharp wings and slicing the monstrous dragon across the belly, drawing a thin line of dark red blood. Cutting to the side, Boudica unleashed a salvo of spines at the Red Death's face, some finding purchase in the dragon's flesh, while others bounced harmlessly off its tough scales. As she flew past the Red Death's head, Boudica scorched his side with a plume of flame as Merida turned and fired an arrow at Mordu. Snarling, Mordu turned and batted the arrow away with his sword. As he watched Merida fly by him, Mordu saw her knock another arrow and fire it at him, which he knocked away with contemptuous ease. His gaze still focused on Merida, he didn't notice Barf and Belch swooping right towards him until they were practically on top of him. Mordu juked out of the way as Barf and Belch snapped at him with their jaws, but didn't have any time to dodge as they lashed at him with their tails, whipping him hard across the face and causing him to lose his grip on the Red Death's spine. Mordu fell a short distance before he managed to grab hold of another of the Red Death's spine. Growling, he turned and glared down at the twins, who were cackling as they looked back up at him. "Rough! Tough! Look out!" Hiccup shouted in a panic, causing the twins to spin around, watching in horror as the Red Death's clubbed tail swung up at them. The twins let out shouts of surprise and panic as Barf and Belch slammed into the Red Death's tail, having no time to dodge out of the way. The blow knocked the twins off the zippleback and sent them all spinning through the air. Barf and Belch quickly shook their heads clear before looking at the twins, who were screaming in panic as they plummeted towards the sea. Quickly righting himself, the zippleback flew over to the twins and grabbed them as the water rushed towards them. Opening their wings, Barf and Belch managed to slow their momentum and began gliding towards the shores of the nest. The zippleback was unable to completely halt his momentum though, and he slammed into the shallows around the nest, sending the twins flying off his back a second time, dumping them on the rocky beach. Ruff quickly pushed herself to her feet as Tuff sat up, groaning in pain as he shook his head. Turning to look at the zippleback, Ruff found the dragon pulling himself onto shore before collapsing, soaked and exhausted. "I think Barf and Belch are out of the fight," Ruff observed as she walked over and patted the zippleback on one of his heads. "Yeah," Tuff agreed wearily as he pushed himself to his feet and grabbed his spear, keeping his eyes focused in front of him. "But I don't think we are." Turning around, Ruff saw a 6 Vendel approaching them with weapons drawn. Snarling, the Vendel charged at the twins, prompting the teens to move to face them. Stepping forward, Tuff quickly batted a Vendel's wild swing away with his spear before spinning around and driving the back point of his spear into the savage's chest. Pulling his spear out, he twirled it around before blocking another Vendel's downward swing with the shaft of his spear. Holding the Vendel's weapon locked above his head, Tuff kicked the savage in the chest, sending the man stumbling back. Spinning his spear, Tuff smacked the Vendel across the face, knocking the man off balance enough for Tuff to twirl his spear back around and drive one of the points into the barbarian's chest. Kicking the Vendel off his spear, Tuff glanced over his shoulder as another savage charged at him from behind. Ducking under the Vendel's swing, Tuff swung his spear and struck the Vendel on the back of the leg, forcing him to swing his spear the other way. Tuff hit the Vendel's leg the other way, spreading them wider and allowing the young man to swing the spear upwards and strike the man between the legs. The Vendel let out a wheezing cough of pain before Tuff palmed the man's face and shoved him to the ground. Stepping onto the Vendel's chest, Tuff drove his spear into the savage's chest before giving it a twist for good measure. As some of the Vendel battled her brother, the others moved to attack Ruff. As one swung at her, Ruff blocked the Vendel's arm with her own before driving her knee into his gut. As he doubled over in pain, Ruff drove the palm of her hand into the Vendel's face, breaking his nose and sending him reeling. Stepping forward, Ruff grabbed the Vendel's shoulder before striking him on the chest with her hatchet again and again and again before letting his bloodied body fall to the ground. Seeing another Vendel charging at her, Ruff turned and hurled her hatchet at her, hitting the man square between the eyes and knocking him to the ground. As the final Vendel rushed her, Ruff turned to face him with her dagger in hand. Ruff stepped back to avoid the Vendel's first wild swing before ducking under his follow-up. As she spun around him, Ruff swung at the Vendel with her dagger, cutting him on his upper thigh. The Vendel stumbled and hissed, touching the wound with his hand before turning to attack Ruff again. As he did, the Vendel stumbled and fell to his knees, his face growing pale as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Slowly, the Vendel raised his head and looked at Ruff in confusion. "Yeah," Ruff snorted. "Zippleback Venom's a bitch, ain't it?" The Vendel said nothing as he collapsed to the ground. In the skies above them, the other teens began to regroup as the Red Death turned to face them again. "Are they all right?" Astrid called, looking worriedly down at the shores below where Barf and Belch had crash-landed. I can see them," Merida replied, looking over at Astrid. "They're all right. We won't be for long, though." Snotlout moaned as he pointed up above them, drawing everyone's attention upwards as the Red Death changed direction and began diving towards them. "The first volley was yours," the Red Death declared, flames licking the air around him as he spoke. "But the last shall be mine." With that, he fired a huge blast of auburn flames down at the teenagers. "Scatter!" Hiccup shouted, prompting him and the others to race out of the way of the oncoming inferno. The 5 managed to dodge the blast, which continued on past them and slammed into the sea below, kicking a cloud of hot steam into the air that quickly swept across the battlefield of the beaches below. "What do we do now?" Astrid questioned as they regrouped, the Red Death chasing after them. "We have to find some kind of weak point," Hiccup called over the whipping winds. "I don't think he has a weak point," Fishlegs declared. 6 eyes means he has no blind spot, and his armor is the thickest I've ever seen. I can't imagine what his shot count is if he even has one."
Hiccup thought for a moment before his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. His armor might be strong, but his wings aren't, Hiccup declared. "What do you mean?" Snotlout questioned. "If we take out his wings, he can't fly," Fishlegs declared, catching on. "And just like Gobber told us," Hiccup said with a determined look on his face, "a downed dragon is a dead dragon." Hiccup urged Toothless to turn around, flying back towards the Red Death, the others following along behind him. "Snotlout," Hiccup shouted, catching his cousin's attention. "I need you to distract him." "Oh, I am all over that," Snotlout declared, flying straight at the Red Death as the others broke off to the side. "Come on, Hookfang, let's get in his ugly face." The monstrous nightmare roared in agreement as they went swooping right at the Red Death. "All right, let's do something crazy," Snotlout declared as he pulled himself to his feet, using Hookfang's horns for balance. "Light yourself up!" Hookfang grunted in confusion. "Trust me, just do it!" Snotlout shouted back as the duo went barreling towards the Red Death, who glared hatefully at them as they approached. Grunting in reply, Hookfang let out a roar before letting out a blast of fire that quickly began to engulf him. Running forward, Snotlout leapt off Hookfang's nose with a shout just as the monstrous nightmare covered himself in flame, the young man landing on the Red Death's head as the dragon slammed into the monster's face. The Red Death roared in surprise as Hookfang began to bite and scratch at the other dragon's face, the flames covering his body, licking at the monster's features. At the same time, Snotlout managed to grab hold of one of the Red Death's spines for stability. An idea striking him, Snotlout made his way over to the edge of the Red Death's head, peering over the side and looking directly into one of the dragon's eyes. "Hey, you've got something in your eye!" Snotlout shouted before slamming his mace directly into the Red Death's eye, causing the beast to bellow in agony. It was pain! As Snotlout and Hookfang worked to distract the Red Death, the other 4 teens split up, 2 flying on each side of the monster. "Aim for his wings," Hiccup ordered, prompting the dragons to begin peppering the Red Death's wings with fireballs, shooting holes in the fleshy membrane.
The Red Death roared in pain as he shook the flaming hook fang from his face, while the teens broke off to swing around for a second attack. Snarling, the Red Death prepared to shoot another fiery blast at the group, but was stopped when Snotlout swung his mace into the monster's eye again, causing his shot to go wide. "Get this insolent worm off of me!" the Red Death bellowed, shaking his head as he tried to knock Snotlout loose. Letting out a cry of surprise, Snotlout grabbed hold of one of the Red Death's spines to keep his stability. "Ha!" Snotlout laughed. "You won't get rid of me that easily. Guess I'll have to try a little harder then," the voice of Mordu said from behind Snotlout, causing the young man to go pale as he slowly turned around to find the demon bear looming over him. Mordu smiled down at Snotlout before letting out a roar as he raised his war axe above his head and swung it down at the teenager. Yelping in surprise and fear, Snotlout dove to the side, the blow clanking off the Red Death's scaled head. Sliding across the smooth scales, Snotlout managed to grab hold of one of the Red Death spines to keep him from falling off, leaving him dangling over the open air. Snotlout let out a few panicked noises as he looked down from the dizzying height the Red Death flew at, before his attention was brought upwards by Mordu appearing above him. "I think this is where you get off," Mordu commented before pressing his massive foot against Snotlout's fingers. Snotlout let out a shout of pain before letting go of the Red Death's spine, sending him plummeting downwards. Snotlout screamed as he fell, flailing his arms and legs around in a vain attempt to stop his fall. Suddenly, a second before he crashed against the rock shore of the nest, Hookfang came swooping out of the sky before crashing onto the beach and skidding a few feet on his back, Snotlout laying on his stomach. Snotlout kept his eyes squeezed shut for a few moments before opening them and looking around wildly, letting out a whoop of happiness when he saw Hookfang had saved him. "Oh man, nice save, buddy," Snotlout exclaimed, patting Hookfang on his belly. "I owe you one." Hookfang merely let out a grunt in reply, continuing to lay exhausted on the beach. "Snotlout's down," Fishlegs declared, as the 4 remaining dragon riders circled back around towards the Red Death. "He's okay, but I think his dragon is out of the fight." "Just keep hitting his wings," Hiccup shouted as the Red Death barreled towards them. "Not this time, Siegfriedsen," the Red Death declared before he fired another torrent of flames at the teens. The group quickly scattered, trying to avoid the searing auburn fire. As she and Stormfly avoided the blast, Astrid turned to look for the Red Death again, only to find it practically on top of her. Astrid let out a scream of fear and surprise as the Red Death opened its jaws and bit hard into Stormfly, the timberjack screeching in pain as the teeth dug into its flesh. The force of the blow knocked Astrid off of Stormfly, sending her tumbling through the air before she landed on the Red Death's back. Quickly picking herself up, she saw the Red Death toss Stormfly away, the timberjack screeching more as it tumbled through the air and crashed into the water below. Astrid sighed in relief as she saw Stormfly pull himself out of the waters, but a chill ran down her back as a large shadow fell over her. Looking up, she saw Mordu looming over, a predatory grin on his face as he looked down at her. "Seems like you've lost your ride, girlie," Mordu taunted, before taking a swipe at her with his sword, forcing Astrid to roll away. Astrid quickly rolled back to her feet, grabbing her war axe from the sheath on her back and turning to face Mordu. "You're quick," Mordu observed as he stomped towards Astrid, swinging his sword and axe at her, which the Viking girl managed to parry with a grunt of effort. "And strong, too." A sudden change in direction from the Red Death sent both combatants stumbling, forcing Astrid to grab hold of one of the dragon's spines to keep herself steady. As she regained her bearings, Astrid suddenly found Mordu looming over her, his sword back in the sheath on his back. Before she could react, Mordu reached down and grabbed Astrid by the throat, his massive hand almost encompassing her head as he lifted her up into the air. "I'm tired of waiting to see one of you brats crack open on the ground," Mordu grumbled as he began to tighten his grip of Astrid's head, the pressure turning her face red. "I'm going to pop your pretty little head here and now." As Astrid struggled against Mordu's grip, the others looked down in horror. Fishlegs sat on Meatlug's back, looking at the scene in a panic as he tried to figure out what to do. Then, all at once, his fear left him and was replaced with seething anger. Mordu had Astrid and he was going to kill her. Fishlegs couldn't allow that. He wouldn't allow that. As Fishlegs' face turned an angry shade of red, his eyes seemed to cloud over, becoming white and pupilless as the veins in his neck began to bulge. Yanking hard on Meatlug, he turned the Grunkle towards the Red Death's back. Seeing them coming, the Red Death turned its head towards them and spat a blast of fire. Meatlug managed to zip over the attack, making a beeline for Mordu and Astrid. "Meatlug, save Astrid!" Fishleg bellowed as they approached the two, Mordu looking like he was moments away from crushing Astrid's skull in his hands. Moments before Fishlegs and Meatlug reached Astrid and Mordu, the young man stood up on the Grunkle's back before taking a flying leap from the dragon's head. Astrid was still struggling against Mordu's grip when she caught sight of Fishlegs, her eyes widening at the sight of the young man flying through the air, his warhammer raised to strike. Sensing something coming his way, Mordu turned in Fishleg's direction, only to catch the young man's warhammer square in the face. The blow knocked Mordu completely off balance, causing the demon bear to go stumbling backwards as Fishlegs and Meatlug slammed into him, sending all four of them tumbling off of the Red Death's back, Astrid being knocked from the Dragonborn's grasp along with his war axe. "Son above!" Merida screamed as she saw the four go falling through the sky. Shaking its head to regain its bearings, Meatlug remembered Fishleg's last command and went buzzing after Astrid, the young woman managing to grab hold of the Grunkle and pull herself onto the dragon's back. Looking around wildly, she caught sight of Mordu and Fishlegs below them, the two having grabbed onto one another, the young man continuing to hit the demon bear repeatedly in the face with his hammer as they plummeted towards the churning sea. Looking around, she saw both Toothless and Boudica diving after Fishlegs and Mordu, urged on by their riders, but they were too far away to make a difference. Astrid urged Meatlug after them, the Grunkle putting everything it had into catching up with Fishlegs and Mordu, but the dragon was too slow, far too slow. "Fishlegs!" Astrid called out in despair. The shout echoed over the battle happening on the shores of the nest, catching Fishgut's attention over the din of the melee. Turning his gaze skywards, Fishguts caught sight of his son tumbling through the air with the demon bear, causing his face to go pale. "Oh gods! Fishlegs!" Fishguts shouted as he made a mad dash towards the shoreline, shoving past anyone who got in his way. "Fishlegs!" Growling in anger, Mordu reached up and grabbed Fishlegs' arms, halting the Viking's next attack before grabbing the young man's throat with his other hand. "I think that's quite enough of that," Mordu snarled, his red and grey eyes staring hatefully into Fishleg's pure white ones. "Got some berserker blood in you, huh? I'm surprised, didn't think you had in you. Still, I like that axe, and gods only know if I'm going to be able to find it again after all this is over, so for that I'm going to tear your head off and shove it up your—" Before Mordu could finish his sentence, he slammed back first into the ocean with Fishlegs on top of him. As the churning water settled around him, Fishlegs floated limply just below the surface for a few moments, his warhammer still in his grasp, as Mordu sank into the blackened depths. Suddenly, Fishlegs' eyes shot open, his blue-coloured pupils having returned. Letting out a panicked shout, air bubbles escaped Fishlegs' mouth as he observed his surroundings. Quickly realising he was underwater, Fishlegs swam for the surface. Breaking through the waves, Fishlegs gasped for air, spitting out seawater that had gotten in his mouth. Turning towards the shore, Fishlegs swam over before he stumbled onto the rocky beach, dragging his hammer limply behind him. Looking down the shoreline, he saw his father waving to him, joined by Astrid as she landed Grunkle next to the large man. "Oh, gods, he's okay," Fishgut said with a sigh. "I thought I'd lost him." "Yeah, I was so—" Astrid began to agree before the blood ran from her face as relief turned to anguish. "Fishlegs, look out!" A look of confusion passed over Fishleg's face before he turned around and found a soaked Mordu towering over him, halfway through a backhand. Before Fishlegs could react, Mordu's fist slammed against the side of Fishleg's head, knocking the young man clear off his feet. Fishlegs went flying end over end before he rolled against the rock-covered ground, ultimately coming to a stop as he slammed his back against a large rock, cracking it as the Viking teen slumped to the ground. Groaning in pain, Fishlegs felt something in his mouth. Lifting his hand up, he spat whatever was in his mouth into his palm, leaving him looking at two of his teeth in his hand, surrounded by blood. Lifting his head up, Fishlegs found the image of 3 Mordus stomping towards him, the sound of the demon bear's heavy footsteps muffled as if the young man was still underwater. Reaching up, Mordu drew his sword out of its sheath before letting the blade drag ominously next to him. "Gonna gut you," Fishlegs heard Mordu say through his swimming head. as the demon bear lifted his sword up and prepared to plunge it into the Viking teen's stomach. No! Fishguts bellowed as he came in, rushing in from the side, swinging his hammer at Mordu, forcing the demon bear to parry the blow. Not my son, you bastard! Growling in frustration, Mordu turned and swung his sword at Fishguts, forcing the Viking to roll out of the way. As Fishguts rolled to his feet, Mordu was already on him, slashing at the warrior again. This time, Fishguts didn't have any time to dodge, and the obsidian blade slashed him across the shoulder, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. Dad, Fishlegs said weakly, trying to pick himself up off the ground at the sight of his father bleeding on the ground. Before he could move, Mordu suddenly slammed his foot against Fishlegs' chest, knocking the young man flat and forcing the air from his lungs. No, Mordu said as if he was scolding a child. You stay right there. A shout from the side caught Fishleg's attention as he saw Astrid come leaping in with her raised. Before she could reach Mordu, the demon bear reached out and grabbed Astrid by the face with his free hand, the sudden stop in momentum causing the Viking teen to drop her war axe as she fought against the Dragonborn's grasp. Meatlug came buzzing in right behind Astrid, shooting a fireball at Mordu. Leaning back slightly, Mordu avoided the blast before stepping forward and slamming the hilt of his sword against the top of Meatlug's head, flooring the grunkle, which lay dazed next to Fishlegs. Anyone else? Mordu bellowed, holding Astrid and his sword up as he looked out over the battle which had fallen still at the demon bear's exclamation. Anyone else want to step forward, or can I finally kill someone? Flying above the battle, trying to keep ahead of the crippled Red Death, Hiccup looked down at Mordu, an expression of anger on his face. Merida, keep the Death busy, Hiccup called out to the Highlander princess. Why? Merida shouted back in confusion and worry. Where are ye going? I'm going to have a few words with my uncle, Hiccup before turning toothless down towards the ground. Hiccup, wait! Merida shouted, reaching a hand out towards the young man. You're not going anywhere, Siegfriedson, the Red Death growled as it changed direction to chase after Hiccup. Seeing this, Merida quickly knocked an arrow on her bow and guided Boudica towards the Red Death with her knees. Oi! Merida shouted as she loosed her arrow. The Red Death turned one of its eyes towards Merida out of curiosity, only to have the arrow fly right into the eye and blind him. The Red Death screeched in pain as he thrashed in the air. It ain't a Siegfriedson you hate to be worried about, Merida taunted as the Red Death turned towards her. It's a daughter of Boudica. I'll peel the flesh from your bones for that, you Highlander whore, the Red Death bellowed back as he chased after Merida, allowing Hiccup and Toothless to safely reach the ground below. I think I'll start with you, little berserker, Mordu said as he pointed his sword down at Fishlegs. Maybe knock the rest of those teeth out of that little head of yours. Mordu! Hiccup shouted as Toothless landed a short distance away from the demon bear, the young man sliding off the Night Fury's back. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something here? Mordu yelled back, only glancing over his shoulder at Hiccup. Uncle! Hiccup shouted louder, causing a look of surprise to cross Mordu's foul features, quickly replaced by a wide grin. So, the hag told you everything, did she? Mordu questioned with a chuckle. Where is she now? She's dead, Hiccup replied solemnly. You killed her. Tragic, Mordu observed uncaringly. And here I thought we would all be one big happy family. Stepping off of Fishlegs, Mordu turned to face Hiccup. What do you want from your Uncle Mordu, little fish? I want you to let my friends go, Hiccup stated, looking Mordu dead in the eye. And what do I get in return? Mordu asked. You fight me, one-on-one, Hiccup answered, drawing a shocked gasp from the Vikings and Highlanders. A duel? Mordu questioned, to which Hiccup nodded in reply. To the death? Mordu pushed, getting a further nod from Hiccup. I accept, Mordu stated as he casually tossed Astrid away, sending the young woman rolling across the ground. I'll even make it more sporting and let your little dragon friend fight too. Hiccup! Stoic shouted from the crowd as he muscled his way towards the front. Hiccup! Don't do it! I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to the people I care about, Hiccup said, ignoring his father as he tightened his grip on his sword, Toothless at his side, snarling at Mordu. Like I said before, little fish, Mordu replied as he readied his sword, a manic grin on his face. Come make me pay. With that, Mordu charged forward, his sword raised to cut Hiccup in half. Hiccup quickly dove to the side as Mordu slammed his sword onto the ground where the young man had been standing a moment before, knocking rocks and debris into the air. Roaring, Toothless leapt forward, sinking his teeth into Mordu's shoulder. Mordu grunted in pain before tossing Toothless off, the Night Fury landing hard on his back. While Mordu was distracted, Hiccup ran forward, slashing at the back of Mordu's leg with Bemuhen. Mordu hissed in pain and briefly fell to one knee before quickly standing up and spinning around, swinging his sword in a downward arc as he turned. Hiccup managed to avoid the attack, but was sent reeling as the obsidian blade cut through the ground and kicked up a cloud of earth and debris. As Hiccup tried to catch himself, Mordu came charging out of the cloud and kicked the young man hard in the chest, sending him tumbling end over end across the hard ground, his helmet falling off his head and skipping across the rocks. Landing on the ground, Hiccup quickly managed to sit up and see Mordu charging at him a second time. Reaching down, he grabbed his crossbow and pointed it at Mordu. Pulling the trigger, Hiccup fired an arrow into Mordu's shoulder, causing the demon bear to stumble for half a step but not stop him. Before Hiccup could reload, Mordu ran up and knocked the crossbow out of Hiccup's hand with his sword, using the momentum to swing the obsidian blade over his head. As Mordu brought his sword crashing down on Hiccup, the young man was able to grab his own sword with both hands and lift it above himself to block the oncoming attack. Mordu hit Hiccup with enough force to push Hiccup into the earth a few inches, the shock causing the Viking teen's body to go numb for a moment. Mordu rested the heavy blade against Hiccup's for a moment, Bemuhen's strong steel holding against the obsidian blade, but the pressure causing the metal to cut into Hiccup's right hand, blood leaking down his palm. "Your sword is strong," Mordu said as he lifted his sword up in order to slam it down again. "But you're not, little fish." Before Mordu could deliver another blow, a high-pitched screech filled the air before a plasma bolt slammed into Mordu from behind. Growling, he turned to face Toothless as the Night Fury leapt at him. Reaching out, Mordu managed to grab Toothless by his neck and swing him around, slamming him into Hiccup before tossing the Night Fury away, sending them both sprawling. "Hiccup!" Merida cried in terror from her position above the battle. "You should be worried about your own battles, girl." The Red Death rumbled from above her before he slammed his wings down hard, kicking up a massive gust of wind that struck Merida and Boudica like a ton of bricks, sending them tumbling through the air. Boudica managed to right herself a few feet above the ground, resulting in a crash landing that sent Merida sprawling as she was knocked from the Nada's back. Merida hissed in pain as she tore her leggings and scrapped her knee on the hard rocks, blood beginning to ooze down her leg. Painfully picking herself up, she saw the Red Death landing on the broken summit of the nest, roaring in triumph as he observed the spectacle below. "Skin him alive, boy!" the Red Death bellowed from the mountain top. "I want the Siegfriedson to suffer." "As you wish, father," Mordu muttered in reply as he walked slowly towards Hiccup, who was having trouble picking himself up, the demon bear dragging his blade behind him. Fighting erupted in the crowd as some of the Vikings and Highlanders tried to help Hiccup, only for the Vendel to block their path. "Hiccup!" Merida cried as she pulled herself to her feet. "Get out of there, lad!" Gobber shouted as he tried to fight away his way through a group of Vendel. "Hiccup!" Merida shouted again, limping towards him, her voice full of despair, watching as Hiccup slowly tried to crawl away from Mordu. "Mordu!" Stoic bellowed over the din of battle. "Stay away from my son, you bloody bastard! Mordu!" "Hiccup!" Merida cried, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled next to Toothless, who lay on the ground, stunned. Sitting nearby, Fishlegs had managed to pull himself into a seating position against the boulder he had crashed into. He looked over at his best friend with glassy eyes, his head still reeling from the blow he had received. "Hiccup," Fishlegs muttered, closing his eyes. He can't beat him." "Yes, he can," a voice in Fishlegs' head argued, one that sounded oddly like Hilda. "How?" "He shrugs off everything we throw at him," Fishlegs questioned. "You're such a smart boy, Leeser," Hilda's voice echoed in his head. "You have all the puzzle pieces, you just need to put them together. Bone may turn to stone and flesh may become steel," Fishlegs muttered Hilda's last words. "But the mind is soft and weak and eyes do not freeze." Fishlegs paused as the last words echoed back to him. "Eyes do not freeze," he repeated. All at once, the memory of Merida telling them of her father's battle with Mordu came flooding back to him. He stood 12 feet tall, a claymore in ane hand and a war axe in the other. Merida's voice rang in Fishleg's ears. He wears the hide of a massive black bear as a trophy, its hide strewn with the weapons of fallen warriors. Bone may turn to stone and flesh may become steel. Hilda's voice interrupted as Fishlegs focused intently on Mordu. His body was scarred by 1,000 battles. Merida's voice continued as Fishlegs looked at Mordu's face. But Z mind is soft and weak. Hilda's voice cut in as Fishlegs looked at Mordu's mismatched eyes. His face marred. Merida's voice trailed off. Why were his eyes different? And eyes do not freeze? Hilda's voice echoed in Fishleg's head. One red eye, one grey eye, with ein dead eye. Merida's voice finished. One dead eye, Fishlegs repeated to himself before his eyes suddenly went wide in realization. His mind suddenly clearer than it had ever been. Fishlegs scrambled to his feet, clawing at the rock he was leaning against to pull himself up. Hiccup! Fishlegs called, trying to catch the other Viking's attention. Hiccup! Hiccup weakly looked over to Fishlegs, who was waving his arms wildly to catch his best friend's attention. His eye! Fishlegs bellowed as loud as he could, pointing at his own eye for emphasis. You have to get him in the eye! A look of realization crossed Hiccup's face before he looked around wildly, catching sight of his crossbow laying a short distance away. Looking back over his shoulder, Hiccup saw that Mordu was standing over him, raising his massive foot to stomp on the young man. A surge of strength returning to him, Hiccup quickly rolled out of the way as Mordu brought his foot down, creating a small crater in the ground. As the force of the blow sent Hiccup rolling, pushing himself to his feet, Hiccup quickly grabbed the crossbow while pulling an arrow from the quiver on his hip. Before he could load it, Mordu swung at him with his sword, forcing Hiccup to stumble back to avoid the attack. Hiccup quickly loaded the arrow onto the crossbow, the fuse hanging from the arrowhead. Looking around, he spotted his sword laying a short distance away. The rumbling earth brought Hiccup's attention back to Mordu as the demon bear charged at him again, stabbing at the young man with his obsidian sword. Hiccup rolled out of the way, causing Mordu's sword to become stuck in the earth. As Mordu moved to pull his sword free, Hiccup grabbed his own as well as a rock laying next to it. Setting his crossbow down, Hiccup took his sword in one hand and the rock in the other before running the rock down Bemuhen's blade, sending sparks flying. As Hiccup had hoped, one of the sparks hit the fuse, which began to quickly burn. Standing up, Hiccup took his crossbow in both hands as Mordu pulled his sword out of the ground and turned to face the young man. Hiccup levelled the crossbow at Mordu, who smiled as he readied his sword. As Hiccup aimed, he took a deep, calming breath as the world seemed to slow down around him. Everything seemed to fall away as Hiccup focused in one Mordu's blood-red eye. The smell of smoke from the burning wick mixed with the scent of black rock, all swirling together with the saltiness of the sea. Hiccup felt the smooth wood of the crossbow in his hand, the small vibration of the stretched wire yearning to be released. Slowly, Hiccup exhaled and pulled the trigger. The arrow sprang from crossbow like a caged animal being unleashed, a thin trail of smoke following in its wake. The demon bear saw the arrow rocketing towards him. The demon bear lifted his sword to block. The demon bear was too slow. A blood-curdling cry of anguish swept across the beach as Mordu clawed at his face, covering his now bleeding eye with his hand in a vain attempt to squelch the pain. The shaft of the offending arrow sticking out from between his fingers, his sword falling forgotten to the ground. "Ah!" Mordu cried in pain and fury. "My eye, you little bastard, my eye!" Letting his hands fall from his face, Mordu looked around blindly, trying to find Hiccup as he swiped wildly at the air, coming nowhere close to the young man who watched the demon bear impassively. "Where are you?" Mordu demanded as he continued to search for Hiccup. "Where are you, Haddock?" Hiccup continued to say nothing, taking a half step away from Mordu as he watched the fuse burn right up to Mordu's eye socket. "When I find you, I'm going to put out both of your eyes, Haddock," Mordu roared, sniffing the air in an effort to track Hiccup down. "Except when I do it, it will be with my member as I... Mordu paused as he took a few more curious sniffs of the air, a look of confusion on his face. "Why does everything smell like dragon shit?" Mordu questioned. As if to answer Mordu's question, a muffled bang came from his direction, causing Mordu to shudder before going stock still. For a few long moments, Mordu merely stood in place, occasionally twitching, but remaining eerily silent. Then, Blood began to trickle out of his nose, then from his ears. Soon enough, Mordu began to cry tears of blood from his blind eyes. Letting out a choked cough, Mordu spat up more blood, the ichor mixing with his coarse beard. Then, all at once, Mordu fell to the ground like a toppled tree, the impact of his bulk shaking the earth, and the demon bear moved no more. A quiet moment fell over the battle as Vendel, Viking and Highlander alike looked on in shock at the dead body of Mordu. Reaching down, Hiccup picked up his sword before hoisting it above his head while shouting aloud as he could. Merida quickly joined in, holding her bow under her head, before Toothless joined in as well, his monstrous roar echoing across the island. Soon enough, all of the Vikings, Highlanders and dragons had joined in as the remaining Vendel looked on. Without a word or sound, the Vendel began to scramble away, retreating into the dark shadows of the nest as the assembled warriors roared in triumph. These shouts of triumph were silenced by the Red Death's own bellowing roar from atop the nest. "You think you've won?" the Red Death demanded, hate filling his voice. "This changes nothing. The only thing that will happen now is I will make you all suffer more before the end." The Red Death then focused his gaze onto Hiccup. "Especially you, Sigfridsson," the Red Death growled. "You want me?" Hiccup shouted back as he made his way over to Toothless, who was growling up at the Red Death. "You've got me." Mounting up, Hiccup moved to take off, but was stopped when he felt someone's hand on his shoulder. Glancing behind him, Hiccup saw Merida pulling herself up onto the saddle behind him. "Mer, what are you doing?" Hiccup questioned in concern. "Did you really think, after everything we've been through, I was going to let you do this alone?" Merida questioned, before reaching out and gripping Hiccup's shoulder. "I almost just watched you die, Hick. You're nae going to make me do it again." "All right," Hiccup agreed with a small smile, reaching up and touching Merida's hand with his own. Turning, Hiccup was about to urge Toothless into the air when he saw his father emerge from the crowd. "Hiccup," Stoic said, a look of worry on his face. "I'm sorry, son. I was wrong." Hiccup paused before nodding at his father. Turning towards Toothless, Hiccup pat the Night Fury on the back of the head. "All right, bud," Hiccup said, a look of determination on his face. "Let's put an end to this." Toothless barked in agreement before shooting up into the sky, kicking up a cloud of dirt as he went. The three of them soared up towards the Red Death, which watched them angrily. "Come on, you overgrown salamander!" Hiccup shouted down at the Red Death. "Come and get me!" "With pleasure!" The Red Death roared back before leaping into the air, following Toothless and the two teens as they led him up into the gathering storm clouds. Chapter 38. Through the Fire and the Flames. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the storm clouds that gathered over the nest, moving in swiftly as Toothless and the Red Death rose higher and higher into the sky. Merida clung tightly to Hiccup's back, glancing over her shoulder at the Red Death, who continued to race after them, auburn flames licking the air as they poked through the gaps in the dragon's teeth as he glared hatefully up at them. "What day we day now?" Merida questioned over the howling wind. "We have to keep him off balance," Hiccup shouted back, focused on the approaching storm clouds as they drew closer to them. "We have speed on him. We need to use that. If we can cripple his wings, the fall might kill him or at least hurt him. We have to lose him first." Merida nodded, before looking back at the Red Death, who was doggedly chasing them. "You think a storm will stop me, Sigfridsson?" The Red Death shouted after them as they disappeared into the storm cloud. "I do not fear the thunder and the gale. This storm will weep over your graves." Flying into the storm cloud, the Red Death was pelted by rain and buffeted by winds, but he paid little heed to either. Looking around, his 5 remaining eyes scanned the storm, looking for any sign of the Night Fury and its riders. Lighting flashed around him, and for the briefest of moments, the Red Death thought it caught sight of a black shadow streaking through the storm, but just as quickly, the dragon lost sight of it. As thunder boomed in every direction, it rattled the Red Death's sensitive ears, as well as covering up a screeching noise, hiding it from the dragon until a blast of plasma seared through his wing. The Red Death roared in pain and anger as he spun around in the air to try and find the source of the attack, only for another blast to strike his other wing from behind. Roaring in frustration, the Red Death turned around again, only for a third attack to come shooting down from above him. "Enough of this!"
The Red Death bellowed before unleashing an inferno from his mouth as he spun in place, creating a twisting firestorm that spread through the storm, vaporizing rain and illuminating the black cloud. Zipping over the clawing flames, Hiccup flew toothless back towards where the Red Death, only to find that the massive dragon had vanished. "Where'd he go?" Merida questioned as all three of them looked around wildly for any sign of the Red Death. "Two can play at this game, Siegfriedson," the Red Death bellowed from below them as his massive head appeared through the churning storm. Opening his mouth, the Red Death shot a blast of fire up at the trio. Caught off guard, Toothless was just barely able to get out of the way, the column of flame shooting out of the top of the storm cloud like an erupting volcano. The heat rippled through the air around the fire, forcing Hiccup to raise his right hand in order to shield his face from it as his skin cracked and blistered. Hissing in pain, Hiccup pulled his hand back to his body as Toothless flew away from the flames. "Are ye okay?" Merida questioned, a worried look on her face. "I'm fine," Hiccup called back, hissing as he gingerly lowered his hand back to Toothless's saddle. Swinging Toothless back around, the group moved to make another pass at the Red Death as the dragon climbed back into the storm cloud. Toothless opened his mouth and screeched, but instead of firing a blast of plasma, the Night Fury began sputtering and coughing as he seemed to choke briefly. Turning towards them, the Red Death opened its massive jaws as it tried to swallow Toothless whole. Ducking low, Merida and Hiccup held on to Toothless as he barrel-rolled through the Red Death's jaws, his tail inching past the dragon's teeth. As Toothless spun, Merida lost her grip on his saddle and slipped off, screaming as she managed to just grab hold of Hiccup before she could go spinning off into the air. Turning around, Hiccup reached out and grabbed Merida by her arm before pulling her in, the Highlander princess quickly latching onto the young man as she reseated herself. "Are you all right?" Hiccup asked, earning a nod from Merida as she clung to him, shaking as tried to catch her breath. Nodding, Hiccup turned his attention towards Toothless. "What's wrong, bud?" Hiccup questioned. Toothless turned and looked up at Hiccup before letting out another hacking cough. "Oh, crap," Hiccup muttered to himself in understanding. "What's wrong?" Merida questioned. "I think we just figured out what a Night Fury's shot limit is," Hiccup called back, an awkward look on his face. "Or at least we would if I'd been keeping count." "He's out?" Merida asked, incredulous. "What day we day now, then?" A pensive look crossed Hiccup's face as he tried to figure out what to do. As he thought, a monstrous roar mixed with booming thunder caught his attention. Turning back, Hiccup saw the Red Death turning towards them as it unleashed another blast of fire. Urging Toothless downwards, the three barely managed to avoid the blast. The fires getting so close, Hiccup could swear he felt the hairs on the back of his neck being singed off. As they ducked back into the cloud bank, inspiration struck Hiccup. "I've got an idea," he declared as he looked back at Merida. "It's a bit of a long shot, though." "It's better than Nathan," Merida replied. "What's your idea?" Reaching down to his quiver, Hiccup pulled out an arrow and handed it to her. Can he take the Red Death down with a single arrow, Hiccup?" Merida shouted angrily at him. "Maybe not a regular arrow," Hiccup agreed. "But that's the other black powder arrow I made. I killed Mordu with one, you'll kill the Red Death with the other." "Black powder is powerful, Hick, but nae even Toothless blasts could pierce the Red Death's armour," Merida argued. "You're not shooting for his armour," Hiccup shouted back, earning a confused look from Merida. "Don't you remember, Mare? Dragons aren't fireproof on the inside." A look of realization passed over Merida's face as she looked back at the arrow, lightning slashing through the sky behind them. "You're right," Merida agreed, turning her attention back to him. "This is a long shot." "Told ya," Hiccup stated with a chuckle. "How am I supposed to light this, then?" Merida asked. "If you time it right, you won't have to," Hiccup explained as thunder boomed around them. "All right," Merida said, a determined look on her face as she unslung her bow from her shoulders, holding on tightly to Toothless with her knees. "Get me a shot." "On it," Hiccup replied, as he steered Toothless back towards where the Red Death was. Seeing them emerging from the clouds, the Red Death smiled. "There you are, Siegfriedson," the Red Death growled. "I grow tired of this game of hide-and-seek." With a roar, the Red Death fired another blast of fire at the trio, forcing Toothless to swoop under the flames. "All right," Hiccup replied before Toothless landed on the Red Death's nose, made a face and leapt off again. "How about some tag?" Snarling in fury, the Red Death chased after them.
following as Toothless went swooping out of the storm clouds and went diving back towards the ground below. Folding his wings, the Red Death followed, the storm cloud breaking around him like waves against the shore. As lightning clashed and thunder boomed around her, Merida knocked the black powder arrow in her bow and turned around to look at the Red Death, the dragon diving after them, flames leaking from his mouth, making him look like a hellish comet. "You're only going to get one shot at this," Hiccup shouted at her as they dove towards the top of the nest. "Make it count. You worry about flying, I'll worry about shooting," Merida called back as she pulled her bowstring back and levelled the arrow at the Red Death, who barely seemed to notice. "Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide." The Red Death bellowed after them. "Your luck's run out, time to die." Both teens ignored the threat. Hiccup focused on the rapidly approaching ground as Merida kept her eyes trained on the Red Death. "Come on," Merida whispered, her hair whipping in the wind next to her as the gales howled like hungry wolves. "Come on!" Merida cried in frustration as they continued to plummet, the Red Death's hateful grin drawing closer and closer. "Mare!" Hiccup gave a worried call as they fast approached the broken summit of the nest. "Come on!" Merida shouted, her words amplified by the screaming wind. "Smile for me, ye demon's whoreson! Come on!" As if to answer her call, the Red Death let out a bellowing roar as flames licked the back of his throat. As the Red Death's cavernous maw opened, Merida saw her opportunity, and the world seemed to freeze around her. Merida pulled her bowstring a half an inch tighter, the reins making the string slick in her fingers. The smell of brimstone filled her nose, mixing with the unmistakable smell of black powder. Lightning slashed through the air behind the Red Death, crawling like a stream across the barren earth. Then Merida let go, and the arrow flew. Soaring up into the sky, the arrow was battered by wind and rain as it spun through the air, flecks of black powder trailing in its wake. For a horrible second, the arrow veered off course, but the wind quickly flung it back in the other direction, sending it right for the Red Death's open mouth, a fireball racing up out of his throat. A second before the flames left the Red Death's mouth, the arrow flew into the inferno and was engulfed. Thunder boomed and all was fire. The black powder exploding in the Red Death's mouth set off a chain reaction, quickly turning the dragon's body into a furnace that began engulfing him alive. Every orifice on the Red Death's body burned with auburn flames as he tumbled through the sky, thrashing and roaring in pain. "It burns!" the Red Death screamed as the fireball engulfed him. "The fire! It burns!" "Hiccup!" Merida shouted as she slung her bow back around her shoulders and turned back towards him, the raging inferno that was the Red Death barreling after them. "Hold on!" Hiccup yelled, prompting Merida to grab hold of him before Toothless's wings flared and they went shooting back up into the sky. The Red Death was so close that they had no way of safely going around the blaze that he had become. As fire burned all around them, Toothless dodged between the Red Death's spines, Hiccup and Merida holding on for dear life. Then, suddenly, a rogue tongue of flame shot out and engulfed Toothless's prosthetic fin. Toothless yelped in panic as all control was lost, Hiccup mashing wildly on a pedal that now did nothing. Looking up, Hiccup's eyes widened in fear as the Red Death's clubbed tail came falling right at them. With nowhere to go, Hiccup could only clench his eyes shut as Toothless slammed into the club with a pained yelp. The force of the impact threw both Hiccup and Merida from Toothless's saddle, the blow leaving them stunned as they tumbled up into the air. Shaking his head clear, Hiccup looked around and saw Merida next to him, screaming in fear and squirming helplessly as they began to fall, Toothless tumbling through the air somewhere above them. In one horrible moment, it all became clear to Hiccup. There was no getting out of this. Even if Toothless could reach them, his tail fin was gone, which meant he could no longer fly. All three of them were as good as dead. Focusing on Merida again, Hiccup saw her still screaming in fear as they plummeted towards the ground below. "Merida!" he called over the whipping wind. "Merida!" Looking over to his with her icy blue eyes full of fear, Merida saw Hiccup holding his hand out to her, a sad look on his face. Realization striking her, tears began to well up in Merida's eyes as she took his hand. Pulling themselves to one another, Merida buried her face into Hiccup's shoulder as he wrapped his arms around her. "I love you," Merida cried, looking up at him, the wind carrying away her tears. "I love you too," Hiccup replied, before pulling her close and kissing her. Below them, the flaming ruin of the Red Death struck the top of the nest, igniting the brimstone and black rock within, creating a catastrophic explosion that sent smoke, debris, and globs of lava spewing into the air. But Hiccup and Merida were blind to all of it, so wrapped up in one another, they even failed to notice Toothless struggling after them, putting every ounce of strength into his wings, as he desperately reached out for them as lightning lanced through the air behind him. Then thunder boomed, and all was fire. Down on the beach, the terrific explosion had knocked most of the Vikings and Highlanders to the ground. Slowly picking themselves up, they looked up at the top of the nest, the peak covered in a blazing inferno. For a few silent moments, the men and women stared up at the burning peak before one man let out a whoop of joy, prompting them all to begin shouting in victory. "They did it!" Fergus shouted from his position next to Stoic, slapping the Viking chief on his shoulder. "Son above, they bloody well did it!" Stoic said nothing as he looked around, worry growing in his eyes as he failed to find any sign of the Night Fury and his riders. "Where are they?" Stoic questioned. "Huh?" Fergus asked in confusion. "Where are our children, Fergus?" Stoic questioned again, turning and looking Fergus dead in the eye. A look of horrible realization crossed Fergus's face before he began looking around wildly as well, finding no sign of any of them. "Where are they?" Fergus called, catching others' confused attention as the cheering slowly died down. "Where are Merida and Hiccup?" The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves as realization swept over them as well. "Hiccup!" Fishlegs called as he struggled to stay on his feet, scanning the beach with his eyes. "Merida! Merida!" Astrid joined in, helping to keep Fishlegs on his feet. "Hiccup!" Slowly, the rest of the crowd began to join in, everyone looking for any sign of the two teens on the beach. "Spread out," Stoic ordered. "Search the beach." The warriors did as they were bid, spreading out over the stony beach, their voices echoing off of the barren rocks. The rain began to fall in earnest now, the drops battering off the gather metal of their armour, making a tremendous din. "Hiccup!" Will called, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. "Where are you, laddie?" "Merida!" Ruff shouted. "Red! You there, Red!" "Hiccup!" Fergus shouted, a look of worry on his face as he searched. "Come on, lad, Hiccup!" "Merida!" Stoic bellowed. "Where are you, girl? Merida!" "Here!" Snotlout called from down the beach, grabbing everyone's attention. "I think I found them! Over here!" Racing down the shore, Stoic and Fergus made it to where Snotlout was as a crowd began to gather around the young man. Looking to where his nephew indicated, Stoic saw a pile of rubble sitting on the beach with the unmistakable sight of a Night Fury's tail sticking out. "Oh, gods, no," Stoic whispered, before running over to the pile and grabbing the large rock that made up most of the pile. Grunting with effort, Stoic tried to lift the large rock off, but the stone refused to budge. "Aye," he grunted as he tried again and failed. "I can't move it. Here, let me help," Fergus said as he rushed over to Stoic's side and grabbed onto the rock as well. "On three, all right?" Stoic nodded in reply. "Anna!" Fergus called. "Two!" Stoic followed. "Three!" The two men shouted together before lifting the rock with all their might. Slowly, the large rock lifted into the air, and the two men quickly tossed it to the side with grunts, the stone hitting the ground with a large thud. Turning their attention back to the pile, Stoic and Fergus quickly brushed the rest of the rocks away, revealing Toothless laying on the ground, his wings wrapped around himself. A look of sorrow came over Stoic's features as he fell to his knees in despair. "I did this," Stoic muttered, his eyes cast downward. As he did, Toothless's eyes slowly opened, and he looked at the two men standing over him. Seeing this, Fergus put his hand on Stoic's shoulder, bringing the man's gaze back to the Night Fury. "Please," Fergus pleaded to Toothless. "Our children. Where are our children?" Toothless regarded the men for a few silent moments before folding his wings behind his back, revealing Merida and Hiccup hugged against his chest. "Oh, gods!" Stoic said as he stumbled forward on his hands and knees while Toothless released the two teens from his grasp. Hiccup and Merida lay silently on the ground, their eyes closed. Merida's braid had been engulfed by the fires, leaving the remaining burnt ends of her red locks hanging just above her shoulders. Hiccup's right arm was covered in a burn that snaked from his hand to his shoulder, the sleeve of his tunic having been burnt away. Are they alive? Fishlegs asked worriedly from the crowd behind the two men. Reaching down, Stoic put his hands over the two teens' mouths. He waited for a moment before a large smile crossed his face. They're alive, Stoic declared happily, causing the crowd to cheer as he scooped Hiccup into his arms. Thank Odin, they're alive! Happy tears welling up in his eyes, Fergus reached down and picked up Merida, holding his daughter close. Gobber cheered along with the rest of the warriors, smiling at the scene before him. Suddenly, he saw something that made his blood run cold as the smile fell away from his face. Stoic, Gobber said, failing to get the oblivious chief's attention. Stoic. Stoic whirled around, looking at Gobber in confusion, the blacksmith's tone drawing others' attentions as well. His leg, Stoic, Gobber said, a haunted look on his face as he indicated towards the leg in question. Look at his leg. Slowly, Stoic turned to look at Hiccup's legs, dread filling his heart as a number of gasps came from the crowd. What he saw almost caused his heart to break. The left leg of Hiccup's pants had been burnt away up to the knee, along with his boot, leaving the young man's flesh exposed. To Stoic's horror, Hiccup's lower leg was burnt so badly the flesh had turned black and had begun to crack. The ankle of his foot was twisted unnaturally, and for a horrible moment, Stoic spied exposed bone. Gods be good! Stoic prayed before snapping his head up. To the ships! Back to the ships! All at once, everyone was moving. Stoic racing through the crowd, pushing people out of the way as he ran towards one of the remaining longships on the shore. Shove off! Stoic ordered, pulling himself onto the ship and placing his war axe on the deck next to him as people began piling into the remaining longships and preparing them to set sail. Shove off now! As the men followed his orders, Fergus climbed onto the ship along with Astrid, Fishlegs, Fishguts, Gobber and Toothless. Boudica squawked as she landed on the prow of the ship, looking down at the racing men and women. You're going to be fine, son, Stoic reassured Hiccup as the young man began to stir, groaning weakly in pain. Stoic, Fergus said, setting Merida gently down on the deck as he tried to catch the chief's attention. We're going to get you back to Gothi and she'll take care of you, Stoic went on, ignoring Fergus. You're going to be fine. Stoic! Fergus shouted as the longship began to pull away from shore. What? Stoic roared, rounding on Fergus angrily. He can't keep it, Fergus replied calmly as the longship's sails unfurled. What? Stoic asked in confusion, the rain pattering against the wooden boards of the deck. It will fester long afore we get back to Berk, Fergus elaborated. If he keeps it, he's as good as dead. What are you talking about? Stoic asked, still not following. His leg, Stoic, Gobber spoke up, patting his peg leg for emphasis. He can't keep it. A look of understanding crossed Stoic's face as he looked down at Hiccup, who was beginning to writhe in pain in his arms. I'll do it, Stoic said, reaching for his war axe sitting next to him, only to have it snatched away by Gobber. No, I'll do it, Gobber said insistently. Nae man should harm his own son. He's your son as much as mine, Stoic argued. As he placed Hiccup on the deck, the people gathered on deck with them pushing back to make room. The boat creaked as it sailed through the rocks surrounding the nest, guided by Boudica on the prow. Gobber could only smirk at the comment before a grim expression set in as he kneeled by Hiccup's injured leg, the axe gripped in his hand. Stoic, Fergus, Gobber said to the two leaders. Hold him down. The men nodded in reply, kneeling down on either side of Hiccup and holding his arms and chest in place. Nodding, Gobber scanned the deck before he spotted Fishlegs. Fishlegs, come here, Gobber said, prompting the young man to nervously make his way across the deck to them. Reaching down, Gobber grabbed a length of rope laying on the ground and handed it to Fishlegs. Need ye to hold his head still, Gobber explained as Fishlegs took the rope and put this in his mouth. Why? Fishlegs asked in confusion. So he daena bite his own tongue off, Gobber answered grimly. Fishlegs went white as a sheet but did as he was bid. Hiccup's moaning muffled by the gag. Okay, Gobber said resolute. Ye lot ready? The three nodded their heads, prompting Gobber to nod his own. As he did, Gobber saw Merida begin to stir, sitting up as she awoke. What are ye doing? Merida asked groggily. What are ye doing to him? Astrid! Gobber barked, catching the young woman's attention as he indicated towards Merida with his eyes. Stop! Merida shouted as she stood up and started to move towards the men. What are ye doing to him? Stop! Astrid, keep her back! Gobber shouted, prompting the blonde to step forward and wrap her powerful arms around Merida. What are you doing? Merida demanded, kicking her legs as Astrid picked her up off the deck and physically carried the princess away. Stop! Put me down! Stop! Hold him steady! Gobber ordered as he lifted the axe into the air, a flash of lightning reflecting off the blade. Stop! What are they doing to him? Merida called as Astrid put her down, only to grab the redhead's face and force the Highlander to look at her. Gobber hesitated as he looked down at Hiccup's face, discomfort having given way to pain on his features. Look at me! Astrid shouted as Merida continued to struggle against her. Damn it, Merida, look at me! Merida stopped struggling and looked at Astrid, her icy blue eyes meeting with Astrid's cold blue ones. He's going to be okay, Astrid said in a more calming voice. I promise you he's going to be okay. Sorry, lad, Gobber muttered before swinging the axe down, the thud of the axe mixing with the boom of thunder before all fell away, replaced by Hiccup's muffled screams. Later, hours had passed on the open sea, the remaining longships cutting through the waves on their tired journey back to Berk. Hiccup had been taken below deck, the stump of his leg having been bandaged the best it could. The storm had stopped as well, and the sun had set, leaving the moon and the starry sky above. Fishlegs sighed as he looked up at it all, before bringing his eyes back down to the ship. Glancing towards the prow, he saw Merida where she had been seated most of the voyage, staring wistfully at the ocean. Fishlegs thought of going over to her. The thought went out of his head when he felt someone sit beside. Turning, Fishlegs found his father shifting into a comfortable position next to him. His arm was wrapped in a hastily applied bandage, and it looked like he was having trouble moving it. Mind if I sit with you, son? Fishguts questioned. Sure thing, Dad, Fishlegs replied. How's your arm? Been better, Fishguts admitted as he rolled his shoulder and hissed in pain. Nothing a good meat can't fix. How's your jaw? Reaching up, Fishlegs touched his injured jaw with his hand, letting out his own hiss of pain at the stinging that shot through his mouth. At the same time, his tongue moved to the now 2 vacant spots in his mouth, where his teeth had been, tasting his own coppery blood. Been better, Fishlegs replied, earning a snort from Fishguts. How many teeth did you lose? Fishguts asked. 2, Fishlegs answered. Let me see, Fishguts said, before gingerly cupping his son's jaw and looking into Fishlegs' mouth. Not bad. Clean breaks, and they were 2 you could afford to lose. We'll have Gobber fix you up some replacements, and you'll be right as rain. Thanks, Dad, Fishlegs said with a smile. A silence fell between the two, and Fishlegs noticed that his father was working up the courage to say something. Son, Fishguts began before trailing off with a sigh. Son, I wanted to apologise. Apologise? Fishlegs asked in confusion. Apologise for what? I've been real rotten to you, son, Fishguts admitted, a look of shame on his face. I learned a lot today. Mostly that I've been wrong about damn near everything. You were right about the dragons. You were right about Hiccup and Merida. And you were right about where your strengths lie. What do you mean? Fishlegs questioned. For years I've wanted you to be nothing but a fierce warrior. I didn't notice that's not who you are, Fishguts explained before chuckling. Well, not wholly anyway. You're still my son after all. Fishlegs chuckled as his father continued. I saw what you did in that battle, Fishguts continued. It might have been the strength of your arm and your heart that saved Astrid, but it was the strength of your mind that saved Hiccup and slew the demon bear. Hiccup killed Mor'du, not me, Fishlegs argued. Indeed he did, but he would have been dead if it weren't for you, Fishguts explained. It was you who saw Mor'du's weakness when the rest of us saw his strength. To everyone else, Mor'du was unbeatable. It was you that saw the chink in his armour. Fishlegs blushed under his father's praise, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. People will talk for years about how you knocked the demon bear off the Red Death's back and smote him into the sea like Thor made flesh, Fishguts continued with a grin. But me? I will remember when you saw what had been staring us in the face all along and brought an end to the demon bear. Fishguts held his hand up and pointed a finger at his son's forehead. This is your strength, Fishlegs, Fishguts stated. The strongest muscle in your body. Sharper than any sword you could carry. You're not a warrior, son. You're a warrior scholar, like the kings of old. Lowering his hand, Fishguts placed it on Fishlegs' shoulder. I've never been prouder of you, son, Fishguts said with a warm smile. You showed the world that I was a fool, and I've never been prouder. You must get that mind of yours from your mother, because the gods know I'm as dull as a rock. The two laughed together, before a comfortable silence fell between them, Fishguts still resting his hand on Fishlegs' shoulder. As they sat, Meatlug buzzed over to their ship, landing in front of the father and son, startling Fishguts. Oh!
he exclaimed in surprise as Meatlug looked up at him. Hello, Dad. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Fishlegs said with a chuckle as he indicated towards the grunkle. This is Meatlug. Hello, Fishguts greeted awkwardly. Say hello, Meatlug, Fishlegs instructed, prompting the grunkle to pounce of Fishguts and begin licking ecstatically at his face. Ah, Fishlegs! Fishguts cried out as he tried in vain to get Meatlug off of him. Get it off me! Get it off me! Fishlegs chuckled at the sight, before he turned and his eyes once again fell on the sight of Merida standing at the ship's prow. Standing up, he left his father and his dragon to their own devices and walked across the deck to Merida's side. Mind if I join you? Fishlegs questioned. Merida didn't reply, preferring to stare out at the Black Sea. He's going to be all right, you know, Fishlegs said, trying to break the silence. And where did you hear at, Fishlegs? Merida snapped, turning to glare at the young man. In a book? Maybe I did, Fishlegs replied, ignoring the jab as he leaned against the ship's railing and looked out at the sea as well. It's my fault, Merida muttered after a few moments of silence. What do you mean? Fishlegs questioned in confusion. I mean it's my fault Hiccup lost his leg, Merida explained, tears welling up in her eyes. How could it possibly be your fault, Merida? Fishlegs asked with concern. When we were falling, he turned say that he was falling in front of me, Merida explained as a few tears fell down her cheeks. He turned say he hit the fire first. That's why he lost his leg, because he was protecting me. Merida, you can't blame yourself for that, Fishlegs implored. That was Hiccup's choice because he loves me, Merida finished for him, a small smile on her face. No, he told me, and I love him, which is why I can never forgive myself. You will in time, Fishlegs assured her, once you see that he's all right, and he will be all right. I promise you that. Merida smiled at the young man before they both turned and looked at the sea again. As they did, Toothless wandered up next to them, resting his forepaws on the railing and looking out over the water. Merida smiled and ran her hand down the Night Fury's black scales. We should be getting close to Burke now, Fishlegs observed. Good, Merida commented. After all this, all I want to be is home again. So Burke's home now? Fishlegs questioned, a smirk on. Merida's only reply was to look at him and smile. As the two talked, Toothless began humming to himself. Listening, Merida smiled as she recognized the song. Looking up at Boudica, who was still sitting on the prow of the ship, her smile growing as the nadder began to waddling over, Meatlug its chin on the railing next to Fishleg, prompting the young man to pat the grunkle on the head as it began to hum along. Suddenly, the humming intensified immensely, prompting Fishlegs to look up. Merida, Fishlegs said, catching the princess' attention as he pointed upwards. Look. Looking up, Merida let out a small gasp as she saw the sky was filled with dragons following the ships. Grunkles, Nadders, Nightmares, Sibblebacks, Terrors, Timberjack, and a host of dragons Merida couldn't identify, all filling night sky, and each and every one of them was humming along to Toothless's tune. The humming caught the attention of the other Vikings and Highlanders as well, drawing their gazes to the sky as the dragons cast shadows over the moon and stars, their song carrying across the breaking waves of the North Sea. Wait a minute, Fergus said as he looked up in confusion. I know this song. Slowly, he brought a gaze back down to the ship, where he saw Merida grab part of the rigging and pull herself up onto the railing, her short red hair whipping in the wind. I hear the mountain birds, Merida sang, as the dragons began to swoop low over the ships. The sound of rivers singing, a song I've often heard. It flows through me now, Merida continued, as a nightmare began flying next to her. Say clear and say loud, I stand where I am, and forever I'm dreaming of home, Merida sang, as she reached out and ran a hand down the nightmare's neck, causing it to purr. I feel say alone. I'm dreaming of home, Merida finished quietly, as she looked out of the waters, smiling as she saw the lights of Burke appear on the horizon, a beacon in the dark guiding her home. Chapter 39. Due to the Dead. All was quiet in the house atop the hill that Stoic, Hiccup and Merida lived in. On the first floor, most of the furniture had been moved out of the way to make room for Hiccup's bed, which lay in the centre of the room. Hiccup lay asleep in the bed, blind to the world. Merida sat next to him in a chair, leaning on the bed with his hand clasped in hers. Toothless lay curled up at the foot of the bed, and an empty chair sat across from Merida. Merida watched Hiccup with sad eyes, letting out a wistful sigh. A knock came from the front door, followed a moment later by Eleanor opening the door and stepping inside. She took a moment to observe the sight before her, sadly, before putting on her neutral face and stepping forward. "The funeral is tonight," Eleanor commented as she stopped next to Merida, looking down at her daughter. "I know, Ma," Merida grumbled, not bothering to look at her mother. "I was ane of the people who gathered the bodies. I know it was a grim task, but it was a very honourable thing today," Eleanor said. "I had a trained dragon and they deserved a proper funeral," Merida explained with a melancholy shrug. "Simeen had to collect them. We couldna leave them to the gulls and the crabs. Or worse, whatever Vendel are left." "Aye," Eleanor agreed with a nod before sighing. "You know ye are being very selfish." "Selfish?" Merida asked in confusion as she turned to look at her mother. "How am I being selfish?" "He's been like this for days, and you've been here sun up to sundown," Eleanor explained. "Same other people might want to spend same time with him, you know." "There's a chair right over there," Merida said, indicating to the chair as she turned back towards Hiccup. "Nae Anne's stopping ye." "That's nae what I meant, Merida," Eleanor sighed. "Then say what you mean, Ma," Merida snapped, shooting her mother an angry look. "Dinna just dance around it. You canna spend all your time in here with him," Eleanor stated. "It's nae healthy for you. You'd be doing the same thing if it was da," Merida argued. "Merida," Eleanor began to say, but stopped as her daughter turned and looked at her, tears welling up in her icy blue eyes. "I canna leave him, Ma," Merida sniffed. "Nae like this. I love him and he's done sae much for me. I canna leave him when he's... Merida let out a sob, prompting Eleanor to sit down on the bed next to her daughter and pull her into a hug, the princess crying into the Queen's shoulder as she shushed the young woman soothingly. There, Eleanor said soothingly. "He's going to be just fine. Gothy the Elder patched him up nice and good. All he has to do now is rest and then he'll be right as rain." "But his foot," Merida began to argue, pulling away to look at her mother. "Losing a foot didna slow down your father now, did it?" Eleanor questioned. "And look at that blacksmith friend of yours. He's lost a foot and a hand, and he was still out there battling the Vendel with Stoic and your father. Hiccup's going to be just fine. He's a strong boy. I hae faith in him and say should ye." "I dae hae faith in him," Merida argued. "I know ye dae," Eleanor said with a smirk. "I know ye love him too. He loves ye as well, though, and I dinna think he'd like to know you've been moping around his bed almost the whole time you've been back." "I guess you're right," Merida agreed with a sigh. "O' course, I am. Now gae outside and get some fresh air," Eleanor said as she stood up, prompting Merida to do the same. "I will keep him company. You promise you'll come and find me if he wakes up?" Merida asked as she moved towards the door. "I swear it," Eleanor replied, smiling as she sat down in the vacated chair. "Okay," Merida said with a nod, opening the door before turning her attention to Toothless. "Come on, Toothless, you need same fresh air too." Toothless hesitated for a moment before getting up and following Merida out the door. Merida smiled at Toothless and pat him on the head as she closed the door behind them. Looking down the hill, she saw the village was abuzz with activity. Dragons were everywhere, sitting on roofs and flying through the skies above the village. Already some of the dragons were bonding with the villagers, and Merida even caught sight of some bonding with some Highlanders as well. "It seems everything's turned out for the best," Merida said with a sigh as she continued to pet Toothless's head. "For the most part." As Merida talked with the dragon, Boudica came swooping down from out of the sky, clicking her tongue and nuzzling Merida affectionately, causing the princess to giggle. "Hello to you too, Boudica," Merida greeted. "I'm sorry I hain't been around it much the past few days. Would you care to take a walk with me and Toothless?" The Nadder clicked her tongue in reply, which Merida took for a yes, prompting her to head for the forest with the two dragons in tow. As they wandered through the woods, Merida let her thoughts wander as well, most of them focusing on Hiccup, the dragons observing the curiosities of the woods as they followed behind her. As such, she wasn't truly paying attention as she walked through some bushes, the sight of what was on the other side giving her sudden pause. Looming before her were the standing stones, the strange monoliths arranged in a circle just as they had always been. Merida looked back at the forest behind her in confusion before turning forward again. "But I wasn't lost," Merida mused. "I know exactly where I am.
Merida's expression turned sad as an explanation occurred to her. The magic must have died with her. Merida vocalized her thoughts. Before she could think further on the subject, the loud cawing of crows caught her attention. Turning towards the source, she saw someone she was ashamed to have forgotten. Laying on the cold, hard ground was Angus's body where she had left it days ago, though now it felt like an eternity. Despite being surrounded by crows, Angus's body was oddly well preserved, seeming to have suffered almost no decay at all. It was then that Merida noticed that one of the crows stood apart from the others. The crow stood between Angus and the other crows, cawing angrily and flapping his wings menacingly at the other birds. "Off with ye!" Merida shouted as she ran over, throwing her arms around in an effort to scare off the birds. The dragons followed and growling menacingly at the scavengers. "Off with the lot of ye!" The crows cawed in fear and took to the air, scattering into the trees and sky. Merida glared in the direction the birds had gone in, before turning her attention to the crow who still sat on the ground, looking up at her. "Hello, pretty bird," Merida greeted, as she leaned down and offered her arm, prompting the crow to hop on and allowing her to lift him up. "That was a very brave thing you did." "Thank ye." The crow shrugged his shoulders before looking around in confusion, a sad look crossing Merida's face as she realised who he was looking for. "I'm sorry," Merida apologised as she ran a finger down the crow's back. "She wanna be coming back." The crow cawed sadly as his head drooped, Merida continuing to stroke his feathers. "Ye could stay with me if you'd like," Merida suggested. The crow cawed and nodded his head, prompting Merida to smile and place him upon her shoulder. The smile quickly fell away as she looked down at Angus. "Oh, Angus," she moaned, her eyes growing watery. "Look what he's done to ye." She kneeled down and began stroking Angus's mane, fighting back sobs. Toothless and Boudica wandered over, Toothless letting out a sad sound as he looked at Angus as Boudica nudged the horse's head with her nose. "I wanna leave you out here for the buzzards," Merida said resolutely, wiping her tears away. "I'll give ye a proper burial, like you deserve." Later, after returning to the village, Merida had quickly recruited her father, Gobber, Will, Andra and their fathers into giving Angus a proper burial while leaving the dragons in the village. The group stood before the stone circle, looking up at it in wonder. "Ah, cannae believe we ne'er knew this was here," Gobber said in awe. "She was hiding it with her magic," Merida explained, the crow still sitting on her shoulder. "Say she lived here?" Will questioned. "She had a little cottage just over there," Merida explained, pointing over to the path that led to Hilda's home. "It wasn't much to look at, but I suppose it suited her just fine. All this time she was wandering around these woods, and we ne'er knew," Gobber stated, shaking his head in amazement. "Ah, think we had better focus on the task at hand," Fergus spoke up, indicating towards Angus's body lying before them. "What are we going to do with him?" Lord MacGuffin questioned. "We're going to bury him," Merida answered morosely. "Aye, but where?" Lord Mackintosh asked. "I know a place," Gobber commented enigmatically, before motioning for the others to help him place Angus on the large litter they had constructed and brought with. Though the horse was big and heavy, the large men managed to lift Angus's bulk between them and went marching back into the woods, Merida trailing behind. After a short walk, they came to another tall grass and wildflowers covered the clearing as well as a few piles of rock. One pile at the centre of the clearing stood out amongst the others, its uniform shape and wooden marker indicating what it was. "A grave?" Will questioned in confusion. He put Angus next to the pile, the young lord leaning down to read the marker. "Here lies Gwendolen." "Who was Gwendolen?" "My mother," Gobber stated simply, causing every eyes to go. "Oh, Gobber," Merida said sadly, as she reached out and touched the blacksmith's arm. "It's all right, princess," Gobber replied with a sad smile. "She's been dead and buried for years, and I came to terms with it all seemed to." "Gwendolen," Lord Mackintosh said pensively, rubbing his chin as he thought. "Ah, I knew a Gwendolen ance upon a time." "Will," he said, turning towards his son and holding out his hand. "At medallion you said Gobber gave you. Give it here." Nodding, Will reached into his pouch and retrieved the medallion before handing it to his father. Dangling the medallion in front of his face, Lord Mackintosh studied it intently before a look of shock and surprise crossed his face. "I'll be damned," Mackintosh muttered before lowering his hand, a faraway look in his eyes. "Wit," Fergus pressed. "Wit is it?" "I knew this woman," Mackintosh said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ye knew my mother?" Gobber questioned. "When I was just a little boy, I had a nanny," Lord Mackintosh explained. She was a distant cousin or same such. Her name was Gwendolen, and she wore this medallion. She said it used to belong to her mother. Gobber looked on in shock as Lord Mackintosh related the information. What happened to her? Lord MacGuffin questioned. There was raid, Mackintosh recalled, the memories flooding his mind. Vikings from the sea. They had been raiding the villages for weeks and had grown bold enough to attack our home. Broke into the castle. I remember the screaming and shouting as Gwendolen brought me to my room. She put me inside and told me not to come out until she came and got me. But when she turned to leave, he was standing there. Who was? Will asked. A Viking man, Lord Mackintosh explained, tall and broad with straw blonde hair and cold blue eyes. Gwendolen screamed as he reached down and scooped her up without a word. As he turned to leave, I tried to stop him, but I was a boy of 6, and he batted me aside like I was Nathan. That was the last I saw of her, but nae the last of him. What do you mean? Merida asked. I ne'er forgot it, man, Lord Mackintosh said, a cold look crossing his face. I hated him for what he'd done, and my hate only grew as I aged and learned just what he must have done with Gwendolen. Then, when I was 16, another raid came, and he was at the castle again. My heart stopped when I found him. I knew him instantly, though I didn't believe he ever knew me. He fought me all the same, though, but he was 10 years slower, and I was 10 years stronger with steel in my hand and fire in my guts. What did you do? Gobber questioned. I put steel in his guts, Lord Mackintosh said, turning to look Gobber in the eye. I'm sorry, but I believe I killed your father. Dinna worry about it, Gobber said darkly as he waved his hand dismissively before turning to look at his mother's grave. You know what this means though, dinna ye? Will questioned. You're ane of us, a Mackintosh, a clansman. I suppose I am, Gobber said with a smirk, but that's neither here nor there. He's right, Fergus agreed. We have a job to do. Get some rocks, lads. Nae horse wants to be buried in. With that, the men went about gathering rocks from around the clearing and piling them around Angus's body until the horse was completely covered. As they finished, Gobber took a marker he had brought with him and planted it in the stone pile before taking a knife and carving, "Here lies Angus, in the wood." Should we say a few words? Lord MacGuffin questioned. I will, Merida said sadly, as she stepped forward, her hands clasped together. I'm sorry, Angus. It shouldn't have been this way. Wiping a tear from her eye, she took a breath before continuing. May the road rise to meet ye, she intoned. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. May the rain fall softly upon your fields until we meet again. Stepping forward, Merida leaned down and pressed her lips against Angus's name before resting her head against the wooden marker. I'm going to miss ye, Angus, she whispered before she sobbed quietly as a tear ran down her face, the crow on her shoulder rubbing his head against her cheek in an effort to comfort her. I think it's time for us to head back, lass, Fergus said, prompting Merida to straighten up and nod her head. Turning around, she wiped the tears from her eyes as she walked over to her father's side, Fergus putting a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. As the group began to make their way into the woods, Will paused and turned back towards the graves. What are you doing, lad? Lord Mackintosh questioned. Just making some proper adjustments, Will said as he drew a knife from his belt and began carving at Gwendolen's grave marker. After a moment, he wiped away the sawdust before smiling and nodding at his handiwork. There, Will stated as he stood up. Now it's correct. With that, he turned and followed his father into the woods, leaving the two graves alone in the clearing, the marker above Gobber's mother now reading, "Here lies Gwendolen of Clan Mackintosh." Later, evening had fallen over Burke as people and dragons gathered near the edge of the village. A massive pyre had been built before them, and the bodies of all those who had died in the battle at the Nest lay upon. Merida stood with her parents and brothers at the forefront of the group, Stoic standing to their side. Gothi was already in front of them, leading the village in prayer as she slowly walked around the pyre, setting the dry wood alight with the torch she carried. As the villagers recited the familiar funeral prayer, Merida looked up at Stoic. Bags hung under his eyes from lack of sleep, and his hair looked unkempt. Merida wasn't sure if he had slept since they had gotten back. Every night he was awake when she went to sleep, and he was still awake when she awoke the next day. If there was anyone who was struggling with Hiccup's condition as much as she was, it was Stoic. Silently, Eleanor watched her daughter as the pyre burnt before them, a worried look on her face. She had to do something to help Merida, but she couldn't think of what. Absent-mindedly scanning the crowd, her eyes fell on Astrid standing with her mother. Seeing the young woman caused a thought to pop into her head. As the prayer ended and the villagers began to depart, Eleanor moved through the crowd towards Astrid. "Good evening," Eleanor said as she stepped in front of Astrid and her mother, the two women looking at the Queen in surprise as she appeared in front of them. "Astrid, was it?" Yes, your Highness," Astrid mumbled. "Is there something that I can help you with?" "Yes, well, nae me," Eleanor explained. "You're friends with my daughter, are you nae?" "I'd like to think so," Astrid replied with a small smile. "That's good to hear," Eleanor stated with a smile of her own. "Merida ne'er had any other girls her own age around when she was growing up. It's nice to see she's gained at here." Astrid's smile grew as her mother placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled down at her daughter. "As you may have noticed, she hasn't been herself since you all came back," Eleanor continued as she wrung her hands together nervously. "She took what happened to Hiccup pretty hard," Astrid agreed. "Fishlegs was telling me that she blames herself. That sounds like seemethin' my Merida would do," Eleanor said with a sigh. "I was hoping that you might be able to talk to her, find a way to cheer her up perhaps." "I'm not sure that's a great idea, Your Highness," Astrid said nervously. "Merida and I are friends now, sure, but we had a kind of rocky start and we don't always see eye to eye on things." "Please," Eleanor begged. "There must be something ye can do. I hate seeing her like this. I feel she needs her friends now more than ever." Astrid bit her lip as she looked over at Merida, who stood watching the funeral pyre burn, a morose look on her face as she stroked the crow on her shoulder's black feathers. Turning back to Eleanor, Astrid nodded her head. "I'll see what I can do," Astrid stated, bringing a smile to Eleanor's face. A short while later, Merida was making her way up the hill towards the house alone. The rest of the village had gone to the great hall to feast to the dead, but Merida was in no mood for feasts. She was in no mood for much of anything anymore. The sound of the crow on her shoulder letting out a caw brought her attention back to reality and drew her attention to the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning, Merida saw Astrid and Ruffnut making their way up the hill towards her. "Hey, Red," Ruff greeted jovially. "I like your bird." Ruff reached out to touch the crow, which cawed angrily and snapped its beak at the girl, who quickly pulled her hand back and glared at the crow. "What are ye two doing here?" Merida asked in confusion. "Dinna ye both live in other parts of the village?" "Yeah," Astrid said with a shrug. "We were, looking for you." "Did my mother put you up to this?" Merida asked, narrowing her eyes at the other girls. "Wow, she figured that one out quick," Ruff mumbled, prompting Astrid to hit her on the shoulder. "Look, I know my mother means well, but I dinna need to be babied," Merida said sternly before she turned around and began to walk away. "Merida, we're not trying to baby you," Astrid pleaded as she jogged in front of the Highlander girl. "We're your friends, and we're worried about you." "I'm fine," Merida snapped. "There ain't anything to be worried about." "You spend all your time by Hiccup's bedside," Astrid argued. "You look miserable whenever I see you." "Well, maybe because I am miserable," Merida growled. "How would you feel if it were Fishlegs unconscious for near a week?" "Wait, what does Fishlegs have to do with this?" Ruff questioned in confusion. "Not now," Astrid snapped at Ruff before turning back to Merida. "I'm not trying to say you shouldn't be miserable. We're all upset that he's like that. What I'm trying to say is you shouldn't wallow in it like you have been." Merida said nothing, preferring to look at her feet. "Look, I'm guessing your mom already said something like this to you, but still," Astrid pressed, "do you really think Hiccup would want to see you like this?" Merida slowly raised her head, looking at Astrid for a moment before sighing. "Nay, I suppose he would nae," Merida said while shaking her head. "What do you suggest then?" "Come hang out with us," Astrid replied with a smile and a shrug. "Hang out?" Merida questioned. "Yeah, we're friends, aren't we?" Astrid asked, her smile falling slightly. "Aye, we are," Merida replied, a small smile on her face. "Well then, come hang out with us," Astrid repeated with a bigger smile. "I mean, none of us would be able to just hang since dragon training started. Feels like forever ago," Ruff commented. "Aye," Merida agreed with a nod. "Where are we going then?" "My house," Astrid answered, before grabbing Merida's hand and pulling the princess along as she made her way back down the hill. "Follow me." A short while later, the three young women sat in Astrid's house, a few candles and a fire in the fireplace providing illumination to the parlour they sat in. The girls sat on the floor facing one another. Merida's crow had hopped off of her shoulder and was taking the opportunity to look around the room. Smiling, Astrid held her hand out to the bird, which walked over to her, allowing the blonde to run her fingers across its feathers. Oh, but you like her, Ruff commented crossly. I see how it is. I'm sure he'll grow to like you too, Ruff. Astrid chuckled. You're a bit of an acquired taste. Ruff rolled her eyes at the joke before turning to look at Merida. The Red Death sure did a number on your hair, huh? Ruff commented, looking at the blackened ends of Merida's now much shorter hair. It's just hair, Merida replied with a shrug. It will grow back. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to look like an ogre until then, Ruff said, as she scooted behind Merida while drawing her knife. Here, let me take a crack at it. Wait, are you Dane? Merida asked, suddenly startled and worried. Relax, I know what I'm doing, Ruff said, twirling the knife in her fingers and grabbing lightly onto Merida's hair. She actually does, Astrid added as she watched Ruff begin slicing off pieces of Merida's hair with her knife. She's the one who taught me how to braid my hair. Still does sometimes. Yeah, you should have seen her when we were little, Ruff commented with a snort of laughter as she continued cutting off chunks of Merida's hair. Little kamikaze with her hair sticking out in every direction. Hilarious. Wait, kamikaze? Merida questioned in confusion as she leaned her head back to give Ruff better access to her hair. Who's kamikaze? The crow let out a frightened squawk as he flew to the other side of the room. Merida looked over at Astrid in confusion before she saw the blonde giving Ruff the coldest glare imaginable. Wait, you don't know? Ruff questioned, pointing at Merida with her knife, seemingly oblivious to Astrid's glare. Ruff! Astrid snapped, her hands clenched into shaking fists. You never told her? Ruff asked, pointing her knife at Astrid. No, I never told her, Astrid replied heatedly. I kind of like the fact that one person on this island didn't know that. No wit? Merida asked in confusion before realization dawned on her. Wait, Astrid, are you kamikaze? Astrid groaned and buried her face in her hands before nodding her head. Ah, thought your name was, well, Astrid, Merida observed, still trying to put all the pieces together. It is, Astrid said with a sigh as she lifted her head and looked at Merida. My full name is Kamikaze Astrid Hofferson. Oh, Merida stated. Why do ye gae by your middle name? Did you hear that name? Astrid asked incredulously. Kamikaze? Really? It's the dumbest name? It was my grandmother's name or something, so now I'm stuck with it. She got people to stop by beating up anyone who called her that, Ruff explained as she continued to trim Merida's hair, the princess giggling at her friend's antics. Something tells me I might need to reintroduce that policy, Astrid threatened, eyeing Ruff dangerously. Say, if Kamikaze was your grandmother's name, where does Astrid come from? Merida inquired. I'll show ye, Astrid said, an excited smile crossing her face as she stood up while Ruff let out an exasperated groan. Really? Ruff questioned, snipping some hair from the front of Merida's head as Astrid walked to the mantel of the fireplace. She doesn't know this, so I'm totally allowed to tell her, Astrid replied defensively as she took a wood carving off the mantel and brought it over before handing it to Merida. Merida looked down at the wood carving of the ancient warrior. Who is this? Merida questioned, looking at Astrid for elaboration. This is Asterix of Gaul, Astrid gushed, an excited look on her face. He's an ancestor of mine through my father. My gods only know how many times great-grandfather. He's said to have been one of the strongest men to ever live after he drank a magic potion given to him by a druid. That's where I get my strength from. His bloodline. Only he was like 100 times stronger than I'll ever be. Wait, I think I've heard of him, Merida commented, tapping her chin pensively. He fought the great empire, right? He did, Astrid grinned. How did you know? Anna, my best friends, is the Princess of Corona, which is located where Gaul used to be, Merida explained, smiling along with Astrid. He's a folk hero there, along with St. Joan. St. Joan? Ruff questioned as she began braiding Merida's hair. The Lady Knight, Merida provided, glancing back at Ruff. You've ne'er heard of her? Can't say that I have, Ruff answered. Who was she? She was a farm girl who managed to train herself in combat and become a knight, Merida explained. They say she was guided by Lord Soliel himself, and she went on all sorts of adventures, fighting villains and righting wrongs. She's even supposed to have led Corona in a war. I get the feeling you'll like her, Astrid observed with a snicker. She's one of my personal heroes, second only to Queen Boudica herself, Merida replied. I'm guessing I like her as much as you like Asterix. I highly doubt it, Ruff snarked, though I've been dealing with her talking about the Gaul for years. Astrid waved her hand dismissively at Ruff. Anyway, Astrid comes from a kind of feminization of his name, Astrid summed up as she brought the wood carving back to the mantel. So that answers your question. Done, Ruffnut said, standing up and stepping back from Merida with her hands up. Turning back, Astrid's eyes widened as she looked at Ruff's handiwork. Oh, wow, Ruff, Astrid said as she stepped forward to get a better look at Merida. Wit did she day? Merida asked, a hint of panic in her voice, her hands hovering around her head, too afraid to touch her hair. How does it look? Good? Bad? I swear, Ruff, if you shaved me. Wow, Red, do you really have that low of an opinion of me? Ruff questioned. Hold on, Astrid said before running off before quickly returning with a looking glass. Looking into it, Merida let out a small gasp at what she saw. Ruff had cut off the burnt ends of Merida's hair and had trimmed down the hair at the front of her head that had still hung long. Ruff had knotted Merida's a high ponytail at the back of the remaining length so short it only fell to the base of her skull. In knotting Merida's hair, Ruff had pulled it back so much that the red locks looked straight for the first time. The only curl that remained was a strand that fell between her out over her nose. Oh, wow, Ruff, Merida echoed Astrid's earlier comments. This is the best I could do on such short notice. Ruff cut her off with a shrug. I could try again some other time if you'd like. I'd love it, Merida said, turning around and embracing Ruff. The other girl caught off guard for a moment before returning the hug. Well, aren't you two just the cutest? Astrid joked from the side, only for both Ruff and Merida to reach out and grab Astrid before pulling her into the hug as well. Thank you both so much, Merida said as she continued to hug the other girls. Ah, really did need this. Hey, no worries, Red, Ruff replied. That's what friends are for. Their attention was brought to the door as it opened, and Bertha stepped through, a bemused smile on her face as she observed the scene before her. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Bertha commented with a chuckle. Nay, we were probably just about to leave, actually, Merida replied. It's getting late and me and Ruff should be heading home. All right, then. Bertha nodded in agreement, smilingly at her daughter as she noticed the change in Merida's demeanour. Thanks for coming over, Astrid said as she walked the two to the door. Thanks for haying us, Merida replied as she stepped out of the door, a mischievous smile forming on her face as she turned back towards Astrid. See you tomorrow, Cammy? Astrid groaned in disgust as Ruff let out a chortle. Whatever, Astrid grumbled before sneering at Merida. See you tomorrow, Mary. Merida merely rolled her eyes as she began to walk away, her crow flying after her and landing on her shoulder. Ruff, meanwhile, had a look of indignant shock on her face. So what? I say your name and get threatened with violence, but she does it, and all she gets a bad nickname, Ruff questioned. Totally not fair. Whatever, Ruff, Astrid replied. Go kill the Red Death and then come talk to me. Lame, was Ruff's only reply as she turned and began walking away, waving at Astrid as the young woman stepped back into her house and closed the door. Jogging a bit to catch up with her, Ruff fell in step next to Merida as they climbed the hill to their homes. So, Red, Ruff began awkwardly, drawing Merida's attention to her. Mind if I ask you some questions about that cute friend of yours, Will? Oh, Ruff, nay, Merida groaned in reply. Meanwhile, near the centre of the village, smoke continued to rise from Gobber's smithy despite the late hour. Inside, Gobber was beating on a piece of iron with his hammer hand, the fires from the forge illuminating the building. Hearing a knock at the door, Gobber grumbled angrily before putting his tongs down and marching towards the door. For the last time, you stupid flying potato! Gobber shouted as he grabbed the door and wrenched it open. Buzz! Gobber's voice died as he saw Maudie standing before him, a look of shock on her face. Off! Gobber finished lamely before he quickly tried to recompose himself. Maudie, didn't ye see? Is this a bad time, Gobber? Maudie questioned. Nay, Gobber shouted, causing Maudie to jump and the blacksmith to cringe. Nay, it's just, there's been this grunkle buzzing about and he keeps knocking against my door for some reasoning. Would you like to come in? Certainly, Maudie answered with a small smile, stepping into the smithy as Gobber held the door open for her. Sorry about the mess, Gobber said as he looked around at the state of his shop. It's nay. Okay, well, it is always like this, Maudie giggled as she looked around the shop. You're up rather late, she observed. I could hear you working from the other side of the village. What are you working on? Well... Gobber hesitated for a moment. Maybe it's better if I show you. Walking over to the anvil, Gobber picked up what he had been working on and held it up for Maudie to see. It appeared to a prosthetic foot, with a basket to hold the end of the leg and straps to keep it secured. You built a peg leg out of iron, Maudie observed, for Hiccup, I imagine. Aye, Gobber confirmed as he put the peg leg back on the anvil. He's gained to need it after all, and for some reason a wooden ain just didn't seem to fit him, if you know what I mean. I believe I do, Maudie agreed with a nod. Knowing that boy, he'll probably design an even better ein that will let him jump clear over a mountain or something like that, Gobber said with a weak laugh that devolved into a sigh. You're worried about him, Maudie observed. Well, of course, I'm worried about him. He's my apprentice, Gobber replied, before hesitating. And he's the son you ne'er had, Maudie finished for him, a smirk on her face. How did you know I was going to say it? Gobber questioned. Because I too helped raise a child that wasn't mine, Maudie stated. Dinna you think I feel the same way about the princess and her brothers? I suppose you would, Gobber answered. I heard you were the ain who had to amputate Hiccup's foot, Maudie said, walking over and laying a hand on Gobber's arm. That must have been difficult for you. It was, but I was the best ain for the job, Gobber explained. I couldna let Stoic do it. Both me and the king could see he wasn't in his right mind. He might have botched it. Gobber hesitated, rubbing the stump where his hand had been. Plus, I have experience with this sort of thing, Gobber finished. The king said it was very brave of ye, Maudie stated. Even he could see what ye felt for Hiccup. He said Hiccup would have died if it weren't for ye. I doubt a king would be saying such nice things about me, Gobber said dismissively. Are you naming me a liar? Maudie questioned, taking a step back and planting her hands on her hips, glaring at Gobber. Nay at all, Gobber quickly backpedaled. Good, Maudie replied, crossing her arms. He also said you figured out what part of the Highlands you come from, at your part of Clan Macintosh. Seems like I am, Gobber replied with a nod. Did you ever think of visiting? Maudie asked. Huh? Gobber questioned. The Highlands? Did you ever think of visiting? Maudie elaborated. Didn't you ever want to see your mother's homeland? I suppose say, Gobber stated with a sigh. But I just canna up and he responsibilities here. I'm sure the chief will be willing to make an exception for one of his oldest friends and the saviour of his son. Maudie pushed, a smile on her face. Besides, with nae more dragons to fight, you're probably nae gain to be making quite as many weapons as ye ants were. Hey now, I dinna just make weapons, Gobber argued weakly. Sometimes I make armour. And nails, everyone needs nails. At they day, Maudie replied with a giggle. But I'm sure this is more important than a few nails. Aye, you're probably right, Gobber relented. How would I gae about getting to the Highlands then? Well, I just say happen to know a few ships are leaving for the Highlands in a few days' time, Maudie said knowingly. Ain is even headed towards Macintosh lands. I suppose that would do, Gobber replied, smiling as he crossed his arms and leaned against his workbench. Tae bad I'd be in a strange land all by my lonesome. Well, you wouldn't hate to be, Maudie stated playfully. I've always wanted to visit Macintosh lands and haeing a strapping young clansman to show me around would be a treat. Hey now, I might be a clansman, but I dinna know my way around my homeland all that well, Gobber argued with a smile on his face. We're liable to get lost. I think you'll find the Highlands are an excellent place to get lost in, Maudie said suggestively as she walked to the smithy door and opened it. Aye, I'm sure they are, Gobber replied with a grin. Then it's settled, Maudie said as she looked at the blacksmith with half-lidded eyes. Good night, Gobber. Good night, Maudie, Gobber replied as Maudie smiled at him and closed the door. Gobber watched the door for a moment before letting out a contented sigh, a smile growing on his features that threatened to split his face. You've still got it, Gobber, old boy, Gobber said to himself as he moved to douse the furnace for the night. You've still got it. Meanwhile, Merida smiled as she entered the house, her crow seated on her shoulder. Her face fell slightly as she observed the scene before her. A low fire burned in the fireplace, casting long shadows across the room. Hiccup still lay in bed, still as oblivious to the world as he had been that morning. Stoic sat snoozing in the chair across the bed from her, snoring softly, while Toothless lay curled up at the foot of the bed. Well, I'm glad that he's getting some sleep, Merida whispered to herself as she closed the door and slipped off her boots. Padding barefoot through the house, she retrieved a blanket before draping it over Stoic, who shifted slightly in his chair before snoring. Merida's smile returning back to Hiccup. As she moved towards the bed, her crow leapt from her shoulder before finding a shelf nearby where he could roost for the night. Merida quietly slipped off her vest and tossed it to the side. Lifting the blanket, Merida crawled into bed with Hiccup, resting her head on his shoulder as she wrapped her arms around. "Ah, miss ye Hick," Merida whispered as she leaned up and kissed Hiccup on the cheek before settling into sleep. "Wherever ye are, please, come back to me." Chapter 40. Touched by Fire. All Hiccup could remember was the fire and the pain, then oblivion. He didn't know how long he spent in that dark nothing, as time had lost all meaning. All he knew was that he wasn't there anymore, not that he knew where he was at a moment. Hiccup stood in a vast emptiness made of grey, swirling fog. It seemed to go on infinitely in every direction, even down. Despite this, Hiccup felt like he was standing on solid ground and felt no fear of. Hiccup took a few moments, failing to find anyone or anything in the great empty. "Hello?" Hiccup called out. The air was still for a moment before Hiccup's voice suddenly came echoing back. At first it was whisper soft, but grew and grew into a thunderous noise, almost as if 100 different voices were calling out to him at 100 different volumes. Hiccup cringed and covered his ears, trying to keep the deafening. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the voices all stopped, prompting Hiccup to lower his. "Hello?" a voice said from behind, causing them to jump in. Spinning around, Hiccup was surprised by what he saw. Float was a floating, twisting ball of orange and red flame, twice as big as he was, though the ball seemed to expand and shrink from moment to moment. Tongues of flame circled the ball and licked at the grey fog that surrounded it. Hiccup gasped in surprise as he stumbled back, almost tripping over his own feet. "No need to be frightened," a cultured voice emanating from the ball of flame said. "I'm not going to hurt you." "What are you?" Hiccup questioned in shock and fear. "I am a spirit," the fireball replied, turning slightly, similar to a person cocking their head. "You are familiar with the term, yes?" "Yes," Hiccup answered, nodding dumbly. "I've seen wisps before. I'm afraid that wisps are entirely different sort of animal compared to me, Hiccup," the fireball answered with an ethereal chuckle. You know me name?" Hiccup questioned, surprised. "Oh, yes. Hiccup Horrendous Haddock the Third," the fireball answered. "I know all your names, the old and the new." "What do you mean? All my names?" Hiccup asked in confusion. "There are those who used to call you Hiccup the Useless, did they not?" the spirit questioned. Hiccup nodded sadly in reply. "Worry not. That name is dead and will soon be lost to the mists of time," the spirit stated sympathetically. "I know other names as well. Sun says your father, Little Fish said the Demon Bear, Siegfriedson said the Red Death, and there is quite the fetching creature that calls you Hick for short." Hiccup smiled at the thought of Merida and the compliment the spirit had paid her. "I can see what they will call you as well," the spirits went on. "Bear Slayer, Night Flyer, Hiccup Dragon Rider." "You seem to know a lot about me," Hiccup observed. "Can't say I know a lot about you. What's your name, spirit?" "I too have many names," the spirit said with a chuckle before it became a stream of fire that danced around Hiccup. "The ancients called me Prometheus, Bringer of Fire," the spirit explained, his voice changing, laced with an accent Hiccup didn't recognize as the fire condensed into a human shape. It was a man, tall and muscular, but slim, with bronze skin and short red curly hair. He wore an orange-coloured toga wrapped around him, the ends of which trailed flames. He held a hand out, and a flame appeared in his palm. "The great empire called me Vulcan, Smith of the Gods," the spirit declared boisterously, his voice deep and raspy as he changed shape again. He now appeared as a giant, stout, hairy man with a tangled red beard and wild red hair. He wore a black apron and stood before an anvil, beating on a sword with a large blacksmith's hammer, sparks flying all around him. "Far to the east, I am called Agni, the link between the worlds," the spirit said in a different accent as his form changed yet again. Now he appeared as a handsome young man with bright red skin and long black hair, dressed in an orange vest with no shirt and loose-fitting pants. He had 4 arms, in one he held a sword, in the other a scroll, while the remaining 2 hands held a flickering flame between them. "But you, Hiccup Dragon Rider," the spirit said, as it became a swirling ball of flame once more, slowly taking another human shape. "You know me by a different name." In a flash, the flame stopped moving, and a man stood before Hiccup. He was tall and slim, similar to Hiccup, with pale white skin and bright red hair that he wore swept back from his face. He wore a black-coloured tunic under dark orange coat that hung to the back of his calves. The coat had red lining, and the ends of it trailed tongues of flame.
In addition, wore red pants and dark leather boots. He smirked at Hiccup, mischief in his gold-coloured eyes. "Low-key," Hiccup whispered in shock. "I see my reputation precedes me," the spirit Loki said with a chuckle. You're not a spirit," Hiccup accused. "You're a god." "Call me what you wish, Hiccup Dragon Rider," Loki said with bemusement. "It was your kind that bestowed such titles on my brethren and I. We made no such claims." "Brethren?" Hiccup asked in confusion. "Surely if you name me a god, you name others as well?" Loki said, before flinging his hands to the side, causing flames to appear before him, which quickly took the shape of a roaring, muscular man with long hair and wielding a hammer. "You know my brother Thor." "Of course," Hiccup agreed. "Well, the ancients used to call him Zeus," Loki explained as the image shifted to a roaring, muscular man, dressed in a toga, wielding a lightning bolt. "While in the East he is known as Raiden," Loki continued, the image changing again to a roaring, muscular man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and shooting lightning from his fingers. "So, all these different gods in all these different cultures," Hiccup surmised. "They're just all worshipping the same spirits?" "Precisely," Loki replied as he dismissed the fire image. "Such a keen mind, one of the many things I like about you." "What do you mean, one of the things?" Hiccup questioned. "I've been watching you for some time now, Bear Slayer," Loki explained as he began to circle Hiccup. "I may not be a god, but I still pay attention to those who pray to me." Loki stopped in front of Hiccup, crouching down so he rested his elbows on his knees, steepling his hands in front of his face. "Imagine my surprise when I found you, years ago," Loki stated. "You had just lost your mother, I believe, and you had started as a blacksmith's apprentice. They told you not to pray to me, but you wanted to anyway. I was the god of blacksmiths after all, and you wanted to be good at something for once." "Did you make me good at it?" Hiccup questioned. "No," Loki replied with a snort. "Don't doubt your own skill, Night Flyer. You are going to be a great blacksmith whether I listen to you or not." Loki smiled and straightened up before continuing. "What gave me pause was the other reason you came to me," Loki explained. "Do you remember?" "No, I can't say that I do," Hiccup replied, scratching the back of his head as he looked up at Loki. "You thought I was lonely," Loki said, a bemused smile on his face. "Here you are, this little speck of a boy on this tiny island in the vast world, and you come to speak to me, who you think is a god, because you think I am lonesome." Loki reached down and cupped Hiccup's chin, smiling down at the young man. Here was a boy from a warrior culture, descended from a great king of old, and instead of being a brash and foolish, he was thoughtful and intelligent. "If that's not something special, I don't know what is," Loki said with a chuckle, before he crossed his arms behind his back and began to pace around Hiccup again. "So I watched you and helped where I could. A well-stoked fire here, a dash of inspiration there, and suddenly you were riding dragons and getting engaged to princesses." "You speak as if you had a small amount of power in the world," Hiccup observed. "Because we do," Loki replied with a shrug. "At least, not as much power as your kind like to ascribe to us." "Why not?" Hiccup questioned. "Why would everyone know about you if you're not that powerful?" "Once upon a time, we were that powerful," Loki explained, a faraway look in his golden eyes. "We shaped the very fabric of your world and bent it to our whims." "What happened?" Hiccup asked, intrigued. "One of our kind proved less agreeable than the rest of us," Loki elaborated. "He was also one of the most powerful. It took everything we had to just seal him away, and in doing so, we cut ourselves off from the material world. That is why I must speak with you here." "I've been meaning to ask you that," Hiccup said, looking around at the swirling grey mass of fog. "Where is here exactly?" "Here," Loki stated as he placed a finger against his temple, "is in here." "We're inside my head?" Hiccup questioned in confusion. "We are inside the mind of everyone and everything," Loki explained. "This is the great collective unconscious." "What is that?" Hiccup asked, lifting his arm to run his hand through some of the grey fog. "The culmination of life's thoughts, memories, dreams," Loki trailed off, peering into the fog, prompting Hiccup to follow his gaze, seeing something move through the swirling cloud for the briefest of moments. "And fears. We should not linger in this place," Loki stated, looking slightly worried. "But I just got here," Hiccup argued. "It may seem like that to you, but your body has been asleep for days," Loki explained. "What?" Hiccup shouted in shock. Days. Indeed, Loki answered with a nod. And the body does not care to dwell so long without the mind? Looking around, Hiccup noticed the fog around them was beginning to swirl and shift, seeming to spin around them. What's happening? Hiccup shouted as a strange wind began to howl as the fog swirled faster and faster. You're waking up, Loki surmised as he observed the swirling fog around them, apparently undaunted by what he saw. Our time together grows short. Turning to Hiccup, he grabbed the young man's shoulder to bring the Viking's attention to him. Heed my words, Hiccup, son of Stoic, Loki said seriously, Hiccup's attention entirely focused on the spirit before him. A shadow rises in the east. My dark cousin seeks release as he did 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years before that. Do you remember how I told you my brethren were cut off from the material world? Hiccup nodded his head, squinting his eyes and holding up his hands to shield himself against the whipping winds. A strange tingling began to encompass his left foot. There is one who still walks the mortal plane, Loki explained. He is the youngest of us and came into being after the rest of us were shunted from your world. Why are you telling me all this? Hiccup questioned, his beginning to sting with pain. The spirits of light and dark plan against one another, and the young spirit is the key to the shadow's plans, Loki elaborated, smirking. He thinks he sees all the pieces of this game in front of him, but he doesn't. There's one he doesn't see. What's that? Hiccup asked, his leg now searing with pain. You, Loki said simply. Hiccup let out a cry of anguish as he collapsed to his knees, gripping his left leg. What's happening? Hiccup begged, tears of pain stinging his eyes. Let me help you, Loki said, holding out his left hand to Hiccup. Reaching out, Hiccup grabbed it with his right hand, allowing Loki to pull him closer, grasping Hiccup's shoulder with his other hand. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from Hiccup's arm, almost as painful as the one from his leg. Looking down, he saw flames licking the air around Loki's hands. What are you doing? Hiccup demanded, before crying out in pain from the flames, the winds and fog swirling around them like a hurricane. I'm sorry, Hiccup Dragon Rider, Loki shouted as everything began to fade for Hiccup, the spirit's voice sounding further and further away. But one does not become touched by fire without being burnt. Everything faded to black, and Hiccup found himself laying down on something soft, the feel of something laying against his shoulder becoming prominent as the burning pain faded. All at once, Hiccup became aware of his surroundings and snapped his eyes open, gasping as he shot into a sitting position in his bed. A surprised shriek immediately caught his attention, and he found Merida straddling his waist, the two looking at each other in wide-eyed shock. Hiccup was vaguely aware of Toothless sticking his head over the end of the bed. Hi, Hiccup said after a moment, which seemed to snap Merida back to reality. Hiccup! Merida shouted happily, wrapping her arms around Hiccup and embracing him while pulling him into a kiss. Whoa, gently, Mare, Hiccup quickly said as Merida pulled away for a second, only to be silenced as she kissed him again. That's all ye can say after all this? Merida said as she continued to kiss gently. As Merida fumbled to touch Hiccup as much as she could, she grabbed onto his right shoulder, causing the young man to squeak in pain. Gently, Hiccup whimpered, as Merida froze before releasing him, allowing Hiccup to fall back onto his... Sorry, Merida apologized as she cringed. Grunting, Hiccup pushed himself up onto his shoulder before lifting the sleeve of his tunic to look at his right arm. The entirety of his arm and hand was covered in bandages. Reaching down, he grabbed the end wrapped around his right hand and began to unravel it. Adonai, Merida said with concern, as she watched him undo the bandage. It's okay, Hiccup assured you as the linen wrappings piled into his lap. I need to see this. After a few more moments, he had the entirety of the bandage off, the sight of Hiccup's skin causing Merida to be surprised. A long brown burn ran from Hiccup's shoulder. What surprised them was the shape the burn took. It resembled two serpentine dragons entwined with each other down the length of his arm. In the palm of Hiccup's hand, the two heads met, looking at one another with jaws open. A flame suspended. Son above, Merida whispered, as she gently took Hiccup's arm to look at the burn. How did this happen? This isn't natural. No one can be touched by fire without being burnt, Hiccup mused. Wit? Merida asked, giving Hiccup a confused look. Wit do ye mean? Nothing, Hiccup replied, shaking his head. I'll tell you later. Reaching up with his burnt hand, he cupped Merida's face, prompting the girl to smile and sigh at him. Your hair, Hiccup said, noticing for the first time. You changed it. Aye,
Merida replied, touching her hair self-consciously. Most of it got burnt off in the fire. Ruff fixed it up the best she could, but... you look good, Hiccup interrupted with a smile, prompting Merida to blush and smile back at him. It looks good on you. Thanks, Merida replied as she bit her lip and giggled. Still, I prefer it long. See, Danny expect this to last too long. The way you wear your hair is completely up to you, Mare, Hiccup stated. I'm pretty sure you'd be beautiful bald. In response, Merida leaned forward and captured his lips again, holding the kiss for a few moments before pulling away, flushed. Missed you, Merida said with a glowing smile. How long was I gone? Hiccup questioned. Near a week, Merida answered, causing Hiccup to pale. Wow, Hiccup whispered, before smiling at Merida. Well, it's good to be back. We should tell everyone, Merida said, as she hopped off the bed and began putting her boots on. Right, Hiccup agreed, as he moved to join her before a look of confusion and surprise crossed his face. Mare? Aye? Merida asked as she balanced on one foot while pulling her boot on. Why can't I feel my left foot? Hiccup questioned hesitantly. The question seemed to shock Merida, who let go of her booted foot, which hit the ground with a thud. Oh, Hick, Merida moaned, clasping her hands together in nervousness. In all the excitement, I completely forgot. Grabbing his blanket, Hiccup quickly tossed it off, the sight of what lay beneath causing his breath to catch in his throat. While his right leg was fine, his left leg now ended just below the knee, his shin and foot having been replaced with a stump covered in burns and stitches. What? Hiccup struggled to say, his lower lip trembling as he turned so his legs hung off the bed. What? The fire burnt it so bad. Merida tried to explain and trying to fight tears. If they didn't take it, it was so bad. If they... Oh, I'm say sorry, Hiccup. Merida ran over, still only wearing on boot, and embraced Hiccup, burying her face in his shoulder as she held. Still in shock, Hiccup wrapped his arm around Merida and gripped her tight, leaning his head against her shoulder, trying not to hyperventilate as he felt her sob. Looking over, Hiccup saw Toothless wander lay his head on the bed next to the young man. Hiccup reached out and patted Toothless on the head, smiling weakly at the night view. Hey, bud, Hiccup greeted quietly. I'm guessing I thank for saving. Too bad you couldn't save. Oh, guess where you... Toothless whined sadly, who bit his lip as tears began to well up in his eyes. He took a breath, trying to fight the urge to cry, but his breath caught in his throat and a few tears rolled down his cheeks. It's okay, Hick, Merida whispered, gripping him tighter. It's okay to cry. Hiccup did just that, breaking down and burying his head into the crook of Merida's neck, as tears streaming from his eyes and soaking her shoulder. They stayed like that for a few moments, Merida gripping Hiccup tightly as he sobbed against her, while Toothless looked on sadly. After a few minutes, Hiccup pulled away, his breath calming as he wiped the remaining tears from his eyes. Are you okay? Merida asked with concern. No, Hiccup replied, sighing and shaking his head. But I'm getting closer. All right, Merida replied with a nod as she stepped away. Hiccup looked down at his legs before burying his face in his hands and groaned. How am I supposed to... Hiccup began to ask, voice tripped into another. Here, Merida said as she walked into the corner and retrieved something before returning and giving it to Hiccup. Gobber made this for you. Hiccup took the prosthetic leg in his lap, looking. After a few moments, he nodded his head and moved to put it on. Here, let me help you, Merida said as she stepped forward and took the prosthetic, helping him to slide it over his stump, secure with the straps. Hiccup bent his knee experimentally, testing the weight of the mechanical foot. All right, here goes nothing. Pushing himself off, Hiccup stood up, wobbling as he tried to find his balance. After a moment, he stood a little wobbly before trying to take his first step. Almost immediately, his left leg buckled underneath him and he stumbled. Merida let out a scared yelp, but before she could grab him, Toothless had moved to his side, catching Hiccup and helping the young man back to his feet. Thanks, bud, Hiccup said, patting Toothless on his... Walking over, Merida offered Hiccup her arm, which he gladly took. With both Toothless and Merida's help, Hiccup managed to half walk, half stumble to the door. Merida opened the door, and the trio stepped out, allowing Hiccup to get a look at the village, the sight of which nearly knocked him over. All over the village were dragons, flying in every direction, perched on rooftops or just walking through the streets. Hiccup saw the villagers as well as the visiting Highlanders interacting with dragons peacefully, and he couldn't fight the smile that came to his face. You did it, Hick, Merida said, pecking him on the cheek. You changed everything for the better. I couldn't have done it without you two, Hiccup replied to the girl and the dragon. It wasn't just us, Merida stated. You're right, Hiccup agreed with a grin and a nod. Speaking of which, where is Hiccup? Fishlegs shouted as he came running up the street. The other teens, both Vikings and Highlanders, following behind with their dragons. Hiccup, you're all right? Before Hiccup could react, Fishlegs barreled into him, wrapping his arms around his best friend and picking him up into the air, much to the amusement of the others. I'm so glad you're all right, Fishlegs declared happily. Me too, pal, Hiccup replied awkwardly. You know, it's great to see you and all, Fish, but can you put me down now? Oh yeah, sure, Fishlegs replied with an awkward chuckle as he set Hiccup down, making sure he stayed steady on his wobbling. How's the leg? Fishlegs asked awkwardly. It's all right, Hiccup replied with a sigh. I just found out about it. It's going to take some getting used to. You can do it, Tough said encouragingly, Ruff nodding in agreement. Yeah, cuz, Snotlout agreed. If you can train a night fury, learning to walk with a metal foot should be easy. Thanks, guys, Hiccup said with a smile. We're just glad you're okay, Astrid stated. Aye, Will concurred. It's good to hae you back, laddie. Was getting boring without you around. Andra muttered something with a large smile on his face. Everyone looked at him for a moment before turning their attentions to Will for a translation. Will looked like a frightened deer for a moment before chuckling. Andra said he's happy you're feeling better, Will said, ignoring the glare Andra was giving him, clearly indicating that was not in fact what the young man had said. Andra began to say something, but was interrupted as Will elbowed him in the stomach, causing the young lord to cough in pain. As the others watched the scene before them in bemusement, Boyd stepped forward, looking Hiccup over with his usual vacant gaze. After a few moments, Hiccup began to feel uncomfortable. Can I help you with something, Boyd? Hiccup questioned. I told you you could manage, Boyd said simply. What? Hiccup asked in confusion. The leg, Boyd elaborated. I told you could manage with Uten back in the arena. Remember when we fought? Hiccup did remember. But that day when Merida and the other Highlanders first came to Burke seemed like a lifetime ago. It was hard to even recognise the person he had been those months past. Boyd! Merida snapped, glaring at her friend. Her glare quickly faltered when Hiccup began chuckling. I do remember that, Hiccup snickered. Looks like you were right after all, Boyd. Hiccup began to laugh, Boyd quickly joining in with a goofy smile on his face. The other teens looked on in confusion as Hiccup and Boyd continued to laugh, Hiccup resting his hand on Boyd's shoulder as the young lord began to tear up from laughter. What's happening? Ruff questioned as she leaned over to Will. Hain't the foggiest, Will replied, equally dumbfounded. Eventually, Hiccup and Boyd's laughter calmed, Boyd wiping a mirthful tear from his eye. Thanks, Boyd, Hiccup said with a giggle, patting the young lord on the shoulder. I needed that. I dain't really know what just happened, Merida said, smiling as she shook her head in disbelief. But it's damn good to hear you laugh, Hick. Hiccup looked like he was about to say something, but stopped when he saw his father coming up the hill. Hiccup smiled as he watched his father rush towards him and kneel down to embrace him. Hiccup, thank the gods you're all right, son, Stoic said as he pulled away, beaming at Hiccup. Looking behind his father, Hiccup saw Fergus and Eleanor hovering nearby. It's good to see you on your feet, lad, Fergus said with a grin. You gave us quite the scare, young man, Eleanor stated, trying to look stern but failing as a smile broke through. We're so happy you're all right. Thanks, Hiccup replied, before looking around, a questioning look on his face. Hey, where are... Hiccup! 3 simultaneous shouts interrupted Hiccup as the triplets slammed into him, almost knocking the already wobbly young man to the ground. Barely finding his balance, Hiccup held the 3 boys in his arms before putting them down on the ground. We were sae worried about you, one declared. We thought you were ne'er gain to wake up, a second shouted. Ne'er, the third added. Did you really kill Mordu? The first questioned. They was sae jealous when he told us, the second said with a smile. I was nae, Fergus declared huffily. Where to? The triplets replied, giggling. Hey, ye hae a foot made of metal now, the first pointed out. Did you make it? The third asked. Nay, Gobber spoke up as he wandered up, Maudie following behind him. I made it, thank you very much. Hey, Gobber, Hiccup greeted with a smile. How are you, lad? Gobber greeted before his tone turned sombre. I hope the leg's all right. Had to make it on short notice and all. It works great, thanks, Hiccup replied, a little more subdued than he had been before. You know, it's hard at first, but you'll get through it, Gobber stated. You're a strong lad. Strong as they come, Stoic agreed, before his face fell. I'm so sorry, Hiccup, about everything. This was all my fault. If I had just listened to you, none of this would have happened. Stoic paused, sighing as he looked Hiccup in the eye. I'll never forgive myself for what I said to you back in the Great Hall, Stoic stated sadly. It's okay, Dad, Hiccup assured his father. I forgive you for the both of us. Stoic smiled as he clasped his hands on Hiccup's shoulders. You will always be my son, Stoic stated, his voice full of emotion. And I am so proud of you. His eyes growing watery, Hiccup stepped forward and embraced Stoic again, the gathered group smiling at the display. Gods, Stoic said as he pulled away. What are we all doing standing around here? Grasping Hiccup, he hoisted the young man up onto his shoulders as he turned to address the crowd that had gathered. The demon bear is dead, Stoic declared. The Red Death is dead and my son is alive. We have been grieving and fretting for a week, and I say no more. Today we revel in our victory. Today we rejoice in our newfound alliances with Highlander and Dragon alike. Today we celebrate. The crowd roared in approval as Stoic began making his way into the village, the gathered crowd following, slowly growing as more villagers joined in. Hiccup looked around, a beaming smile on his face as he let out a whoop of joy. Later, night had fallen across the village of Birk, but the darkness did not dampen the celebratory mood of the villagers and their guests. The great hall was packed with Vikings, Highlanders and Dragons, all drinking and eating with one another, sharing stories and laughing uproariously, one Highlander playing a fiddle somewhere in the crowd. Some dragons had already bonded with Vikings and Highlanders, who were treating the creatures like favoured pets. In one corner, an intoxicated Viking woman lay against an equally intoxicated Gronkel, the burnt remains of a table standing testament to what happened when one got a dragon drunk. In a more secluded corner of the great hall, Hiccup, Merida and their dragons sat with Gothi, Helga and the large Viking known only as Bucket. And that's everything he said to you? Gothi questioned gravelly. Every word, Hiccup replied with a nod. What does it mean? Grave tidings, I am afraid, Gothi stated. I will need to look into this matter, both on this rising shadow and this godling stranded in the material world. Perhaps Hilda knows Semithin, Merida said hopefully. But she's dead, Helga pointed out in confusion. Aye, but I'm sure she must have written things down over the years, Merida explained before turning her attention to the crow sitting on her shoulder. Right? The crow cawed and nodded affirmatively, prompting Merida to smile and pet him on the head. Hilda was very old and very wise, Merida stated as she turned back towards the others. I'm sure she knew Semithin could help us. It is agreed then, Gothi said with a nod. We will all look further into this issue and relate what we find. I'm not very good at reading, Bucket complained, earning a chuckle from the others. Don't worry, Bucket, Helga said kindly as she patted the large man on his arm. We'll find some other way for you to help. Should we tell our parents? Hiccup asked. We will, Gothi stated with a nod. But not tonight. Tonight is a night for celebration. Hiccup smiled and nodded in agreement. Now, Gothi said, holding her hand out to the young man, let me see that arm of yours. Hiccup gave Gothi his right arm, the elder rolling up his sleeve to get a better look at the intricate burn mark. She muttered to herself for a few moments, going over every inch of the burn, before nodding her head and looking back to Hiccup. It is a blessing, Hilda declared. A blessing? Merida questioned. What kind of blessing? I'm not sure, Gothi replied with a shrug. I have only seen a few blessings in my time. Never one from the god of fire. He said he wasn't a god, Hiccup replied. Just a spirit. Words are air, Hiccup, Gothi stated knowingly. They have whatever meaning you choose to give them. You sound like you've heard this all before, Elder, Helga pointed out. Those who spend their time studying the way of the gods understand these things, Gothi explained. Years ago, I once had a long conversation with a handsome young priest of Solia, where we concluded that his god and our Odin were likely one and the same. My friend, Rapunzel, used to be blessed by Lord Soliel, Merida stated. She had the power to heal people. Gothi chuckled at that. Wait, Merida asked in confusion. Your friend still has that blessing, Gothi explained. The blessing of a god never truly leaves a person. Merida continued to look at Gothi in confusion as the old woman chuckled some more. So it probably has something to do with fire, Hiccup commented as he looked at the mark. That should be helpful. As long as you can control it, Gothi agreed before sighing. I grow weary of such grim talk. Let us return to the celebration, shall we? The others agreed with smiles and nods as they stood up. Tuning to Bucket, Helga held her arms out to him, prompting the large man to bend down and scoop her up, placing her upon his shoulders. Rejoining the party, Merida and Hiccup walked hand in hand, the Highlander princess slowing her pace so the limping Hiccup could keep up while Toothless and Boudica went scampering off into the crowd. As they walked, Astrid called out to Merida from across the room, beckoning the redhead to join her. Merida hesitated, looking at Hiccup with worry. Go on, Hiccup with a smile and a shrug. I'll be Merida smiled at him and quickly kissed him before turning and walking through the party towards Astrid. Hiccup sighed and smiled as he watched the young woman, before almost being knocked to the ground as a large hand slammed against his back. Oops, sorry lad, Fergus apologised as Hiccup managed to catch himself. Forgot you were still finding your legs. Yeah, Hiccup replied, fixing his vest as he looked up at Fergus. Was it this hard for you? Aye, it was tough, Fergus answered as he took a drink from the tankard of ale he was carrying. But you'll get through soon enough. You'll be doing all the things you used to need to notice it.
Will the feeling ever go away? Hiccup questioned, looking a little downcast. What feeling is that? Fergus asked, crooking an eyebrow at the young man. The feeling that part of you is gone, Hiccup elaborated morosely. Nay, Fergus replied with a grimace and a shake of his head. At ne'er gaze away. Hiccup sighs and looked down at the floor. The feeling of Fergus placing his hand on Hiccup's shoulder brought the young man's attention back up to the Highlander king. But you'd learn to live with it, Fergus assured him, a smile spreading across his face. Now stop being so sullen. Cheer up, hey a bloody drink. Fergus let out a bellowing laugh, prompting Hiccup to let out a small laugh of his own as the Bear King patted him on the shoulder again and wandered away. Turning, Hiccup's smile grew as he saw Gobber approaching him through the crowd, wearing his tankard prosthetic while holding another tankard in his good hand. Hiccup! Gobber greeted happily. You look like you need a drink. No thanks, Gobber. Hiccup began to say, but was interrupted as the blacksmith shoved the tankard into Hiccup's belly, forcing the young man to take it as some ale spilled on the ground. Nonsense, Gobber declared as he led Hiccup over to one of the long tables. Come, sit and talk with me a while. Sitting down, Gobber took a moment to take a swig of ale, prompting Hiccup to do the same, the young man letting out a cough as the strong liquid flowed down his throat. A little strong for you, lad? Gobber questioned with a snort. Just a little, Hiccup replied with another cough as he set the tankard down on the table. So, I hear you're a Macintosh clansman now. Always was, as it were, Gobber answered with a smile. That's pretty great, Gobber, Hiccup commented as he took another sip of his drink. You ever think of going back? Hey, in fact, Gobber answered. I'm leaving tomorrow. Hiccup chocked and spit out his drink before turning to look at Gobber in shock. Tomorrow? Hiccup questioned in surprise. Aye, Gobber affirmed. The Highlanders will be shipping out tomorrow, and I'm gain with them. The Queen will be making the announcement tonight. Hiccup looked completely lost at the news. Oh, dinna give me a look, Gobber grumbled. I'm coming back. I'm just game for the winter is all. Hiccup sighed in relief, smiling at Gobber before a thought came to him. Who's going to watch the shop while you're gone? Hiccup asked. Well, generally, that's a task that falls to the apprentice, Gobber elaborated, eyeing Hiccup knowingly. With winter coming and nae more dragons to fight, you want to hae up much work today, but it's still a lot of responsibility. You feel up for it, lad? I'd be honoured, Gobber, Hiccup answered with a smile. That's good to hear, Gobber said proudly, before a thought occurred to him. You know, I'll probably have to find a new apprentice now. Why's that? Hiccup asked, feeling a little hurt by the comment. Because now that you're the big hero, you'll probably be following in your father's footsteps instead of mine, Gobber explained. I'm going to need to find Simeon to pass the shop onto after I'm gone. Well, whoever you find, I'll help train them too, Hiccup stated with a nod. With the two of us teaching him, we'll make the best smith the North has ever seen, Gobber declared happily as he took another drink of his ale. Suddenly, the sound of a cup banging loudly against a wooden table sounded through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to the raised dais where the families of the chief and the visiting royals sat. As the crowd quieted, Stoic stopped banging his cup. Thank you, Stoic, Eleanor said as she stood up, nodding her head to the village chief,
before turning her attention to the gathered people. People of Birk and my fellow Highlanders, I hope ye are all enjoying tonight's revelry. The crowd roared in response, earning a smile from the Queen. "At is good to hear," Eleanor stated with a nod. "It fills my heart with happiness to see bonds of friendship and brotherhood form between our peoples, where there was ance only animosity and bloodshed. But alas, my people's time on this island must come to a close." The crowd groaned in disapproval like disappointed children. I know, Eleanor stated with an apologetic tone. "Would that we could stay, but winter fast approaches and home beckons. We will leave tomorrow, with the wind at our backs and happiness in our hearts. But we shall return, for it has been decided that your Hiccup will marry our daughter, Merida, come the spring." Reaching down, she picked up the cup she had been drinking from and raised it above her head. "A toast to our brave warriors, both living and fallen," Eleanor declared, prompting the others to raise their tankards before drinking as well. "And another toast," a Highlander declared, standing up. "Tay the hero of the battle, tay Hiccup Bearslayer." "No," a Viking shouted him down. "To Hiccup the useful." "Nay," another Highlander bellowed. "Tay Hiccup Nightflyer." "Nay," Merida shouted from the other side of the room, stepping up onto a table and holding a tankard of ale above her head, looking Hiccup right in the eye. "Tame, beloved Hiccup Dragon Rider." "To Hiccup Dragon Rider!" The whole roared agreement as Gobber patted Hiccup on the back before standing up. "Now, lads, let's nae give Hiccup all the credit," Gobber declared. "He had plenty of help, especially from ane person in particular, tay Princess Merida." "No!" Fishguts shouted from his seat, holding a laughing ribbon in his lap. "She's no princess anymore. She's one of us. To Merida Deathspine." "No!" Bertha yelled from near Merida. "To Merida the Red." "No!" Hiccup declared, standing shakily on his 2 feet. "To the lady of my heart and the girl of my dreams, Merida the Brave." "To Merida the Brave," the crowd agreed as they all took swigs of their drinks. "When did you become such a charmer?" Gobber questioned as Hiccup sat back down next to him, watching as Merida smiled at him through half-lidded eyes. "It becomes pretty easy when you know they love you back," Hiccup replied with a shrug. "A song," one of the Vikings drunkenly declared from somewhere in the room. "This feast needs a song." "Indeed," Stoic agreed as he stood up, smiling at the people in the hall. "I must confess, many songs to fit the occasion. Who will lead us in a song?" The room fell silent, every person looking at their neighbour, all except Merida, who continued to look at Hiccup from across the room. "Anyone?" Stoic questioned, scanning the room. "Who will give us a song? Though I may speak same tongue ald," Merida sung, her voice echoing through the hall, "or even spit out same holy word. I hae nae strength with which to speak," Merida continued as she stepped off the table and began to walk towards Hiccup, the crowd parting to allow her to pass. "When ye sit me down and see I'm weak." The fiddler picked up from somewhere in the crowd, his instrument belting out a jaunty tune that prompted Merida to do a few steps and twirls as she approached Hiccup, her skirts spinning around her as she danced. "We will run and scream," Merida sang as she reached down and grabbed Hiccup's hands before pulling him to his feet. "Ye will dance with me, we'll fulfill our dreams and we'll be free." With that, Merida led Hiccup in a simple dance, the two circling one another with their eyes locked and their shoulders touching, and changing direction every few seconds. Fergus watched the scene with a smile on his face for a few seconds, before turning his attention towards his wife and holding out his hand. Eleanor smiled at her husband, taking his hand, allowing him to lead her to the centre of the hall and join their daughter in the dance. As the two couples danced, Maudie walked over and sat down next to Gobber, who was watching the display with a smile on his face. "Oh, that's adorable," Maudie commented with a grin of her own. "Aye," Gobber agreed, before looking at Maudie slyly. "You know, despite the leg, I'm quite the dancer." "Are you now?" Maudie questioned, quirking an eyebrow at Gobber. "Aye, here," Gobber said, quickly standing up and taking Maudie's hand. "Let me show ye." Maudie let out a shriek of surprise, which quickly became laughter as Gobber pulled her out onto the dance floor with the others. Seeing this, Will smirked before walking over to where Ruff was sitting with her brother. "May I hae this dance?" Will asked, offering Ruff his hand with a charming smile. "Oh, you can have whatever you'd like," Ruff replied as she took his hand, earning a groan from her brother as Will led her to where the others were dancing. Seeing the others dancing, Astrid smiled before turning. Fishlegs was standing near and grabbing his arm. Come on, fish legs, Astrid said as she dragged him out to the floor, the young man stumbling in surprise. Come dance with me. As the four other couples began to circle around them, Merida continued to circle, their eyes locked. We will run and scream, Merida continued to sing, the Highlanders in the crowd joining in on the song. Ye will dance with me, we'll fulfill our dreams and we'll be free. We will be who we are and now heal our scars. Merida continued as she reached out and took Hiccup's hands in her, leading him through a few simple steps that the other four couples began to copy. And this will be far away. The music picked up as the Merida began a few stomping steps, the others following their suit, filling the hall with their sound of their feet slamming against the floor of the great hall. The music slowed again, and the dancers began circling each other once more. Say I had done wrong to prove me right, Merida continued to sing, looking lovingly at Hiccup. My judgment burned in the black o' night. When I gave less than I take, Merida sang, holding her hand up between them, Hiccup copying and entwining their fingers. It is my fault, my own mistake. We will run and scream. The hall sang together. You will dance with me. We'll fulfill our dreams and we'll be free. We will be who we are and now heal our scars, Merida sung as she leaned forward, touching her forehead to Hiccup's. And this will be far away. As the song continued, the other couples began the stomping dance again as the music picked once more. Merida and Hiccup, however, continued to circle each other. Leaning forward, they captured each other's lips, closing their eyes as they did. As the music slowed, Hiccup and Merida turned and embraced each other, deepening their kiss. Slowly, everything seemed to fade away, leaving the two teens experiencing nothing but one another. Years later, is that it? The young boy questioned, the ship creaking around him as he looked up at his grandfather. That's it for this story, aye, the grandfather replied with a shrug. But there's so much more left, the boy exclaimed, his icy blue eyes wide as he stood up, the rocking of the ship failing to bother him. They have to get married, and what about what Loki said about the shadow? All stories for another time, the grandfather said as he stood up. All stories must come to an end, lad. Besides, I believe we should be reaching our destination soon. Really? The boy asked in surprise. We're there already. Time flies, huh? The grandfather questioned with a smile. Come on, let's get above deck. It will be a sight to see. The boy nodded with a smile before laughing as his grandfather reached down and scooped him before placing him on his shoulders, the boy having to duck to avoid the low ceiling of the ship. Together, the boy and his grandfather made their way up the stairs onto the top deck. The sails of the long ship fluttered in the breeze as the oars cut through the waves of the sea. All around them, sailors were running about the deck, performing their decks. Before the longship, an island rose out the waters and thrust towards the sky, the peaks of its large central mountain towering over the ship. There it is, the boy declared excitedly as he pointed at the island. Aye, you excited? His grandfather questioned. Yeah, Mum and Dad have told me so much about it, the boy replied, looking at the island in wonder. Hiccup horrendous haddock the fourth, a stern voice declared, prompting the boy to look in the direction the voice had come in. Marching across the deck was an older woman with long grey hair and wrinkled features. She wore a long purple dress and regarded the boy with fierce brown eyes. Hi, Grandma, the boy Hiccup greeted the woman as his grandfather set him down. Dinny, hi, me young man, his grandmother said, planting her hands on her hips as she looked down at her grandson. I ha' been looking all over for you. Where ha' you been, Hick? Relax, Eleanor, the grandfather replied with a chuckle. He was with me this whole time. Granda was telling me a story to keep me from getting seasick, Hick explained. Oh, were you now, Fergus? Eleanor questioned, raising an eyebrow at her husband before turning her attention back to Hiccup. What did I tell you about listening to your grandfather's stories? That Granda's a braggart prone to exaggeration, Hick replied automatically with a sigh. Oi! Fergus exclaimed with annoyance as he shot his wife an angry look. What ha' you been telling the boy? Only the truth, Eleanor replied with a smirk before turning her attention to Hick. Come along now, Hick. Your mother's been wondering where you've been for the last few hours. Turning, Eleanor led them to the front of the ship. There they found an older Merida, who had grown taller and filled out. Her long curly red hair was held back in a loose ponytail by a green ribbon. She wore a brown fur vest over a light blue tunic and a kilt. Armoured leather gloves covered her hands, and knee-high leather boots protected her feet.
Her bow was slung around her shoulders and a crow perched on the railing next to her. Scurrying around Merida's feet were 3 little girls, each of them almost indistinguishable from one another. Each of them had mops of curly hair similar to Merida's, but theirs was auburn in colour, along with mischievous green eyes. They were dressed in identical tunics and pants, except that they were individually coloured red, blue, and green. A trio of terrible terrors scampered around with them, each in a colour that matched one of the girls' tunics. As they played around Merida's legs, one of the girls tripped and almost went tumbling over the side of the railing. Merida quickly reached out and grabbed the girl before pulling her back in and planting her on the deck next to her sisters, giving the triplets a stern look. "Maggie, Maze, Moira," Merida snapped. "What did I tell you lot about horsing around up here? You've got to be more careful. If any of you goes tumbling into the sea, I ain't fishing you back out." "Sorry, Mommy," the girls apologised, earning a small smile from Merida. Turning, she saw her parents approaching with Hick. "There ye are, Hick," Merida stated with a larger smile. "I was wondering where you'd run off to. How's your belly treating you?" "Better, Mom, thanks," Hick replied before glancing around. "Where's Dad?" "He's scouting ahead with Toothless. You know how he is," Merida replied with a chuckle. "Look, Hick, look," one of the girls said, pointing up at the island. "Look, it's Burke." "Yeah, I saw," Hick stated with a chuckle. "Do you think you'll find a dragon to ride here?" another girl asked. "That's what Dad said," Hick answered. "He says Burke has the best dragons in the whole world." "Speaking of your father," Merida said as she looked up, prompting the others to follow her gaze. As the group looked up at the sun, a shadow went streaking across it before shooting down towards the longship. Quickly righting himself, Toothless flapped his wings to slow his descent before landing. An older Hiccup slid off Toothless's back, removing the spiked mask and helmet he had been wearing. His hair had grown shaggier, and he wore a few braids in it. A short beard covered his smiling face. He was taller and more muscular, dressed in dark brown leather armour. "Daddy!" the girls declared as they rushed towards him, hugging his legs. "Whoa, girls!" Hiccup said with a laugh, turning his attention to the others. "You'd think I'd been gone for months." "Well, you know how they are," Merida said as she wandered over and gave Hiccup a kiss, causing the girls to make disgusted noises. Smiling, Hiccup spotted his son and made his way over to him. "How's it going, pal?" Hiccup questioned, kneeling down and placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "You feeling any better?" "Yeah, lots," Hick answered. "I'm getting the feeling boats aren't your thing," Hiccup surmised. "How about we try a little flying?" "Really?" Hick asked excitedly. "You bet," Hiccup answered as he stood up. "After all, one of the reasons we came is to find you a dragon to ride. What do you say?" "Yeah," Hick exclaimed as he rushed over to Toothless and began trying to pull himself onto the Night Fury's back, the dragon chuckling as he watched the boy struggle. Walking over, Hiccup picked his son up before planting him in the saddle before swinging on behind him. "Here," Hiccup said as he placed his helmet on his son's head. "Wear this for protection and hold on tight." "Be careful," Merida said. "You know me," Hiccup replied with a chuckle. "Aye, exactly," Merida stated with a smile of her own. Hiccup laughed before urging Toothless up, Hick letting out a whoop of joy as the Night Fury shot into the sky. As they approached the island, Hick could make out the village that had come to dominate a large part of the island. But what caught his eye most was the hundreds of dragons that filled the air, flying in every direction around the island. "Let me tell you a few things about Burke, son," Hiccup said as they flew over the island, villagers turning to point as a few dragons began to follow them. "It snows 9 months of the year and hails the other 3. Any food that grows here is tough and tasteless. The people who grow here are even more so. The upside are the pets. While other places have ponies and parrots, we have..." Hiccup paused as they flew over the main part of the island, prompting dozens of dragons to come flying out of the woods below them. As Hick looked around him, a look of excitement and wonder on his face as he observed the creatures that filled the air. One thought was on his mind, and he let it out in a whisper. "Dragons. A.N. The end. That's a wrap, folks. End of the line. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. All kidding aside, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for sticking with me for the last 18 months or so since I started in the story. When I first started writing this story, it was on the heels of having just finished Heaven's Light, which had earned the spot of my most successful story, being the first time I broke 200 reviews. Never in my wildest dreams did I believe this story would blow it out of the water so completely, sitting ready to break 1,300 reviews. Once again, I have to say thank you to all of you. You are the best fans I could have hoped for, and I appreciate you all having taken the time to visit my little corner of the internet and read my little story. One of the big questions on everyone's mind, bolstered by the fact this story is ending not long after the second How to Train Your Dragon movie has come out, is whether I am doing a sequel. The answer is a definite yes. In fact, I have a whole series planned out which those of you that have taken a peek at my profile know I am calling A Song of Sun and Shadow, though that's subject to change if I or someone else can come up with a better name. Currently, I plan on finishing the small in-between story I've been writing on the side, 7 Days in Corona, first before I continue on with the story. From there will be about 3 short stories before I give you 2 bigger ones comparable to this one, along with another smaller story before wrapping everything up in a final big story. I hope you guys like what I have planned for the future, and I will tell you right now, in addition to the cast of characters I have now, I will be bringing 3 other movies into my little universe. Good luck guessing which ones. In addition, I am going to report that the next story in the series will be called When the Cold Winds Are A-Callin'. Hope you enjoy. Also, for sticking with me this long, I've decided to add a little stinger of sorts after these notes. Hope you like it. That's about it from me, folks. So once again, thank you for reading my story, and for one last time, I'd like to remind you all that feedback and critiques are always welcome, so please review later. The Nest. Thick blankets of fog covered the desolate island known only as the Nest. Soon that name would be forgotten as all the dragons had fled the island, travelling to Berk with the Vikings and Highlanders. Nothing was left on this barren speck of land. Nothing but the corpses and the Vendel. The Vendel had suffered a heavy loss from the battle and the disastrous destruction of the mountain that had followed. Less than half of the savages remained, picking their way across the island, lost and forlorn. Many gathered around the body of their fallen leader, keeping scavengers from the demon bear's corpse. Above them, the ruins of the Red Death sat on the new crown of the mountain. Hot magma pooling around the dragons, its body quickly withering away so that barely more than a skeleton remained. One Vendel stood at the edge of the group, searching among the rocks for crabs or other things to eat. As he looked, the sound of someone walking across the stony shore caught his attention. Looking into the fog, the Vendel saw nothing for a few moments before a figure began to emerge from the mist. Grunting, the Vendel brought the approaching figure to the attention to the others, who all quickly moved to grab weapons and turned to face the possible threat. Grunting again, one of the Vendel pointed at the figure, causing it to stop and hold up its hands. "Peace, friends, peace," a male, sly voice urged. "I mean you no harm." The Vendel did not lower their weapons but did not move to attack either. "I have come to offer my condolences," the man stated, indicating to Mordu's body. "It is not often one loses a leader and a god in the same day along with your home and half of your people. Truly, these are sad tidings." The Vendel looked downcast, letting out a few grunts to one another. "But fear not," the man reassured them, "for I have come to help." The Vendel grunted in confusion. "You see, I too have reason to hate those upon Berk," the man explained, "and I plan on making them pay, them, along with everyone else. I have plans, you see, plans that will change the world." The Vendel continued to grunt in confusion, though many seemed interested in what the man had to say. "You can be part of these plans if you wish. Many others already are," the figure explained as more figures appeared in the fog, dozens and dozens of them. "We all strive for the same cause, and we'd be honoured if you'd join our growing family." Stepping forward, the man emerged from the fog, allowing the Vendel to see him clearly. He was tall and gaunt with hollow features and a long nose. He had black hair and a thin black moustache grew under his nose. He wore a black cloak with the hood pulled up, under which he wore a dark brown leather jerkin and grey pants along with brown leather boots. Where his left hand should have been instead was a stump that continued on in a long, skinny blade. From behind his back, the hilt of a bastard sword stuck out. "After all," he said charmingly, grinning as he spoke,
Are we not all outcasts?